The old man was originally the world's richest man worth trillions, but before his death, he used his billions to buy all funeral supplies. Everyone thought the old man had gone mad, but only the old man knew. After death, everyone in this world will go to the spirit world. Ghosts can receive anything burned by the living in this world. Because the old man had possessed yin and yang eyes since childhood, he had seen countless ghosts. Thus, he learned this secret from the mouths of ghosts. All he wanted to say was, "I am the richest man in the world. In the spirit world, I am still invincible." At this moment, in a luxurious hospital room in Kyoto, I am lying on the bed, making arrangements for the only thing left. Although I am the world's richest man, I have never married in my life. Therefore, by my bedside, there is only a butler who has been with me for most of my life. Weekly, I asked my butler, Akai, how are the tasks I assigned being handled? Master, everything has been taken care of. But I don't understand why you want to donate half of your wealth to the country. But why spend half of your fortune on funeral supplies? That's 800 billion. You could have bought funeral supplies for the whole country, even the world. It's just 800 billion. Don't be scared. I'm doing this to promote the industry and encourage the living to honor their ancestors. The butler listened and fell silent for a moment. It's Qingming festival now, and the remaining funeral supplies outside have been inflated to sky-high prices. Those who read novels every day would definitely think you've been reborn. After knowing that global weirdness is about to come, hell money will be the real deal. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but smile faintly. Alright, haven't you already contacted the National Power Generation Department? Once I pass away here, you can inform them to start burning. I'll be contributing to the national electricity as well. Also, I've already transferred some money into your account, enough to ensure your family's livelihood for generations to come. Later on, after you pass away, remember to have them burn more paper money and such for you. Kai was feeling a bit under the weather originally, but after hearing the following words, he couldn't help but laugh and cry. Over the years, he has long regarded the people in front of him as family. Sir, why don't you take a rest first? Perfect timing, I want to be alone now. You go out first. Upon hearing this, Akai then left. Afterward, I shifted my gaze to the side. The ox-headed and horse-faced figures on the side have been waiting for a while. Brothers Ox and Horse, you've been waiting for a long time. The two of them looked at me in astonishment. Can you see us? I no longer hide it. I confess that I have had the ability to see ghosts since I was young. However, I stopped mentioning it gradually as people around me or family said it was inhumane. I've encountered many ghosts in my life, most of them seeking to pass on messages or burn money for their families. For this reason, I also understood. The burning of incense money in the human world is the main source of income in the spirit world. This is also the reason why he spent 80 billion buying funeral supplies. What can be seen has always been visible. Without much questioning, Ox had raised his head to check the time, indicating that I should leave. I saw the opponent swing the iron chain towards me. In the next moment, my soul was directly pulled out. At that moment, Akai pushed the door and walked in. Seeing me lying motionless on the bed, he subconsciously nudged me. Seeing no response from me, Akai knelt directly in front of the sickbed. He knew the master had passed away. Watching Akai kneel in front of me in sorrow, I couldn't help but want to help him up. In my spirit form, I passed directly through Akai's body. He might not have felt it, but I couldn't help but shiver. Mamian immediately grabbed my body. You are already dead, don't touch the living anymore. Once or twice doesn't matter, but over time, it will harm humans. I was somewhat relieved to retract my hand, still not fully accepting the reality of my death. Alright, stop looking and get ready to leave. I nodded. It seems there's nothing worth clinging to in this world. Oxhead and Horseface exchanged glances. Their hands began to move, as if the path to the underworld was opening. As Oxhead and Horseface slid away, in front of me, an oval-shaped portal appeared. After taking another look at Asai, I stepped into the portal. At the moment my body vanished, it seemed like I heard Asai mutter something about Master. I don't know if ghosts exist in this world. If they do, you probably haven't left yet. Go in peace, I will make sure you have a grand send-off. I'll make a call now and have the power plant burn Joss paper for you. Hearing this, a smile crept onto my lips. Asai did a great job. When I opened my eyes again, a straight path appeared before me. On both sides of the path were vibrant red flowers, with blooms but no leaves, and leaves but no blooms. Flowers and leaves both absent. This is the path of the spider lily and the endless sea of flowers. It looks quite spectacular. Along the path, there was a line of lost souls, surrounded by many soul catchers holding ghost-catching implements, probably to prevent any disturbances. Looking at the scenery before me, I realized this must be the road to the underworld and the spider lilies, with the front of the line leading to Likely the stone of 3 lives and the bridge of helplessness. Thinking about this, I started to panic. Could it be that upon arriving in the spirit world, I'll immediately be sent to reincarnate? I had spend 800 billion to buy joss paper, and I haven't even had the chance to enjoy it yet. Just as I was about to ask the ox head in Horseface, another portal appeared not far from me, and from it emerged a one who looked to be only 30 years old. Responsible for guiding him is another pair of ox-headed and horse-faced beings. Please, let me go back. I have an 80-year-old mother above, and a crying infant below. I don't want to die, I can't die. The ox-headed being in that group was not polite to the young man, and directly struck him with the morning staff in hand. The man's eyes immediately became empty, obediently going to queue on the other side. The man stopped struggling, his eyes lifeless as he queued at the back. Seeing this scene, I almost cried. So, is it true that one dies here and then goes to be reincarnated there? What a sin! The ox-headed and horse-faced being responsible for escorting me was about to join the queue. I saw golden light emanating from my body. Such strong golden light, rich in merit. Looks like I can't let you be reincarnated directly. The horse-faced being also looked at me curiously. Despite guiding so many people, it was the first time seeing such intense merit golden light. Merit light is a good thing for wandering souls. I am currently in the form of a wandering soul, still maintaining the appearance from before death. However, after the deepening of merit, my appearance quickly became youthful, from an old man to looking like a young man of only 20 years old. I couldn't feel the change in my body, leaving the surrounding attendants stunned. A human with such merit will surely receive attention from the king of hell. Success is just around the corner. The ox-headed and horse-faced beings were about to get close to me, then suddenly realized that apart from merit, a highly concentrated incense power is emerging from my body again. The incense power manifested is fine, but it gradually becomes so intense that it's unbearable to look at. Incense power, apart from being continuously worshipped by some celebrities, the most common way to obtain it is through burning paper money given by family members. Since this person just died, they definitely won't be worshipped, so it can only mean that the source of this incense power is the paper money. How much paper money was burned? Anyway, ever since they became ghost messengers, I haven't seen such a strong incense power. The use of incense power in the spirit world is significant. After all, it's directly related to money. It's like attracting a super rich person. Moreover, judging by the current trend, this incense power may only be a small part. I didn't care about all this. At this moment, I was staring blankly into the distance, because in my mind, a voice that only I could hear emerged. System bind at 100%. The strongest spirit world system is activated. Main quest initiated, become a ghost messenger and receive the reward of the ultimate task, the advanced version of the Yin Yang Eyes, Heaven's Eye. Build the affiliated spirit world into the strongest spirit world. Incense space activated. Automatically receive incense power from the mortal realm. Every soul comes with its own incense space, not a gift from the system. In fact, since the day I became sensible, I knew I had a system, but this system has always been showing as bound. I remember the first time I realized the existence of the system, I was 3 years old. Back then the system bind progress was only at 3%. Back then, I didn't pay much attention. After all, I was still young at that time, and the system was slowly growing at a rate of 1% per year. Eventually, I almost forgot about the system's existence. Who would have thought that this system turned out to be the strongest spiritual world system? Emotions, this system can't be used while alive. Moreover, the binding progress is like a countdown to death. The moment it reaches 100% is when one's death arrives. It's quite ridiculous to think that I once fantasized about this system during my lifetime. Fortunately, after my death, my plugin has finally arrived. The system is not giving a prompt. Has my ancestral hall space been opened? I immediately began to check, and sure enough, some items have appeared in the ancestral hall space. The most abundant are money, and there are many other miscellaneous items. However, they are all small objects. There are no houses or cars. Perhaps Ada hasn't started burning big items yet. Seeing this, I completely relaxed. Indeed, things from the mortal world can really be burned here. It's just that the amount of money seems a bit off. Although it has been increasing, why do I only have a few million now? Aren't the denominations of Ming notes quite large? They are often in the billions. How is it handling things? The Ming notes that I can't buy are all in denominations of 100. When I came to my senses, I found that the ox-headed and horse-faced figure was looking at me with a shy expression. Sir, what are you thinking? Your current situation is very special, not suitable for direct reincarnation. I believe our judge would really like to meet you. Upon hearing this, I was overjoyed. I was just thinking about whether to give some benefits to Nyo Tu Ma, so I wouldn't have to reincarnate immediately. I didn't expect them to bring it up themselves. I reached into the incense space and took out a pack of cigarettes. I had just checked the incense space and happened to see it, so it came in handy. After Akai dies, I still have to let him be my steward. I skillfully opened the packaging, took out 2 and handed them to Nyo Tu Ma Mian. Brothers, I'm new here. Please take care of me in the future. Nyo Tu and Ma Mian almost couldn't believe their eyes. They couldn't understand how I, a newcomer, could produce such a scarce item as cigarettes. The 2 of them didn't hesitate and directly took the cigarettes I handed over. The 2 exchanged a glance, rubbed their fingers, and immediately a green ghostly fire lit up. They lit the cigarette, and began to puff out smoke, enjoying it to the fullest. The surrounding ghosts subconsciously swallowed and their gaze focused on the pack of cigarettes in my hand. I saw all of this, feeling somewhat curious. Brothers, are these cigarettes very rare? Nyo Tu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Of course they are rare. You don't know, there are very few people burning cigarettes in the mortal realm, mostly burning paper money. This item is in high demand, even the wealthy in the spirit world can't buy it. I smirked, rare? I just died and Akai had people burn dozens for me. At this moment, Ma Mian also asked, how come you have cigarettes just after you died? And how do you possess so much merit and the power of incense offerings? I don't really understand either. It might be because I did a lot of good deeds before. As for the cigarettes, when you all brought me here, do you know Akai? I asked him to buy a lot of funeral supplies. Just after I died, they started burning over there, and these cigarettes suddenly appeared. I see, no wonder your power of incense offerings is so strong. But honestly, your merit is also too rich. How many good deeds did you do when you were alive? Ma Mian did not doubt my words. Clearly such things are not uncommon in the spirit world. I don't remember either. I didn't personally do them. I just funded a charity organization, donating billions every year to do good deeds. I can't remember how many years I've been donating. Nyo Tu and Ma Mian looked speechless at the sky. Although they no longer live in the human world, they often go to the human world to retrieve souls, so they have some understanding of human wealth. They know what billions mean. Can ghosts really speak like this? I also realized that I might have offended them, so I immediately handed the pack of cigarettes to the 2 of them. Brothers, I don't smoke, so I'll give these cigarettes to you. Nyo Tu and Ma Mian were delighted. This kid is sensible. Ma Mian carefully took the cigarettes. I'll keep these 2 packs of cigarettes, 1 for each of us. I won't embezzle them. I'm still quite confident about your unblemished character. From the conversation between the 2, it is known that Oxhead and Horseface are just general terms. They each have their own names. After dividing the spoils, Liang Wan and Wei Ping looked back at me. Brother, we've accepted the items. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me. With the merit you've gained, you don't need to wait in line here. I'll take you directly to see the judge. If you perform well, you might directly gain the favor of Lord Yen. Perhaps you could even get a good job then. Of course, if you want to reincarnate, naturally there will be benefits for you. I touched my nose. In this life, I am the richest person in the world. What kind of background could be better than mine? In this life, I definitely won't choose to reincarnate. It's time for new pursuits. Brothers, I don't think it's worth staying in the spirit world. Good, generous little brother. From now on, we are colleagues. With your merit, promotion will surely come quickly. I might need you to take care of me in the future. You 2 are too modest. As a newcomer, I definitely need the help of my brothers. The more Liang Wen looks at the ghost master in front of him, the more pleasing he finds him. He is really sensible. We are all brothers, so let's not be polite. We will take you to see Judge Chui right away. At this moment, with the paper money burned by a sigh, it transforms into countless golden rays of merit. My body also changed from an elderly person into a young appearance in their 20s. An Oxhead is planning to introduce me to Judge Chui. As I walked, I began to observe the spiritual realm and some lost souls around me. Most lost souls do not emit any light, a few have a faint golden glow, and some emit a red light. Wei Ping noticed me observing those lost souls and immediately explained. Most of them are ordinary people, those with golden light are virtuous individuals. They possess virtuous power. If these individuals are willing, our spiritual realm is willing to accept them as ghost attendants. Of course, if they are willing to reincarnate, we will help them find a good place. Those emitting red light are wicked and evil individuals. These lost souls are relatively dangerous and prone to becoming evil spirits. Look, the ghost attendants mostly surround them, fearing they might cause trouble. Such lost souls are usually assigned to the purgatory for atonement, and eventually sent to the island of beasts. I listened attentively, feeling fortunate that I haven't done anything wrong in my life. The heavenly cycle is just, who can escape fate? Wei De Gu, if he emits green light. Wei Ping was puzzled, following my gaze. Indeed, I spotted a lost soul with a saintly green glow above their head. Wei Ping fell silent, and after a while, he spoke. If I'm not mistaken, it must be that his wife has scolded him many times, otherwise he wouldn't emit such a green light. After serving for hundreds of years, it's still the first time I've seen a lost soul so green. I was stunned by the greenery in the spirit world. How many green hats have I unknowingly worn? This is truly unsettling. The road to the underworld seems long, but it didn't take too much time to walk through. After all, there's no need to wait in line. Soon, I saw a middle-aged beauty cooking a large pot of soup. Without surprise, this beauty should be Mengpa. Next to Mengpa were several ghost attendants, holding a mirror to reflect on those spirits. Wei Ping began to explain that it was the mirror of past lives, which could quickly reflect the life experiences of the deceased. Zhao Xiaoming had no major sins or great merits, so he was allowed to reincarnate and drink Mengpo's soup. Su Chen committed heinous crimes, taking the lives of 12 people and engaging in illegal activities like rape and human trafficking, leading to a conviction by the judge of the underworld. The group did not linger at the Bridge of Helplessness but continued to move forward. After crossing the Bridge of Helplessness, there was still a distance to Fengdu City. On the road, there were other ghost attendants forcing the wicked to face judgment in Fengdu or escorting those with virtues. Perhaps due to the cigarettes, the Department of Rewarding Virtue, the two were exceptionally polite to me, constantly discussing matters of the spirit world along the way. I gained a lot of useful information from their conversation. The spirit world is divided into 10 palaces, just like the legends say. But it's not like the imagined Qin Guang Wang Palace, Zhujiang Wang Palace. Instead, it's represented by numbers, from the 1st to the 10th palace. The ranking is based on strength, with the strongest being the 11th palace. The weakest is the 10th palace that entered this spiritual realm on its own, quite coincidental. It's indeed the weakest, the 10th palace. What you both mean is that among the 10 palaces, our strength is the weakest. Wei Ping smiled wryly and explained, you can interpret it that way, but the atmosphere and unity in our 10th palace are the best. I, Wen Yan, won't comment. Weak strength is just weak, talk of unity is all empty words. However, Liang Wen spoke again, do you think we're deceiving you? You're wrong, we are truly united. If we were like other places, we may not guarantee first place, but being in the top 5 is no issue. However, there are things our 10th palace disdains doing. I'm a bit puzzled. I don't understand why Liang Wen said that. It sounds like there might be another story behind this. Can you two brothers explain the ins and outs to me? Just now at the Naiha Bridge, you also saw that we recruit ghost messengers who are virtuous individuals. For those guilty individuals, they are strictly dealt with according to the laws. Immediately understood the hidden meaning in those words. Are you suggesting that the other Yama palaces have some tricks when recruiting ghost messengers? Indeed, after becoming spirits, those wicked individuals have a high chance of becoming beneficial or harmful. In terms of combat power alone, those fierce ghosts are stronger than the virtuous ones. We can't compare ourselves to the other halls of hell. If we keep this up, we'll end up at the bottom in terms of strength. So that's how it is. If this gets out, who would still be willing to accumulate virtue and do good deeds? Exactly, that's why our 10th hall doesn't associate with them. In the long run, it's better for the ghost messengers to collect those with merit. Because cultivation also requires the power of merit. The higher the merit, the faster the cultivation. After reaching a higher level, the power of the heavenly tribulation will be lessened. Those fierce ghosts cultivate faster in the early stages, but rarely become powerful ghost messengers. I really do prefer the 10th hall. We feel the same way. Actually, the reason we are placed in the 10th hall is, these are just minor details. The most important thing is that our former King of Hell threw in the towel, resigned, and went on vacation, passing the position of King of Hell to himself. That's the new King of Hell. The current King of Hell is still young and is slightly inferior in strength compared to the other Kings of Hell. I'm quite shocked. The King of Hell can also throw in the towel? The spirit world is indeed different from what I imagined. Brothers, earlier you mentioned cultivation. Could you explain the cultivation system in the spirit world to me? Of course, we can. Even if we don't tell you, you'll soon come into contact with it. Our ghost cultivation can be divided into 9 levels. They are ghost soldiers, ghost captains, great ghost captains, ghost generals, and great ghost generals. There are ghost kings, great ghost kings, ghost emperors, and the King of Hell. You wouldn't understand even if I told you now. Once you become a ghost messenger, you will naturally be given cultivation techniques. I have no objections to this. I am definitely going to become a ghost messenger. As for cultivation techniques, I definitely hope for the highest level. Even if it costs money, I want to buy an advanced cultivation technique. Just thinking about money, I casually checked my funds. From a few million before, it has now risen to 10 million. It's been so long since my death, yet only this much money has been burnt for me. This doesn't make sense. I feel like it's not what I expected. Even if they burned 100 sheets of paper, after all this time, along with dozens of power plants, it shouldn't be just this much money. Brothers, I have a question. Where does the money in our spirit world come from? Liangwen looked at the continuous incense power coming from me to the spirit world, tears of envy flowing from the corners of his mouth. Little brother, I truly admire you. I reckon there are hardly any in the spirit world richer than you. The incense power on you is so enviable. How is this possible? After all this time, it's absurd that only 10 million was sent to me by Otsai. Just after I finished speaking, I felt Wei Ping and Liangwen's gazes change. Their eyes were tinged with green, even a hint of greed flashed through. My dear brother, do you know what this 10 million represents? I decisively shook my head. When I was in the human world, I was already the richest person. Even after donating a lot of money for charity, his previous liquid assets still amounted to over 100 billion. A mere 10 million is nothing. Wei Ping Wu looked up at the sky for a long time before angrily speaking. Let me tell you, my current cultivation level is a ghost general. I earn 100 merit points and 3,000 coins per month. Even if I don't spend a single coin, it would take me nearly 300 years to save up 10 million. Moreover, our monthly salary hasn't been paid for 3 months. A bitter expression appeared on Liangwen's face. Su brother, to be honest, I really feel like robbing you now. I could only force a chuckle. I really didn't expect that the wages in the spirit world would be so low. 3 months without pay, is the spirit world that poor? That shouldn't be the case. In the human world, burning paper money, although the denominations vary, there are still many who do so. I feel like 10 million is not really that much. You know nothing. If what you said were true, and the denominations of the money burned in the mortal realm could be directly exchanged in the spirit world, inflation would have long plagued the spirit world. Let me explain it to you this way. The money in the mortal realm and the money in the underworld are exchanged based on the prices of goods. In other words, if you spend 100 coins in the mortal realm, the beneficiary in the underworld will receive 1,000 coins. It's not a direct exchange based on denominations. As for those material goods, except for small items like cigarettes, they are directly burned over. Items like cars and houses will be directly converted into their monetary value. As you put it, I understand. According to both of you, I already have over 10 million in my possession, indicating that Yang Jian's side, Akai, has burned over 1 million worth of paper money for me. After all, it hasn't been long since my death, so it doesn't seem too slow. Suddenly, Liangwen seemed to have realized something as well. Wow, you already have 10 million now. Are you saying that Yang Jian has burned 1 million worth of paper money for you? I smirked. It's just the beginning. I've set aside 800 billion to buy paper money, which translates to 8 trillion in underworld currency. I only have a little money, but it shouldn't be a problem to become the richest in the spirit world. After learning about the exchange rate in the spirit world, I've started to envision my future. During the following journey, Wei Ping and Liangwen remained silent the whole way. They are truly afraid that I might say something to upset them again. I also managed to stay silent, not because I didn't want to speak, but because I was already pondering how to use the money in my hands. As the world's richest under Yang Jian, my business acumen is naturally not lacking. At this moment, I'm contemplating how to make more money with what I have. After all, who would complain about having too much money? After walking for about half an hour, a vast city came into view. This city is situated at the end of the Yellow Springs Road, with the words Fengdu City prominently displayed at the city gate. There is still a distance to Fengdu City, but I feel a cold wind blowing towards me. Some newly arrived spirits around me couldn't help but shiver. I didn't have much of the same feeling. Before the silver peak got close, a faint golden light emanated from my body. We've arrived at Fengdu City. We'll take you there. The judge will meet you in private. If you perform well, it's very likely that Lord Yen will approach you. I nodded in agreement, intrigued by this so-called judge and Lord Yen. I'm also very interested. The three of us quickly entered Fengdu City. As soon as we entered Fengdu City, I was shocked by the scene before me. Fengdu City was not as gloomy as I had imagined, but rather bustling. There were shops on both sides of the road. Many ghosts were shouting in the shops. Fresh eyeballs for only 20 bucks. Don't miss out as you pass by. Yang Jian's new cigarettes, only 50 bucks a stick. Get them while you can. In the city of Immeasurable, there is a mansion with a 5-ring purpose. One flat costs 16,000. Once you pass this village, there won't be another shop like this. The three of us quickly arrived at a place in front of a particularly grand mansion. The three characters' judge's office at the mansion's entrance were particularly striking. There were two ghost attendants in front of the judge's office. When they saw the three of us arrive, they immediately became alert. Who comes to the judge's office? What business do you have to report to Judge Lord? The person being escorted this time is one with great merit, so they need to see Judge Lord. The faces of the two ghost attendants immediately softened. They curiously glanced at me, realizing that I also possessed great merit. The spiritual realm has been around for quite some time, but I haven't seen such a virtuous person before. I'll inform the judge that you're waiting here. When we arrived here, Wei Ping and Liang Wen were ready to leave. Although they are my guides, they don't have the qualifications to enter the judge's court. They are just ordinary soul stones. Su, my friend, we can only accompany you up to here. We'll be colleagues in the future, and I believe we'll meet again soon. I thought we would enter together, but unexpectedly, I have to go alone. The two brothers are not getting along. Am I going in with you? Without the summons from Judge Chui, we can't enter. Our task for today is complete. It's time to go back and rest. I didn't stop the two of them, but quickly went to Wei Ping's side, took out a piece of jade pendant, and placed it in Wei Ping's arms. Two brothers, you've worked hard this time. Consider this your reward. Wei Ping looked at the jade pendant in his arms in surprise, instinctively covering it with his clothes. This little brother of mine is thoughtful. At market value, this is worth 10,000 yuan, almost equal to 2 months' salary for the two of them. Alright, Su my friend, we'll accept this gift. Feel free to ask if you need any help in the future. Yang Wen was impressed by my generosity, he bowed to me, and I did the same. If there's anything, we'll definitely trouble the two brothers. Safe travels. Shortly after the two left, the ghost attendant returned and asked me to come in. I immediately nodded and followed. The ghost attendant led me to the door and gestured for me to enter on my own. Upon entering the room, I saw a man looking at me. The man was dressed in ink-colored robes, with neatly combed black hair styled in an exquisite white jade hairpin. His handsome face under the light revealed a perfect profile, holding a judge's pen in his slender hand, exuding a scholarly aura. As I observed Chui Huai, he was also sizing up the person in front of him. Chui Huai's cultivation is mysterious. I wonder how much higher it is compared to Wei Ping and Liang Wang. Naturally, he must have seen much more than the two. You, as a newcomer, are quite interesting. Your merit power is even more powerful than some ghost attendants who have practiced for thousands of years, and the power of incense is endless. Quite intriguing. Judge, are you prepared to serve our spirit world? Yes, I have already decided. Before that, I still need to check your past. It's customary, so don't resist. Upon hearing this, I nodded. Seeing Chui Huan take out the mirror of past lives, I felt a twinge of guilt. Although I have done good deeds in my life, I am not without any blemishes. When I accidentally saw the neighbor ant bathing as a child, that shouldn't count as a sin, right? Under the influence of the past mirror, Su Chen's life quickly unfolded. Su Chen also saw the scene of himself peeking at someone bathing. Fortunately, Chui Huai did not pay special attention to it. As Su Chen grew older, Chui Huai's expression became more colorful. He knew why Su Chen had so much merit on him. Every year, Su Chen would donate a large sum of money to charity, and every penny was used for charitable purposes. Because he did not trust some charity organizations and was afraid of financial opacity, Su Chen established his own charity organization. The people inside were the ones Su Chen trusted the most. Therefore, there had been no cases of corruption. Su Chen did not personally engage in charity work, but a large part of his money was used for charitable purposes. Countless primary schools, orphanages, and nursing homes were established with his money. In the event of natural disasters, Su Chen was always generous, donating the most each time. Su Chen only provided the money, but the karma still counted on him. This was also the reason why Su Chen had so much merit. Chui Huai was very satisfied with Su Chen's performance. He was definitely a talent. He was very willing to let Su Chen become one of their 10 ghost officials. By this time, the past mirror had played through Su Chen's old age, and Chui Huai had lost interest, until he saw Su Chen preparing to use half of his assets to buy funeral supplies. After watching Su Chen's life, he knew it was a huge sum. And what was most lacking in the 10th court now? Talent? Of course not. While talent was also lacking, what was most needed was money. As long as there was money, who would worry about not being able to find talent? He somewhat understood how the continuous power of incense on Su Chen's body came about. Originally, Chui Huai planned to let Su Chen become a ghost official after watching his life. But now things were different. Su Chen had what the 10th court needed most, money for incense offerings. This matter had to be brought before the King of Hell. Su Chen's life came to an end, and he looked nervously at Cui Huai. He had reviewed his life, which had its moments of beauty, bitterness, and of course, embarrassment. Some memories of the deceased began to haunt him. He did not know if his life would be considered satisfactory in Cui Huai's eyes. It should be fine, otherwise, he would not have the power of merit on him. At this point, Cui Huai was also watching Su Chen with great interest. Su Chen felt a bit uneasy as he watched Cui Huai. Could this Judge Cui have any special preferences? After a long time, Cui Huai spoke slowly. You are good. Very good. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that there should be no major problem with him becoming a ghost official. Judge Cui, since I'm fine, can I become a ghost official now? Well, it's not impossible, but it depends on your performance. I wonder how I should perform. You'll know soon. I can't decide on this matter now. I'll take you to see the King of Hell. Su Chen wiped away the non-existent cold sweat. See the King of Hell. If he hadn't already died, he would have thought he was being cursed. Su Chen had heard Wei Ping and Liang Wen mention that he might see the King of Hell, but now that the time had come, he felt a bit nervous inside. What was the King of Hell like? Was he as terrifying as the legends say? Would he be easy to get along with? Besides feeling nervous, Su Chen found himself more curious. Cui Huai didn't care what Su Chen was thinking and came directly to his side. Cui Huai's hand was already on Su Chen's shoulder, and Su Chen subconsciously wanted to step back, but with his level of cultivation, how could he possibly evade it? Before Su Chen could speak, he felt the scene in front of him change. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the judgment hall. In front of him was a magnificent palace. The palace is magnificent, awe-inspiring, with the most eye-catching feature being a couplet on the main gate. The upper couplet reads, upholding virtue and merit, both feet stand firmly on the precious ground, while the lower couplet reads, preserving benevolence and goodness, with a sincere heart facing the blue sky. The horizontal inscription reads, the beginning of the separation between humans and ghosts. There are also ghost guards in front of the gate, the black and white impermanents, who strangely appear to be female. Looks like even the King of Hell has a sense of humor. Although Su Chen has not yet cultivated, he can still sense danger from the black and white impermanents. When the black and white impermanence sees Cui Huai, she immediately smiles and greets him. What wind blew Cui here? It's been a long time since you last visited the King of Hell's palace. I have a matter to discuss with the King of Hell. Do you need to inform him? Cui, you can go in directly. The King of Hell said you don't need to inform him whenever you come. Cui Huai doesn't hesitate and leads Su Chen directly into the King of Hell's palace. After entering the palace, Su Chen curiously looks around. Unlike what he imagined, the King of Hell's palace is not heavily guarded but rather eerily quiet. In the vast palace, not even a ghost guard can be seen. It seems that the 10th King of Hell prefers tranquility. Soon, the two arrive in front of a grand hall, where Su Chen finally sees the first person since entering the King of Hell's palace. It is a delicate little girl, with twin ponytails, squatting on the steps of the hall, boredly drawing circles with a dry twig. She mutters something under her breath, seemingly venting her frustrations. When Cui Huai sees the little girl, he stops in his tracks and doesn't approach her, just standing there. He knows the little girl must have noticed them, so if she doesn't call out to him, he'll wait. Su Chen, mesmerized by the little girl, doesn't notice that Cui Huai has stopped. He continues towards the hall and naturally ends up beside the little girl. He finally hears what the little girl is muttering. Dead old man, stinky old man, leaving this mess to me, running off carefree, taking away so much money, shameless. I curse you by drawing circles. Cui Huai notices Su Chen walking ahead but decides not to stop him. In front of this person, why rush? Besides, she doesn't think this person hasn't noticed Su Chen approaching by now. Hearing the little girl's words, Su Chen feels a twinge of pity. He had been single all his life, and as he grew older, he felt lonely at times. So, when bored, he liked to visit orphanages and schools to see children. Seeing the little girl before him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of paternal love. Without much thought, he instinctively reaches out and pats the little girl's head. Child, things will pass, think of good things, and everything will be fine. Cui Huai is dumbfounded. He never expected Su Chen to be so bold. He patted the girl's head? Is he asking for trouble? The little girl is also stunned. She had noticed Su Chen's presence long ago and knew he was brought by Cui Huai, so she didn't think much of it. She is not in the mood to deal with Cui Huai now and decides to ignore him for a while. Even if Su Chen approaches her, she doesn't pay him any attention. What can a newcomer to the underworld who hasn't cultivated do to her? But now, she's been touched on the head. She's the 10th King of Hell. After realizing what happened, the little girl is furious. A strong aura bursts out from her, and before Su Chen can react, he is thrown back by the force. With a loud bang, he hits the wall in the distance. Although Su Chen is in a soul state, he still feels a surge of turmoil in his body and ends up spitting out a mouthful of tomato sauce. At this moment, he understands a lesson. Originally, the state of the soul can also cause bleeding. This is still the case before Xiaolulai really made a move, otherwise Xu Chen would have already been scattered. She hasn't seen Cui Shu for a long time, so there must be a reason for bringing Xu Chen here this time. How dare you? Can my head be touched by you? Xiaolulai's voice was extremely majestic, stern and fierce, with a hint of shyness mixed in the majesty. Except for her dead father, no one else has touched her head like this in so many years. Xu Chen finally got up from the ground, feeling two figures appearing directly beside him. It was the black and white impermanence he had encountered before. The two of them looked at Xu Chen with ill intentions, and directly restrained him from both sides. Then they looked at Xiaolulai. Your Majesty Yan Wang, did this little ghost offend you? Should we send him to the 18th level of hell now? Xu Chen suddenly widened his eyes. In this situation, he naturally understood his current predicament. He should have realized long ago that anyone who could stay in the Yanwang Palace couldn't be an ordinary person. He just liked children and couldn't help himself for a moment. After touching her head, he regretted it. Did he offend some important person? But he never expected that the seemingly teenage Xiaolulai in front of him was actually the lord of the tent hall, Yanwang. He was just being impulsive. Would his good life end before it even began? Qin Xianer held back, but she was still angry. When she heard that the black and white impermanence wanted to send this guy to the 18th level of hell, she was about to agree at that time. Indeed, he needed to be taught a lesson, to let him know not to touch the tiger's bottom. No, not to touch Yan Wang's head. Cui Huai also didn't expect things to develop to this point. He didn't expect Xu Chen to be so bold. Qin Xianer's head, even he as an uncle, hadn't touched it for hundreds of years. Seeing Qin Xianer somewhat interested, he quickly spoke up. If he didn't stop it now, the wealthy man in front of him would be in trouble. Your Majesty, please observe this person carefully. Qin Xianer knew Cui Huai's character. He wouldn't bring a soul to see her without a special reason. With this in mind, Qin Xianer immediately focused her gaze on Xu Chen. Just now, because she was angry, she didn't observe Xu Chen much. Now, looking carefully, this kid was really handsome. Bah! What's the use of being handsome? He's just a guy with a good face and a bad heart. Ha! How come there is such a strong merit power on this guy? And the power of incense. With such a strong power of incense, if she guessed correctly, this guy should be very wealthy, right? Wealthy? Thinking of this, Qin Xianer's eyes lit up. Her eyes turned into gold ingots. She somewhat understood why Cui Shu brought this guy to see her. He knew she needed money, so he sent money to her. Thinking of this, she immediately waved her hand at the black and white impermanence. Black and white, you can go down. It's all a misunderstanding. The black and white impermanence glanced at each other, didn't say anything, released Xu Chen, and went to guard the door. For some reason, it seemed like the King of Hell was very excited today. After the black and white impermanence left, Qin Xianer looked at Xu Chen. She wanted to ask for money from Xu Chen immediately, but felt it wasn't appropriate to ask directly. She looked at Cui Huai. Cui Huai knew he couldn't remain silent any longer, so he quickly brought Xu Chen back. He bowed to Qin Xianer. Minister Cui Huai pays respects to your Majesty Yan Wang. Xu Chen was still a bit scared at this moment, but he also bowed and didn't dare to speak. Uncle Cui, didn't I tell you before? There are no outsiders here, no need for those formalities. What's the matter with this visit? This visit is for this young man by my side. He wants to do something for us. I think this kid is pretty good, so I wanted to introduce him. Qin Xianer had only recently taken up the position of the King of Hell, and this was the first time she had to personally meet a newcomer. Although when her father was in power, he occasionally met a few people, but the last time she met someone seemed to be decades ago. Most of the people she met were virtuous individuals, and the person in front of her was indeed worthy of meeting. Understood, approved, let him be the ghost attendant of my tent hall. Thank you, Lord King of Hell. Su Chen quickly expressed his gratitude, finally becoming a ghost attendant. At this moment, he also remembered the voice of the system. Task completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heavenly Eye Pass. Main task activated. Complete the first soul binding. Reward, 100 merit points, 10 evolution points. After obtaining the Heavenly Eye Pass, Su Chen immediately understood its function. It was a divine ability to view basic information about items and individuals. He immediately looked at the little girl in front of him, the King of Hell. Name, Qin Xianer Realm, early stage of the King of Hell martial arts. Merit, incense value, 1744156, only calculates money, other assets not included. Perhaps due to Su Chen's current low cultivation level, he could only see Qin Xianer's name, realm, and incense value. The incense value was directly linked to money, which was easy to understand. But to be honest, this king of hell seemed a bit poor. Su Chen also looked at his own attributes. Name, Su Chen realm, none martial arts, none merit, 846854 incense value, 142145115 evolution points, 0, can be used to enhance martial arts and cultivation. His attributes had one more evolution point than Qin Xianer, which could be used to enhance cultivation. It seemed to be unique to him. Putting that aside, in just a short while, his incense value had increased significantly, already heading towards 15 million. Kai did not disappoint him. Unfortunately, he had not yet acquired martial arts and had not practiced. While Su Chen was silent, Cui Huai had somehow arrived by Qin Xianer's side. They whispered something to each other. Su Chen didn't know what they were muttering about, but he felt Qin Xianer's eyes were getting brighter. He didn't dare to interrupt. After a while, Qin Xianer looked at Su Chen with shining eyes. Your name is Su Chen, right? I was impulsive just now, did I hurt you? Yes, Lord King of Hell, I am indeed Su Chen. It was my fault for being presumptuous. For some reason, Su Chen felt like he was being stared at by a venomous snake, which made him even more cautious. I have already understood your basic situation. You are a good seedling, and now you are a member of our 10th hall. Since you are under my command, I need to clarify some rules with you. Offending me is no small matter. The death penalty can be pardoned, but the living sin is hard to escape. I will punish you to go to hell for 100 years. Hearing Qin Xianer say this, Su Chen almost cried. Before he could beg for mercy, Cui Huai spoke up. Your Majesty, absolutely not. Su Chen is a talent. 100 years is too long. How about 50 years? Your Majesty misunderstood me. Su Chen's offense against Your Majesty is unforgivable, but can be punished in other ways. Such as? Recently, there have been some conflicts at the border with the 9th hall. The war is intense, and the soldiers have not received their monthly pay for a month. Su Chen had lived for so long, how could he not see that these two were colluding? They were pointing at him. And indeed, Qin Xianer was really poor. Your Majesty, your affairs are my affairs. I happen to have some assets and am willing to use them to atone. Good, excellent. Our 10th hall is currently lacking some military funds. You can contribute 1 million. Cui Huai quickly coughed twice. Oh, how about 5 million as military funds? This way, I will not hold your offense against me accountable. When saying this, Qin Xianer also felt a bit unethical, her excited little face turning red. Although Su Chen had just died, he might be very wealthy in the future, but thinking about it now, it wouldn't be too much. Su Chen didn't know much about the situation in the underworld, but he knew that 5 million was not a small amount. After all, the ghost generals Wei Ping and Liang Wan only had a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. 5 million was really not a small sum. But this was for others. He was a man who would eventually possess 80 trillion. Just 5 million. I'm willing, but is 5 million enough? If it's not enough, I can offer more. Su Chen was not lying. If he could buy Qin Xianer and Cui Huai's favor with money, why not? Money was the last thing he lacked. Qin Xianer and Cui Huai both looked at Su Chen in shock. They knew he was wealthy, but they didn't expect him to be this wealthy. They had underestimated him. Qin Xianer's eyes narrowed into slits. If you're willing to give me 10 million, I won't refuse. I'll even reward you generously. Qin Xianer was not lying. The 10th hall was really short of money now. As the king of the 10th hall, she only had a little over 1 million, so it was clear how poor the other ghost attendants were. With this 10 million, although it couldn't completely solve the problem, it could alleviate the urgent situation. Thank you for the king's reward. Su Chen was just trying to get the king's reward. Alright, let's not talk about the reward for now, just contribute the money first. Su Chen was not afraid of Qin Xianer changing her mind. He directly took out money from the incense space. While taking out the money, he also noticed that, similar to Xia country, the money in the underworld had small denominations, with the largest being only 100 yuan. He took out stacks of 100 yuan bills. Even so, taking out 10 million made his hands feel a bit sore. Why wasn't there mobile payment in this world? It would be so convenient to just swipe and pay. As Su Chen started taking out money, Qin Xianer's expression changed. She stared at the pile of money, tears uncontrollably forming at the corners of her mouth. Cui Huai, who had been a judge for so long, also saw so much cash for the first time. Despite his broad experience, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Su Chen saw their naive reactions and couldn't help but comment, "Come on, it's just a little money, why are you so surprised?" Su Chen's words brought them back to reality. Qin Xianer wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth with her sleeve. What do you know? If you're not in charge, you don't know the cost of firewood, rice, oil, and salt. Do you think being the king of hell is easy? If it were easy, my cheap old man would have handed over this mess to me. Cui Huai looked meaningfully at Su Chen. Young man, do you know how we get money in the underworld? I just entered the underworld. I only know about burning money in the mortal realm. There should be other ways to make money. You're wrong. Due to the rules of heaven and earth, the underworld is different from the mortal realm. All the money in the underworld can only come from burning money in the mortal realm. This rule has never changed over the years. Even the salaries we give to the ghost attendants are from the mortal realm. Su Chen was somewhat incredulous. How is that possible? If what you're saying is true, how do you officials get your money? You wouldn't. Cui Huai smiled, knowing Su Chen had misunderstood. It's not what you think. We don't exploit the ghost attendants. Let me tell you, if someone chooses to be a ghost attendant in the underworld and someone burns money for them, it will automatically enter their incense space. But not everyone is qualified to be a ghost attendant. Many people who just entered the underworld directly reincarnate, and their incense money belongs to the underworld. And those who suffer in the 18 levels of hell also don't qualify for the power of incense money, so that money is confiscated. Listening to Cui Huai's words, Su Chen finally understood. I see. According to what you said, the power of the incense in the underworld should be considerable, so why does it look so bleak? Who knows, these past few days happen to be the Qingning festival in the mortal realm, usually the time when the power of incense is strongest. But this year, for some reason, the underworld has received less than half of the usual incense power. Fortunately, your 1 billion has alleviated the urgent situation, Cui Huai said. Su Chen felt a bit guilty and lowered his head. He knew very well why this was happening. It was because he had bought most of the funeral supplies. I think things will gradually improve in the future, Su Chen said, leaving the rest of the sentence unsaid. Spending his 800 billion wasn't as easy as it seemed, and at this rate, it would take a very long time to burn through it all. Perhaps in the coming years, the underworld's income wouldn't be too high. Qin Xianer, fearing Su Chen might change his mind, directly transferred all the money into her incense space. She then looked at Su Chen with excitement. Alright, I've received the money. You can think about what reward you want now. Su Chen knew the crucial moment had arrived. The reason he had spent so much money was for this moment, wasn't it? What he liked most now were two things: a good place to live and a good cultivation technique. Housing could be solved with money, no need to ask, just buy it yourself. Having money meant being willful. The only thing money couldn't buy was a good cultivation technique. Lord Yen, I would like to request a cultivation technique, Su Chen said, causing Qin Xianer to look at him with newfound respect. A good cultivation technique was indeed the most important thing in the underworld. Cultivation techniques could determine a ghost's upper limit, and Qin Xianer had many top-tier cultivation techniques in her possession, most of which she used to reward the meritorious officials of the underworld. Alright, I happen to have a few good cultivation techniques here. At the very least, they will allow you to cultivate to the level of a great ghost king. These cultivation techniques are extremely rare, so you're not at a loss, Qin Xianer said. Upon hearing that he could cultivate to become a great ghost king, Su Chen didn't seem overly happy. If he was going to cultivate, he wanted to cultivate with the best, and if he was going to win, he wanted to win from the starting line. Cui Huai had been observing Su Chen all along and immediately knew what he was thinking when he saw Su Chen's expression. Su Chen, don't aim too high. Although the underworld is short of money, cultivation techniques are even rarer. The cultivation techniques that can allow you to reach the level of a great ghost king are already very rare. If they were to be sold, they would be at least in the billions. You've already gotten a good deal. When I first entered the underworld, the cultivation techniques I could practice were at most great ghost generals, and you can even exchange cultivation techniques later on, Cui Huai advised. Su Chen knew he had been greedy, but he was still not satisfied. Lord Yen, I still want a better cultivation technique. I can pay for it, Su Chen said. As soon as he mentioned paying, Qin Xianer immediately widened her eyes. I'll sell. I have a cultivation technique here, obtained by chance, called the 9 Nether Yellow Springs technique. If you want it, I'll give it to you, but you can't spread it around, you can only cultivate it yourself, and the price is a bit high. I'm not afraid of a high price, I can totally accept it, but can I pay in installments? I don't have that much cash on hand right now, and how much exactly is it? Qin Xianer's eyes quickly darted around. Su Chen seemed like a wealthy person, so she needed to make a good profit. She immediately held out a finger towards Su Chen. 100 billion? Deal. Qin Xianer's eyes widened. She had only intended to ask for 1 billion, but this guy had directly increased the price by 100 times. Truly ruthless. Qin Xianer forced herself to calm down. She was the lord of the underworld and couldn't act like a country bumpkin. But that was 100 billion, enough for the 10th hall to use for a long time. Good. Deal. Qin Xian'er readily agreed, as if afraid Su Chen would change his mind. She immediately placed her hand on Su Chen's forehead, and Su Chen immediately felt something new in his mind. It was the 9 nether yellow spring technique. The technique was in his hands. How awesome! As for Qin Xian'er, who originally planned to sell this technique to him for how much money, he didn't care at all. Was he lacking those billions of dollars? At the first moment of feeling the technique, Su Chen sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. He couldn't control himself at all. As Su Chen began to cultivate, the surrounding ghostly energy crazily gathered towards him. Qin Xian'er and Cui Huai did not disturb him, both looking at Su Chen in shock. Uncle Cui, was your first cultivation as terrifying as this? Of course not. I've seen your first cultivation, and it seems like this guy is even better. This guy has the potential of a king of the underworld. It looks like we need to nurture him well and not let other temples snatch him away. Su Chen had no idea what Qin Xian'er and Cui Huai were discussing. He was completely immersed in cultivation at the moment. He only felt the ghostly energy in his body increasing little by little, with a drop of water appearing first. Then more drops followed, eventually turning into a pond and slowly transforming into a small river. Su Chen felt that this river was somewhat similar to the yellow spring he had seen before, like a mini version of the yellow spring. At the moment the drops turned into a river, he seemed to encounter a bottleneck, but with the rush of the yellow spring, he easily passed through that bottleneck. Su Chen was unfamiliar with cultivation, as he had just started, so he didn't think much of it. But little did he know that Qin Xian'er and Cui Huai were shocked. A ghost attendant who broke through the realm of ghost soldiers and became a ghost general on their first cultivation. What a terrifying talent for cultivation! After becoming a ghost general, Su Chen immediately withdrew from cultivation. He quickly checked his attributes. Name, Su Chen Realm, Early Ghost General Technique, 9 Nether Yellow Spring Technique Merit, 846854 Incense Value, 5641240 Evolution Points, 0 Ha. He became a Ghost General on his first cultivation. Interesting. After breaking through to become a Ghost General, his body also solidified a lot, no longer afraid of being blown away by a gust of wind. Qin Xian'er did not deceive him, this technique was indeed good. Since he didn't know how others were cultivating, there was no comparison to cause harm. So Su Chen had no idea how terrifying his talent was. Being a bit faster in the early stages didn't seem like a big deal. He stood up and bowed to Qin Xian'er. Thank you, Lord Yan, for granting me this technique. Good. You are really outstanding. With your current abilities, being a ghost attendant is a bit of a waste, but for your own good, start as a ghost attendant. Uncle Cui will arrange your work, and when you get there, someone will assign you tasks. Su Chen had no objections to this. He had planned to become a ghost attendant. After all, he still had tasks to complete. Moreover, as a newcomer, if he were to gain a position right after arriving, it might make others suspicious. He didn't want that to happen. It was better to make a fortune quietly. I understand, Lord Yan, rest assured, I will give you all the money as soon as possible. As long as you know, the sooner, the better. With the 10 million he had given her before, the 10th hall was no longer short of money, but who would complain about having too much money? Besides, she was a money-loving little girl herself. To be honest, I have never cultivated the 9 Nether Yellow Spring technique before. Now it seems very suitable for you, with the added ability to conceal your merit and incense power. This is something I have never heard of before. Su Chen was overjoyed. He knew that his merit and incense power were easily coveted by others. Especially the incense power, it was truly inexhaustible. At first it was easy to say, but if this continues, it will definitely be noticed. Being hidden now has saved a lot of trouble. Uncle Cui, I'm a bit tired. You take him down and get familiar with your business. Okay, I'll take my leave. After leaving the Yanwang Palace, Cui Huai gave Su Chen a meaningful look. Kid, you should consider yourself lucky. Your soul was lured over by our 10th hall. Su Chen was a bit puzzled. What's the difference between being lured by one hall or another? Don't understand? Let me tell you, besides our 10th hall, people from the other halls may target the strong spiritual power on you. Target the spiritual power on me? Let me put it this way, if you are forced to reincarnate or directly extinguished, your spiritual power will belong to the underworld. Su Chen finally realized, it seems to be true. Not everyone can resist such temptations. It seems that being lured by the 10th hall is really lucky. Judge, I want to ask you a question. Have you ever been tempted? Cui Huai smiled bitterly. To say I haven't been tempted would be a lie, but it's just temptation, not action, right? And I don't know why, I feel that having you work for our 10th hall may be more useful than money. Su Chen admired Cui Huai. He did not deny that he had coveted the money on him before. Being able to say it directly, it shows that Cui Huai is an honest person. Qin Xian'er is the same. she can tell that Qin Xianer loves money very much. But even so, she never thought of directly extinguishing herself. Suddenly, there was a strange sense of belonging to the 10th hall. Alright, let's not talk about this. I'll take you to the Soul Arrest Division. From now on, you are a ghost catcher in my 10th hall. Soul Arrest Division? Isn't there only 4 divisions under the Judges Division? I remember there is no Soul Arrest Division? Under my Judges Division, there are only 4 divisions, and each of the 4 divisions has a Soul Arrest Division. You are now the lowest ranking ghost catcher, mainly responsible for arresting souls. But rest assured, with your talent, you should be able to get promoted quickly. As for a raise, you probably won't care about that little salary. Su Chen's lips slightly curled up. This was indeed true, a monthly salary of 3,000, he really didn't care about it. Cui Huai valued Su Chen very much, so he decided to have an acquaintance guide him. He directly took Su Chen to the first division of the Soul Arrest Division under the Reward Division. Being called the first division, their strength in all aspects must be stronger than the other divisions. The head of the first division of the Soul Arrest Division, Zhang Chang, was a serious person who rarely smiled. Originally, he was not willing for Cui Huai to add a new person to their division, even though Cui Huai was his superior. But after seeing Su Chen, he agreed directly. Joking, how is this a new person? A new person can directly reach the level of a ghost general? Plus, since the person was sent by Cui Huai, he must be extraordinary, so it was acceptable for the Soul Arrest Division to accept him. Cui Huai did not stay long, as he had many things to attend to. Especially now that Su Chen had just given Qin Xianer so much money, the 3 months of back pay could be issued. He also needed to arrange for someone to send money to the frontline ghost catchers, otherwise the military morale might be affected. Zhang Chang, I'm leaving him to you. I'll go back now. If nothing unexpected happens, we will make sure to pay off the back pay today. Is that true? Can I deceive you? Alright, then we'll wait for your good news. Perhaps because the back pay was about to be issued, or perhaps because Zhang Chang was curious about this new person Su Chen, he decided to personally guide him, breaking the tradition. Your name is Su Chen, right? Since there's nothing urgent now, I'll take you to get familiar with the Soul Arrest Division. Su Chen naturally did not refuse Zhang Chang's kindness and took out a cigarette from the incense space to hand it over. Zhang Chang is now his immediate superior, and it is necessary to show respect. Director Zhang, please take care of me in the future. Zhang Chang originally thought Su Chen was going to give him something, and furrowed his brows. He didn't like flattery, but when he saw the cigarettes being handed to him, he hesitated to refuse. He didn't have many preferences, but he liked this brand, and he hadn't smoked in a long time because he didn't want to spend money on it. But if he accepted it, it would be like taking advantage of someone's kindness. What if this kid asked him to do something inappropriate? Su Chen noticed Zhang Chang's concern and immediately spoke up. Director, this is just a small token of my appreciation. It's not just for you. When you meet my colleagues later, I will also give them some. Please don't feel obligated. Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Chang's expression softened slightly. This kid knew how to handle things. Ahem, let's not make this a habit. Forget about that, let me introduce you to our Soul Arrest Division. As Zhang Chang spoke, he tossed a bag to Su Chen. Su Chen caught it and opened the bag to find a token, a morning staff, and 2 books inside. The token was from the Soul Arrest Division, representing his identity, with his name written on the back. He didn't know why he already had a token with his name on it as soon as he arrived. It was probably arranged by Zhang Chang. The morning staff should be his weapon for capturing souls. He remembered Wei Ping and Liang when each had a soul hook. What intrigued Su Chen the most were the 2 books. With just a glance, he knew what they were. One was a manual for ordinary ghost catchers, the ghostly cultivation scripture. The other was the Book of Life and Death, but not the one managed by Cui Huai. It was a smaller version that probably contained the names of the people he needed to capture. You should have a cultivation manual now, but these are essential items for becoming a ghost catcher. The ghostly cultivation scripture is a standard practice manual. You can choose to practice it or not. By the way, you can now separate a strand of your soul and merge it with this token, making you an official member of the Soul Arrest Division. Su Chen didn't hesitate and separated a strand of his soul from his body, merging it with the token in front of him. From that moment on, he was a true ghost catcher. Next, I will introduce you to some senior members of the division and tell you about the work that ghost catchers need to do. Su Chen nodded eagerly. This was what he urgently needed to understand now. Let's talk as we walk. As a soul arrest ghost catcher, your main task is to capture souls, but don't underestimate it. Capturing souls is not as simple as you might think. The process is filled with various unknown dangers. The most common are some mutated souls, their strengths vary, and most of them resist going to the underworld. They will resist when you try to capture them, and every year, some ghost catchers die at their hands. Of course, such situations are not common, as mutated souls are only a minority. Hearing this, Su Chen was a bit confused. He was a soul arrester, meaning he did what Wei Ping and Liang Wen did before, being summoned by them. Although he wasn't a mutated soul, the job didn't seem that dangerous to him. Are mutated souls very powerful? Some are very powerful. Some people with strong grudges become ghost generals as soon as they die, posing a danger to ghost catchers at the level of ghost soldiers. I see now. These mutated souls are just one type of danger you may encounter. In fact, the most dangerous are not these souls but ghost catchers from other underworlds. Su Chen was puzzled. The most dangerous were ghost catchers from other underworlds? Why is that? Are they competing for business? That shouldn't be the case. Are ghost catchers from other underworlds very dangerous? In the past, each underworld had its own jurisdiction and did not interfere with each other. But in recent years, things have changed. Due to the war, the number of ghost messengers from all sides has been decreasing. To increase the number of ghost messengers, more souls need to be collected. The area one governs is limited, and over time, there may inevitably be some competition for business. Su Chen felt numb. People were actually competing for business. Is this how the underworld is now? It's completely different from what he imagined. It seems being a ghost messenger is a dangerous job. Just remember to be careful when you go out on your first assignment. I'll have someone guide you when the time comes. Thank you, sir. Let's not talk about that. Come, I'll take you to meet our colleagues from the 1st Division. Led by Zhang Chang, the two quickly arrived at a residence that looked much less grand compared to the judge's court and the palace of the King of Hell. Su Chen suspected that if it rained, this place would probably leak. It seemed that life in the 10th hall was indeed quite austere. Upon entering the room, they found a dozen or so ghost messengers chatting away. Su Chen looked around and saw all kinds of ghost messengers, from those with ox heads and horse faces to the black and white impermanents, and even some who maintained their appearance from the mortal realm like him. Seeing Zhang Chang bring in a stranger, they were all curious. Sir, what brings you here? A rare guest indeed. Are you planning to treat us to a feast? It was a woman who spoke, with a charming appearance but a frighteningly pale face, perhaps due to becoming a ghost messenger. Xiao Chang, don't be sarcastic. Even the landlord has no extra food. I don't have the money to treat you to a meal. I'm here because we have a new member in the 1st Division. With Zhang Chang's words, everyone's gaze fell on Su Chen. The 1st Division doesn't accept just anyone, and even if they do, they select the best from other divisions. The person in front of them looked unfamiliar. Seeing everyone's attention on him, Su Chen wasn't intimidated. He introduced himself directly. Hello, seniors. My name is Su Chen, and I just arrived today. Please take care of me in the future. After speaking, Su Chen took out several packs of cigarettes and handed them to the ghost messengers. Young man, you're quite thoughtful. Not all ghost messengers smoked, but everyone accepted Su Chen's gift. Jokingly, this item was in high demand. Even if they didn't smoke, they could sell them for a good price. Xiao Chang walked up to Su Chen and patted his shoulder. Kid, sister likes you. Follow sister from now on. Zhang Chang was speechless seeing Xiao Qing's behavior. She was his ace, but her temper was hard to compliment. Alright, Xiao Chang, don't scare the kid. Su Chen is in your hands now. Take him to the dormitory to rest later. Tomorrow when he goes out on his first assignment, you guide him since his jurisdiction is closest to yours. No problem, leave it to me. I'll make sure the task is completed. Alright, get to know each other. Behave yourselves. Cui Pan just said that we might receive our monthly salary today, so don't rush back to rest. Monthly salary? Really? That's great. If we don't get paid soon, I won't even afford to eat. After saying this, Zhang Chang left. Although he was familiar with these ghost messengers, there was still a hierarchical relationship, and he couldn't completely relax around them. Before leaving, he glanced at Su Chen once more. Does this guy have so many cigarettes? Should he? Ugh, it's so annoying. He just said not to make it a habit, but now he's considering it again. Suddenly, he felt a bit ashamed of himself. How could he, the leader of the 1st Division under the Tang Tang Rewarding Goodness Court, bow down for a cigarette? Zhang Chang left, and everyone's expressions relaxed. Not everyone was like Xiao Qing, who could casually tease their boss. Xiao Qing was outgoing, drooling as she looked at Su Chen. Wow, it's been a long time since I met such a handsome ghost servant. How about you follow me, and I'll take care of you? Su Chen instantly broke into a cold sweat. Are all the ghost servants in the underworld so open-minded? Xing Jie, don't scare the kid. Also, wipe your drool, it's almost dripping to the ground. Exactly, you said yesterday that you would support me, but now you have a new love and forgot your old love." Xiao Qing was speechless. These people didn't give her any face, dismantling her in front of newcomers. Fortunately, she was used to this kind of life and didn't feel embarrassed. "Alright, Xiaoli, sister will treat everyone equally. Children make choices, and I want them all." Xiao Qing's words made all the ghost servants present laugh. Su Chen realized that Xiao Qing was just joking. He quite liked this atmosphere. "Okay, let's all introduce ourselves briefly. Hello, Brother Su, I'm Zhang Li, a mid-level ghost general. I'm Pei Tian, a mid-level ghost general." After the introductions, Su Chen had a better understanding of these ghost servants. He had the lowest cultivation level among them. Xiao Qing had the highest cultivation level, already reaching the late stage of a ghost general. She could break through to become a great ghost general at any time. Just as Su Chen was thinking about how to deepen his relationship with everyone, the door opened again. Before the person entered, a familiar voice was heard. "Brothers, we're back. Do you know? Today we hooked a soul of a noble person, sent it to the judge, and got a lot of benefits, including scarce items like cigarettes. We thought of you guys and decided to share with you." Su Chen turned around and quickly saw two familiar faces. Wasn't it Wei Ping and Liang Wan, who had just separated not long ago? The two were also from the first detainment department. "Su, what are you doing here?" Su Chen now understood that Wei Ping and Liang Wan were also from the first detainment department. "Brothers, I didn't expect to meet so soon. I'm here to report. From now on, we are colleagues." Wei Ping and Liang Wan looked at Su Chen with surprise. Entering the first detainment department required reaching the level of a ghost general. Su Chen had just been hooked, and he hadn't practiced before. How did he become a ghost general so quickly? Xiao Cheng looked at Wei Ping and Liang Wan. "Do you know each other?" "Yes, we do. This is the noble person we hooked today." Everyone gasped. Although they knew Su Chen was a newcomer, they didn't expect him to become a ghost general on his first day in the underworld. What kind of genius was he? Suddenly, they understood why Su Chen was assigned to the first detainment department. "Younger brother, how did you cultivate so quickly?" "Seniors, please don't ask me this question. I'm new here and don't know much about cultivation. Maybe my talent is better." The people present couldn't help but roll their eyes. This was more than just talent. Even Xiao Chang, with the best talent, took almost 10 years to go from a ghost soldier to a ghost general. Comparisons were odious. Let's change the topic. I suspect this guy is from Versailles, and I have evidence. Since everyone is here, let's talk about today's gains. I hooked 5 souls today, just barely, nothing unexpected happened. I only hooked 3 people today, but one of them is a virtuous person who has agreed to become a ghost servant in our underworld. I hooked a person today, but I was unlucky. I encountered a little ghost from the 8th palace who wanted to compete with me for the person. I gave him a beating, but his cultivation is not much lower than mine, so I couldn't keep him and he ran away. Everyone was discussing today's work, and Su Chen was listening with great interest. He liked new things. While Wei Ping and Liang Wen were talking, they gave cigarettes to a few smokers. They didn't give any to those who didn't smoke. That would be a waste. After the few who received cigarettes finished reporting their work, they went outside to smoke. They didn't smoke inside because Xiao Qing doesn't smoke and doesn't like the smell of cigarettes. Su Chen doesn't smoke, so he stayed inside. When Wei Ping and the others returned, they all had a satisfied expression on their faces. "Look at you guys, Sir Jun said we might get our monthly pay today. Should we wait here or go back to rest first?" "Let's go back to rest first. Even if we get our pay, it won't be given to us immediately. It's boring to wait." "That's true. It's a good opportunity to show Su around our collective dormitory and give him a bed." Right, Su buddy, let's go, I'll take you to the dormitory." Su Chen had no objections. He knew there were houses for sale in Fengdu City, but he didn't want to buy one now. He planned to buy the best one, preferably in the city center, but he might not have enough money at the moment. He had to wait for Asai to continue spending money on him, and he still owed a large sum of money to Qin Xianer. It felt strange not to pay back the money first, so staying in the employee dormitory for a while was not a problem. He had experienced hard times before. Not everyone wanted to rest, some wanted to wait for their monthly pay. In the end, Wei Ping, Liang Wan, and Xiao Cheng took Su Chen to the dormitory. The dormitory was not very close, and as they walked, Su Chen felt something was wrong. At first, there were houses around them. Although they were getting more and more dilapidated, they were still acceptable. After walking for a while, they found themselves surrounded by a cemetery. Although Su Chen was already a dead person and had become a ghost catcher, seeing this scene still sent chills down his spine. Who could tell him what was going on? When he entered Fengdu City, he didn't remember seeing this cemetery. Just as Su Chen was about to ask Wei Ping what was going on, he suddenly noticed a coffin in the distance opening. Abai Wu Chang walked out of it, stretched, and greeted Xiao Chang and the others. Sister Ching, off work? Xiao Chang clearly knew this by Wu Chang and nodded to him. Su Chen could now be sure that this cemetery was not the employee dormitory they were talking about, right? If so, that would be too scary. On second thought, since everyone here was already dead, living in a cemetery didn't seem to be a problem at all. It should be like this. Just as he thought, Xiao Chang spoke up directly. Little brother, this is our dormitory. These graves are still unoccupied. You can choose whichever one you like. We also live nearby, so you can have some company here. Wei Ping noticed Su Chen's discomfort. Su buddy, I know you just arrived and might not be used to it yet. Stay for a few days. Although this place is a bit remote, at least you don't have to spend money. Just make do with it. We ghost catchers work hard in this direction in our lifetime to be able to buy a house in the city, even if it's in the most remote place. Su Chen looked up at the sky in silence. He understood the reasoning, but he really didn't want to stay here. Sleeping here would give him nightmares at night. Su Chen resisted in his heart, but in the end, he decided to make do for one night. He had just arrived, and it wouldn't be right to spend a large sum of money to buy a good house here right away. After entering the underworld, the money on his body has been increasing all along. Asai has been diligently completing the tasks assigned to him in the mortal world. He wonders how much money he will have on him after he wakes up from a nap. At this moment, Xiao Qing also thinks that Su Chen has just come down and must be feeling uncomfortable. Stinky little brother, I know what you're thinking, but rest assured, although this place is remote, it is still within the Fengdu city. The ghostly aura in Fengdu city is incomparable to the outside. Being able to have a grave here is already very good. Of course, it can't compare to within the Third Ring Road. Su Chen bitterly smiles. He had noticed this a long time ago. After being able to cultivate, he could feel the presence of ghostly aura. The further he walked out, the lower the concentration of ghostly aura in Fengdu city. Sister Ching, I understand, I'll choose this tomb. Su Chen didn't think much and randomly pointed to a grave. Since they were all dead, why bother with so many formalities? It's just right to experience what it's like to live in a grave. Seeing the grave Su Chen pointed to, Xiao Qing's face turned slightly red. Stinky little brother, I knew you were interested in me. You want to be neighbors with me, don't you? Su Chen is puzzled. What in the world? He just randomly pointed, never thought of being neighbors with Xiao Chang. So Sister Ching lives here. If you don't want to, I'll choose another place? You dare. Su Chen is speechless. Everything he does is wrong. Forget it, whatever. Let it be destroyed. I'm tired. He doesn't plan to stay here for too long. Being neighbors with Xiao Qing is just being neighbors. Sister Qing, two brothers, I'm a bit tired and want to rest for a while. I have to go out to work early tomorrow morning. I need to keep my energy up. That won't do. Although you are a ghost messenger now and have a reduced need for food, you still need to eat something. Su Chen suddenly remembered that he had been in the underworld for almost half a day and hadn't eaten anything. With Wei Ping's reminder, he indeed felt a bit hungry. He wondered what the food in the underworld was like. Brother Wei, I seem to be a bit hungry. I just arrived and don't know what's good to eat. How about you choose a place, and I'll treat you? Wei Ping quickly waved his hand. Su, you're being too polite. Your money didn't come out of thin air. You can't waste it like this. I happen to have some food there. Just make do with it. Wei Ping had seen the power of incense on Su Chen's body and knew this guy was rich, but even if he was rich, he couldn't waste it. Moreover, due to the practice of martial arts, the power of incense on Su Chen's body had been hidden. Wei Ping didn't doubt this. After all, it wasn't possible to burn paper money all the time in the mortal world. Before Su Chen could stop him, Wei Ping turned and walked towards his grave. He came out shortly after, holding two blackish lump-like items in his hand. Here, these are yin chi pills. Although the taste isn't great, they definitely suppress hunger. Brother Wei, do people in the underworld all eat this? Not exactly. There are also foods similar to those in the mortal world, but they are more expensive, not something we can afford. People like me can only eat them once every 10 years. Su Chen took the yin chi pill and already had an idea in mind. Recently, he would pick a time to treat everyone to a good meal, which shouldn't cost much. He put a yin chi pill in his mouth. The taste wasn't good, but it wasn't hard to swallow either. It felt like eating grass, but the effect was quite good. Just after eating it, he felt full in his stomach. Burp. This thing really suppresses hunger. Of course, eating one a day ensures you won't be hungry all day. The best part is that they're not expensive, 10 yuan each. Thanks, Brother Wei. I'll repay you next time. No need to repay. These two pills cost less than a cigarette. Su Chen didn't dwell on this issue any further. 3. I'm really tired. I'm going to rest first. Xiao Qing raised her lips. Little brother, do you want to come with me? Su Chen fled in confusion. After entering the tomb, he found that it was different from what he had imagined. Although not large, it was not as small as he had imagined. The space inside was about 5 or 6 square meters, spacious enough for sleeping. There was no sense of stuffiness in the tomb, but the only downside was that it was too dark. Su Chen didn't like this feeling very much. But now was not the time to dwell on this. Su Chen was really tired and went straight to rest. He soon fell asleep. It turned out that even ghosts needed rest. Outside the tomb, Xiao Chang and the others were also planning to rest for a while, but they were informed that they could now collect their overdue monthly salary. The group of them were overjoyed and eagerly went to collect the money. After 3 months, they could finally get paid, nearly 10,000 yuan. Su Chen didn't know how long he had slept, but he was awakened from his deep sleep. Even though the tomb had good noise reduction capabilities, he felt the noise getting louder. What's going on? Can't ghosts even sleep? After lying in bed for a while, he realized that the noise wasn't dissipating, so he decided to go out and take a look. Walking out of the tomb, he saw the blood moon hanging high, indicating that he hadn't slept for too long. The first thing he saw was Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang was indeed his neighbor. At this moment, she was standing in front of the tomb next to his, listening to the heavy metal music coming from a distance, swaying to the rhythm. The source of the noise was not far away, where many ghost attendants were dancing to the music. Xiao Chang also saw Su Chen and nodded at him. Su Chen was a little surprised. Earlier, he had seen Xiao Chang looking very pale, but now she looked different, with rosy cheeks, looking no different from an ordinary person. Xingjia, your face? Xiao Chang touched her face and quickly understood why Su Chen had asked. It's nothing, this is my original appearance. Isn't this being a ghost? This appearance lacks intimidation, so I thought of making my face a little paler. Now this is my natural look, how is it? Do I look good? Su Chen instinctively nodded. Xiao Chang was already very beautiful, and her current appearance indeed looked better than before. Seeing Su Chen's reaction, Xiao Chang smiled. He really is a little brother. After Su Chen realized this, he blushed and quickly changed the subject. Xingjia, what's going on here? Isn't it the payday? Everyone is happy, let's enjoy it together. After listening for a while, Su Chen could already tell that the ghost attendants were playing rock music from the human world, and surprisingly, it sounded quite similar. However, one thing he was curious about was where these instruments came from. When in doubt, ask. Jia, where did these instruments come from? Were they burned here? What are you thinking? The lead singer of this band liked rock music when he was alive and didn't want to give it up even after death. After becoming a ghost attendant, he found a few like-minded people and formed a band. As for the instruments, they were made from materials available in the underworld. Su Chen finally understood. He had thought they were burned here. If they were really burned here, there might have been some surprises in the things Akai burned for him. What a pity! To be honest, the ghost attendants in the underworld were quite skilled to be able to make instruments. As for the ghost attendants dancing around the band, they were all dancing wildly. It was fine at first, but looking around at the environment, it was all tombstones. A real large-scale tombstone disco scene. The shadow chicken has a chicken coop. The clouds are rising in my pot, walking and celebrating. The clouds are cool and the nest is tied. The monk gives the stick. Love the chicken medicine. Oh, there are 8. Oh, it's set to follow, being black and flowing. Who is living in the shade? Oh, there are 8. Oh, it's set to be with you. Restless music kept playing in the ears, making people unable to resist joining in. Xiao Qing is one of them. Little brother, do you want to go have some fun together? Su Chen quickly waved his hand to refuse. His main focus now is to rest. He has to go out on a sun shift tomorrow. This is his first time going out on a sun shift. He can't let this delay the important matters. Speaking of which, the lead singer of this band is pretty good, and it's in Cantonese. Xiao Cheng didn't force Su Chen to go over. Her mood is very good now. The long overdue monthly salary has been paid, and a handsome guy who looks very pleasing to the eye has come to the first department. It's time to celebrate. Watching Xiao Cheng leave, Su Chen shook his head. It seems that the underworld is not as boring as imagined. Back in his tomb, Su Chen didn't rest immediately. Instead, he took out the item he got from Zhang Chang. What he cares most about is that basic cultivation technique. Although he already has the top-tier 9 Nether Yellow Spring technique, he still needs to practice the underworld scripture. Otherwise, if others know how powerful his technique is, what if someone tries to steal it? It's better to keep a low profile. Practicing the underworld scripture is not difficult. Su Chen quickly completed a week of cultivation. The amount of ghost energy absorbed is very small, incomparable to the 9 Nether Yellow Spring technique. After finishing the practice, Su Chen finally prepared to rest. In the noisy music, he didn't know how long it took him to fall asleep. He only knew that he slept restlessly that night, constantly dreaming. The next morning, Su Chen woke up early. He didn't sleep well at night, but because he was excited, he woke up early. After opening the tomb, he realized that the sky was slightly bright. Su Chen thought he had woken up early, but he found that the people in the surrounding tombs had woken up even earlier. They were all sitting cross-legged next to the tomb, probably practicing. After experiencing the tomb disco last night and seeing such a strange scene, Su Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. It seems that it will take some time to adapt to this situation. Among this army of cultivators, he saw many familiar faces, including several colleagues from the detention department. Xiaoqing was also there, and when she saw Su Chen coming out, she warmly greeted him. "Little brother, are you awake? I wanted to call you, but considering you just arrived in the underworld, I thought I'd let you sleep in." "Sister Qing, what's going on? Why is everyone practicing?" "Because at this time every day, the ghost energy in the underworld is the strongest, so everyone wants to take this opportunity to practice well." Su Chen felt it and indeed found that the ghost energy in the morning was denser than at night. "You should also take this opportunity to practice, and when I finish, I'll take you out on a sun shift." Su Chen nodded and sat down cross-legged. He didn't start practicing immediately, but checked his balance first. It had been one night, and he didn't know how much money Akai had burned for him. Not looking, not knowing, but looking was shocking. The money Su Chen now has on him has reached an astonishing 13 billion. Although this is just a drop in the bucket compared to the 8 trillion, receiving so much in one night already surprised him greatly. But on second thought, it's not that much. At this rate, all his money will be burned in a dozen years. Time seems to be dragging on. It's inevitable, he's not really short of money. If he suddenly had so much money, he really wouldn't know how to spend it. Now that he has some money, he needs to prioritize the matter of the house. Who knows how long it will take for a concert to be held here, he still cares about his sleep quality. And after finishing the sun shift, he has to go find Qin Shenner. He still owes her so much money, so he should pay her back some first. This little girl looks like she's still short of money. Taking another look, he found that there seemed to be more items like cigarettes than before. Let's leave it for now. When the quantity increases, we can consider opening a shop in Fengdu City. He is quite confident in his business talent. With his means, he can also thrive in the underworld. He took out a Rolex watch from the items and put it on his wrist. This thing will come in handy when the sun shifts. After all, it's time to hook souls, can't delay the hour. After tidying up, Su Chen started to cultivate. He cultivated the nether scripture, directly practicing the 9 Hades yellow spring technique in front of everyone, attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives, which is not a good thing. One must not be without a guard against ghosts. After cultivating for a week, Su Chen felt it. The ghost energy in his body increased a bit, much more than when he practiced last night. Of course, it can't be compared to the ghost energy at the Yanwang Palace. It's still a good idea to consider buying a house in the city center. After a while, Xiaoqing stood up, stretching in a charming way. "Stinky little brother, it's almost time, we should be ready to leave soon." Su Chen immediately stood up from the ground. He was already a bit impatient. They left Fengdu City together, and along the way, they could see many ghost attendants preparing to go out for the sun shift. "Sister Qing, is it the same time for everyone to go out and hook souls?" "More or less. We are currently on the day shift, changing shifts once a month. After all, not all people in the mortal realm die during the day." Su Chen nodded. "Right, if we work around the clock, even ghosts wouldn't be able to handle it. The Lord also takes care of you. Your soul hooking area is close to the area I manage, so it's convenient for me to take you there." Seeing Xiaoqing's joyful expression, Su Chen felt like he was walking into a trap. "Then please take care of me in the future, Sister Qing." Xiaoqing smiled and took out 2 items wrapped in fireworks and handed them to Su Chen. "Sister will take good care of you. This is a distress signal. If you encounter something you can't handle on your own, or if other attendants try to steal your business, release it directly. The attendants from the nearby 10 palaces will come to help you as soon as they see it." Su Chen put away the 2 distress signals. These are life-saving items. As they chatted while walking, they soon arrived at the Ghost Gate. This is the only passage between the Yin and Yang worlds. Xiaoqing and Su Chen entered the Ghost Gate directly. When the 2 reappeared, they were already in the mortal realm. It was early morning in the mortal realm, and the sun had already risen. Su Chen felt the slightly hot sunlight and didn't feel any discomfort. Xiaoqing smiled. "You don't think we ghost attendants are afraid of sunlight, do you?" Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed, subconsciously thinking that ghosts are dark creatures and wouldn't like sunlight. We are cultivators after all, how could we be afraid of sunlight? If that were the case, how could we go out for the sun shift? Don't be misled by some mortal views. Understood. Speaking of cultivators, Su Chen suddenly had a question that had been bothering him for a long time. He took this opportunity to ask. Sister Qing, I have a question. Besides our underworld, are there cultivators in other places? Xiao Cheng immediately understood Su Chen's meaning, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly spoke. I know what you mean. You want to ask if there is a heavenly court, or if there are immortals. There should be. I have heard some predecessors from the underworld talk about the heavenly court, but for unknown reasons, the heavenly court does not appear. It has been at least thousands of years. As for the reason, I do not know. Su Chen was just curious. Knowing that there are immortals is enough. As for the reason why the heavenly court does not appear, it is not something his small ghost messenger needs to worry about. What about the mortal realm? Are there cultivators? I know about this, yes, but the spiritual energy in the human world is now too scarce, so cultivation is very difficult. I once hooked a cultivator's soul. He was a Taoist who lived for over 200 years. Su Chen was surprised. He didn't expect there were actually cultivators in the mortal realm. He thought living to 100 years old was impressive enough, but he never imagined there were old monsters who could live over 200 years. In the future, you may also encounter such cultivators. Be careful, because due to being cultivators, they are like mutated lost souls. They may have their own cultivation, so it could be troublesome to hook their souls. I understand. I will be careful if I encounter such a situation in the future. Well, enough of that. It's time to work. I will teach you how to hook souls. First, take out the Book of Life and Death. Su Chen's jurisdiction was not large, but it was not small either. This was a county called Huaxian, with 10 towns below it and a population of tens of thousands. Following Xiaoqing's instructions, he took out the Book of Life and Death and opened it directly. He didn't need Xiaoqing to explain. He already knew the purpose of the Book of Life and Death. On the first page of the book, there were 5 names, and next to their names, there was a countdown. This should be the time of death for these people. The person closest to death was someone named Su Ming, with less than an hour of life left. 3 others had about 2 hours left, and one was in the afternoon. In addition, Su Chen noticed something different. The names of these people were emitting different lights. Of the 5 people listed, 4 were white and 1 was golden. You can see that our Book of Life and Death is different from the judges. It only shows information about those close to death. The different colors represent different meanings. You should have a general idea. White represents mediocrity, gold represents a person with merit, and red represents a person of great evil. Be cautious when encountering gold or red, and if necessary, you can call on nearby ghost messengers who are not on a task, as these lost souls are the ones the other halls like to snatch. Su Chen understood why Wei Ping and Liang Wen, the 2 ghost messengers who came to guide him, were chosen. He was a person with merit, and they were probably afraid of others trying to snatch him, so they acted together. Glancing at the name on his Book of Life and Death emitting a golden light, with a remaining life countdown of 10 hours, Xiaoqing also came over to take a look. I didn't expect you to encounter a person with merit on your first day of the task. Let him join the 10th hall. Maybe you can get more ghost messengers. It's still early. How about you, Qing Jie? Xiaoqing was also taking Su Chen along as she had her own task. I'm fine here, only 2 people today, and both in the afternoon, so it doesn't conflict with your side. The only trouble is that your person with merit and my second person have a slight time conflict, only 5 minutes apart. If we act together, we might run out of time. It's okay, we can split up. Anyway, there are 4 practice targets ahead. It seems we have no choice, but we still need to be careful. After all, this is a person with merit. I'm afraid the ghost messengers from the other halls will have their eyes on him. Let's see if there are any idle ghost messengers around. Maybe they can accompany you. Okay, let's go. I'll take you to find this Su Ming. Just click on his name. Su Chen did not doubt that there was someone else, and he pointed his hand at Su Ming's name. Welcome to use the Guishi navigation. The destination has been confirmed. The total distance is 3.5 kilometers. It will take about 5 minutes. Get ready to depart. Continue straight for 1.8 kilometers and then turn right. Oh, does this Book of Life and Death come with a navigation function? Su Chen was curious before. Although he knew this guy's name and time of death, he didn't really understand how to find this guy. Now he understands, so it can be done like this. But what does continue straight mean? There is a residential house in front of him. Is he supposed to crash into it directly? Xiao Cheng smiled slightly. She had no task now, so she decided to accompany Su Chen. Let's go, although there is still enough time. After all, it is your first time going to the Yang realm, so be cautious. How do we go? Just follow the navigation. With our skills as ghost officers, we can still be very fast. Su Chen looked speechless at the sky. Was that what he asked? Xiao Cheng didn't care. She just took Su Chen and started off. Watching the wall getting closer and closer, Su Chen instinctively closed his eyes, but the expected impact did not come. When he opened his eyes, he found that he had already passed through the residential house. He forgot that he was a ghost now. He could pass through walls. Xiao Cheng looked at Su Chen with some confusion. Why did you close your eyes just now? Are you trying to make me kiss you? Little brother, if you want me to kiss you, just say it, I won't refuse. Su Chen would never admit that he thought he would hit the wall, that would be too embarrassing. But compared to that, he was more afraid that Xiao Cheng would really harm him. Sis Ching, stop joking, it's windy, I got sand in my eyes. Xiao Cheng looked around in confusion. There was no wind today, and even if there was wind, how could the wind and sand from the Yang realm blind the eyes of them as ghost officers? Oh well, maybe he was just too excited for his first time in the Yang realm. Seeing that Xiao Cheng didn't ask further, Su Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. He needed to familiarize himself with his duties as soon as possible. Turn right ahead, then left after 100 meters. Following the guidance of the Guishi navigation, the two soon arrived in front of a house. You have reached the vicinity of the destination, this navigation ends here. Su Chen knew they had arrived, he could feel the lifelessness from the house in front of him. He and Xiao Cheng passed through the wall and quickly found a skinny old man with a pale face and lifeless eyes. It was clear that he was near the end. Beside him, there was an old woman silently wiping tears. She should be Su Ming's wife. There were also two middle-aged men, probably Su Ming's sons. The atmosphere in the room was heavy, no one spoke. Su Chen didn't like this feeling, but he couldn't do anything about it. Now he was a ghost officer of the underworld, and he would probably encounter such things frequently in the future. He needed to adapt sooner rather than later. As time passed by, the time of Su Ming's death was getting closer. Su Ming's originally pale face suddenly turned rosy, and he sat up abruptly. The old woman was startled, seeing Su Ming sit up. She immediately stopped crying. Old man, you're awake, that's great. Su Ming knew his physical condition, he was probably experiencing a temporary recovery. Old lady, I should be experiencing a temporary recovery. Don't speak for now, I don't have much time, let me finish. I have been mediocre all my life, the best thing I did was marrying you. I am grateful that I will leave before you, otherwise, I don't know how sad I would be. Eldest, second son, I don't have much property left, it's all for you too. I don't ask for anything else, just take good care of your mother. Otherwise, if I end up below, even as a ghost, I won't let you two off. The old woman's tears just stopped, fell again. Old man, don't say that. I believe it won't be long before I come to find you. Nonsense, you still have many years to live. Su Ming's two sons were also kneeling in front of him at this moment. Dad, rest assured, we will take good care of Mom. Hearing his two sons' words, Su Ming finally let go of his worries. It's time to go, continuing like this will only burden this family. Su Chen had been watching from the side all along, and when the time came, he pointed the morning stick in his hand at Su Ming's head, and Su Ming's soul immediately floated out, and Su Ming's body immediately lost its breath. Feeling Su Ming's lifeless body, the old woman and Su Ming's two sons immediately started crying. After completing the soul retrieval, Su Chen immediately heard a voice in his mind. Task completed, congratulations to the host for gaining 100 merit points and 10 evolution points. Soul retrieval successful, gaining 1 evolution point. Main task activated, complete a merit soul retrieval. Reward, 100 merit points, 10 evolution points. Task completed. Nice, when there's free time, I'll figure out how to use these evolution points. And this system is really considerate, isn't the new task to give oneself merit and evolution points? The task can be completed in the afternoon, let's first resolve the current situation. Su Ming's soul was still a bit confused, realizing that when a person dies, they really become a soul. Su Ming, it's time, come with us. Su Ming then saw Su Chen and Xiao Qing beside him, although he didn't know who they were, he could feel a strong pressure from them. Are you two here to guide me? Yes, come with us. Are we going to the underworld now, two lords of the underworld? No, there are still people to guide, we will leave after everyone is guided. Hearing Su Chen's words, Su Ming's eyes lit up. Lords of the underworld, can you make an exception? I won't run around, just let me stay here with my family a little longer, and when you're done, come directly to get me. This time Su Chen didn't speak, and Xiao Qing spoke up. No, since you have already died, don't cling to earthly emotions, staying here will only bring more troubles, come with us, take one last look at the human world. Su Ming sighed, he had always felt a deep sense of oppression from Su Chen and Xiao Qing. The request just now was made with a stiff upper lip, and being rejected, he dared not say more. Su Chen opened the Book of Life and Death and found that the next person's time of death was still half an hour away, so he immediately opened the navigation to the west and prepared to set off. And so, in over 2 hours, 4 more souls followed them. Except for the last soul with merit, all the other souls had been guided. There was still plenty of time before guiding the last soul, about 3 to 4 hours, and both Xiao Qing and Su Chen had nothing to do now. Sister Qing, it seems like our work isn't very busy right now. You can't say that. it's just the off-season now. If it's the peak season, one person simply can't handle it all, often working overtime. Is there such a thing as an off-season and peak season? Of course, just like in winter, when it's colder, there are relatively more deaths. If there's an epidemic or a new virus, it gets even busier. I see, I understand. By the way, Sister Ching, since we still have so much time, do we need to do something? How about we go watch a movie? Su Chen widened his eyes. Can ghosts watch movies during the day? Anyway, there's nothing to do, might as well take you to see a movie. I heard there's a very famous horror movie out recently, with box office earnings reaching 4 billion. I haven't had time to watch it, so let's go today. Alright, might as well do something while we're free. After the two made up their minds, they headed straight to the nearest movie theater. The four lost souls who had been bewitched glanced at each other and could only follow along. They had no choice, as one of the four had been resisting fiercely after death and was hit by Su Chen, still feeling dazed. The group quickly found a movie theater and went straight in. As the movie started, Su Chen and the others began watching together. They watched from the back of the theater. Although there were plenty of empty seats, they couldn't sit down and the view was better from the back. It was a ghost movie, and Su Chen felt the special effects were well done. Indeed, to achieve such box office success required some real skills. Suddenly, a terrifying ghostly face appeared on the big screen, causing many girls in the theater to scream. To Su Chen's disbelief, Xiao Qing beside him also shouted loudly. His ears were ringing, and Xiao Qing even grabbed his arm. "Was scared me." Su Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Come on, the ghosts in the movie are fake, you're the real scaredy cat." Fake ghosts scaring real ghosts, how absurd. Most of the audience in the theater were couples watching the movie together. Those who understand, know why they bring their girlfriends to watch horror movies. Many girls were leaning on their boyfriends. Of course, there were also many timid boys seeking comfort in their boyfriends' arms. Su Chen was speechless. Damn, even watching a movie can be so lovey-dovey, it's ridiculous. Fortunately, they were all ghost messengers now, so even if Xiao Qing screamed, ordinary people couldn't hear it, otherwise a few might be scared to death. The movie continued, with more and more thrilling scenes appearing. Xiao Qing kept screaming in fear. Su Chen's arm was even pinched purple. It's unclear whether it was Su Chen, Xiao Qing, and the four lost souls being too close together, but the surrounding gloominess seemed to intensify. A young couple sitting in the last row shivered at the same time. "Darling, this movie is so scary. Why do I feel the surroundings are so eerie? Do you feel that too? I suddenly feel so cold. There's nothing dirty here, right? Impossible, don't scare me. I don't care, you have to stay with me today, don't leave my side. Don't worry, I have strong positive energy, I'll protect you well. How about not going back tonight? Alright, I dare not walk alone at night today." The conversation between the two was heard clearly by Su Chen. Su Chen pursed his lips. "Come on, it's still morning, why talk about walking at night? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, maybe a new life will be born tonight. You guys are the dirty ones. Your whole family is dirty." After watching the movie, Xiao Qing still clung to Su Chen's clothes, clearly still frightened. Su Chen was speechless. "Sis Qing, it's just a movie, why are you so scared? What do you know? It's called immersion. Enough about that, it's almost time, I have to go on a mission too. I just contacted a few ghost messengers from the 10 temples nearby, but they're all busy, so you'll have to handle it yourself this time." Su Chen was puzzled. How come he didn't see Xiao Qing contacting those ghost messengers? But Xiao Qing did seem to have left for a moment just now. Xiao Qing smiled faintly and took out a phone, waving it in front of Su Chen. "Actually, there are some in the mortal realm, almost all underworlds have them. After all, it's the underworld that receives people after death, and there are quite a few talented individuals among them." Su Chen was aware that the underworld was becoming more and more modernized. He wondered why Xiao Qing didn't tell him earlier so he could have bought one too. He wasn't short of money. Due to practicing the techniques, the spiritual power on Su Chen's body had been hidden. Xiao Qing was actually worried that Su Chen didn't have enough money, so she didn't mention it. If she knew how much money Su Chen had, she probably wouldn't have thought that way. After a morning of practice, Su Chen felt that he could almost handle soul calling on his own. As long as the ghost messengers from other halls didn't cause trouble, it shouldn't be a big problem. "Don't worry, Qingjia, I can complete the task independently. Although you say that, you still need to be careful. It's better to be safe than sorry. How about this, I'll help you with these few lost souls, and once I'm done here, I'll come find you immediately." "Okay. Thank you, Qingjia." After saying that, Xiao Qing left with a few lost souls. As ghost messengers, they all had their own tasks. If there were any problems due to not calling the souls in time, no one could afford the consequences. When Xiao Qing left, Su Chen also opened the Book of Life and Death. The last person's name was Zhou Tai, with 40 minutes left until death. Checking the navigation, Su Chen realized it would only take him 10 minutes to get there, so he wasn't in a hurry. Following the navigation, he leisurely arrived at a somewhat grand estate. From afar, one could sense a faint golden light emanating from the estate. Zhou Tai was indeed a virtuous person, as even from a distance, one could feel his virtuous power. At the same time, Su Chen started to worry. Would this kind of virtuous power attract the attention of other Hall's ghost messengers? He hoped nothing would go wrong, as he didn't want any trouble on his first day in the underworld. Around the estate, many people had gathered, all coming to pray for Zhou Tai. "Old Master Zhou, we hope you can get through this. You've been a doctor for so many years, saving so many people, heaven must not be willing to take you yet." Yes, Old Master Zhou has a compassionate heart, providing free treatment to many who couldn't afford medical fees. All that aside, Old Master Zhou developed new medicines, gave up applying for patents, and directly contributed them. That's the real merit. Su Chen listened briefly and understood Zhou Tai's situation. Zhou Tai was a doctor, a respected one. He developed many new medicines, replacing many expensive imported drugs, making healthcare accessible to many. Such a person truly deserved respect. With some time left, Su Chen didn't enter immediately. He had a feeling that something was about to happen. Trusting his instincts, he started to wander around. His intuition proved right when he soon found a ghost messenger nearby. This messenger appeared grim-faced, holding a soul-calling rope. A faint red light flashed on his body. Su Chen didn't approach rashly, as Xiao Qing had warned him that the ghost messengers from the 10th hall nearby were busy. This messenger might be from another hall, possibly trying to steal his business. He used his heavenly eye directly on the man. Name: Wusun Realm, mid-level ghost general techniques. Ghostly scriptures, soul-devouring scriptures. Merit: 130. Incense value: 2850. Su Chen frowned, feeling that the situation was getting tricky. Firstly, this Wu Sun had a higher cultivation level than him, who was only at the early stage of a ghost general. Even though Su Chen practiced top-tier techniques, he wasn't very confident in himself, given his lack of combat experience. Wu Sun didn't seem like a good person. Another point was that Wu Sun's merit points were too few. He clearly remembered that Wei Ping had once said that the monthly salary of a ghost catcher was 3,000 yuan and 100 merit points, although he did not know how it was in other halls, but he thought it wouldn't be too different. Those who could reach the level of ghost generals, apart from anomalies like himself, were mostly ghost catchers who had been practicing for a decade or even several decades. For such a long time, to only have 130 merit points was very strange. He had a slight understanding of the role of merit points, knowing that they were of great help to ghost catchers. The higher the merit points, the faster the cultivation speed, and when necessary, consuming a certain amount of merit points could also ward off disasters. Another reason that could consume merit points was doing things that harmed the heavens and the earth after becoming a ghost catcher. The Wu Sun in front of him seemed to belong to the latter category no matter how you looked at it. Wu Sun had not yet noticed Su Chen. He was staring intently in the direction of Zhou Tai with shining eyes. He was not here to abduct people, but to seize the merit of Zhou Tai. He was not a good person to begin with, having committed many evil deeds in the mortal realm, thinking that he would suffer torment upon entering the underworld. Who would have known that after entering the 9th hall, he was chosen to be a ghost catcher? Although he became a ghost catcher, it was not without any side effects. When he first became a ghost catcher, he not only had no merit points, but his merit points were even negative. After so many years as a ghost catcher, his merit points were still negative. 100 merit points per month was too little for him, and in a chance encounter, he obtained the soul-devouring technique. This was an evil cultivation method that could devour the souls of the dead to seize their merit points. It was because of this technique that he secretly killed several ghost catchers of the 9th hall level and seized their merit points. From then on, he tasted the sweetness of it, but killing ghost catchers was dangerous. If a ghost catcher escaped, even in the 9th hall, he would be expelled. Unless he killed ghost catchers from other halls, but the risk factor would also increase exponentially. To be on the safe side, his targets gradually shifted to those souls who had just died but possessed the power of merit. Bringing back a few souls was not a big deal. As long as he claimed they resisted and were killed, no one would hold him accountable. After a period of effort, his merit points finally became positive. In a chance situation, he discovered the existence of Zhou Tai. The merit power on Zhou Tai was too tempting. As long as he could devour Zhou Tai's soul, his merit power would definitely increase to an astonishing degree. Then his cultivation would not be as slow as it was now. Becoming a great ghost general or even a ghost king would be within reach. Thinking of this, a sinister smile couldn't help but appear on Wu Sun's face. Su Chen saw all of this. Seeing that Zhou Tai's time was running out, he had to make a move. It was impossible to go for soul snatching first, as Wu Sun would definitely not stand by and watch, and in the fight, it was very likely that Zhou Tai would be harmed. Su Chen did not want to harm Zhou Tai's soul due to his recklessness. Zhou Tai was a person worthy of respect, so there was only one way, to deal with Wu Sun before Zhou Tai's death. Wu Sun's cultivation was higher than his own, but his techniques were stronger, so there was still a chance in a real fight. If it really didn't work out, he would have to hold this guy back, and Xiao Qiang should be coming after finishing the soul snatching. With his late-stage ghost general cultivation, dealing with Wu Sun should not be a problem at all. Just hoping not to miss the opportunity. It seemed that this was the only way now. All in. The arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Su Chen could only brace himself and go for it. He had originally wanted to try to ambush Wu Sun while he was not aware of him, to see if he could launch a surprise attack. After all, it was not a time to talk about martial ethics. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Just as he was about to make a move, Wu Sun noticed him. Wu Sun frowned and looked at Su Chen at this moment. He didn't expect to be discovered by the ghost messengers. He had planned to wait for the ghost messengers of the 10th hall to take away Zhou Tai's soul before making his move. Unexpectedly, things took a different turn. He had never seen Su Chen before, but he knew the ghost messenger responsible for this area, who was a late-stage ghost soldier. He had seen him from afar before, but he refrained from attacking that ghost messenger to avoid unnecessary trouble after discovering Zhou Tai. His original intention was to capture both Zhou Tai and that ghost messenger together. Which unit are you from? Why are you here? I was the first to spot this. Su Chen was momentarily stunned but quickly understood. Today was his first day on the day shift, so no one would recognize him. Wu Sun seemed to mistake him for a ghost messenger from another hall coming to steal Zhou Tai. This could be used to his advantage. So we are colleagues. I am Guosu from the 9th hall. May I know your name? Wu Sun was surprised to find out that Su Chen was also from the 9th hall. He didn't fully believe the false identity Su Chen provided because he was from the 9th hall, and he couldn't be sure he knew all the ghost messengers from the 9th hall. However, he was certain that the ghost messenger named Guosu was not among those active in the area. So you are Brother Gua. I am Wu Sun from the 9th hall as well. Which department are you from, Brother Gua? We can support each other in the future. Su Chen felt a bit uneasy, but he couldn't show weakness at this moment, so he made up a department. I am from the Department of Soul Arrest of the 33 departments. What about you, Brother Wu? Wu Sun narrowed his eyes, realizing that Su Chen was lying because he was from the Department of Soul Arrest of the 33 departments in the 9th hall. He also noticed that Su Chen's cultivation level was only at the early stage of a ghost general, which made things easier. Although his cultivation level was higher than Su Chen's, he wasn't confident he could defeat Su Chen in a few rounds. Engaging in a battle might attract the attention of the ghost messengers of the 10th hall. To quickly deal with Su Chen, a sneak attack was the only option. With this in mind, Wu Sun immediately came up with a plan. So you are a brother from the 33 departments. I am from the 35 departments. I was worried it might be messengers from other halls coming to interfere. Since we are both from the 9th hall, things are easier. Let's work together to deal with the ghost messengers of the 10th hall and capture this wandering soul. As Wu Sun spoke, he approached Su Chen. Su Chen had been observing Wu Sun and couldn't help but notice that Wu Sun's acting skills needed improvement. Although he hit it well, Su Chen could see a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Seeing Wu Sun approaching him, Su Chen knew that Wu Sun was likely preparing to attack him. Whether Wu Sun had discovered his false identity or for other reasons, it didn't matter. Su Chen didn't expose Wu Sun. If Wu Sun wanted to make a move, why couldn't he? Su Chen put on a fake smile and also walked towards Wu Sun. Brother Wu, what a coincidence. I was also thinking of cooperating. The two scheming individuals slowly approached each other. When they were only 5 meters apart, as if they had a telepathic connection, they both made their move towards each other. Wu Sun waved his hand, releasing a ghostly energy that transformed into a fierce ghost face attacking Su Chen. Su Chen also struck out with his palm, possibly due to his practice of the 9 underworld yellow spring technique. His ghostly energy turned into yellow springs, directly enveloping the ghost face. The ghost face seemed to encounter something terrifying, let out a scream, and then dissipated into the air. On the other hand, the yellow springs faced no resistance and continued to attack Wu Sun. After seeing Wu Sun's attack, Su Chen quickly rolled away. As Wu Sun's cultivation level was higher, he had prepared to evade in advance. Unexpectedly, the palm strike he made gained the upper hand. He had rolled away in vain. On the contrary, Wu Sun, knowing that his cultivation was stronger than Su Chen's, and because he had used all his strength in this attack, did not think about dodging. Although Su Chen's early attack caught him off guard, it didn't matter, he was still going to die. However, he never expected that his full-force attack would be unable to block the seemingly casual strike from the opponent. By the time he tried to dodge, the yellow spring had already arrived by his side. There was no way out, the distance between the two was too close. He could only use all the ghost energy on his body for defense. Unfortunately, he encountered Su Chen, and his ghost energy dissipated upon contact with the yellow spring, which fell directly on Wu Sun. Wu Sun's eyes showed an incredulous look. He had clearly obtained the soul-devouring scripture and was about to soar. He never expected to fall directly before taking off. He was unwilling to accept it. However, the fact remained that even with all his unwillingness, Wu Sun had to accept this outcome. Wu Sun's body dissipated into smoke, his soul scattered, with no possibility of reincarnation. After Wu Sun's death, his spiritual space exploded, releasing many items. Su Chen did not expect things to escalate to this extent. He had unexpectedly killed the mid-level ghost general Wu Sun, which made him feel somewhat incredulous. Was he too powerful, or was Wu Sun too weak? Killing the opponent and getting equipment drops was truly a pleasant surprise. After calming his emotions, Su Chen cautiously approached the pile of equipment. First, he picked up the soul hook, swung it a few times, feeling comfortable with it, much better than his morning staff. Then, there was 2,850 coins. Su Chen smirked. This guy was really poor. After so many years, he only had this little money. Even Su Chen had more spare change than him. Even ants have meat, so he reluctantly accepted it. Next were a small book of life and death, a token of the 9 halls, and a martial arts manual. Su Chen didn't know how to deal with these items, so he stored them in his spiritual space. When he picked up the martial arts manual, he took a glance. He thought it was the netherworld scripture, but it turned out to be a martial arts manual called the soul-devouring scripture. Out of curiosity, he opened the soul-devouring scripture and quickly understood its terrifying nature. He furrowed his brows. Were all members of the 9 halls this evil? To actually cultivate a martial art that devours others' merits. When Wu Sun died, even his money and spiritual values exploded, and his merits dissipated directly. He never expected there to be such an evil martial art that could seize merits. It seemed that in the future, he would have to be cautious when encountering members of the 9 halls. It appeared that Wu Sun was probably not here to compete for business but most likely had his eyes on Zhou Tai's merits. Wait, Zhou Tai. Oh no. It's almost time, I have to go hook souls. Glancing at the time, there were still 5 minutes left. It was more than enough time, so he headed towards the house emitting the light of merits. He quickly arrived at the house, but the situation inside was different from what he had imagined. There were only 2 elderly people inside. One was a slightly thin old man with an oxygen tube in his nose. The old man was not lying in bed but was tapping away at a notebook in front of him. The other was a kind-looking old lady who was anxiously watching the man in front of her. Su Chen knew that these 2 were probably Zhou Tai and his wife. Darling, take a break. Zhou Tai shook his head slowly. Darling, I used to be a doctor, I know my own body, I'm afraid I don't have much time left. I've been researching this project recently, and it's almost finished. I don't think I'll live to see the success of this research, but I want to organize everything and let my students continue the research. Upon hearing Zhou Tai's words, tears immediately welled up in the old lady's eyes. Zhou Tai didn't have time to comfort the old lady, but continued typing on the computer. Su Chen looked at the time. There were still 3 minutes left, hoping Zhou Tai could be faster. Zhou Tai seemed to hear Su Chen's thoughts. With 1 minute left, he finally stopped typing on the keyboard. Ahem, finally finished. My dear, when I'm gone, give these things to my students. I believe the new medicine will be developed soon. I know, I will give it to them. Since you've done this, are you sure you don't want to inform the children? They all have their own responsibilities. For an old man like me, rushing home would cause a lot of trouble. I don't want to see scenes of life and death separation. Notify them after I'm gone. Keep the funeral simple, and let them go back after it's over. I understand. You. Sigh. Zhou Tai's eyes began to look empty, feeling his consciousness drifting away. My dear, I feel like my time is running out. I have fulfilled my duties to the country and everyone, but only. Before Zhou Tai could finish speaking, his hand fell weakly. Su Chen was surprised. He hadn't even started the soul extraction, and Zhou Tai had already passed away. It seemed that Zhou Tai's body had indeed reached its limit. The timing was perfect, not a second off from the time on the Book of Life and Death. He admired Zhou Tai a lot. He had thought about giving Zhou Tai more time to finish what he needed to say, but now it seemed unnecessary. At this moment, Zhou Tai's soul had already drifted out of his body. The first thing he saw was Su Chen. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly smiled. Young man, you're here to guide me, right? Thank you. Su Chen was speechless. Although Zhou Tai was not young, he had lived to be 100 when he died. It had been many years since anyone called Su Chen a young man. "Zhou, you're too kind. I'm not a young man. I'm older than you." Zhou Tai was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized. Although Su Chen looked young, he was a ghost messenger after all, so he must not be as young as he appeared. "I was rude." After Zhou Tai finished speaking, he looked at his wife. Alas, he couldn't say what he wanted to say in the end. Su Chen could feel the regret in Zhou Tai's eyes, so he decided to be willful. "Zhou, is there something you haven't finished saying?" Zhou Tai's eyes lit up with hope for a moment, but quickly dimmed. "Forget it. Although I'm sorry to my dear, I don't want the ghost messenger to be punished because of it." "There won't be any punishment. I happen to need to wait here for a colleague. We have some time. Finish what you need to say, and then I'll take you on your way." Su Chen didn't know if letting Zhou Tai meet his wife would result in punishment, but if he didn't do something, he would feel guilty. He didn't want Zhou Tai, a person worthy of respect, to have any regrets. Looking at Zhou Tai's wife, who was now calling her children, trying to keep her emotions stable, but her trembling hands betrayed her inner turmoil. After informing her children, she couldn't help but cry. Seeing his wife's sad appearance, Zhou Tai couldn't help but want to comfort her, but no matter what he said, the old lady couldn't hear him. When he tried to reach out to his wife, Su Chen stopped him. "You are a soul now. If you touch your wife, it may harm her. I can give you a chance to meet, but time is short. Keep it brief, and remind your wife not to talk about this matter." "Okay, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Ghost Messenger." Su Chen was not lying. There was a method in the Nine Hells Yellow Springs technique that allowed the living to see ghosts. He waved his hand towards the old lady, temporarily opening her yin and yang eyes. "Darling, I'm here." The old lady, upon hearing the voice, stopped her tears, thinking that Zhou Tai had come back to life. When she saw Zhou Tai still lying there, she thought she was hearing things. "I'm here." The old lady finally saw Su Chen and the spirit of Zhou Tai inside the house. "Am I seeing a ghost?" Su Chen looked at the two of them. "Once you've said what you need to say, I won't disturb you anymore. Zhou Tai, remember what I told you." After Su Chen finished speaking, he left directly, leaving the elderly couple alone. 10 minutes later, Su Chen saw Xiao Chang leading 6 spirits in their direction. Su Chen immediately returned to the house, feeling good about Xiao Chang and not wanting to involve her in this matter. "Zhou Tai, it's time to go. Get ready to leave." Zhou Tai had already finished his instructions. The old lady, temporarily able to see spirits, could also see Su Chen. She immediately bowed to Su Chen. "Thank you, Sir Ghost Messenger. Rest assured, I will keep this matter to myself." Su Chen nodded and, before taking Zhou Tai away, took advantage of the effect of being able to see spirits to say something to the old lady. "I'm taking Zhou Tai with me. Remember to burn more paper money here, it will be useful down below." The old lady nodded quickly and bowed to Su Chen once again. Su Chen didn't waste any more words and left with Zhou Tai. Soon, he met up with Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang hadn't noticed anything unusual and asked with concern, "Did you encounter any accidents?" "I encountered a ghost messenger from the 9th hall trying to interfere with business, but I took care of it." "Well done, little brother." Su Chen took out everything he had obtained from the ghost messenger from the 9th hall and asked Xiao Qing how to handle them. "Sister Qing, how should we handle these things? You can keep the rest for yourself. The little book of life and death must be burned, or it could cause trouble. By burning the little book of life and death, the 9th hall will know that Guy is in trouble and will send a new ghost messenger." Upon hearing this, Su Chen immediately used ghost energy to burn the little book of life and death in his hand. Then he took out the 2,850 pieces. "Sister Qing, I don't need the money. This is from the ghost messenger, so I'm giving it all to you." Xiao Qing refused to take it. "You keep it. I don't need the money." Su Chen insisted and handed the money to Xiao Chang, as he really didn't care for it. This time, Xiao Qing didn't refuse. This was her little brother showing filial piety. "Alright, today's task is completed. We can finish early and head back." Xiao Chang waved her hand, and the passage to the underworld opened again. The group entered the passage and in the blink of an eye, they were back at the ghost gate. Su Chen instructed the others to queue up directly. These ordinary spirits didn't need to report, they just needed to pass the mirror of past lives inspection and drink the Mengpa soup to be reincarnated. In the past, these ordinary spirits had to be reported when they arrived at the underworld. The workload was very cumbersome and resulted in a loss of a lot of merit. Over time, the process was simplified. Su Chen let the 6 ordinary spirits go directly to reincarnation and then focused his attention on Zhou Tai. After entering the underworld, Zhou Tai's merit power had already begun to take effect. His appearance had become young again, and it had to be said that the rejuvenated Zhou Tai was quite handsome. Not much worse than Su Chen. Xiao Chang, on the side, couldn't help but drool again. Fantastic, another handsome little brother has arrived. I'm so lucky. The surrounding ghost messengers looked at Zhou Tai in surprise. Although Zhou Tai didn't have as much merit as Su Chen, he was still exceptional. What was happening these days? Was the 10th hall about to rise? Su Chen didn't care about the looks of the surrounding ghost messengers. He looked at Zhou Tai. Zhou Tai, because of the merits you have, I will give you two choices now. One is to become a ghost servant in our underworld, and the other is to choose to be reincarnated. As for how to choose, it's up to you. Zhou Tai looked a bit conflicted, unable to make up his mind. Thank you, Sir Ghost Servant. I can't decide for now, I need some time to think. By the way, may I know how to address you? My name is Su Chen. I just became a ghost servant recently. To be honest, I died one day earlier than you. I died yesterday. Zhou Tai was stunned, then widened his eyes quickly. Are you Su Chen, the one I have in mind? Su Chen was a bit surprised. He knew he was famous, but didn't expect Zhou Tai to know him too. He thought Zhou Tai was solely focused on his research. If you are referring to the wealthy one, then it must be me. Zhou Tai slapped his thigh. Indeed it's you. I heard about your passing from my wife yesterday, and I was saddened for a while. I didn't expect to see you again today. Su Chen was puzzled as he didn't recall knowing Zhou Tai. Why did Zhou Tai seem familiar with him? Have we met before? No, but I must thank you, Su. My medical laboratory has been running at a loss. I never thought about making a profit from the beginning. If it weren't for your support, I might have given up long ago. You are my benefactor. Su Chen also felt emotional. The world was indeed small. Although he didn't know Zhou Tai's existence, being able to support such a good doctor made him a bit proud. Suddenly, he understood why his merits were so high. Fate is truly amazing. Su, since it's you, I have decided. I will stay in the underworld as a ghost servant and follow you. Great. I will take you to see the judge. Your merits are worthy of an audience with the judge. Also, don't call me Su anymore. In the underworld, I am considered young. Then I will call you Brother Su from now on. Xiao Qing had been silent all along, surprised by the connection between the two. Since we are acquaintances, let's go to the judge together. By the way, Su Chen, I forgot to ask you earlier, who was the ghost servant from the 9th hall you encountered? I should know most of the ghost servants around the 9th hall. Su Chen handed the token of Wu Sun to Xiao Chang, the token that best proved Wu Sun's identity. Xiao Chang took the token, glanced at the name on it, and exclaimed, You encountered Wu Sun? As far as I know, his cultivation is higher than yours. You actually defeated him? Does Sister Qing know this Wu Sun? How could I not know him? His jurisdiction is nearby, and we had some minor conflicts before. I didn't expect you to be the one who took him down. It was just luck. He must have been careless. I'm getting more and more curious about you. You have so many astonishing things about you. Su Chen didn't know how to explain. Trying to explain would only complicate matters further, so silence seemed like the best option. As for what Xiao Qing thought, it was not his concern. Since Zhou Tai decided to stay as a ghost servant, he naturally had to go see Cui Huai. Coincidentally, Su Chen also wanted to find Cui Huai and get some money. The thought of money made him instinctively check his attributes. Name, Su Chen Realm, Early Ghost General Techniques, 9 Nether Yellow Spring Scripture, Underworld Classic Merits, 847362 Incense Value, 200, 004, 1400 Evolution Points, 30 compared to before. Su Chen's attributes had increased significantly. The money he had also surpassed 2 billion directly. Kai was indeed working hard to fulfill his duties. His merits had also increased, likely due to the money he had supported in the mortal realm still being effective. What caught his attention the most was the 30 evolution points. After bringing Zhou Tai into the underworld, the system reminded him that the mission was completed, earning him another 10 evolution points. Completing 2 missions earned him 20 points, and he could also earn 1 point each time he reaped a soul. Another 5 points were obtained when killing Wu Sun, which was considered an unexpected gain. At the same time, the system assigned him a new main mission, which was simple, complete 10 soul reaps, which could be easily done with some time. Su Chen now wanted to know how to use these evolution points, and just as he was thinking about it, the system provided him with a response. Evolution points can be used to enhance cultivation and techniques. Current cultivation is at the initial stage of Ghost General. To advance to the middle stage of Ghost General, 20 evolution points and 1000 merit points are required. If the level of the technique 9 Nether Yellow Spring Scripture is too high, advancing the technique level requires 10,000 evolution points and 500,000 merit points. For the technique Dark Underworld Sutra, advancing the technique requires 10 evolution points and 100 merit points. Su Chen finally understood that besides consuming evolution points, advancing cultivation and techniques also required merit points. Fortunately, he had done a lot of good deeds while alive, so he had plenty of merit points for now. The only problem was that he had too few evolution points, only a little over 20. The only thing he could enhance was the Dark Underworld Sutra, but it would be a waste, so he decided to save them for now. Soon, the three of them arrived at Fengdu City, and upon seeing it again, Su Chen was still amazed. The main gate of Fengdu City looked very majestic. However, when he thought about the fact that the other side of Fengdu City was all graves, Su Chen felt a sense of being deceived. Indeed, one should not judge everything by its appearance. Xiao Chang looked at the two of them, pondered for a moment, and decided not to go see Cui Huai. Since Zhou Tai was brought back by Su Chen, there was no need for her to follow. Su Chen, you take him to see the judge. I won't go with you. I'll go back and rest first, and then we can go eat something good later. You gave me nearly 3,000, right? It's a good opportunity to let you taste the delicacies of our underworld. No problem, but you don't need to treat me, I'll pay. You're new here, what money do you have? Let me do it. Xiao Chang, you have to trust me, I really have no money left now. I said I'll treat, so I'll treat. That's final. Goodbye, I'll go call the others to celebrate your successful first day of reaping souls. Alright, see you later. It was Zhou Tai's first time in Fengdu City, and just like Su Chen on his first visit, he was curious and looking around. Su Chen would explain a few things to Zhou Tai when there was nothing else to do. They soon arrived at the judgment hall and were allowed entry as usual. Cui Huai was somewhat surprised to see Su Chen again, especially when he saw Su Chen had brought a new person with him. The power of merit on the new person was not to be underestimated. Judge, this is the new ghost servant I recruited. Please assign him a good task. Alright, leave it to me. Cui Huai immediately used the mirror of past lives to review Zhou Tai's life, then after some thought, he assigned Zhou Tai to work in the Department of Rewarding Virtue. He believed that Zhou Tai was not very suitable for combat roles, as it would be too dangerous for him to go out on missions. It wasn't that he couldn't go out on missions, but at least he needed to reach the level of Ghost General first. Su Chen was very satisfied with this arrangement, as he was also in the Department of Rewarding Virtue, which would allow him to take care of Zhou Tai. As for going out on missions, there was no rush, as it was quite dangerous. After all, Zhou Tai was his first little brother in the underworld. Alright, to find such a good seedling on his first mission is quite impressive. Go rest now. Judge, I have something to discuss with King Yin. Didn't you just meet King Yin yesterday? Why do you need to see him again so soon? I still owe a lot of money. Now that I have some money in hand, I want to repay a little first. Zhou Tai listened to their conversation and was at a loss for words to express his admiration for Su Chen. The richest man on Blue Star is truly impressive. Even the judge and the King of Hell are on good terms with him after just one day in the underworld. Not only that, according to what he said, it seems like he even borrowed money from the King of Hell, which is unbelievable. Is this the charm of being the richest man? Oh, I almost forgot that you are so wealthy in the mortal realm. Lord Yama must be eager to see you. Come with me. What about Zhou Tai? Don't worry, I will have someone take him to the Department of Good Deeds. Zhou Tai was somewhat disappointed, as he had hoped to go see the King of Hell with Su Chen. It seems like it's not going to happen. After instructing his men to take Zhou Tai to the Department of Good Deeds, Cui Huai grabbed Su Chen and without waiting for his reaction, he took him directly to the King of Hell's palace. They say familiarity breeds contempt. This time Su Chen showed no surprise. He followed Cui Huai into the King of Hell's palace with ease. Upon entering the palace, he saw Qin Xianer again. Qin Xianer seemed to dislike staying in the main hall, as she was sitting on the steps in front of the palace lost in thought, with a hint of sadness on her face. When Cui Huai and Su Chen arrived, her eyes lit up. Uncle Cui, you've been visiting me quite often lately. I used to only see you once a year. Isn't it because Lord Yama has been troubled lately, so I came to help alleviate his worries? So, this kid is here to bring money again? I was just worrying about it. If I had known, I wouldn't have boasted yesterday about paying off all the monthly salaries I owed. That 10 million was not enough at all. I had to use up my savings that I had kept for a long time, but it's still not enough. It's all because of my damn father. Even after abdicating, he took away so much money. Su Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. What do you mean by bringing money again? Do I look like a sucker? Although he thought so, Su Chen dared not show it. After all, everyone present could easily kill him with a slap. Lord Yama, you guessed right. I'm here to bring you money. I still owe you a lot, right? Qin Xianer smiled, realizing she was starting to like this newcomer more and more. That's right. How much are you planning to repay this time? It's impossible to repay everything at once. I don't have that much money now. I plan to repay 20 billion first. Is that acceptable to you? Qin Xianer, Cui Huai. I know you're here to repay the money, but I never expected that in just over a day, this kid would have 20 billion on him. Are you sure you want to repay 20 billion first? Why not? I'll give you the money right now. Su Chen didn't waste any time and started taking out the money. Do you know how much space 20 billion in cash takes up? Qin Xianer now knew. The entire King of Hell's palace was almost filled with cash. Although Qin Xianer was the King of Hell, this was the first time she had seen so much cash, and she was momentarily stunned. Wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth, she incredulously approached Su Chen. She patted Su Chen's shoulder forcefully. Kid, does it hurt? Su Chen gritted his teeth. It really hurt. But he dared not say it. It doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt? It seems like I'm dreaming. I knew it was impossible to suddenly get so much money. Su Chen. You old man. Is this something a person can do? If you want to see if you're dreaming, you can pinch yourself. Why am I the one getting hurt? Lord Yama, I lied. It actually hurts a lot. That's more like it. You are indeed the lucky star of our 10 palaces. By coming to our 10 palaces, you have solved the financial turnover problem that has been troubling us. If anyone bullies you in the 10 palaces in the future, just mention my name, and I'll have your back. Thank you for your appreciation, Lord Yama. Do not think I am joking, I am serious. You have really done a great job. If you are worried, I can let Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai follow you. Their cultivation is at the level of great ghost kings, more than enough to protect you. Su Chen was truly shocked by this, a small fry who had just entered the underworld. How could he deserve to have 2 experts at the level of great ghost kings by his side? He wanted to refuse, as it would attract too much attention, but Qin Xianer did not give Su Chen a chance to refuse. Alright, this matter is decided. I will let Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai leave with you later. You are now my god of wealth. I don't want anything to happen to you. What else could Su Chen say? He could only accept tearfully. By the way, Lord Yen, isn't there mobile payment in this world? Why not use mobile payment? It's really troublesome to carry so much cash every time. Ha? You don't know? We have mobile payment in the underworld, and our underworld bank can automatically sense the money on you and transfer it to your balance automatically. Don't you know that? To make Su Chen believe, Qin Xianer directly took out her phone, waved it at the money in the hall, and the money disappeared immediately. Qin Xianer even showed Su Chen her balance, which went from over 1,000 to 2 billion and 1,000. Su Chen was dumbfounded. Of course he didn't know. If he had known, how could he foolishly spend so much money? He should have bought a phone first. The most urgent thing now is to buy a phone right after leaving the Yanwang Palace. Quickly deposit all his money into it, so that he won't need to struggle to carry cash in the future. Just then, Hei and Bai, who received a message from Qin Xianer, walked in. Miss, do you have any orders for us? Hei and Bai grew up with Qin Xianer since they were young. Although Qin Xianer is now the King of Hell, they still call her Miss. Hey, Bai, from now on, you two are his personal bodyguards. Your task is to protect his safety no matter what. Miss, don't you need us anymore? What do you know? This person is a distinguished guest of our 10 palaces. It's because I trust you that I'm entrusting you with such a difficult task. Hei and Bai looked at each other, knowing that Qin Xianer was not joking with them. They could only reluctantly accept it. Why should they, as great ghost kings, be bodyguards for a ghost general? After handing over the money to Qin Xianer, she showed no intention of keeping Su Chen any longer. Su Chen also understood this, so he didn't stay any longer and bid farewell and left. Cui Huai and Qin Xianer had something to discuss, so they didn't leave with Su Chen. Su Chen didn't mind, as he was already familiar with Fengdu City and could find his way back. Besides, he wasn't planning to go back directly, he needed to buy some items. He checked his remaining merit points. At this moment, his balance had increased significantly again, reaching over 3 million. In just a short while, Kai had burned a lot of money for him. 3 million might not be enough to buy a house, but it should be enough for other daily necessities. As for the house, it's not something you can just buy on a whim, you have to make sure you are satisfied with it. Su Chen left the Yanwang Palace, but he now had 2 little tails following him. They were the black and white impermanents responsible for the Yanwang Palace, also known as Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai by Qin Xianer. Although he had seen these two before, Su Chen had not dared to look closely. Even though they were gatekeepers, they could easily extinguish his existence with a breath. Now that he took a closer look, he realized that Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai were rare beauties. Both women had picturesque eyebrows, like celestial beings. Although Xiao Hei was the black impermanence, she was not actually black, she just wore black clothes. The two women still haven't figured out why Qin Xian let them follow Su Chen, looking cute with puffed up anger. Seeing the two in this state, Su Chen also felt somewhat helpless. Ladies, it's not my decision for you to follow me. If you have any objections, you can bring it up with Lord Yin. Xiao Bai gave Su Chen a disdainful look. Let me tell you, even though Miss asked us to follow you, we are only responsible for your safety. We won't get involved in other matters, and it's impossible for us to warm your bed. Naturally, I understand that, Suchin shrugged. With his current strength, he couldn't force the two women to do something they didn't want to do. You're sensible. May I ask how to address you both? I'm Hei Feng, and she's Bai Long. As for how to address us, it's up to you. Suchin clicked his tongue twice, surprised that the two women were actually surnamed Black and White, which was quite fitting. After looking at the two women, he made up his mind that today, no matter what, he had to resolve the issue of the house. They were Lord Yan's people, and he couldn't let them stay in the cemetery dormitory with him. Thinking about this, he directly looked at Xiao He and Xiao Bai. He had some understanding of Fengdu City, but definitely not as much as Xiao He and Xiao Bai. They should know where to buy the things they needed. Ladies, I need to purchase some items now, but I'm not very familiar with Fengdu City. Could you please take me around? Xiao He and Xiao Bai's eyes lit up. Although their cultivation was not low, they were still girls. Plus, they had been cooped up in Lord Yan's palace all day and hadn't gone shopping in a long time. With Su Chen's suggestion, they actually wanted to go shopping. Just to be clear, we are not obeying your orders. We also want to go shopping, so we'll take you along. What do you want to buy? After some thought, Su Chen decided to buy a mobile phone first. Having a phone would make it much more convenient for the next time he needed to pay, without having to take out money bit by bit. Ladies, please take me to buy a mobile phone first. Alright, just follow us. Led by Xiao He and Xiao Bai, the three of them quickly arrived at the shopping street. This was a circular commercial street, different from what Su Chen had seen before. It belonged to the high-end stalls in the city center, at least without any shouting here. Xiao He pointed to a shop not far away and said to Su Chen, "Do you see that general store? They sell mobile phones inside." "You can. Never mind, let's go together. At least with us around, the boss won't rip you off." Hearing this from Xiao He, Su Chen felt much better about them. It made sense. If he were a powerful ghost king, he would also be temperamental if he had to follow a little guy with only the cultivation of a ghost general. "Thank you, Lady Hei Wu Chang. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Let's hurry and buy. Afterward, my sister and I want to shop around here. Do you mind?" "No, I don't mind at all." "Humph, at least you're sensible." The three of them quickly entered the general store, where the owner was dozing off but immediately perked up upon hearing movement. Seeing customers, he warmly greeted them. "Three of you, what do you need? Don't be fooled by the size of my shop. I have everything you can think of, from various magical treasures and techniques to household goods." "Boss, we're here to buy a mobile phone." Xiao Bai was about to bring out the best phone in the store, but suddenly remembered that it was Su Chen who would be buying, and she didn't know how much money he had. So she looked at Su Chen instead. Understanding Xiao Bai's intention, Su Chen spoke directly, "Boss, bring out the best phones you have in the store." The boss's lips curled slightly, showing that he didn't look down on Su Chen just because of his lower cultivation level. Su Chen saw through his cultivation at a glance, but he couldn't see through the cultivation of the two people beside him. This must be the young master of which family he must not neglect. "Alright, please wait a moment, I'll go get it." Soon the boss took out several high-end looking phones and introduced them directly. "Three of you, this is the latest developed Pineapple 300, not expensive, only 8,888. Although it's a bit pricey, it's fully functional, a must-have divine machine for communication, you deserve to own it. This one is the Dark Lamp P3000, although not as good as the Pineapple 300, it's almost the same, and the key is it's cheap, you can take it home for only 68.88. This is..." Seeing the boss starting to explain endlessly, Su Chen immediately waved his hand to interrupt. "Boss, there's no need to introduce so many, just give me the most expensive one." The boss's face lit up with joy, he really encountered a wealthy customer today. "Alright, the most expensive one in the shop is the Pineapple 300, what color do you like? Just give me a gold one." Little Black and Little White looked at Su Chen with some surprise, is this guy so rich? He actually bought the Pineapple 300 without hesitation. Although they were ghost kings and had a monthly salary of about 100,000, money was not in short supply, but at a higher level, the items for cultivation were also very expensive, and they didn't have much surplus. Non-essential items like phones, they were also reluctant to buy the Pineapple 300. Su Chen noticed the unusual look of Little Black and Little White, they seemed to really like this phone. "Ladies, pick a color you like, I'll pay." Little Black and Little White looked at Su Chen incredulously, suddenly feeling that following Su Chen might not be a bad idea. "Miss, if you let us follow you, we will naturally do our best. You don't need to call us ladies, just call us sisters, or if you prefer, Little Black and Little White is fine too." "Boss, I want the black one." Su Chen's lips curled slightly. The best way to build relationships was indeed to spend money. The effect was immediate. Little Black is right, I want the white one. But boss, we'll buy 3 directly, can you give us a discount? Don't take us for fools, if I find out you're cheating me, I'll smash your shop. The boss immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The price was indeed a bit inflated, selling the pineapple 300 for over 8,000, he could only make 6,000. These 2 girls didn't look easy to deal with, so he decided to make a little less profit. You're right, this young master is a big customer, buying 3 at once, I will naturally give a discount. How about 5,000 each? I can't go any lower, any less, and I'll be at a loss. Little Black and Little White wanted to negotiate, but Su Chen stopped them. He took out 15,000 from his incense space and handed it over. Alright, that's settled. Su Chen really couldn't be bothered to haggle, 8,000 was beneath him. The boss happily accepted the money and handed over 3 pineapple 300 phones. Making a small profit of 1,000, he was delighted. After buying the phones, Su Chen immediately started to fiddle with them. Sisters, how do you use this? Do we need to get a SIM card? No need, just inject your own spiritual aura into the phone. The phones from the underworld don't need to be charged, just input some ghostly energy regularly. I see, that's quite convenient. Su Chen directly injected a trace of his own spiritual aura into the pineapple 300 in his hand, and it could be used immediately. He then asked the 2 women how to make calls and how to store money in the phone. After understanding everything, he happily stored the phone in his incense space. From then on, he no longer needed to carry wads of cash around. Although it felt great, it was really tiring. After that, Su Chen wandered around the grocery store again and found that there was nothing he particularly needed, so he didn't make any more purchases. Although some treasures were stronger than the soul hook in his hand, the difference was limited. Xiaohei also told him that if he wanted to buy good treasures, he should go to a specialized store for treasures, as this was just a grocery store where he could buy everyday items but not treasures. Upon hearing Xiaohei's words, Su Chen decided not to wander around here anymore. If he was going to buy something, he would buy the best, as the inferior ones were just a waste of money. After leaving the grocery store, Su Chen strolled around with Xiaohei and Xiaobai. He didn't rush to buy a house as he didn't have enough money on him at the moment, so he could wait a bit. After all, the money on him was increasing all the time. Maybe after strolling around for a while, he would have enough money to buy a house. Xiaohei and Xiaobai seemed to have not been out shopping for a long time and were particularly excited, especially when they were in clothing stores. When they saw nice clothes, their eyes couldn't hide their joy. Su Chen noticed this and bought the clothes that the 2 women had been staring at the longest, making them very happy. He also bought them a lot of expensive rouge, powder, and cosmetics. The 2 women suddenly felt that Lord Yan had made a very correct decision. Following Su Chen was completely right. They even felt a bit sorry for not recognizing Mrs. efforts over the years. Money talks, and Xiaohei and Xiaobai no longer looked down on Su Chen. They now called him Lord, and Su Chen was pleasantly surprised by their treatment. He wondered how he, a small ghost, could earn the respect of 2 great ghost kings. Xiaohei and Xiaobai were definitely older than him, so why were they calling him Lord? At Su Chen's insistence, the 2 women finally changed their address to Young Master for Su Chen. After 2 hours of strolling, Su Chen's money broke the billion mark again. With this money, buying a mansion in the city center should be no problem. However, before buying a house, he should fill his stomach first. He had been feeling a bit hungry for a while now. Since entering the underworld, he had taken a yin pill yesterday, and it had almost been digested. He still had 1 yin pill in his hand, but he really didn't want to eat it. So, he decided to find a restaurant in the underworld and have a good meal. While strolling around, he had seen many restaurants here. Now he just needed to decide which one to go to. As Su Chen was still contemplating, he suddenly heard someone calling him. Little brother, I was wondering why you hadn't returned for so long. It turns out you're here. Since we're all hungry and have some extra income today, let's go to a restaurant. We were looking for you and unexpectedly found you here. Su Chen turned around and saw that it was Xiao Qing. Besides Xiao Qing, the other ghost attendants from the first division of the detention department were also there. Sister Qing, what a coincidence. I'm hungry now and was just thinking about which restaurant to go to. Since you're here, you can choose one, and I'll treat you all. How can I let you treat us? After all, you're just a newcomer. Let me treat you. I have the money for it. Xiaohei and Xiaobai had already witnessed Su Chen's financial ability. The money he had spent on them just now had exceeded 100,000. How could this little girl, who was only a late-stage ghost, dare to fight with their young master over the bill? Xiao Qing also noticed Xiaohei and Xiaobai's presence. She didn't know who these 2 were. Even though she had been working in the underworld for many years, she had never seen Xiaohei and Xiaobai before. She had met the previous Lord Yan, but since Qin Xian became the new 10 halls of hell, he hadn't come out much. Xiao Qing had only heard of the new Lord Yan and had never seen him in person. Not to mention the little black and little white who have been following Qin Xian all the time. The main thing is, she found that she couldn't see through the cultivation of the little black and little white. Before Su Chen could speak, Little Black spoke first. "We are the young master's bodyguards. I'm Little Black, she's Little White. Please take care of us in the future." Xiao Chang and the others flashed a hint of surprise in their eyes. This Su Chen has some skills. Just arrived in the underworld, and already has bodyguards whose cultivation even they can't see through. Although there were some doubts in their hearts, no one delved further. If Su Chen is willing to explain to them, he will, and if not, there must be a reason. Enough about that, little brother, you choose the place. Don't worry about the money, this meal is on me. Everyone, eat without reservation. Su Chen smiled, since Xiao Chang said so, what's the point of being pretentious? He walked directly into a restaurant that looked the most luxurious. Xiao Qing's eyes twitched fiercely a few times. This little brother really doesn't save money for himself. The restaurant is called Wang Xian Building, one of the top restaurants in Fengdu City. It is said that the cheapest meal here costs at least 3 digits. With so many people, this meal might bankrupt him. But since he had boasted, it seemed inappropriate to stop Su Chen now. Oh well, an occasional extravagance is fine. Just pretend that he didn't receive 3 months' salary yesterday. Although he said that, when it came to ordering, he had to be careful. If he ordered too much, he would cry. Thinking of this, Xiao Qing quickly walked to Su Chen's side. Little brother, you really are not polite. Sister is going to bleed heavily this time. Su Chen smiled without answering. How could he let Xiao Cheng pay? But there was no need to explain now, just tease her a bit. The service at Wang Xian Building was still very good. Soon, a waiter came over, asked for the number of people, and directly arranged a private room for them. After everyone was seated, the waiter immediately brought the menu. It was Xiao Qing's first time here, and when she saw the prices on the menu, she couldn't help but gasp. Can it get any more expensive? The prices here are outrageous. Su Chen, however, seemed oblivious to this, looking at Xiao Qing with a smile. Xingjia, don't just look, order. Xiao Qing's face showed a smile uglier than crying, and she reluctantly ordered a few of the cheapest dishes before handing the menu to Su Chen. Little brother, you also order a few dishes. Sister is going all out this time. Seeing that Xiao Qing ignored them, the other members of the group started to make a fuss. Xingjia, you are treating us differently, we're not happy. If you're not happy, bear with it. Do you know how expensive the food here is? Su Chen took the menu, saw that Xiao Qing had only ordered a few of the cheapest dishes, and couldn't help but chuckle. He looked at Little Black and Little White sitting on his left and right. What do you want to eat? Order whatever you like. Little Black and Little White knew that Su Chen was wealthy and didn't hesitate to order. They ordered several dishes that they usually wanted to eat but didn't dare to. Xiao Qing's face darkened as soon as she heard the names of the dishes. The dishes ordered by Little Black and Little White were very expensive. Would she be left to wash the dishes? After Little Black and Little White finished ordering, Su Chen looked at the menu himself. The food in the underworld was quite comprehensive, not much different from the mortal world, but the prices were indeed a bit high. No problem, he waved his hand and ordered a dozen more dishes before stopping. A rough estimate of the prices showed that this meal would cost over 6 figures. Xiao Qing's face was very colorful. She was already thinking about how to ask for money. Although Little Black and Little White had high cultivation, they had never been so extravagant. Master, isn't this too extravagant? Su Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. What's extravagant about this? As long as you follow me, this will be the standard for our future meals. Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai's mouths curved into smiles. Alright, master, rest assured, as long as we're alive, we won't let anyone harm you. Xiao Cheng didn't hear Su Chen's conversation with Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai. Right now, all she could think about was how screwed she was. She didn't have that much money at all, so what was she going to do now? Especially after seeing Su Chen order so many dishes. She felt numb all over. Stinky little brother, you're really generous, but I can't handle it. This meal is too expensive, I can't afford it. Xingjia, don't worry about this, you don't need to pay, I'll treat. The people from the Juhani department were actually a bit displeased after seeing Su Chen order so many expensive dishes. Weren't they pushing Xiao Qing into a pit of fire? They had thought Su Chen was knowledgeable about social etiquette, but now it seemed he was quite ignorant. When they heard Su Chen say that Xiao Qing didn't need to pay, the expressions of the few people eased a bit. Xiao Qing, however, felt a bit embarrassed. She had offered to treat, so how could she not pay? Forget it, let me treat. It's rare to indulge a bit, and my savings from all these years should be enough. Su Chen smiled faintly. Arguing with Xiao Qing about this was pointless. As long as the price of this meal exceeded Xiao Qing's limit, she wouldn't be able to pay even if she wanted to. Waiter, bring the dishes we just ordered, and also bring me 20 bottles of your most expensive wine. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Xiao Qing was at a loss. She had seen earlier that the best wine in this restaurant cost 11,000 per bottle, so 20 bottles would be 220,000. She couldn't afford to pay even if she sold everything she had. Xingjia, as I said, you don't need to settle the bill, just enjoy your meal, leave the rest to me. Xiao Qing couldn't say anything else, she could only accept. She just really wanted to know how Su Chen was going to pay for this. Did he really have that much money? The Wangxian building hadn't encountered such a big customer in a long time. Therefore, they valued this table very much, and the food was quickly served. Seeing that no one was eating, Su Chen chuckled. What are you all staring at? The dishes are here, we can't just let them go to waste, right? Su Chen, I feel it's too wasteful. With this much money, we could buy a house in a better location, then we wouldn't have to live in the dorms. It's too wasteful. Exactly, for the fleeting pleasure of the taste buds, it's not worth it. Xiao Cheng felt that what everyone was saying made sense. Little brother, we haven't started eating yet, how about we cancel some dishes? We can't get a full refund, but we can save quite a bit. Xiao He and Xiao Bai looked at those trying to persuade Su Chen and felt speechless. Come on, you know nothing about the young master's financial power. Judging by the way the young master doesn't care, this meal might not even be a drop in the bucket for him. It's really the case of the emperor not worrying but the eunuch worrying. The two of them couldn't be bothered to persuade further, they started eating, closing their eyes to savor the food. It had to be admitted that the food at Wangxian building was a bit expensive, but the taste was truly impeccable. Seeing someone start eating, the others knew it was too late for anything else, so they decided to just enjoy the meal. Su Chen also started eating, and after a few bites, his eyes widened. He had tried many earthly delicacies, and he had a discerning palate. Even so, he couldn't find any fault with the food at Wangxian building. Besides the great taste, the food at Wangxian building actually contained ghost energy. It could enhance cultivation. Looking at it this way, there was a reason for the high price of this food. The Immortal Brew was the best wine at Wangxian building, selling for 11,000 per bottle, and it was rich in ghost energy. After this meal, many people from the Detention Soul Division directly made breakthroughs on the spot. Although Su Chen did not make a breakthrough, he still felt that his own ghost energy had increased a lot. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Su Chen went straight to settle the bill. Xiao Cheng saw Su Chen going to pay the bill and immediately followed, worried that Su Chen might not be able to afford it. If there was a shortage of money, she would make up for it herself. Eating a free meal in the underworld could have serious consequences. When Xiao Cheng saw Su Chen take out 300 for the pineapple, she realized she had worried too much. Su Chen didn't hide anything from Xiao Qing when he paid the bill. When Xiao Qing saw Su Chen's balance, she felt numb. If she hadn't counted wrong, without considering the decimal point, it seemed to be a 9-digit number. What was she worrying about? It turned out that the big money was right beside her. She had worried that Su Chen couldn't afford it, but now she realized she should have ordered a few more expensive dishes. Stinky little brother, you really hide it well. Su Chen smiled. Xingjia, I have never hidden anything. Have I ever cried poor? You have so much money, why are you still living in staff dormitories? Why not buy a house yourself? I want to buy. After eating my fill, I'll go buy. How can I have the energy to bargain if I'm not full? Xiao Cheng smiled bitterly, as if it made sense. Then when you buy a house later, take me with you, I can help you bargain. No problem. It's good to have Qingjia's input. It's on me. By now, everyone from the Detention Soul Division was full and satisfied, especially the ghost messengers who had made breakthroughs were very grateful to Su Chen. They also noticed that Su Chen had other matters to attend to, so they didn't continue to disturb him, but took their leave. Su Chen didn't insist on them staying, he was still somewhat at ease with Xiao Cheng, but not necessarily with others. It was better for fewer people to know about his house buying plans. After everyone from the Detention Soul Division had left, Su Chen took the three women to a real estate sales center he had seen before. Before they even entered, they saw many high-quality property listings on the notice board at the entrance. Those who could open a shop here had a certain level of strength, and the properties sold here were all within the third ring road. A 300 square meter villa within the third ring road, priced at 15 million. A 200 square meter duplex within the second ring road, with a good layout, north-south facing, priced at 14 million. A 100 square meter loft in the city center, priced at 12 million. In addition to these, there were also some shops for rent or sale. This suddenly made Su Chen's mind more active. From now on, he could consider the issue of shops. However, he decided to hold off for now, Even if he had the money, running a shop was not a simple matter. At least in terms of manpower, he was seriously lacking. It was better to prioritize solving the accommodation problem. When the shop assistant saw the group looking at the notice board, he immediately approached them. He ignored Su Chen and focused on Xiao He and Xiao Bai. There was no way around it. Su Chen and Xiao Chang were both ghost generals, and could easily see through cultivation levels, but Xiao He and Xiao Bai were different. The cultivation level of a great ghost king could be recognized even in the underworld. Even if the aura was not emitted, it was clear they were not ordinary people. Ladies, are you here to look at houses? If you have any requirements, you can tell me. Not to brag, but within the third ring road, there's no property that I, Zhou Fu, don't know about. Xiao He and Xiao Bai glanced at each other, knowing that Zhou Fu had misunderstood. You've misunderstood, we're not here to buy a house, it's our young master who wants to buy a house. Zhou Fu looked shocked at Su Chen. Which family's young master was he? Why hadn't he heard of him before? With these two beautiful women as bodyguards, he must not be short of money. This deal, no matter what, had to be sealed. A shop closed for a year, open to eat for 3 years. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Young master, do you know about the houses in Fengdu City? Do you have any specific requirements for buying a house? As long as you make a request, I can fulfill it here. Su Chen did not feel any discomfort because Zhou Fu had looked down on him before. Even if he was a salesperson, he might be similar to Zhou Fu. He carefully considered his needs before speaking slowly. The house I want to buy cannot be too small, it needs to be larger, and the location should be good, preferably in the city center. Do you have suitable listings? Su Chen's words left Xiao Qing completely stunned. His little brother was actually planning to buy a house in the city center, and it had to be larger? Did he know how expensive houses in the city center were? Not to mention Su Chen, even Xiao He and Xiao Bai were shocked by Su Chen's boldness. One of the main reasons they were reluctant to follow Su Chen was that by following him, they might have to stay away from the Yanwang Palace. The location of the Yanwang Palace in Fengdu City was definitely the best. The ghostly aura there could be considered the strongest in Fengdu City. Following Qin Xianer was really easy for them, they mostly just chatted with her every day. Most of their time was spent on cultivation. This was why, despite not having top-notch aptitude, they could become great ghost kings. They had initially thought that following Su Chen might hinder their future cultivation, but now it seemed that was not the case. Su Chen, are you sure you can afford a house in the city center? Xiao Chang no longer had any intention of joking with Su Chen, and she didn't even call him little brother anymore. She immediately regretted it after speaking. She had just seen Su Chen's balance of 1 billion, how could he not afford a house? What can't be bought, as long as money can solve the problem, it's not a problem. At this moment, Zhou Fu was the most excited. It seemed like he had really caught a big client today. Young master, do you have any price requirements? Su Chen thought for a moment. He currently had 1 billion on him, so it shouldn't be a problem. Looking at the listings outside, they were all around 1 to 2 million, so he could definitely afford it. No requirements, as long as it meets the 2 points I mentioned, I can accept it. I have one more question, young master. When you say larger in size, how big do you mean? It's best not to be less than 500 square meters, and more rooms would be better. Zhou Fu's eyes were already shining. As long as this deal went through, he would be successful. His brain quickly started working, and he soon organized the suitable listings that he had memorized. Young master, I have already organized the suitable listings. Let me introduce them to you. There aren't many listings that meet your requirements, especially within the third ring road. Firstly, in the third ring area, there are 3 houses that meet your requirements, mostly around 500 to 600 square meters, priced between 20 to 30 million. Can you accept this? Su Chen frowned, not because of anything else, but although the third ring was already good, he felt it was a bit off for him. The third ring is a bit off. Let's look at others first. If there are no suitable options, then we can consider the houses in the third ring. Su Chen's words made the people around him roll their eyes involuntarily. The most deadly form of showing off is the invisible one. There are no suitable houses in the second ring, only one around 400 square meters for sale. Would you consider it? 400 square meters is acceptable. If there are no suitable options, then it's fine. Are there any listings for sale within the first ring? There is one, but only one, and it's too large, over 1,000 square meters, and with a high unit price, the total price is around 150 million. Su Chen immediately became interested. Wasn't this the dream house in his heart? Within the first ring, large in size, completely meeting his requirements. The only issue was that the price was a bit high. Actually, it wasn't high. In Su Chen's eyes, 150 million was not much. The key was that he didn't have enough money on him right now. Zhou Fu noticed Su Chen's liking for the last set of houses, and he also wanted Su Chen to buy this set of houses. After all, as salespeople like them, the higher the price, the more he would earn. Young master, although the total price is a bit high, it's actually quite worth it. Being able to buy such a large mansion in the first ring road is a symbol of status and position. Moreover, the owner of this house not only sells the house, but also leaves behind the furniture and other items in the house. I heard that the furniture and decorations inside cost millions when they were purchased. Su Chen was not really interested in these things, but the idea of everything being included did tempt him a bit. After all, if everything was already there, it would save him the trouble of purchasing them separately. Alright, let's go with this set then. By the way, can we negotiate the price? Zhou Fu smiled bitterly. This house had been on the market for many years, not because it was not good, but because very few people could afford the price. Now that someone was finally interested, he wanted to offer Su Chen a discount. However, he did not have the authority to do so, as the owner of the house had made it clear that the price was non-negotiable. I'm sorry, the owner said the price is not negotiable. In that case, forget it. Zhou Fu smiled bitterly, realizing that the price was probably too high for the young master to afford. However, he could still sell other houses at a lower price. Would you like to take a look at other houses, young master? Su Chen looked puzzled. Look at other houses? Soon he understood. You misunderstood. Since we can't negotiate, let's forget about it. 150 million is 150 million. Please arrange a meeting with the owner for me. We can sign the contract anytime. Are you sure you want to buy this set? Why would I lie to you? Alright, the owner is not currently present, and I don't know his whereabouts. But rest assured, that gentleman has entrusted us with the entire property transaction. We can sign the contract with you. Sign the contract with you? Is that possible? You can rest assured about this. The owner is the richest businessman in the entire underworld, Hao Yuqian. He is the wealthiest in the underworld, and his businesses are present in all 10 courts of the underworld. You can trust his reputation, and the deed of this mansion is in our hands. We can have the judges testify, and once the contract is signed, it is bound by the rules of heaven and earth, so there won't be any issues. Su Chen smirked, finding it amusing that someone would claim to be the richest in the underworld in front of him. Just because his name was Hao Yuqian didn't mean he was actually wealthy. He looked at Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai understood Su Chen's intention and spoke up immediately. Young master, rest assured, there is indeed no problem. I already know which mansion is being sold. Oh, which one? The one next to the Yanwang Palace. I had the privilege of meeting Hao Yuqian decades ago, but he hasn't visited our court for many years. Su Chen was even more determined to acquire this mansion. It would be a great thing to be neighbors with Qin Xianer. Alright, I'll buy it. Zhou Fu's face lit up with joy. Great, how do you plan to make the payment? Do you need us to help you find a loan institution? You will need to provide proof of income, and we will charge a 1% commission, which is usually 2%, but we'll give you the lowest rate for this high-priced deal. Su Chen rubbed his chin. The commission didn't matter to him, 1% was just 150 million. It was just a small amount, but why would he need a loan? Couldn't he afford the money himself? The commission is fine, but I don't need a loan. I can pay in full. Zhou Fu was truly shocked this time. You mean in full? Do you have that much money on you right now? Su Chen smiled slightly. Not at the moment, but I will in a while. Su Chen didn't lie. When chatting with a few people, he had a lot more money on him than before, although it hadn't reached 150 million yet. But after signing the contract, it would be close. Wait a moment, sir. I'll go get our boss now and have him bring the title deed and everything. Once the contract is signed, the house will be yours. Go ahead, I'll wait here. Please wait, it won't take long. The rest was simple. After an hour, that mansion now belonged entirely to Su Chen. Because of the delay, Su Chen finally had enough money on him. After paying for the house and commission, he was left with only 4 digits of money. But that was not a problem, as his money would surely increase after a good night's sleep. It was time to see how his house was. After Su Chen paid, Zhou Fu handed over the keys and such to Su Chen. Customers like Su Chen, who paid without even looking at the house, were truly rare. Zhou Fu had initially worried that Su Chen wouldn't know where the mansion was and thought of taking him there. But Xiao He and Xiao Bai stopped him. Jokingly, they lived in the Yanwang Palace, so of course they knew where the mansion was. There was no need for Zhou Fu to lead the way. Zhou Fu was also too lazy to make an extra trip. He earned a lot from this deal, even though he had to share some of it. It was enough for him to spend lavishly for many years. Today, he would definitely enjoy himself. Especially when Su Chen asked him to pay attention to the surrounding shops before leaving, he knew his good days were just beginning. Xiao Qing couldn't see Su Chen clearly now. If Su Chen hadn't been introduced by Wei Ping and Lian Wan, he would have suspected that this guy was the illegitimate child of the former Yan Wang. No, even if he was the illegitimate child of the Yan Wan, he wouldn't have had so much money all at once. Let's go see the mansion. Su Chen was in a good mood, as the house issue was resolved. With Xiao He and Xiao Bai protecting him, his safety was also assured, and many problems were naturally solved. Since the mansion was next to the Yanwang Palace, they had to pass by it on their way back. Originally, Xiao He and Xiao Bai were responsible for guarding the Yanwang Palace. Now that they were following Su Chen, new guards were needed. At the entrance of the Yanwang Palace stood two handsome black and white impermanences. When Xiao He and Xiao Bai saw the two handsome guys, their faces drooped. Xiao Bai, I wonder why Miss is willing to abandon us. It turns out she's planning to replace us with two handsome guys. Xiao He, be careful what you say. I feel pretty good now. Following the young master seems quite nice, and working with him is not tiring. Hee, that's true. Following the young master, enjoying good food and drinks, and having a nice house to live in, it's really great. The newly appointed black and white impermanences knew Xiao He and Xiao Bai. They were about to greet each other when Qin Xianer walked out of the Yanwang Palace. She was somewhat surprised to see Su Chen and his group. Her gaze quickly fell on Su Chen. What? Do you have more business? Why are you back? This time, I'm not here to see Lord Yanwang. I just happened to pass by. Also, Lord Yanwang, we will be neighbors in the future. I bought the house next to yours. Qin Xianer was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted. You mean you bought Haoyou Qian's house? Yes. Is there a problem? A hint of embarrassment flashed across Qin Xianer's face. No problem. When my old man was still the Yan Wang, I met Haoyou Qian a few times. My father also gave him a hard time. It seems that he left the 10th palace because he was afraid of my father. The house here has been on sale since then. Su Chen's face changed. So, was the former Lord Yan Wang so unreliable? Speaking of which, will Qin Xianer also deceive herself in the future? Qin Xianer saw Su Chen's expression and knew what this guy was thinking. Don't worry, I'm not like my dad. I'm not that kind of person. I believe in Lord Yanwang. It's been a long time since I visited the neighboring area. Now that I'm free and in a good mood, let's go together and take a look. Consider it a congratulatory visit for your new home. It's my honor that Lord Yanwang can come. After Su Chen finished speaking, he and Qin Xianer headed towards the new mansion, with Xiao He and Xiao Bai following closely behind. Only Xiao Qing was still standing there in a daze. Is that Lord Yanwang? This was the first time she had seen the new Lord Yanwang, and he was really cute. Wait, why does Su Chen seem so familiar with Lord Yanwang? How many secrets does his stinky brother still have that she doesn't know about? She felt like her brain was about to explode. Passing through the Yanwang Palace, a luxurious mansion appeared in front of them. In terms of grandeur, this mansion couldn't compare to the Yanwang Palace, but in terms of luxury, it was no less extravagant. The key was in Xiao Hei's hand, and she went to open the door directly. Just as they were about to enter, Qin Xianer stopped Su Chen. Do you know much about this mansion? The agent told me everything. This mansion is now mine. It's fully furnished and ready to move in, which is what I like the most. Qin Xianer paused for a while before slowly saying, Don't get your hopes up too high. It may not be as good as you imagine. You'll see when you go in. Su Chen frowned. He didn't know why Qin Xianer said that, but he had a bad feeling. Seeing that Xiao He had already opened the door, he walked in directly. As soon as he entered the mansion, he stood still in shock. The over 1,000 square meter house was not just a residence, it also had a small courtyard. Unlike what he had imagined with lush greenery, the courtyard was bare and monotonous. Not only that, there were many deep pits in the courtyard, indicating that something had been planted there before. It seemed like someone had removed them. Wait, didn't Zhou Fu say there were many precious plants here? Why are they all gone? Is this false advertising? I have to sue them. No, Lord Yanwang, you have to help me. Su Chen was about to ask Qin Xianer for help, but he noticed her blushing. Actually, it's not the agent's fault. I dug up and sold the plants here a while ago. They didn't know about it, so it's not their fault. Su Chen was speechless. Can someone tell him what's going on? Did Lord Yanwang have his eye on his house even before he bought it? I was short on funds a while ago, and I remembered there were valuable things here. I had no choice but to borrow and sell some things. I thought this house wouldn't sell, but I didn't expect you to buy it. Su Chen looked up at the sky in silence. Is this what you meant by being different from your dad? This is totally crooked. Su Chen was very unhappy, but he didn't dare to get angry in front of Qin Xianer. It's okay, these material possessions, I'll take care of them myself in the future. Qin Xianer looked at Su Chen with satisfaction. In fact, she was already wealthy now. The money Su Chen gave her had revived the 10th palace. There was even some surplus. Originally, she was thinking of using her own money to buy back those things. Unexpectedly, Su Chen was so understanding and wanted to handle it himself. So be it, this guy wasn't short of money. If this guy is short of money, how could he have spare money to buy a house after giving himself so much money? Seeing how sensible he is, I won't hold it against him for saving money to buy a house. I am indeed generous. You're right, that's what I think too. I have to decorate my mansion myself to feel at home. Sighing, Su Chen could only admit defeat. Lord Yen, besides these flowers and plants, have you touched anything else? Su Chen was mentally prepared. None of the flowers, plants, or trees here were spared, and he didn't expect the furniture inside the house to still be intact. Sure enough, when Su Chen mentioned it, Qin Xianer immediately became a bit awkward. Well, I did sell some of the furniture and such in the house, but don't worry, I haven't touched the things in the main hall and a few bedrooms. You can move in without any problems. Thank you, Lord Yen, for sparing me. Forget about the past. After I arrange my belongings, please don't intervene anymore. If there's anything you need, you can talk to me directly. Su Chen wasn't just being polite to Qin Xianer, she understood his situation. It's impossible for her not to be wary of him at all. He understood the principle of money being the master. If he wanted Qin Xianer not to be wary of him, there were only two ways. The first way was to become a more powerful presence than Qin Xianer, which Su Chen couldn't achieve at the moment. The second way was to make Qin Xianer think of him as one of her own. When Qin Xianer needed money, he could provide it, and in his view, any problem that could be solved with money wasn't a problem. Being on good terms with Qin Xianer had another benefit. He was already considering opening a shop in Fengdu City. Mixing in Qin Xianer's territory naturally meant receiving her care. Otherwise, when his business grew, it would attract unwanted attention. Qin Xianer didn't think that much and was pleased to hear that Su Chen didn't mind her selling many things from the mansion. Good, I didn't misjudge you. You handle things here yourself. I won't stay any longer. If you need help, just send Xiao He and Xiao Bai to find me. Then, I respectfully bid farewell to Lord Yen. When Qin Xianer left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Bai spoke first. Young master, Mrs. Too Much. She actually took our things from the room and sold them. Xiao He nodded in agreement. If we had known when Miss asked us to move things last time, we should have moved fewer things. Isn't this selling our own stuff? What a loss. Su Chen finally understood that blood is thicker than water. It turned out that these two guys were accomplices when they came to move things and sell them. Why didn't you mention buying a house when you did? Fortunately, these two little girls were still sensible and knew to side with him now. Shaking his head, Su Chen ignored the others and started exploring the mansion. He quickly got a good understanding of the situation in the mansion. Overall, he was very satisfied with the mansion. It was spacious and had plenty of rooms. It could easily accommodate over a dozen people. The only issue was that it felt too empty in some areas. Besides the living room, master bedroom, and 2 guest rooms, everything else had been emptied. Su Chen suspected that if he had died a couple of days later, everything here would have been cleared out. He already had a plan for room assignments. As the owner of the mansion, he would naturally take the master bedroom, and it was fine to assign the guest rooms to Xiao He and Xiao Bai for now. The issue that troubled him the most was Xiao Qing's situation. Qing, do you want to live here? If you want to, there are plenty of empty rooms here. Xiao Qing was stunned for a moment, not expecting Su Chen to actively invite her to stay here. After some thought, she shook her head. Su Chen, I won't stay here. I want to buy a house through my own efforts. Staying in your house feels like being kept by you. I am not a casual person. In the 10 palaces, I am the one who supports others. No one can support me. Su Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Yes, you are not a casual person. When you become casual, you are not human. You have been enjoying yourself these days. He didn't force her, as he had already extended the invitation. Whether she agreed or not was up to Xiao Qing. Xingjia, if you have nothing to do in the future, come over and play. You are always welcome here. I wouldn't be polite to you even if you didn't say that. The ghostly atmosphere here is strong, and the effect of cultivation is good. I will definitely come over often in the future. It's not early today, so I'll go back first. Contact me if you want to. Okay. Xingjie, take care. After seeing off Xiao Qing, Su Chen assigned the rooms. This made Xiao He and Xiao Bai very happy, as they were now considered people with their own rooms in the first circle. Su Chen returned to his master bedroom. He had to admit that the ghostly atmosphere here was indeed the strongest in Fengdu City. Even if he couldn't cultivate all the time, the surrounding ghostly atmosphere would slowly increase with each breath. Su Chen's most important task now was to improve his cultivation. After returning to his room, he began to cultivate directly. There was no need to hide his techniques here. Many important figures lived in this area, so as a low-level ghost, absorbing a bit of ghostly energy wouldn't attract anyone's attention. After running his cultivation for a few weeks, he found that the ghostly energy in his body was increasing rapidly. With more cultivation, he should be able to reach the middle stage of a ghost. Feeling a bit tired today, he couldn't rush his cultivation. Rest and work had to be balanced. Thinking of this, Su Chen lay down on the large bed in the master bedroom. Unlike the hardboard bed he had imagined, the bed in the master bedroom looked hard but felt incredibly soft to lie on. As soon as he lay down on the bed, drowsiness enveloped him. It was indeed the bed where the former richest man in the underworld had slept, much better than the wooden planks in the cemetery. Most importantly, here, no one should dare to disturb his rest. Next to him was the palace of the King of Hell. He truly believed that no one would dare to hold a concert here. Su Chen soon fell into a deep sleep. He slept soundly. In his dream, he dreamed of the woman who haunted his thoughts. The next day, Su Chen woke up early. Without delay, he began to cultivate immediately after getting up. This was the time when the ghostly energy in Fengdu City was the strongest, so wasting time on sleep would be a loss. After cultivating for a few weeks, Su Chen's cultivation once again improved. He directly entered the middle stage of a ghost. Just 2 days after entering the underworld, his cultivation had reached the middle stage of a ghost, which was quite remarkable in the underworld. Su Chen was grateful that he had bought a house. If he had stayed in the dormitory in the cemetery, his cultivation would not have progressed so quickly. After finishing his cultivation, Su Chen prepared to go out to handle the sun exposure. The work that needed to be done could not be neglected. Just as he stepped out of the room, he saw Xiao He and Xiao Bai playing in the courtyard. Both of them were now at the level of great ghost kings, so even if they didn't rest, it wouldn't affect them. Seeing Su Chen wake up, both girls smiled. "Young master, do you have any plans for today?" "I don't have any plans. I'm going out to handle the sun exposure." "You can do whatever you like, no need to follow me." "We can't do that. Miss ordered us to protect your safety." "What if you encounter danger while handling the sun exposure?" "I have some means of self-protection." "You can come with me, I can't relax otherwise." Su Chen spoke the truth. If Xiao He and Xiao Bai kept following him, he would feel very uncomfortable. Xiao He was about to say something, but was stopped by Xiao Bai. "All right, since you say so, we will obey." Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid of the two girls following him all the time. Looking at the incense value on his body, after one night, his balance reached over 1 billion again. Ah, this money came too quickly. It can't be spent at all. Looking at the empty courtyard, Su Chen felt it necessary to find something for Xiao He and Xiao Bai to do. "Xiao He, Xiao Bai, I'll give you 10 million. While I'm at work, you go buy some necessities, preferably find some people willing to help at our mansion. It's okay to pay them a higher salary, I can afford it. I can't have you two do everything yourselves, right?" Xiao He and Xiao Bai looked at each other, both shocked by Su Chen's generosity. They knew their new master was rich, but they didn't expect him to be this rich. Giving them 10 million casually and allowing them to spend it freely showed how generous Su Chen was. At the same time, the two girls were also touched. Directly giving them so much money showed absolute trust in them. "Master, rest assured, we will handle everything beautifully, and we guarantee that every expense will be clear to you, ensuring that the money is spent wisely. No need to worry, it's just 10 million, spend it as you like. If it's not enough, ask me for more. If you see something you like, just buy it, I'll foot the bill." "All right. Enough of that, I'm going to work now. It's going to be a great day full of energy. Farewell, master." Su Chen waved his hand and left the mansion. After Su Chen left, Xiao He looked at her account balance in amazement. Although she was a great ghost king in cultivation, it was the first time she had seen so much money. "Xiao Bai, how should we spend it today?" Xiao Bai glared at Xiao He irritably. "Look at you, so eager to spend the money? Tisk, why are you pretending? Aren't you eager too? You noticed that? But we can't keep all of it. Someone has to stay with the master. If something really happens, the miss will definitely not spare us." "You're right. Let's plan our days. We haven't been to the mortal realm for a long time. Let's take this opportunity to go out. I'll go out today, and you can go out tomorrow." "Why?" "I'll go out today, and you can go out tomorrow." It seems we can't convince each other. In that case, let's stick to the old rule. All right, who's afraid of who? Rock, paper, scissors. I won. Xiao He, it's your turn to go shopping today. I hope to see some changes when I come back. Goodbye, I'm going to follow the master. Xiao He watched Xiao Bai leave and stomped her foot in anger. So what if you can go out? Sob, I also want to go out. No, I have to go shopping. Otherwise, I'll feel uncomfortable. Suchin didn't know that Xiaobai was following him from behind, and even if he did, he wouldn't mind. As long as they didn't disturb him, it didn't matter. This was his first time going to the mortal realm alone, and he was a little excited. After passing through the ghost gate, he arrived in the mortal realm again. The weather in Huasian County was gloomy today, as if a storm was coming. Suchen took out his book of life and death and began to check it. There were 7 names on the book, indicating that today's schedule would be busier than yesterday. Suchen looked at those names, squinting his eyes. Unlike yesterday, there were no souls with merit power, but there was one soul with a bright red color. This guy must have done a lot of evil deeds while in the mortal realm. I wonder if there will be any mutations after his death. Suchen was only interested in this. Even if it mutated, he wouldn't worry too much. Xiao Qing had mentioned before that some powerful mutated lost souls, which were the cultivation of ghost generals. Since he defeated Wu Sun with one move yesterday, he was very confident in his own strength. A mutated lost soul shouldn't be too much trouble. He actually hoped this guy would mutate so he could practice. The guy died a little after 4 in the afternoon. It was still early, so he decided to deal with the others first. The life of a ghost catcher was boring and dull. After half a day, Su Chen had captured the souls of the other 6 people, leaving only the last one who was glowing red. Following the guidance of the return to the west navigation, Su Chen arrived at the location of the last person's death. When he saw where he had arrived, Su Chen frowned. It turned out to be a kindergarten. Could there be some big evil person here? But at least for now, he didn't sense any death aura in the kindergarten. So, the person who died last shouldn't be a teacher or student from the kindergarten. Su Chen didn't care about this. He believed he was in the right place. And there was still half an hour before the person's death time, so he had come early because he had nothing else to do. When the time came, he would know who was supposed to die. As time passed, more and more people gathered at the kindergarten gate. They were all there to pick up their children after school. Su Chen began to understand that the person who died was likely one of these parents. The person hadn't shown up yet, but it should be soon. While Su Chen was idle, he saw a suspicious-looking person with a mask and sunglasses arrive at the kindergarten gate. He couldn't see the person's true appearance. When he reached the kindergarten gate, his eyes were scanning around. He looked like a shady character. Su Chen knew the target had arrived. He felt the aura of death emanating from him. Besides the death aura, there was also a faint red light coming from him. It seemed this person was the one Su Chen was supposed to capture today. Huang Lei, a jobless drifter. He usually did petty crimes and had recently resorted to more serious crimes. He had planned to kidnap the son of the richest man in Hua County. He had found out that the son of the richest man, Lu Jianqing, attended this kindergarten. Lu Jianqing was usually busy and had others pick up his child. Before coming, Huang Lei had made sure the man couldn't come on time to pick up his child. This gave him some time to act. Once he succeeded this time, he planned to demand a ransom of 1 to 2 million. With that money, he could live comfortably for a while. Thinking about this, a smile crept onto Huang Lei's face. It was as if the money was already in his hands. By now, the kindergarten had started dismissing students in batches, and many parents had already picked up their children and left. Huang Lei wasn't in a hurry. He knew his target was in the senior class, the last class to be dismissed. After a while, the senior class students finally appeared. Huang Lei has been observing all along, and when he saw that the person responsible for picking up the child had not shown up, he breathed a sigh of relief. He went straight to the school gate and quickly found Lu Jianqing's son, Lu Jiaheng. He had already figured out Lu Jiaheng's situation, and to avoid attracting attention, he had accidentally encountered Lu Jiaheng in the park in the neighborhood a few times these days. He had already made Lu Jiaheng believe that he was the owner of the neighborhood and that he was friends with his father. In the neighborhood, if it weren't for the crowds and the many security guards, he would have taken action in the neighborhood long ago. He walked up to the kindergarten teacher and smiled at her. "Hello, teacher, I'm here to pick up Lu Jiaheng." The kindergarten teacher looked at Huang Lei somewhat surprised. She knew about Lu Jiaheng's situation, but she had never seen Huang Lei before, so she didn't dare to hand the child over to a stranger directly. "Hello, this parent, I don't think I've seen you before. I rarely come here, but Jiaheng knows me. If you don't believe me, you can ask him." The kindergarten teacher didn't think much about it, as it was common for parents to pick up their children on behalf of others at the kindergarten. Just to be safe, she looked at Lu Jiaheng. "Jiaheng, do you know this uncle?" Lu Jiaheng immediately looked at Huang Lei and quickly recognized him. "Teacher, I know this uncle, he is a friend of my dad." The kindergarten teacher completely relaxed and was ready to hand Lu Jiaheng over to Huang Lei. Su Chen had been silently watching from the side and had no intention of intervening. He still didn't know what Huang Lei's intentions were. He could tell that Huang Lei had ill intentions, but he didn't know the specifics of his actions, and he didn't think Huang Lei could cause much trouble. Among all the people present, only Huang Lei seemed lifeless. This meant that today, only Huang Lei would die here. As for how this guy would die, just keep watching. At this moment, Lu Jiahong had already come to Huang Lei's side. A 5-year-old child, still very innocent, how cautious could he be? Uncle, why are you picking me up today? Where is Aunt Wen? Aunt Wen couldn't come today, so she asked me to help pick you up. Let's go, back home with me. Okay, let's go home. The corners of Huang Lei's mouth under the mask almost reached the sky. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He was still thinking about explaining further if the teacher didn't believe him. Huang Lei was about to leave with Lu Jiahong when he had already figured out how to start extorting. At least 1 million, no less. Just as Huang Lei was about to leave, a voice suddenly came over. Jiahong, who is the person next to you? Why are you going with him? Huang Lei's heart tightened. He knew something big was wrong. It seemed like an accident had occurred. Lu Jiahong heard the voice, turned around to look at the speaker. He immediately shouted happily, Dad, how come you have time to pick me up today? The person who came was Lu Jianqing, who also noticed that something was wrong. He quickly stepped forward, shielding Lu Jiahong behind him. After doing all this, he looked at Huang Lei. Who are you? Before Huang Lei could speak, Lu Jiahong spoke up. Dad, don't you know him? Isn't the uncle your friend? Lu Jiahong's words instantly made Lu Jianqing alert. He didn't have such a friend. Who are you exactly? Xiaowen couldn't come today due to something, so she asked me to help pick up the child. Huang Lei was starting to panic a bit, but he still forced himself to remain calm. This deal today might go south, but it didn't matter, there would be another chance. The most important thing now was not to expose his identity. Huang Lei's silence only made Lu Jianqing more suspicious. The Xiaowen mentioned by Huang Lei was her secretary, who usually helped her pick up the child. It was because Xiaowen called to say he couldn't make it today that he came to pick up the child himself. If the person in front of him was arranged by Xiaowen, why did he have to come pick up the child himself? Plus, Huang Lei seemed a bit flustered, making it feel like this guy was lying. So now there was only one possibility left, that the person in front of him was likely a human trafficker. Thinking of this, Lu Jianqing also felt a chill, realizing that if he had come a little later, his child might have been abducted by a human trafficker. Lu Jianqing had been in the military and knew how to handle such situations, so he didn't immediately expose Huang Lei. So you're a friend of Xiaowen's, huh? In that case, we should get to know each other better. As Lu Jianqing spoke, he prepared to grab Huang Lei's hand. Huang Lei's eyes flickered, feeling exposed and unable to continue deceiving Lu Jianqing. He needed to quickly leave this dangerous place. Mr. Lu, since you came to pick up the child yourself, I won't disturb you. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Huang Lei's words further confirmed to Lu Jianqing that the person in front of him was not a good person. How could he let Huang Lei leave? He took a step forward, grabbed Huang Lei's arm, and threw him to the ground with a shoulder throw. Although Huang Lei had killed before, his skills were average. On the other hand, Lu Jianqing, despite being retired, had never stopped training and had decent skills. Huang Lei was completely subdued. The sudden action of the two startled the parents and children around them. Lu Jianqing quickly subdued Huang Lei and soon found a dagger on him. This further confirmed to Lu Jianqing that this guy was not a good person. Everyone, help me subdue him. He's a human trafficker. As soon as they heard that he might be a human trafficker, the parents around them were furious. Their children were studying here, and if human traffickers could reach here, today it was Lu Jiahong, but next time it could be their own children. The parents were enraged. Several burly men quickly came to help Lu Jianqing restrain Huang Lei, taking the opportunity to give Huang Lei a few hard hits. Seeing Huang Lei subdued, more people were outraged and rushed forward, punching and kicking him. Su Chen saw everything and checked the time. This guy had actually been beaten to death by the people. Well, scum like him didn't deserve to live. He was not worth pity. Huang Lei never expected to die in such a miserable way. As his soul left his body, he clung tightly to his head. When he no longer felt pain, he slowly released his hands, staring blankly at the people still beating his body nearby. Damn it! These people dare to desecrate a corpse. A hint of malice flashed in Huang Lei's eyes. Even though he was now a soul, he felt no remorse. At this moment, the red light on his body intensified. There were fluctuations in his cultivation appearing on his body. Huang Lei hated it, he was so close to success. If it weren't for Lu Jianqing's strong grip that directly subdued him, he could have escaped even if he failed. You people should all die. I want you to bury me. Huang Lei's soul wielded ghostly energy, preparing to strike at those who were still venting their anger. If this ghostly energy touched those humans, even if they didn't die, they would likely fall seriously ill for a period of time. Do you think I don't exist? Su Chen's voice sounded timely. This Huang Lei was really despicable. Even after death, he still wanted to harm ordinary people. Did he think this ghostly servant of his didn't exist? Su Chen appeared directly in front of the group of ordinary people, waving his hand to disperse the ghostly energy. It was only now that Huang Lei realized Su Chen's presence. He had not taken Su Chen seriously. Wasn't this the legendary ghostly servant? But so what? No one could stop him from retaliating against these people. Seeing Huang Lei's red eyes, Su Chen knew that this guy must be crazy now, so he had to subdue him. He had been displeased with this guy for a long time, but couldn't show up before due to the difference between humans and ghosts. Now that everyone was a ghost, he felt it was necessary to teach this guy a lesson. Su Chen charged forward without using the soul hook or the 9 Hells secret. Although Huang Lei was a mutated ghost, he was only at the level of a ghost soldier. Su Chen could easily defeat a mid-level ghost general, so he had to be careful not to destroy Huang Lei's soul. It was not worth letting him off so easily. It would be better to take him back to the underworld and make him suffer in the 18 levels of hell according to his sins. After enough torment, he could be sent to the animal realm, which would be a proper punishment for him. Huang Lei was also consumed by anger and failed to recognize the vast difference between himself and Su Chen. When Su Chen attacked, Huang Lei retaliated, but the outcome was clear. Huang Lei couldn't even last a round against Su Chen and was quickly subdued and beaten. Soon, Huang Lei's screams could be heard at the scene, but only Su Chen could hear them. The parents who were still beating Huang Lei finally realized that something was wrong when Huang Lei stopped resisting. Lu Jianqing immediately stopped everyone from continuing the beating. Stop, everyone. This guy seems to have no reaction anymore. Could he be dead from the beating? Everyone stopped, and Lu Jianqing checked Huang Lei's breathing. He's really dead. This is unbelievable. Upon hearing that someone had died, chaos erupted among the crowd. People at the scene started to panic, even though they had been resolute in their actions earlier. The realization that someone had died made them fearful. The kindergarten students who had not been taken away were brought back to their classrooms by the teachers. The situation was not suitable for the children to witness. Meanwhile, the police from Huaxian police station arrived at the scene. The kindergarten had immediately called the police upon discovering Huang Lei's intentions. Lu Jianqing, having military experience, was the first to react and quickly explained the situation to the police. Sun Hua, the head of the police team, arrived at the scene promptly after receiving the report. If there were human traffickers in their jurisdiction, it would be a serious matter. Fortunately, the children were safe and had not been taken away. Initially, they had planned to take the suspect away and deal with him later. However, the situation took a turn for the worse when the suspect was beaten to death. Son, do you think this will escalate? Sun Hua also felt troubled. While the suspect brought it upon himself by getting involved, his death complicated matters. It's a bit tricky, but the law doesn't blame everyone. At most, it could be considered excessive self-defense, and we might need everyone to come to the station to give statements. That's not a problem. We will cooperate. Hearing Sun Hua's reassurance, everyone felt relieved. Several police officers approached Huang Lei to take him away. One officer noticed something strange. Despite being severely beaten, Huang Lei had protected his face, allowing them to see his approximate appearance. Son, something's not right. Sun Hua was puzzled by the officer's remark. What's wrong, Xiao Zhang? Son, look at this guy's face. He looks like the A-level wanted criminal, the murderer who escaped Huang Lei. Sun Hua was stunned, and went directly to Huang Lei's front, carefully examining his face to confirm that this guy was the wanted criminal they were after. He smiled, knowing that with this identity, the situation would be simple. Everyone, rest assured, this guy is the wanted criminal we are looking for. Normally, catching him would result in a gunfight, but this time you all not only did no wrong, but also did well. I will apply for a reward for all of you, and the commendation flag won't be missed. With this, everyone present completely relaxed. Many regretted not hitting this guy a few more times earlier. Su Chen, while beating Huang Lei's soul, was also observing the situation over there. Seeing the matter resolved properly, he breathed a sigh of relief. You scoundrel, you even killed someone, truly heinous. Looks like I have to deal with you properly. Huang Lei no longer showed his previous ferocity. Continuing on, he feared Su Chen would beat him to death. Being beaten to death twice in one day was unbearable. The other 6 souls being reaped quietly stepped back a few paces. They also felt that Huang Lei deserved his fate. This Reaper sure is violent. But they liked it. Reaper, spare me, I know I was wrong, please have mercy. Su Chen felt it was enough, kicked the guy a few more times, and then stopped. That's enough, anyway, this guy will receive the appropriate punishment in the underworld. Today's soul reaping task is completed, and these guys can be taken back to the underworld. As he was about to leave with these people, he suddenly looked southeast. From there, he sensed a strong ghostly aura. What's going on? Could there be a change? Su Chen wasn't sure of the specifics, but he became cautious. Quietly retreating with the 7 souls, he hoped the owner of that ghostly aura wasn't coming for him. If it's fated to happen, what's there to fear? The owner of that ghostly aura seemed to be heading towards him. Soon, a reaper in his 40s appeared by his side. This reaper also emitted a red light, much denser than what Huang Lei had. Su Chen took a few more steps back, cautiously observing the man. I am Su Chen of the 10th court, here to reap souls. Who are you? Su Chen knew this man was a reaper, but he was certain that the man was not from the 10th court. The 10th court only accepted reapers with merit, and this man clearly didn't have any. Heh, kid, leave Huang Lei's soul, and I can act as if nothing happened, letting you go. Su Chen frowned, unable to understand why this guy wanted Huang Lei's soul. Although Huang Lei was a mutated soul soldier, he was only at the level of a ghost general in cultivation, not necessarily valued by reapers from other courts. It all seemed fishy. Knowing oneself and the enemy can ensure 100 victories, he directly used his heavenly eye on the man. Name, Huang Yi Realm, Mid-Stage Great Ghost General Techniques, Dark Abyss Scripture, Soul Devouring Scripture Merit, 3521 Incense Value, 35820. Su Chen felt the situation was tricky. This guy turned out to be a mid-stage Great Ghost General, a whole level higher than himself. Although his combat power was decent, he wasn't confident in fighting above his level. This guy also cultivated the soul-devouring scripture? This made him feel that something was amiss. And why did Huang Yi want Huang Lei's soul? Wait, this guy's surname is Huang? Could he be related to Huang Lei? Which court are you from? Do you know the consequences of interfering with soul reaping? According to the Yin law, this is a capital offense. Kid, who are you trying to scare? In the past, it was indeed a capital offense, but things are different now. The various courts have been competing in secret for a long time. Honestly, this kid is my grandson. He just died and became a mutated soul, with decent talent. I'll take him away, you don't mind, right? Su Chen secretly thought to himself, indeed, these two guys are really related. Before he could say anything, Huang Lei, who was bruised and swollen on the side, seemed to see a savior. Grandpa, is that you, Grandpa? Please save me. Don't be afraid, my good grandson, Grandpa is here to save you. Su Chen didn't hesitate and used the soul hook on Huang Lei. Huang Lei cried out in pain. Previously, it was just punches and kicks, although it made Huang Lei feel pain, it wasn't serious. But this time was different, the soul hook was specifically aimed at souls, and this time, it directly dissipated 1/3 of Huang Lei's soul. How dare you? If anything happens to my good grandson, you will pay for it today. Pay for it? We'll have to fight to find out. Su Chen was determined. He didn't think he was a match for Huang Yi, but he wouldn't back down from this battle. A real man knows when to act and when not to act. Although he considered himself a businessman, he never did things against his conscience. Now he was a ghost catcher of the 10 palaces. He couldn't hand over the person he had hooked to another palace. That was something he couldn't do. Oh, a mere ghost catcher dares to attack me. I really underestimated you. Since that's the case, let's see who's stronger. Su Chen waved his hand, and the other 6 souls took Huang Lei elsewhere. This was also to protect them, in case the aftermath of the battle between the two affected them. The reason he used the soul hook on Huang Lei earlier was to prevent him from attacking the other souls. Huang Lei was still in a daze. Even if he wanted to attack, he probably wouldn't have the strength to do so. Seeing Su Chen really preparing to fight him, Huang Yi found it amusing. Young man, you really don't know your place. Today I'll show you what it means that there are always people stronger than you. After Huang Yi finished speaking, he directly slapped Su Chen with his palm. Su Chen didn't back down, and he also slapped back. Even though he was hit by Huang Yi's palm, he didn't fall behind. Su Chen's expression became serious. He had put all his strength into that palm, but it didn't have the same effect as when he fought Wu Yun before. It seemed like this battle was going to be tough. Little did Su Chen know, Huang Yi was surprised too. Huang Yi had held back, but even with 70% of his strength, Su Chen managed to withstand his palm. Being able to withstand a palm from someone of his level could only mean one thing. This guy's martial arts level was very high. Thinking this, a hint of greed flashed in Huang Yi's eyes. If he could get Su Chen's martial arts, his strength would definitely increase greatly. Ha, good lad, you're getting more interesting. I wonder if you're interested in joining our 9 palaces. If you hand over your martial arts and join us, I might spare your life. Su Chen remained silent. This guy was clearly eyeing his martial arts. The rest were just empty words, but this guy was from the 9 palaces, and Su Chen's impression of them was getting worse. Seeing Su Chen not responding, Huang Yi knew his attempt to persuade him had failed. In that case, I'll just take it myself, Huang Yi said in charge towards Su Chen, who could only defend himself passively. If it weren't for the 9 nether yellow springs technique, he would have been defeated long ago. Even so, Su Chen felt that Huang Yi's palm strength was becoming more powerful. Su Chen felt his breath starting to become erratic, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. With a bitter smile, Su Chen knew that with his current strength, it would be difficult to fight against someone of a higher level. If he were in the later stage of a ghost catcher, he might have a chance, but it was too difficult for a mid-stage ghost catcher to fight against a mid-stage big ghost catcher. Using Huang Yi's palm strength, he quickly distanced himself from Huang Yi. Huang Yi didn't pursue. In his eyes, Su Chen was already within his grasp, and dealing with him was just a matter of time. He enjoyed the feeling of playing cat and mouse. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over your techniques obediently, and I might spare your life. Su Chen panted heavily, even sitting down on the ground. He waved his hand at Huang Yi, saying, I won't fight anymore, I can't win. Huang Yi was overjoyed that the kid finally surrendered. He planned to deal with the kid after obtaining the techniques. This guy is from the 10 palaces, so he must have some merits. Giving away techniques and merits, truly his lucky star. Consider yourself lucky, hand over the techniques to me. Humph, do you think you're worthy of my techniques? I only said I wouldn't fight you, but I didn't say I would surrender. Your opponent is someone else. Huang Yi was taken aback, looking around cautiously but finding nothing unusual. Kid, stop deceiving yourself. There's no one else here. Su Chen's face revealed a meaningful smile. Is that so? Then open your eyes wide and see. Xiao Bai, come to the rescue. Huang Yi thought Su Chen was bluffing, unaware that Xiao Bai in white robes had already appeared behind him. Kid, stop playing tricks. I'll give you one last chance. Su Chen looked at Huang Yi as if he were a dead man, wondering where this guy got his confidence from. Young master, when did you notice me following you? Xiao Bai's gentle voice sounded timely, but this voice made Huang Yi furious, and he quickly turned around, distancing himself from Xiao Bai. Who are you? When did you appear here? Xiao Bai ignored Huang Yi, just a ghost he could easily deal with. I guessed that you and Xiao He would have someone following me. I guessed it would be you today. Young master is indeed clever. They completely ignored Huang Yi, making his face look ugly. He dared not say anything because Xiao Bai's silent appearance behind him indicated that Xiao Bai's cultivation far surpassed his own. He forced out a smile uglier than crying. Young master, I was wrong. Please spare me. Su Chen looked at Huang Yi with some amusement. He had seen through Huang Yi's intentions, knowing that despite his attempts to persuade him, he probably didn't truly intend to let him go. Plus, the red light on him didn't seem like a good sign. He could easily eliminate him now, but before that, he had a question to ask. I can promise not to kill you, but you must answer my question. Please ask. Huang Yi's humble appearance amused Su Chen. He liked this guy's unruly nature. Where did you get the soul-devouring technique? Huang Yi looked at Su Chen incredulously, not understanding how Su Chen knew about his possession of the technique. It was his secret, one he hadn't even told his best friend. I don't know what you're talking about. Xiao Bai, take action. I've given you a chance. Don't do it, I'll talk. I found it by chance while exploring a secret realm in the 9th palace. How did you know? Su Chen's intuition told him that this guy was not lying. But he felt that things were not so simple. He sensed a hint of conspiracy from the soul-devouring technique. I see. Xiao Bai, go ahead. What do you mean? You said you wouldn't kill me. Su Chen smiled somewhat sinisterly. I said I wouldn't kill you, and I can't kill you. Whether Xiao Bai kills you or not has nothing to do with me. I didn't lie. Xiao Bai had long been displeased with Huang Yi. If not for wanting to see Su Chen's methods, he would have eliminated him when Huang Yi first appeared. Su Chen's methods indeed exceeded her expectations by a large margin. He was able to hold on against Huang Yi for so long, despite being a whole level lower, and in the end, he only suffered minor injuries. Xiao Bai didn't give Huang Yi a chance to speak further. With a light wave of her hand, Huang Yi disappeared instantly. Huang Yi's space of offerings exploded, and everything inside came bursting out. Su Chen walked up to those items and indeed found a book called the Soul-Devouring Scripture. After taking the Soul-Devouring Scripture, she didn't bother looking at the rest. Xiao Bai, I'll keep this Soul-Devouring Scripture. You can keep the others. Xiao Bai naturally didn't need to be polite with Su Chen. After all, it was worth 30,000 yuan, almost half a month's salary for herself. She collected all the messy items into her own space of offerings before looking at Su Chen. Young master, what did you take? Is it the soul-devouring scripture you mentioned? Yes, I happen to have a question for you. Have you ever heard of this kind of cultivation method called the soul-devouring scripture? I've never heard of it. Is it very powerful? I don't know if it's powerful, but I know it's quite sinister. It can directly devour someone's soul and absorb their merit and power. What? Such a sinister cultivation method exists? Young master, you must not practice this kind of cultivation. I naturally won't practice it. It's a good thing that the young master obtained it. If it fell into the hands of powerful evil spirits, it would be troublesome for the underworld. Suchen smiled bitterly. She had encountered 2 ghost messengers who possessed the soul-devouring scripture within just 2 days of leaving the underworld. It seemed that the scripture had already spread widely. Let's not talk about this. When we return to the underworld, I need to have a talk with Lord Yin. Talk with Lord Yin? Isn't it just a cultivation method? Suchen didn't explain further, as it was not something that could be easily clarified. Back to the underworld. Yes, young master. Huang Lei's face was ashen at this moment, as his grandfather had been directly extinguished. He had hoped that Huang Yi could save him, but it seemed he had overestimated the situation. After returning to the underworld, Su Chen instructed the departed souls to queue up for reincarnation. Huang Lei, being a mutated departed soul, had a special channel for reception. After the ghost messengers used the mirror of past lives to reveal Huang Lei's life, they immediately announced his punishment. Huang Lei, for your heinous crimes, you will be sentenced to 20 years in the oil cauldron hell, followed by reincarnation as a pig. Spending 20 years in the oil cauldron hell was considered a fitting punishment for Huang Lei. However, it was unclear what exactly happened in the oil cauldron hell. Did they directly fry Huang Lei in the cauldron? Was it the kind with golden surfaces on both sides? Su Chen gained 7 evolution points from this mission, but unfortunately, Huang Yi was not the one he killed. Otherwise, he could have gained at least 5 evolution points. Young master, shall we return home? I wonder how Xiaohei has managed the house. Yes, let's go home. It's on the way. I need to pay a visit to Lord Yen and give him some money. Give money to Lord Yen? Young master, do you still have a lot of money? Su Chen glanced at Xiao Bai without saying a word. She had no idea about his wealth. Looking at his offerings value, which had increased by over 2 billion in a day, it seemed that the money was increasing day by day. It appeared that the power plant was generating profits. I still owe Lord Yen 80 billion. If everything goes smoothly, I should be able to repay it in the next few days. Xiao Bai's eyes widened in surprise. 80 billion? Where did Lord Yen get so much money? I bought a cultivation method from him for 100 billion. I've already paid back 20 billion. Is there a problem? Xiao Bai looked up at the sky, realizing she had underestimated Su Chen. Since when were the offerings in the underworld counted in billions? And what kind of cultivation method was worth 100 billion? It seemed that her young master was quite a spendthrift. Seeing Xiao Bai's dull look, Su Chen felt a bit amused. Suddenly he remembered something and asked again, Xiao Bai, how much is your monthly salary? Master, the salaries in the 10 palaces are divided by rank and position. Although there are slight differences in details, it's more or less the same. Xiao Hei and I are great ghost kings, and our monthly salary is 100,000 yuan. Why do you ask? 100,000 yuan? That's so little? I thought you are under my command, so naturally, I should pay you a salary. How about 1 million yuan per month? Xiao Bai once again witnessed Su Chen's generosity. That's 1 million yuan, equivalent to her salary for 10 months. Although tempted, Xiao Bai still refused. Master, I appreciate your kindness, but let's forget about it. We are arranged by Lord Yen to protect you, and that's our duty. Lord Yen will continue to pay us our salary. I feel uneasy taking your money. Xiao Bai's words made Su Chen look at her with newfound respect. However, this also made Su Chen more determined to pay them. 2 million yuan was nothing to him. Having 2 powerful great ghost kings protecting him closely, he considered it a good deal. I don't care about that. I will pay this salary, whether you want it or not. If you don't want it, I'll just throw the money away. Xiao Bai was at a loss for words for a moment. Suddenly, she felt that her young master was really domineering. But she really liked it. Under Su Chen's insistence, the matter was happily settled. Xiao Bai and Xiao Hei, who were still unaware of what was happening, passively accepted the high salary of 1 million yuan per month. Next, all Su Chen had to do was to find Xin Xianer, repay today's money, and then discuss the matter of the soul-devouring scripture with her. Su Chen was already familiar with the Yanwang Palace, especially since he was now neighbors with Xin Xianer. It was impossible for him not to know where his own home was. When he arrived at the Yanwang Palace, thanks to Xiao Bai's connection, he was not stopped. After entering the Yanwang Palace, Su Chen was surprised to find Cui Huai there as well. He hadn't expected Cui Huai to be here today when he didn't go to find him. However, the atmosphere seemed tense, and both Qin Xianer and Cui Hui didn't look well. Qin Xianer's expression improved slightly when she saw Su Chen. Su Chen, are you here to repay the debt again? Su Chen smiled bitterly. Although he was here to repay the debt, why did it sound so awkward? Yes, Lord Yen, I am indeed here to repay the debt and also to report something. Su Chen mentioning that he had something to report caught Qin Xianer off guard. A newcomer to the underworld, a junior like him, reporting something to her, the 10th Palace Yen Wang, wasn't that ridiculous? Oh, what is it? Tell me. It's not urgent. Before that, let me give you today's money first. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. A hint of smile appeared on Qin Xianer's face again. She knew this kid was her lucky star. Since Su Chen arrived at the 10th Palace, not only had the long-standing financial problem been solved, but now she could afford to buy things she couldn't before. Because of mobile payment, this transaction was not as complicated as before. Otherwise, it would have taken a long time to come up with 2 billion in cash. Alright, now tell me what you want to say. Su Chen no longer beat around the bush and took out the 2 soul-devouring scriptures from his spiritual space. Lord Yen, these past few days when I was out during the day, I encountered 2 ghost messengers from the 9th Palace. I found 2 soul-devouring scriptures on them. For some reason, I sensed a conspiracy from them. I've been in the underworld for a short time and don't know much yet. I wanted to see if you, Lord Yen, know anything about this. When Su Chen took out 2 soul-devouring scriptures, Qin Xianer, whose complexion had improved slightly, immediately turned cloudy. At the same time, she was somewhat surprised. Wasn't this kid just recently promoted to a ghost messenger? It's unexpected that within just 2 days, he encountered 2 ghost messengers from the 9th court. Isn't this probability a bit too high? It's worth noting that some ghost messengers may not even encounter messengers from other courts for several years or even decades. Moreover, both of these ghost messengers actually possessed the soul-devouring scriptures. This is a bit out of the ordinary. It seems that the situation is more serious than we imagined. Uncle Cui and I are also discussing this issue. Has Lord Yenwang also discovered the soul-devouring scriptures? Yes, the soul-devouring scriptures have also appeared in some places in the 10th court. Fortunately, most of our ghost messengers here are virtuous individuals and are not very interested in practicing the soul-devouring scriptures. Some have handed over the scriptures, but I cannot guarantee that there are no practitioners of the soul-devouring scriptures in my 10th court. Upon hearing that there may be practitioners of the soul-devouring scriptures in the 10th court, Su Chen also felt a headache. But he had no solution to this. Although as heavenly I could discern the opponent's techniques, the 10th court was too vast for him to observe one by one. That would be exhausting. It's better to keep a low profile. Lord Yenwang, is the situation really this difficult? Does the soul-devouring scripture have no side effects at all? Of course not. The side effects of the soul-devouring scripture are significant. Let me put it this way, this technique is only useful for ghost messengers below the Ghost King level. By practicing the soul-devouring scripture, at most, one can become a great ghost lord, but it's impossible to become a ghost king in this lifetime. I see. Then why do so many people still choose to practice the soul-devouring scripture? Do you think everyone is naturally talented? Being able to cultivate into a great ghost lord is already something many people dare not dream of, especially for those mutated lost souls. The soul-devouring scripture is tailor-made for them. Su Chen was taken aback. It seemed to be true. Those mutated lost souls were indeed very suitable for practicing the soul-devouring scripture. Originally, they were not supposed to become ghost messengers, and even becoming a great ghost lord was already a good compromise. Even virtuous ghost messengers might not be able to resist such temptation. Ghost messengers like Xiao Chang, who had been serving in the underworld for hundreds of years and had only reached the later stage of a ghost general, knew how difficult it was to cultivate in the underworld. Not everyone was like him, arriving in the underworld with so much wealth and obtaining top-level techniques right away. So, could it be that someone with ulterior motives deliberately released the soul-devouring scripture? It's possible. Although there may be some practitioners in our 10th court, it won't become a trend. I'm not very worried about that. What worries me the most is the situation on the front lines. Su Chen was aware that there had been ongoing wars in the 10 courts of the underworld. He didn't expect the soul-devouring scripture to have spread to the front lines as well. Has the situation become this serious? Yes, there shouldn't be many practitioners of the soul-devouring scripture in our 10th court, and they are even fewer on the front lines. Our main opponents are the 9th court. As you've seen, there are so many practitioners of the soul-devouring scripture among the lower-ranking ghost messengers of the 9th court. You can imagine how many people are practicing it on the front lines. Does this have a significant impact on the battle situation? It does. Due to the soul-devouring scripture, many in the 9th court see our soldiers from the 10th court as delicacies, fearless of death. Even though the quality of our soldiers in the 9th court is higher, the recent casualties have increased significantly. This is what gives me a headache. Su Chen pondered, realizing that this was indeed the case. In the battle between the two armies, if the 10th court kills soldiers from the 9th court, they can only gain some spoils of war at most. But if the 9th court kills soldiers from the 10th court, they not only gain spoils of war but also occupy the merits of the 10th court's soldiers. In this give and take, it is very disadvantageous for the 10th court. Su Chen, I came this time to discuss this matter with Xian'er. If we continue like this, our 10 halls on the front line will be defeated. Cui Huai was also quite concerned about this matter. He just learned about the situation and hurried over. Lord Yen, Judge Cui, is there no good solution? Aren't we thinking of a solution now? The matter of the soul-devouring scripture has not spread to the battlefield yet. Judging from the current situation, it may not be hidden for long. I estimate that within a week at most, the soldiers on the front line should all know about it. I'm afraid it will affect morale by then. Su Chen didn't know what to do and asked subconsciously, Gentlemen, if this matter is spread out, the soul-devouring scripture is ultimately harmful. Will this make the 9 halls wary? Cui Huai decisively shook his head. It's useless. I suspect that the soul-devouring scripture is not only in the 9 halls, but the other 8 halls probably have it too. If it is directly publicized, it may have the opposite effect. The main thing is, the other side won't admit it. For a moment, everyone fell into silence. Su Chen's brain quickly turned, and he suddenly had an immature idea. Lord Yen, I actually have a solution. Hearing Su Chen say this, Cui Huai and Qin Xian'er looked at Su Chen with some confusion. They both hadn't thought of a solution, so they were surprised that Su Chen had an idea first. Qin Xian'er couldn't help but ask, since we don't have a good solution now, why don't you tell us your idea? Lord Yen, aren't you afraid that the soldiers on our side will lose morale? We just need to find a way to stabilize their morale, right? Qin Xian'er looked at Su Chen with a puzzled expression. How could she not think of such a simple truth? The key issue now is how to stabilize morale. She knew that Su Chen must have an idea to speak up. Tell us, how can we stabilize morale? It's actually very simple, but this method may cost some money. Su Chen said, and Qin Xian'er immediately understood Su Chen's intention. Are you suggesting rewarding the frontline soldiers with money? Qin Xian'er's eyes lit up more and more. She felt that this was a good solution. Money can indeed boost the soldiers' morale. And she also had some spare money now, thanks to Su Chen's contributions in the past few days. Exactly, just spend money. In simple terms, just double everyone's monthly salary. Qin Xian'er quickly calculated that the frontline team of the 10 halls needs about 1 billion in monthly salaries, so even if it doubles, it would be 2 billion. Before Su Chen came to the 10 halls, she couldn't come up with so much money. She had sold everything to avoid owing the frontline soldiers their monthly salaries, which also resulted in owing many ghost attendants who didn't go to the front line. This is indeed a good solution, but I'm afraid it won't last long. After all, no one knows how long this battle will last. Su Chen smiled. Lord Yen, if you don't have enough money, I can advance it. I'm not short of money, but I believe you can't just take my money for free. You can exchange some treasures from the underworld with me later. Alright, let's do as you say. Lord Yen, I have another suggestion. In addition to improving everyone's treatment, we can also set up some rewards, such as rewards for killing a certain number of enemy soldiers, rewards for killing enemy generals, etc. This way, our army will definitely be in high spirits. Qin Xian'er slapped her head, wondering why she hadn't thought of it herself. In fact, the methods Su Chen mentioned were not difficult to think of. The reason she didn't think in that direction was simply because she was afraid of being poor. Recently, she suddenly had money, but subconsciously, she still felt that she was very short of money. On the other side of the 9th hall, the soul-devouring scripture was released, which can boost the morale of the other party. On our side, we can also use money to influence. Good job. Well, let's do as you say, Cui Pan. Let's discuss the specific reward measures later, and implement them immediately. Cui Huai nodded quickly. As long as the plan is carried out here, there is no need to worry about the morale of the soldiers of the 10 halls. Qin Xian'er is now liking Su Chen more and more. This guy is truly her lucky star. Just 2 days after arriving in the underworld, he first helped solve the financial problem of the 10 halls, and now he has also helped solve the morale problem of the frontline soldiers. This guy must be rewarded well. Su Chen, you are good, very good. The method was proposed by you, and I am not a stingy person. What reward do you want? As long as I can satisfy it, I will. Su Chen doesn't really lack anything special right now. Although he still lacks a handy magic weapon, he can buy it himself when he has money. Other things are not in great shortage right now. He originally thought of not accepting this reward, so that Qin Xianer would owe him a favor. But at this moment, the figure of a woman suddenly appeared in his mind. She was his childhood sweetheart. When he first entered the underworld, he thought about whether Cui Pan could help him check on his childhood sweetheart, whether she had been reincarnated or was working as a ghost in the underworld, at least let him know her situation. But he was also a little afraid that he wouldn't find any news about his childhood sweetheart. After all, there are 10 halls in the underworld, and Cui Hui can only check the personnel of the 10th hall. He was afraid of being disappointed again. This made him hesitate, and he didn't dare to ask. Now that Qin Xianer said this, he felt it was better to let Cui Pan help him check. If he finds out, that's great. If not, then he can deal with it later. Lord Yen, since you said so, I have a small request. I want Cui Pan to help me check the information of a deceased soul. This is a small matter. Cui Pan, please help check it. Cui Hui did not refuse, as he saw this as a trivial matter. Tell me her name, and it would be best if you know her time of death. But I can only try my best to check. If it's not within the jurisdiction of my 10th hall, then I can't do anything. I understand, please help me. Her name is Shin Xie from Banlong Xie, and she died 78 years ago on June 7th. Cui Hui took out his Book of Life and Death, which was different from the small Book of Life and Death held by Su Chen and other ghost messengers. His book was golden. Cui Hui entered Shin Xie's name and time of death into the Book of Life and Death, and quickly found information about Shin Xie. Found it. She is also under the responsibility of our 10th hall. Su Chen felt his breath tighten. He really found her. What happened to her? She has been reincarnated. Oh, this time she is still called Shin Xie. It's rare to have the same name and surname for 2 lifetimes. Her birthplace seems to be the county you are currently managing. Su Chen was really excited this time. Can such a coincidence really happen in this world? Judge, can you tell me where she is? I want to go see her. Cui Hui decisively shook his head. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but the underworld has its rules. The underworld does not interfere with earthly matters. I only know this much. But when you are out on your ghostly duties or have free time, you can go to the county. Maybe you'll meet her. Su Chen's eyes lit up. That could be a solution. What if they meet? The other party may not recognize him, or may not even see him. But being able to see her from afar would also fulfill his wish after so many years. Su Chen didn't stay long in the Yanwang Palace. He said goodbye to Qin Xianer and left with Xiaobai. He only proposed a rough plan. The specifics of how to implement it would still need to be discussed with Qin Xianer and Cui Hui. Shin Xie's matter, he couldn't rush it. Everything follows fate. Although he didn't know what Shin Xie looked like in this life, he had a feeling. If he really saw Shin Xie, he would definitely recognize her at first sight. After leaving the Yanwang Palace, he went straight to his mansion. When Xiuchen and Xiaobai entered the mansion, they immediately noticed the differences from before. First, the large pits in the courtyard had been filled in and many plants had been planted. The whole courtyard looked more lively than before. In addition, there were more people in the courtyard, all beautiful women. These should be the servants that Xia He found. Xia He, upon seeing Xiuchen and Xiaobai, immediately led the group of beautiful women in the courtyard to greet them. Young master, Xiaobai, you're back. Are you satisfied with what I've done? Xiuchen nodded. Very good, Xia He, your taste is still good. Of course, young master, this is my expense bill for today, totaling about 5 million. It's really cool. I've lived for so many years, and it's the first time I've spent so freely. Xiuchen casually put the bill aside. He understood the principle of trusting people and not doubting them. No need to look, I trust you. A touch of emotion flashed across Xia He's face. Young master, then I will transfer the remaining money to you. No need, you keep it. In the future, if you see something you want to buy, just buy it. From now on, you and Xiaobai are my stewards. You naturally need some money on hand. When you run out of money, ask me for more. By the way, I've already told Xiaobai that starting from now, both you and Xiaobai will have salaries, 1 million per month. If you perform well, I will give you a raise. Young master is mighty. Xia He's personality was always lively, with no intention of being polite to Xiuchen. By the way, young master, this time I hired 10 servants, who will be responsible for the flowers and plants in our courtyard, as well as taking care of your daily life. I have no objection to this, but Xia He, why did you hire only beautiful women? Hee, young master, don't you like it? Xiuchen touched his nose. How could he not like it? A gentleman appreciates beauty without being lewd. Beautiful things always please the eye. Forget it, let it be. You discuss the issue of salaries with them, don't mistreat them. Salaries? What salaries? You should know that being able to live here is already a joy. It's good enough that they don't have to give us money. Shuchen widened his eyes. Is that so? Isn't it bad? I feel like we should still pay them salaries. Young master, don't worry about this. Since you've made us stewards, you don't need to worry about these things. Even though we know you have money, there are still places where we need to save. Alright, Xiahe, as the steward, I leave these matters to you. Only then did Xiahe look at the group of beautiful women in the courtyard. From now on, Xiaobai and I will be your stewards, and this young master will be your master. You know what to do and what not to do here. If you make any mistakes, you will be expelled from the mansion. We understand. Shuchen looked at the bustling scene in the courtyard, not taking it seriously. He entrusted these matters to Xiahe and Xiaobai. Both of you come with me, I have something to discuss with you. Okay. Shuchen led Xiahe and Xiaobai to the living room. The living room had also added many pieces of furniture. Xiahe's taste was still good, making the living room very comfortable. The three sat down on the chairs, and before they could start talking, someone immediately came up to serve tea. It was a beautiful woman who looked like she could score at least 8 points. Shuchen used his heavenly eye to see that she was a big ghost who had just become a ghost messenger, named Haitang. Perhaps in the whole mansion, his master had the lowest cultivation level? Xiaohe glanced at Haitang. Haitang, you go down first. We have something to discuss with the young master. Haitang bowed and then left the living room. Suchen didn't say a word from start to finish. Having lived in the mortal realm for so long, he suddenly felt like he had become a feudal lord, which was quite uncomfortable. Xiaohe, there's no need to be so strict with them. I am easygoing. Young master, we know you are easygoing, but rules are still necessary. By the way, young master, what do you want us to do this time? It's nothing major. I'm thinking of renting or buying some shops in the city in a few days. I want to ask you what kind of business is more profitable. Young master, there are many profitable businesses like restaurants, clothing stores, and cosmetics shops. However, due to recent years of war and chaos, sales have not been as good as before. If you want the most profitable, it would be items brought over from the mortal realm. Unfortunately, those items are rare, and there is no channel for supply. Who needs a supply channel? I have many items brought over from the mortal realm. I've been busy these days and haven't had time to sort them out. This is a good opportunity to do so. Help me see which ones are more sellable. When Suchen mentioned having many items from the mortal realm, Xiaohe and Xiaobai were filled with anticipation. Suchen wasted no time and opened his spiritual space. The first thing he took out was thousands of cigarettes, which shocked Xiaohe and Xiaobai. Although they didn't smoke, they were aware of the price of cigarettes. The market price was over 10,000 per pack, and the young master casually took out thousands of packs? Next were a pile of clothes brought over from the mortal realm. There were places in the underworld that sold precious clothes, most of which had special functions. Some could increase defense, while others had additional functions. The clothes Suchen brought out didn't have those functions, but they were unique in style and diverse in patterns. There were both men's and women's clothing, priced slightly cheaper, so they shouldn't have trouble selling. When Suchen took out a bunch of black silk, white silk, red silk, and floral silk, he was taken aback. Were funeral items this extravagant nowadays? Could such good items be brought over? Did Akai not do his job properly? As a man, why did he bring so many stockings for himself? No, this couldn't be Akai's fault. It must be the suppliers trying to make money, selling all funeral items to Akai. While Suchen was pondering, he noticed Xiaohe and Xiaobai couldn't help but scream. Wow! So many stockings? And so many dresses, these are all good items. Young master, you are truly amazing. Young master, can we have some? These items are so beautiful. Suchen's eyes lit up immediately. He wasn't interested in seeing Xiaohe and Xiaobai wear stockings. He saw a business opportunity in this unexpected situation. Beings like Xiaohe and Xiaobai loved items like stockings, so he could imagine the impact these items would have on the market. Take whatever you like. I have plenty of these items. Don't be polite with me. Young master, you're the best. We'll go change now. After saying that, Xiaohe and Xiaobai each picked an outfit to change into. Xiaohe chose a black dress and black stockings, while Xiaobai chose a white dress and white stockings. Who could resist the allure of such black and white ensembles? While Xiaohe and Xiaobai went to change, Suchen continued to organize his spiritual space. There were still many peculiar funeral items in his space, such as playing cards, mahjong, and pai gao. The underworld did have these items, but they were not in large quantities. Few people in the mortal world burn these things. Suchen remembered seeing these things last time he sold his phone at the grocery store. Each pair was priced at around 1,000 yuan. If these things were sold, it would also be a considerable income. There were also various phones. Su Chen looked at those phones. The styles of these phones were fancy, but when it came to actual use, they seemed not as good as his own Pineapple 300. After all, the Pineapple 300 had been improved on this side of the underworld, a step above the phones brought by burning. However, these phones could still be used, selling for 1,000 or a few hundred yuan each, which was not a big problem. What surprised Su Chen the most was that there were actually a lot of food items among them. Whether cooked or fresh, everything was available here. With these things, whether selling directly or having a master chef process them, opening a restaurant would be completely feasible. The most bizarre thing was that there were even many McDonald's meal sets among them. It was something only he could think of, something that people in the mortal world dared not burn. There was a lot of food, so naturally, there couldn't be a shortage of alcohol. Fortunately, the incense space had a preservation function, otherwise, it would be a pity if these foods went bad. Of course, these were all small items. Houses, cars, and other things like that were definitely not burned less in the mortal world, but unfortunately, he couldn't get any of them. Otherwise, he would definitely be the richest man in the underworld by now. Su Chen was still immersed in the joy of counting the supplies when he heard some movement outside. If he guessed correctly, it should be Xiao He and Xiao Bai coming back after changing clothes. Thinking of the ethereal beauty of the two women that day, Su Chen couldn't help but drool. Everyone has a love for beauty. Appreciating it a little shouldn't be a crime, right? Thinking of this, his gaze immediately turned to the door. Because he was thinking about the two women wearing silk stockings, Su Chen's gaze naturally shifted downward, and this glance made him unable to help but get lost in it. The so-called beautiful legs were flawless like white jade, symmetrical from top to bottom yet unconventional, full and crystal clear without appearing bulky, smooth and delicate without losing luster. Xiao He and Xiao Bai's figures were impeccable, not inferior to those big stars in the mortal world at all. The legs of the two were typically slender and straight, and now with black and white stockings, they added a touch of charm. As his gaze moved up, Su Chen's eyes involuntarily showed a hint of admiration. The two women had different styles. Xiao Bai wore a white dress with puffy lantern sleeves, delicate hollowed-out neckline, thin silver lace on the cuffs and neckline, heavy white lace on the chest, a light pink satin ribbon tightly tied around the waist, an underskirt holding up an embroidered skirt hem with thin lace trim. Paired with over-the-knee white stockings, she exuded a fairy-like aura from head to toe. It was luxurious yet cute, classical yet adorable. Xiao He, on the other hand, had a different style, with a black knee-length narrow skirt, a black top with a semicircular slanted collar, a beautiful round diamond buckle fastening the high-waisted black wide belt in front. The off-shoulder top exposed her rounded shoulders, and her beautiful collarbones were captivating. Her skin as white as jade looked hazy against the fabric. Her devilishly hot figure was showcased to the fullest in this outfit. One out of the dust like a fairy, the other sexy and hot, the strong visual impact directly left Su Chen stunned. Seeing Su Chen's pig-like appearance, Xiao Bai's pretty face blushed slightly. "Young master, your gaze is too aggressive." Xiao He, on the other hand, raised her head. She dared to dress like this and wasn't afraid of others looking. Su Chen quickly came back to his senses. He only had a pure appreciation for the two women. If he had a liking for them, he wouldn't have remained unmarried for a lifetime after Shen Si's accident. With his wealth, what kind of woman couldn't he find? Soon, Xiao He and Xiao Bai's attention was drawn to the abundance of items in the room. "Young master, you have too many good things, don't you? Just these things, in Fengdu City, you can open many shops, and definitely make money." Su Chen's mouth crooked. There are still many things. If it weren't for this room being too small, he could definitely bring out more things. Since you all feel it's possible, help me keep an eye on the surrounding shops recently. You can go ask Zhou Fu for information. If you find something suitable, just take it over directly. I'm not short of money. No problem, you can leave it to us. Of course, I'll leave it to you. I don't have time for these things. You will be in charge of managing these shops in Fengdu City in the future. Little Black and Little White looked at Su Chen with gratitude, not expecting Su Chen to trust them so much. "Young master, rest assured, we will make sure to handle this matter beautifully. Actually, I'm not very worried about the shops. As long as there's money, it's fine. I'm more concerned about the personnel issue now. We have too few people under us at the moment. Even if we have the shops, we can't run them without people. That's easy to handle. We still have many friends. I believe they will be willing to come and help." "Alright, you handle it." Su Chen wasn't very concerned about this. It's just a few small shops. Even if they fail, it doesn't matter. It's just a practice for the two girls. Seeing the food on the ground, Su Chen suddenly felt a bit hungry. He had been busy all day and had gone straight to the Yanwang Palace, forgetting about eating. Now he remembered that he hadn't eaten yet. It's a good opportunity to taste the food cooked by humans. Su Chen picked up a roasted chicken and took a few bites. The taste was not bad, but compared to the food at Wang Xian building, there was still a big gap. The main reason was that these foods did not contain any ghostly aura. Little Black and Little White also didn't hold back and started eating some food. Seeing them enjoying the food, they seemed quite satisfied with it. Little Black, I have to say something to you here. I mentioned yesterday that the standard for dining at Wang Xian building is our standard meal. Today, you came back without preparing any food. Little Black looked shocked, thinking Su Chen was joking. Young master, the food here is already good enough. Wang Xian building is too expensive. There's a reason for the price. The food here lacks ghostly aura. From now on, we will order a table at Wang Xian building every day and have them deliver it to the mansion. Okay. I promise to complete the task. The issue of the shops will take time, and Su Chen didn't want to dwell on these issues anymore. He left it to Little Black and Little White. After sorting things out, Su Chen reorganized the items and stored them in the incense space. Little Black and Little White stayed for a while and then left eagerly. Jokingly, they were dressed so beautifully today, naturally wanting to show off outside. It could be considered as advertising for the future shops. Su Chen didn't stop them, just enjoyed a cup of tea in the living room before he was ready to go back to rest. Little Black came back. Su Chen was somewhat surprised. Why did she come back so soon? Young master, we just went to Mrs. Place. Miss praised our clothes so much, she asked me to ask if she could have a set of what we are wearing too. She's willing to pay for it. Su Chen didn't expect Little Black to run to show off to Qin Xianer right away. Well, who would have thought that Qin Xianer would fall for it too? Little Black and Little White were fine, they were now considered part of their group, so it didn't matter what they wore. But Qin Xianer was different, she was the master of the mansion. Little Black, this isn't good, right? Little Black smirked, a hint of cunning in her eyes. Young master, I know what you're thinking, but don't you want to see how Miss looks in these clothes? Su Chen's eyes lit up, immediately picturing Qin Xianer in a dress and stockings. Qin Xianer's appearance was no less inferior to Little Black and Little White, even surpassing them. It's just that her style was different from the two girls. Su Chen admitted that he was a little moved. Alright, Lord Yan wants what kind of clothes? The ones we are wearing are fine. Su Chen nodded, but soon shook his head. Not appropriate. Lord Yan's style is different from yours. If he wears the same as you, although it won't look bad, he will be overshadowed when with you. Xiao Bai is suitable for a pure look. That white dress is excellent for her. You have a good figure, suitable for wearing something sexy. Lord Yan is suitable for a Lolita style. Let me help pick out some clothes. Su Chen said as he found some clothes suitable for Lolita in the incense space. Xiao Hei also felt that Su Chen made sense. When he saw Su Chen take out those clothes, he felt even more that those clothes were very suitable for Qin Xianer. When Su Chen finished selecting, she couldn't wait to take these clothes to offer them as treasures. Su Chen watched Xiao Hei leave and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It's torturous. If Xiao Hei continues with this style, he doesn't know if he can resist. After Xiao Hei left, Su Chen went to rest. The next 3 days, Su Chen's life was extremely leisurely. He went out to do his tasks during the day and then went to repay Qin Xianer when he returned. Then he would practice. His days were simple yet fulfilling. It must be mentioned that every time Su Chen went to repay, he would wear different clothes. Su Chen had a good eye. Those clothes he picked were really suitable for Qin Xianer. The tasks during the day were easy. There weren't many people to guide, only about 10 in total. There was plenty of free time, and Su Chen was happy to relax. These 10 people were ordinary lost souls, so they didn't encounter any trouble from other ghost guides. When there was no task, there was no rush to return to the underworld. Instead, he wandered around the county. He remembered what Cui Huai said. If he wanted to find Shen Siye, he could search around the county, maybe he would meet her. According to Cui Huai's Book of Life and Death, Shen Siye in this life was already over 70. Su Chen didn't plan to disturb Shen Siye's life, he just wanted to see if she was doing well in this life. He didn't know what Shen Siye looked like in this life, but he had a feeling that if he saw her, he would definitely recognize her at a glance. Unfortunately, 3 days had passed. Su Chen felt like he had wandered around the county enough but still had no news about Shen Siye. Maybe Shen Siye was no longer in the county. Su Chen was a bit disappointed, but he believed that hard work pays off, and they would meet again. This day marked Su Chen's 6th day in the underworld. After finishing his tasks, he went straight to the Yanwang Palace. Today, he would return the final 2 billion to Qin Xianer, clearing his debt. With that, he could use the money to set up a shop. These past 2 days, Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai had been busy, always in the lobby discussing shop news. They had already set their sights on many suitable shops. Some had even been secured. Now they were being renovated, waiting for an auspicious day to open. Su Chen's main focus now was on Fengdu City. All the shops he bought or rented were in Fengdu City. His shops were not limited to within the Third Ring Road, he had shops throughout Fengdu City. Su Chen planned to recruit the ghost guides in Fengdu City, setting up high-end shops within the Third Ring Road, aiming for a luxurious feel. Outside the Third Ring Road, he would open some more affordable shops, with relatively lower prices. Like the food he obtained from the mortal realm, although there was no ghostly presence, the taste was good. He set the prices cheaper so even ordinary ghost guides could occasionally enjoy a meal. This way, it was better than eating tasteless chi pills. The shop issues were almost resolved. Next was the personnel issue. So many shops, it's definitely impossible to rely solely on Xiaohei and Xiaobai. We definitely need to recruit a lot of talented people. Fortunately, the underworld is not lacking in talent. And Su Chen is willing to spend money. He has never been stingy with the workers' wages. Therefore, there are many people signing up, and Xiaohei and Xiaobai select only the best talents from among them. Like those shops preparing to open hotels, the chefs they hire are all top chefs from the mortal world, and the shopkeepers and assistants at the hotels have also worked in similar positions in the mortal world. Su Chen was surprised to find that the staff salaries in the shops outside the Third Ring Road are much higher than those inside. When the ghost messengers found out they could work within the Third Ring Road, many even wanted to pay to work there. There's no way around it. Who said the ghostly aura inside the Third Ring Road is stronger? Su Chen can't be bothered with these matters. Anyway, he leaves everything to Xiaohei and Xiaobai to handle. He just needs to be a carefree shopkeeper. Arriving at the Yanwang Palace, there was no obstruction. Qin Xianer had already told the newly appointed black and white impermanents that Su Chen should not be stopped from coming to the Yanwang Palace. When Su Chen saw Qin Xianer, he was once again stunned. Today, Qin Xianer was dressed in a JK skirt, white stockings, with twin ponytails, exuding a youthful vibe. Although her figure was not as explosive as Xiaohei's, it was still quite impressive. It made people can't help but have improper thoughts. Su Chen, you're here. Su Chen came back to his senses and bowed to Qin Xianer. Greetings, Lord Yanwang, I've come to repay the debt. Qin Xianer nodded. If I remember correctly, today's payment should clear the debt, right? Su Chen nodded, except for the first day when he gave 1 million, he had been paying 2 billion every day since then, and today's payment indeed cleared the account. He didn't waste any words and directly transferred 2 billion to Qin Xianer. Lord Yanwang, the debt is cleared. For some reason, when Qin Xianer saw Su Chen clearing the debt, she seemed reluctant. It's unclear whether it was because she wouldn't be able to swindle money from this guy in the future or for some other reason. 2 billion, you've given too much. You gave 1 million on the first day, this time you only need to give me 19 billion and 900 million. Su Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. Lord, consider the extra 1 million as interest I'm paying. After all, it's been delayed for so many days. I know you're not short of money, so I'll accept it. Seeing Qin Xianer take the money, Su Chen also felt a sense of relief. He really didn't like the feeling of owing money. Now he was truly debt-free and light-hearted. Lord Yanwang, although I've cleared the debt now, if you need money in the future, you can always come to me. Hearing Su Chen's words, Qin Xianer's smile grew even wider. Who wouldn't want such a considerate subordinate? She suddenly felt that it was necessary to get closer to Su Chen. Su Chen, we are considered acquaintances now. Although you haven't been in the underworld for long, your contributions to our 10 palaces are indelible. Yesterday, a battle broke out on the front line against the 9th palace, and our 10 palaces' morale is high, achieving a great victory. This victory is at least half thanks to you. Su Chen didn't expect his advice to have such a quick effect. Lord Yanwang, you're too kind. I just made a suggestion. The real heroes are the soldiers on the front line. I dare not take credit. That's true, but if it weren't for you, the morale of the frontline soldiers might have collapsed long ago. You don't know, just before the battle, the issue of the soul-eating scripture was completely exposed on the front line, but fortunately, we were prepared in advance. Lord Yanwang, you are truly blessed. Thinking about it, the other side is fighting to the death. Only by killing our soldiers can they gain merit points. This is a life and death struggle. We are offering real rewards here. When soldiers fight, they will definitely put in a lot of effort. Tell me, what reward do you want? If I don't give you a reward, I feel like I'm not doing my job as the king of hell. Qin Xianer said this, and if she continued to decline, it would be impolite. But the problem was he really didn't know what reward he wanted. Qin Xianer didn't have money of her own, and the things he wanted could easily be bought by himself. Lord of Hell, I also don't know what reward I want. You decide. Qin Xianer frowned, feeling a headache. She really didn't know what reward to give to Su Chen. Money as a reward? That was impossible, as all the money she had was given by him. Martial arts techniques? The 9 nether yellow spring technique was already a top-notch technique. Good magic weapons, that was a good idea, but considering how rich this guy was, he probably wouldn't lack magic weapons. Ah, what a headache. She never expected that one day she would be troubled because she didn't know how to reward her subordinates. This reward was mainly to improve the relationship with Su Chen. Wait, improve the relationship? She suddenly had a bold idea, where she wouldn't need to give anything and still make Su Chen grateful to her. Su Chen, I've thought about it, and it seems I really don't have anything to reward you with. How about this? I'll add a few hundred years to your lifespan, and I'll recognize you as my half-brother. Su Chen, is this okay? Just because of this, he became a member of the royal family? Lord of Hell, can I? At this point, why still call me Lord of Hell? It's too formal. Sister, the brother has crossed the line. That's more like it. Qin Xianer was really happy. Su Chen was so rich and now he was her brother. Su Chen being rich meant she was rich, too. In the future, asking Su Chen for money wouldn't make her feel embarrassed. She was really clever. Secondly, since her father had left his position, even though she was the 10 Halls king, she often felt deeply lonely. She found Su Chen very pleasing, and being neighbors made her really want to recognize Su Chen as her brother. Su Chen was also very satisfied. In the mortal world, although he was the richest man, he often felt lonely at the top. Being an orphan and never married, the only one he could talk to was Akai. Others, because of his status, interacted with him with some ulterior motives. Even though Qin Xianer's motives were somewhat impure, he cherished this bond of kinship. I happen to have a small favor I'd like sister to help with. Do you have time? Qin Xianer twitched her mouth. She hadn't even thought of asking this kid for help, and he was already asking her. Didn't he just say he didn't know what he wanted? How come as soon as she recognized him as her brother, he had something to ask of her? Alright, you are my brother now. Just tell me what you need, and if I can help, I will definitely help. Since sister said that, I won't be polite. I'm planning to open some shops in Fengdu City. I thought when they open, sister could come and cut the ribbon for my shop. Su Chen wasn't just talking. He didn't plan to manage these shops himself, but they were still his property. Previously, he didn't take it seriously, partly because he didn't care about the money and partly because he didn't think the business of these shops would be as good as imagined. Now it was different. If Qin Xianer could come and cut the ribbon, the effect would be different. Why not use free advertising? Shops? You're opening shops in Fengdu City? If it's just for the ribbon cutting, there's no problem. Thank you, sister, I'm not letting you work for nothing. In the future, as long as it's my shop, sister, feel free to pick anything you like. I'll foot the bill as your little brother. Qin Xianer's eyes lit up. If that's the case, she wouldn't be too busy either. Just like the clothes she was wearing, Xiaohei and Xiaobai mentioned that Su Chen had many more. Xiaohei and Xiaobai also mentioned that they were planning to open a clothing store soon, selling these clothes. Going to the ribbon-cutting ceremony doesn't mean that she can freely choose clothes later. And those snacks that Xiaohei and Xiaobai brought last time seemed quite delicious too. TSK, it's a sure win to go out on a trip by oneself. Okay, just let me know when everything is ready on your end. Then I won't bother you, sister. I'll head back first, and when it's time to open, I'll have Xiaohei and Xiaobai inform you. What? Your shop is opening, and you're not planning to personally inform me? Su Chen smiled faintly. You and Xiaohei and Xiaobai can go. The ribbon-cutting ceremony, I won't attend. I have other things to attend to. Other things to attend to? What could be more important than opening a shop? Sister, have you forgotten that I'm just a ghost messenger now? I still have to go on my daytime duties, there's a time conflict, work comes first. Qin Xianer. Su Chen didn't say anything, she had forgotten that Su Chen was just a ghost messenger now. With your abilities, being an ordinary ghost messenger is indeed a waste. How about I give you a different position? How about being the Minister of Finance in my 10 palaces? Su Chen quickly waved his hand, jokingly, what's so good about being the Minister of Finance? He'd rather comfortably be an ordinary ghost messenger. Besides, in the mortal realm, he still had to find Shenxia. Plus, being a ghost messenger could earn him evolution points, and he wanted to strengthen his techniques. Sister, I'm not cut out for official positions. If you need money, just tell me. Qin Xianer didn't insist, everyone has their own aspirations. Since Su Chen liked it, let him be an ordinary ghost messenger. Little brother, I'll tell you in advance, being a ghost messenger isn't something you can do forever. Once your cultivation reaches the level of a great ghost general, there will be other arrangements. Su Chen was taken aback, only then did he remember his colleagues at the Bureau of Soul Detainment. The highest cultivation level was just the late stage of a ghost general. It turned out that it wasn't because the cultivation of a ghost messenger was low, but because once they became a great ghost general, there were other arrangements. At his current rate of advancement, it seemed he wouldn't be a ghost messenger for long. It looked like he needed to speed up the process. Not being able to find Shinsiye was always a regret. Sister, what new job will be arranged once the cultivation reaches the level of a great ghost general? It's hard to say, it depends on the individual's wishes. You can choose to go to the front lines or choose other jobs. You'll know once you reach the level of a great ghost general. I see, then sister, I won't disturb you anymore, I'll go rest. Okay, go ahead. When your shop opens, make sure to inform me right away. No problem, see you later, sister. After bidding farewell to Qin Xianer, Su Chen returned to his mansion. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were not around, they had been very busy lately. Even the people in the courtyard, like Hai Tang, were busy, and Su Chen was the least busy. Su Chen didn't feel that anything was amiss. Doing everything personally was not his style. Making money while lying down was the kind of life he wanted. After idling at home for 2 hours, Xiao He and Xiao Bai returned with excitement. Young master, we're in Fengdu City now. We've already acquired over 100 shops, just waiting for a good day to open. Well done, you didn't disappoint me. How's the search for people going? Almost there, our salaries are about 30% higher than the industry average, so it's easy for us to recruit people. That's good, I have something to discuss with you too. Lord Yen has recognized me as his brother, and I have already discussed with him. When our shop opens, I will ask him to help with the ribbon cutting. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were a bit confused. Qin Xian actually recognized Su Chen as his brother. This was unbelievable to them. Calling Su Chen young master was more about submitting to Su Chen's powerful wealth. Unexpectedly, Su Chen really became the young master. It took them a while to react. Young master, this is a good thing. If we can have the young lady help with the ribbon cutting, the reputation of our shops will immediately spread, and most importantly, jealous competitors won't dare to cause trouble for us. I also think so, that's why I asked my sister to help with the ribbon cutting. I'll leave it to you to arrange the timing. Xiao Bai was very excited and suddenly thought of something. Young master, did you tell the young lady that we will be opening hundreds of shops at the same time? Su Chen, it has nothing to do with me. You are responsible for managing these shops. Xiao He and Xiao Bai? Young master, saying such things, doesn't your conscience hurt? Actually, I think my sister will be happy. After all, every shop she cuts the ribbon for, she can enjoy some benefits. Isn't that right? What else could Xiao He and Xiao Bai say? At this point, they could only keep it to themselves. If Qin Xianer refused to cooperate later, they wouldn't find such a good living advertisement. Young master, there is one more thing to discuss with you. Although you have provided a lot of goods, supplying hundreds of shops at the same time is still insufficient. Can you try to get more goods? No problem, leave it to me. Su Chen had already thought about this issue and planned to meet with Akai. Of course, it wasn't a real meeting in the mortal world, as Akai couldn't see him there. He wanted to communicate with Akai through dreams. The ghost messengers in the underworld had the opportunity to communicate dreams to people in the mortal world. When Su Chen was alive, he had seen many ghost messengers going to communicate dreams. When he became a ghost messenger himself, he realized that not everyone was qualified to communicate dreams. Dream communication required a medium, and the medium was the dream communication pill. This kind of pill was strictly controlled by the underworld, and only ghost messengers who made contributions to the underworld had the chance to be rewarded with a dream communication pill. Most ghost messengers used it themselves. Of course, there were some who didn't need it and sold the dream communication pill. As a result, some dream communication pills entered the market. But even so, the dream communication pills available on the market were very rare. The price was very high, and it had already been inflated to 10,000 per pill. The reason for this high price was not because of the effectiveness of the dream communication pill, but simply because it was so rare. Not many ghost messengers were willing to spend 10,000 underworld coins to buy a dream communication pill. Even if they found their descendants in the future, they would ask them to spend money on their behalf. If they communicated dreams, their descendants would probably spend money for them, but how many could spend over 1,000? In the end, it would definitely be a loss. Su Chen was different. The dream communication pill was very important to him. With the dream communication pill, he could meet Akai. Besides catching up, the two brothers could also remotely command Akai to burn more useful things for them. Therefore, after learning about the existence of the dream communication pill, he had Xiao He and Xiao Bai buy all the dream communication pills available, even if the price was a bit high. Despite this, he only received 8 dream communication pills in the end. But that was enough. In fact, there were many dream communication pills with Qin Xianer, but Su Chen didn't want to trouble her. He had to make his cheap sister feel like she was treating him unfairly so that he could live a more comfortable life in the future. Young master, as long as you can solve the problem of the source of goods, we guarantee that you will make a lot of money. Su Chen smiled indifferently. To be honest, in his eyes, these were just minor issues. Could what they earn every day compare to what Akai burns for himself every day? You guys figure it out, I'm tired and need to rest. Xiao He and Xiao Bai didn't continue to disturb him, as they needed to discuss the issues of the shop. Su Chen was ready to rest now that his debts were paid off, and he didn't have to run to the Yen King's palace every day. After the task tomorrow, he planned to visit his colleagues at the Detention Soul Department. Otherwise, he would forget that he was a member of the Detention Soul Department, and he didn't know how Zhou Tai was doing lately. He should prepare some gifts for tomorrow and go see him. Huaxian. Su Chen wandered aimlessly. He enjoyed the lively atmosphere while trying his luck to see if he could meet Shenxia. He didn't want to be so idle, but he had nothing to do. He realized he only needed to detain one soul today when he arrived in the mortal realm, and the time to detain the soul was close to the end of the workday. If he had known, he wouldn't have come so early. Although he could return to the underworld, Su Chen decided to stay in the mortal realm. If he remembered correctly, Xiao Bai should be protecting him today. Although Xiao Bai didn't show up, Su Chen knew she was nearby. If he encountered danger, Xiao Bai would appear immediately. He had talked to Xiao Bai and Xiao He and knew they were curious about the mortal realm. He considered it as accompanying Xiao Bai to explore the mortal realm. Su Chen found that the mortal realm looked different from the perspective of a ghost catcher. Viewing this world from the perspective of an onlooker gave him a unique feeling. After wandering aimlessly for a few hours, he unconsciously reached the edge of Huaxian. If he remembered correctly, next to it was Wen County, under Shao Qing's jurisdiction. Shao Qing had visited his mansion a few times, but always left after a short while of cultivation. Every time they just missed each other, he suddenly felt a bit nostalgic for this sister who wanted to take care of him. While Su Chen was lost in thought, a loud noise interrupted him. A firework exploded in the sky above Wen County, forming a large cross that was dazzling even in broad daylight. Su Chen's heart tightened. This was no ordinary firework, it was a distress signal from the 10th Hall. Towards Wen County? Shao Qing's territory? Not good. Xiao Chang was in danger. Xiao Chang was in a good mood today. After arriving in the mortal realm, she immediately opened her book of life and death. To her surprise, she found that one of the souls she needed to detain today was a person of merit. Judging by the name, it should be a boy. She hoped this person of merit she found today would be a handsome young man so she could have a new target for teasing. Su Chen, this kid, had suddenly become wealthy, and she felt a gap in status between them. On top of that, he had been elusive for so many days, she hadn't seen him at all. It was time to find a new replacement. Thinking of this, Shao Qing's mood became even more beautiful. Today's task wasn't too busy, so in her spare time, Shao Qing went to see a movie. When the time was right, she calmly headed towards her destination. The process of detaining the soul went smoothly without any surprises. When Shao Qing was about to leave, she noticed two ghost catchers from other halls had appeared around her without her noticing. This made her immediately cautious. It seemed someone wanted to compete for business with her. Although there were two of them, Shao Qing wasn't very afraid. Her cultivation in the Detention Soul Department was top-notch, and she had long reached the late stage of a ghost general. If it came to a fight, the two of them might not be her match. Who are you friends from which hall? Are you planning to break the rules of the underworld? The two people opposite looked at Shao Qing with a sinister smile. Break the rules of the underworld? Do you think it's still the same as before? Your name is Shao Qing, right? I'll tell you the truth, we are from the 9th hall. What can you do to me? If you hand over the virtuous soul behind you to us now, we can consider sparing your life. Otherwise, we don't mind taking you in as well. Hearing the other party call out her name, Shao Qing knew that things might not be so simple. Since the other party knew her name, they must have some understanding of her strength. Knowing that she had reached the later stage of the Ghost Martial, they still dared to compete with her for business. This indicated that the other party had the strength to deal with her. Probably both of them were at the later stage of the Ghost Martial. Last time, Su Chen encountered Huang Yi, whose cultivation had reached the level of a great Ghost Martial. However, the other party was not a soul-reaping ghost, and the reason for coming to the mortal realm was solely for his grandson, Huan Lei. Thinking of this, Shao Qing hesitated no more and immediately released a distress signal into the sky. Now she only hoped to delay the two people until reinforcements arrived. The two opponents did not expect Shao Qing to be so decisive, releasing a distress signal before the fight even began. It seemed that this battle would need to be swift and decisive. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously launched an attack on Shao Qing. Shao Qing gently pushed a virtuous soul of the day's soul reaping to a safe place. Then she engaged in combat with the two ghost envoys. Upon engaging, Xiao Chang became more certain of her thoughts. Both of these individuals were at the later stage of the ghost martial. She could handle them individually, but facing them together posed a danger. At the beginning, Xiao Qing could barely hold her ground, but as time passed, she began to feel overwhelmed. She started to feel anxious. Little did Xiao Qing know that while she was feeling anxious, the two ghost envoys were feeling even more anxious. They had initially thought that with their combined strength, defeating Xiao Qing would not take much time. At least before Xiao Qing's reinforcements arrived, dealing with her should not have been a problem. However, they underestimated Xiao Qing's combat prowess, which far exceeded their expectations. Although they had the upper hand in their joint attack, swiftly defeating Xiao Qing was not as simple as they had thought. We can't continue to drag this out, or things could easily get out of hand. Both of them became more ruthless, intensifying their attacks, showcasing their skills, and releasing their ghostly aura. Xiao Chang was already struggling, and under the full force of their attacks, she felt even more overwhelmed. One of them seized an opportunity and struck Xiao Qing's chest with a powerful blow, causing her to stagger back and spit out blood. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the person now, and I might spare your wretched life. Xiao Qing was also furious. It had been a long time since she had been so underestimated. You think I'm easy to bully? Today, I'll fight you to the end. Even if I can't beat you, sacrificing myself to buy time is not a problem. Xiao Qing was truly determined. As the ace soul reaper of the detention department, if she allowed the virtuous soul she had reaped to be snatched away, she would lose all credibility in the department. In that case, she might as well fight to the death with them. They say that those who charge fear the unknown, those who are stunned fear the bold, and the bold fear those who are fearless. Xiao Qing's current strategy was completely fearless. She abandoned defense and went all out, willing to exchange her life for theirs. This caught the two Ninth Hall Ghost envoys off guard. While they appeared to be working together on the surface, they each had their own hidden agenda. They had previously agreed that once Xiao Qing was dealt with, they would discuss the ownership of the virtuous soul in detail. At this moment, seeing Xiao Qing's reckless fighting style, both of them felt a bit overwhelmed. Neither of them wanted to exchange their lives with Xiao Qing, as it would only benefit the other person. And so, the situation reversed once again because of their mutual suspicion, which made Xiao Qing persist once more. Brother Hu, we can't continue like this. We need to quickly deal with this woman. Although we don't know if the ghost envoys of the 10 palaces will come to support her, continuing like this is not beneficial for either of us. Indeed, Brother Zhou, from now on, let's not hold back. Let's see how our fates play out. Alright. I don't believe that the two of us can handle this crazy woman. Facing Xiao Qing's desperate fighting style this time, they were no longer as restrained, immediately reversing the situation. Xiao Cheng smiled bitterly, realizing that she was most likely going to meet her end here today. Now, all she could do was hope to buy some time before meeting her end. Under the fierce attacks of the two, Xiao Qing soon revealed a flaw. These two ghost envoys were both astute, immediately noticing Xiao Qing's vulnerability and attacking her with full force as if they had planned it. Xiao Cheng inwardly thought that her fate was sealed. Dealing with two beings of the same level was too much of a stretch, and in this situation, even trying to buy time was probably impossible. All she could do now was strike with all her might, then silently close her eyes and wait for death to come. After a while, Xiao Qing did not feel the arrival of death. She incredulously opened her eyes to find two figures in front of her. Who else could it be but Xiao Bai and Su Chen? Seeing Xiao Qing open her eyes, Su Chen patted his chest. Sister Qing, that was close. We're here. Xiao Qing saw the two of them and sat down on the ground directly. The feeling of a second chance at life left her completely drained of energy. But the most shocked at the scene were undoubtedly the two ghost envoys of the Ninth Palace. Upon arriving, Su Chen immediately checked the basic information of the two. One was named Hu San, and the other was named Zhou Hu. Both of them were at the ghost general stage, the same level as Xiao Qing, which explained why she had called for help. Su Chen was certain that these two were not good people, as evidenced by their practice of the soul-devouring technique. At this moment, the two were looking at Xiao Bai in disbelief. Their fatal strikes were effortlessly intercepted by Xiao Bai. Su Chen was able to arrive at the scene so quickly, thanks to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai was a great ghost king, with a speed that Su Chen couldn't match. If Su Chen had come alone, he might have only arrived in time to collect Xiao Qing's body. In fact, the two had been at the scene for some time. Upon arriving, Su Chen had prepared to play the hero and save the beauty, but Xiao Bai stopped him. According to Xiao Bai, Xiao Qing had long reached a bottleneck, and the reason she hadn't broken through was due to a lack of opportunity. The current battle was her chance to break through. It was for this reason that they had not acted sooner. Senior, we are just passing by. Do you believe us? Husan and Zhou were now breathless, realizing that the person who effortlessly intercepted their full force attacks was at least a great ghost general. Even a great ghost general couldn't be so nonchalant. The person in front of them was likely a ghost lord or even a higher-ranking being. Damn it, they must have picked the wrong day to go out. Wasn't it said that the highest level of cultivation among the ghost generals was at their stage? How did they encounter such a being? Xiaobai couldn't be bothered with the two of them and looked at Su Chen. Young master, how should we deal with these two? Should I eliminate them? Xiaobai's words almost scared Husan and Zhou to death. Please, don't talk about such serious matters so lightly, okay? Su Chen quickly waved his hand. These two people were to be killed, but he couldn't let Xiaobai do it. It would be best to handle it himself. Killing other ghost messengers could earn evolution points and improve his combat abilities. Why not do it? Wait, leave one of them for me to practice on. Xiaobai did not object. They were just two ants, and the young master could handle them however he wanted. At this moment, Xiaoqing finally recovered and looked at Su Chen with some concern. Little brother, the opponent has the cultivation of a late-stage ghost general. Can you handle it? Su Chen sneered. So what if it's a late-stage ghost general? When he was at the early stage, he could already kill a mid-stage ghost general in an instant. Now that he was at the mid-stage, dealing with a late-stage ghost general would be a piece of cake. Xingjia, don't worry, I will kill them like slaughtering dogs. If you want to practice, just pick one at random. I'll take the other one. Dare to steal my business, I will also take revenge. No problem. One person for each. Husan and Zhou felt insulted. Come on, it's better to kill than to be humiliated, right? You are somewhat insulting us like this. If you want to kill, go ahead. I'll consider myself defeated if I frown. Su Chen looked at Zhou in surprise. He didn't expect this guy to have some backbone. Directly killing them was also an option, as they could earn evolution points anyway, but he still wanted to practice. Don't think we are bullying you. How about this, she won't intervene, the two of us will take you on. If you can defeat us, we will spare your lives. How does that sound? Su Chen's words gave the two a glimmer of hope. They were so generous and enthusiastic just now because they knew that in front of Xiaobai, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. But now, things were different, especially with Su Chen, who seemed to be only at the mid-stage of a ghost general. There was a chance. Brother Zhou, I leave Xiaoqing to you. I'll deal with this kid. Why? Let's switch. You deal with Xiaoqing. Both of them were cunning and didn't want to face Xiaoqing. Come on, when the two of them were together just now, they had a back-and-forth fight with Xiaoqing. Facing Xiaoqing alone would be like a lamb to the slaughter, with little chance of winning. Su Chen. These two guys, they are somewhat looking down on people. Enough is enough. Today, they must know why the flowers are so red. Without waiting for the other party to discuss the outcome, Su Chen charged towards the two. Xiaobai, don't intervene, but watch out for them trying to escape. Xiaobai nodded, a small gesture. With her cultivation as a great ghost king, if she let two ghost messengers with lower cultivation levels escape, she might as well find a tofu to kill herself. Xiaoqing sighed and also rushed forward. She couldn't let Su Chen face the two attackers alone. Although she knew Su Chen's strength was formidable, she didn't believe he could defeat both of them. In the end, Su Chen faced Zhou, while Xiaoqing faced Husan. Su Chen waved his hand, and the yellow springs appeared directly. Zhou, not to be outdone, transformed his ghost energy into a black jackal and attacked Su Chen. Surprisingly, when the jackal encountered the yellow springs, it immediately began to dissipate, while the yellow springs continued to advance towards Zhou. Zhou was shocked. He had no reservations, as this battle was about his life. He had been secretly pleased to have picked an easy target, but now it seemed otherwise. He had picked a tough nut to crack. Dodging the attack of the yellow springs, he was about to counterattack when he realized that the yellow springs seemed to have eyes and was still coming after him. Caught off guard, he was enveloped by the yellow springs and his soul scattered. Su Chen sneered. Is that all? Originally thought I could practice my skills well, but it turned out to be an easy task. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the ghost-level ghost servant and gaining 5 evolution points. Awesome! Indeed, killing the ghost servant from the other hall is faster to gain evolution points. When luck is not good, you can't even get this many evolution points in a day. It would be even better if I could also kill Husan. Thinking of this, Su Chen's gaze directly turned to the battlefield of Xiaoqing and Husan. Xiaoqing, worthy of being the first combat power of the detention department, completely suppressed Husan. What puzzled Su Chen was that Xiaoqing's state was a bit strange. Clearly, she could have directly killed Husan several times, but she didn't make a move. Xiaobai appeared next to Su Chen at some point. Xiaoqing is probably about to break through. She is using Husan as an opportunity. Su Chen sighed. In that case, he felt embarrassed to steal the kill. Well, having 5 evolution points is not bad. After a while, Xiao Chang probably felt ready and started to make a move, slapping Husan dozens of meters away, coincidentally landing in front of Su Chen. Husan's mouth sprayed blood wildly, knowing he wouldn't survive, but he didn't die immediately. Su Chen was overjoyed. Wasn't this offering himself a chance to get more points? Without hesitation, he slapped Husan to death, once again gaining 5 evolution points. Delighted. Neither Xiao Bai nor Xiao Qing said anything about Su Chen killing Husan. Such trash, just kill it. At this moment, Xiao Qing only felt the ghost energy in her body fluctuating, ready to break through to the great ghost general at any time. Little brother, thanks to you this time. Otherwise, sister might have died here today. Xiao Qing, what are you saying? If I were in danger, I believe you would come to save me too. I won't say much in thanks. I've completed today's mission. I'll take these souls back to the underworld. Most importantly, I should be breaking through. This is the mortal realm after all, with insufficient ghost energy. When I break through, I'll definitely treat you to a good meal. Xiao Qing, you're too polite. Hurry back to the underworld, don't miss the opportunity to break through. Xiao Qing also knew Su Chen was right. If she failed to break through this time, she didn't know when she would have another chance. Without further ado, she took the souls back to the underworld. Su Chen didn't go back, his mission for today was not yet complete. It was a good time to go to the detention department after completing the task. He wanted to find Wei Ping and Liang Wen. The reason he wanted to find the two was that they were the ones who had summoned him. He died in Wei City, and in his later years, he had always lived in Wei City. This indicated that Wei City was also managed by the 10 halls. The county he currently managed was not close to Wei City. Even as a ghost servant, it would take a long time to get there. If he found the two, he could hitch a ride directly to Wei City. It would be much easier to find Akai then. It had been a week since his death, it was time to see his old steward. After waiting for his mission target to die, Su Chen went straight back to the underworld after summoning the soul. After instructing the souls to line up for judgment, he returned to Fengdu City. Since his debts had been repaid, Su Chen no longer needed to go to the palace of the King of Hell to pay back the money. Looking at his current balance, he was surprised to see it had reached over 100 billion. Su Chen was somewhat surprised. Something was not right. Although Akai had been spending more money recently, besides repaying debts, he had also invested a lot of money in shops. When he left home this morning, he only had just over a billion on him. How did he suddenly gain over 100 billion in half a day? Was Akai crazy? Burning so much money in a day? While money is always good to have, how did Akai manage to do this? Forget it, never mind these things. When I give Akai a dream, I'll ask this kid properly, what's going on? This time, Su Chen didn't plan to return to the mansion. Last night, he decided that after work today, he would go to the Bureau of Soul Detainment to take a look. Xiao Bai, now that you've returned to the underworld, you don't need to protect me anymore. I know you're busy, so go ahead and do your thing. I'll go to the Bureau of Soul Detainment. Xiao Bai naturally had no objections to this. With hundreds of shops about to open, Su Chen was a hands-off boss, leaving everything to be handled by her and Xiao He. If she wasn't worried about Su Chen encountering danger in the mortal realm, she would have preferred to stay in the underworld every day. Now that Su Chen has returned to the underworld, her safety is no longer a concern, so she naturally doesn't need to continue following Su Chen. Alright, young master, I'll go busy myself. Xiao Bai left eagerly, while Su Chen headed straight to the Bureau of Soul Detainment. Who knows how many colleagues from the Bureau of Soul Detainment he would encounter at this time. Su Chen soon arrived at the Bureau of Soul Detainment and saw Zhang Chang and Zhou Tai as soon as he got there. The two seemed to be chatting about something. Zhang Chang and Zhou Tai's eyes lit up when they saw Su Chen. Especially Zhang Chang, although he hadn't seen Su Chen recently, he was still the head of the Bureau of Soul Detainment. He had long heard about Su Chen's situation from other subordinates in the Bureau of Soul Detainment, so he was even more eager to meet Su Chen. He never expected that the Bureau of Soul Detainment would have such a nouveau riche like Su Chen. Su Chen, you're here. I heard you bought a house in the first ring. You've really made it. You should be the first in the history of our Bureau of Soul Detainment to buy a house in the first ring. You've really made it. Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He didn't expect that his boss would already know about his house purchase. He silently took out 2 cigarettes from the incense space and handed them over. Sir, you're too kind. This is not a big deal. It's just a simple purchase of a residence. Zhang Chang silently took the cigarettes without being polite to Su Chen. This guy clearly wasn't short of money, so these cigarettes meant nothing to Su Chen. And did you hear what he said? What do you mean it's just a simple purchase of a residence? He had been working diligently in the underworld for so many years, and it was only 2 years ago that he bought a house in the 5th ring. Truly, people's fortunes and misfortunes are not the same. By the way, Su Chen, why did you think of coming to our Bureau of Soul Detainment today? The Underworld's management of personnel is not strict. As long as they complete their tasks daily, the rest of the time is free. That's why Su Chen didn't need to show up at the Bureau of Soul Detainment every day. Sir, I just wanted to see my colleagues in the Bureau. I see. By the way, not long ago, I saw Xiao Cheng. That girl is now a senior ghost general and can graduate from our Bureau of Soul Detainment. To be honest, I'm a bit reluctant. She was the first war general of our Bureau of Soul Detainment. Su Chen was also happy for Xiao Cheng. Although he knew that Xiao Cheng was about to break through before, breaking through successfully was another matter. Now that it was confirmed that Xiao Cheng had successfully broken through, he was genuinely happy for her. By the way, because this little girl has successfully broken through, we have invited the people from the Bureau to have a meal together. I can't make it, and they probably haven't left yet. If you go now, you should still make it. Su Chen was delighted, as this would save him a lot of effort. In that case, sir, I'll go find them first. Zhang Chang nodded. Take Zhou Tai with you. He was recommended by you, and his recent work has been very satisfactory to me. If his cultivation level wasn't so low, I would definitely have him transferred to the Bureau of Soul Detainment. Su Chen had been wondering how Zhou Tai ended up with Zhang Chang. It turned out that Zhou Tai's recent work had impressed Zhang Chang. As for bringing Zhou Tai to the Bureau of Soul Detainment, Su Chen decided against it. Zhou Tai is a ghost with great merits, and he is easily targeted by other temple ghosts who practice the soul-devouring technique. He still needs to develop surreptitiously. Alright, Zhou Tai, come with me, I'll treat you to some good food. Zhou Tai naturally had no objections, as he had long regarded Su Chen as his idol. Whether in the mortal realm or in the underworld, Su Chen's actions made him feel admiration. The two bid farewell to Zhang Chang and headed straight to their destination dormitory. Zhou Tai, do you smoke? I smoke a little in the mortal realm, but not much. I prefer drinking a little wine over smoking. I see. Su Chen took out 5 cigarettes and a few bottles of wine from the incense space and handed them to Zhou Tai. No need, I can't take your things. Thanks to your reminder about my old lady, I'm not short of money now. Just take it, stop being so polite. Finish smoking and drinking, then come to me for more. I have plenty of these things. Zhou Tai chuckled and accepted the items. Truly a big brother he had identified, always generous. On the way, Su Chen and Zhou Tai chatted casually. They had quite a few common topics. If they had met while alive, they would have been good friends. Zhou Tai, do you want to stay at my place? I have a vacant room there. I'd better not. I heard from Qingjia that besides you, your place is full of beautiful women, and the yin energy is too strong. I'm afraid I can't handle it. Su Chen. Good news travels fast, bad news even faster. How did Zhou Tai know about this? So what? The ghostly energy there is incomparable to hear, it's beneficial for your cultivation. I know, but to be honest, I'm not too focused on cultivation. I'm more interested in studying the elixirs of the underworld now. There are many similarities between these and the medicines in the mortal realm. Su Chen's eyes lit up. If Zhou Tai likes studying elixirs, that could be a direction. He could even invest money to turn Zhou Tai into a qualified alchemist. But he needed to research this further and figure out a plan before bringing Zhou Tai over. That's a good idea, but I heard being an alchemist is costly. If you need money, come to me directly, I can help you. I'm not in need at the moment. I'm still studying the theoretical knowledge, it will take some time before I can start. When I do need money, I won't hesitate to ask you, big brother. That's right, don't be polite with me. I'm so poor that all I have left is money. On the way to the cemetery dormitory, Su Chen met Xiao Cheng and other officials from the detainment department. Xiao Cheng was delighted to see Su Chen. Little brother, we were just about to look for you, thinking you should be off work by now. Didn't expect to run into you here. Qingjia, isn't it better early than late? I've prepared gifts for everyone, so don't be shy. Su Chen took out many gifts, including cigarettes, wine, and food brought from the mortal realm. He even gave Xiao Cheng a set of clothes. Seeing the clothes, Xiao Cheng blushed. This little brother was considerate. She was still thinking about how to thank him, but he had already given her a gift. Everyone knew about Su Chen's wealth, so they didn't refuse. This made Su Chen very happy, as he would feel like they didn't see him as a friend if they kept refusing. Seeing Wei Ping and Liang Chao here, Su Chen was relieved. Qingjia, where are you all planning to go? I'm about to become a great ghost general, so I'll be leaving the detainment department soon. I thought before leaving, I'd treat everyone to a meal. Today, let's eat and drink to our heart's content. The feeling is good. By the way, Qingjia, what are your plans for the future? I am planning to open some shops recently. Do you want to come and help in my shops? Xiao Qing's eyes lit up, showing some excitement, but soon he shook his head. Little brother, I know you are doing this for the sake of your sister, but I don't like that kind of peaceful life. I have already made up my mind. I want to go to the front line, where I can receive the best training. Su Chen looked at Xiao Cheng with some concern. Although Xiao Qing's cultivation had reached the level of a great demon general, there were plenty of great demon generals on the front line. Xiao Cheng would face life-threatening situations at any moment. Xing Jia. Su Chen was interrupted by Xiao Cheng as soon as he started speaking. Little brother, I know you mean well, but my mind is made up. Please don't try to persuade me. Su Chen saw Xiao Qing's determined look and knew that he couldn't change Xiao Qing's mind no matter what. Alright, but Xing Jia, you must take good care of yourself on the front line. I believe that before long, we will meet again. Xiao Cheng was taken aback, not understanding why Su Chen said that. Little brother, you are so wealthy now. Are you planning to wait until you become a great demon general and then go to the front line? Su Chen nodded. He had long decided that once he became a great demon general, he would apply to go to the front line. The speed of gaining evolution points in the early morning was too slow. Killing ghost minions yielded more evolution points. For example, today, by simply killing 2 ghost minions from other palaces, he gained 10 evolution points. Up to now, he hadn't used any evolution points, not because he didn't want to, but because there were too few evolution points. Only with more evolution points could his strength be greatly improved. Well, one must gain experience. This has nothing to do with being wealthy or not. Xiao Cheng clearly disagreed with Su Chen's idea. She couldn't understand why Su Chen wanted to go to the front line, but she didn't try to persuade him. Everyone has their own thoughts. I believe you have your reasons for going to the front line. Let's not talk about this today. Let's go and have a good meal. But let me make it clear in advance, I don't have as much money as you, so going to Wangxian Tower is not possible. Xing Jia, how about I treat you and we go to Wangxian Tower? You have made a breakthrough, shouldn't I, as your little brother, show some appreciation? Forget it, I already said I will treat you today. I know a good restaurant, although it hasn't officially opened yet, it has been in trial operation recently. The food there is good, and the prices are very reasonable. Alright, then let Xing Jia treat us today. Under Xiao Qing's lead, the group quickly found a restaurant not far away. This place was considered remote in Fengdu City, but the restaurant's decoration was very stylish. It wasn't luxurious, but it was very comfortable. The hotel was named Home Inn. When Su Chen saw this name, he was stunned. He seemed to have heard Xiao He and Xiao Bai mention this place before. If he remembered correctly, this restaurant seemed to be his own. Xiao Cheng invited them to dinner, and they ended up at the restaurant he owned. This was a bit too coincidental. Earlier, when Xiao Qing mentioned that the hotel was in trial operation, he didn't think much of it. Now it seemed that his own restaurant was preparing to open for trial operation. But it was also good. He could take this opportunity to see the skills of Xiao He and Xiao Bai. From a distance, 2 waiters in uniforms immediately greeted them. The clothes were provided by Su Chen, and this style was unique to Fengdu City. Guided by the waiters, the group from the Juhan division arrived at a private room, and the waiter quickly brought the menu. Su Chen looked at it and saw that most of the dishes were provided by himself. The prices were very reasonable, ranging from 1,000 yuan to around 1,000 yuan. The price here in the underworld is really very affordable. Su Chen estimated that a meal here could cost as little as 100 yuan, or as much as a few thousand yuan, which Xiao Qing could definitely afford. Don't be polite with me, just order whatever you want. Everyone didn't hold back with Xiao Qing, they also saw the prices of the dishes. This restaurant is going to be popular. With such food, who would still eating cheap pills in the future? Seeing the affordable prices of the dishes, everyone didn't hold back with Xiao Cheng. Basically, everyone ordered a dish. Su Chen also casually ordered a dish, taking it out from his own hands. What hasn't he eaten? The speed of this restaurant is quite fast, and soon the dishes started to arrive one after another. Among them, there were many dishes that Su Chen had never tried before. This was a bit embarrassing, but luckily he didn't boast earlier. These were ingredients provided by Su Chen, processed by the restaurant's head chef. Su Chen tasted it and the taste was very good. The chef's skills were indeed top-notch. You see, this place is already considered the outskirts of Fengdu City. The best chefs are definitely located in the city center. If the chefs here are already this good, you can imagine how skilled the chefs inside must be. Everyone's mouths were full of oil. In the past, they used chi pills to keep themselves from getting hungry. Although a few days ago Su Chen treated everyone to a meal at Wangxian building, but the prices there were too expensive. Unlike this restaurant, they could afford to come here and order a few dishes for drinking when they had nothing to do. Su Chen quickly realized what everyone was thinking. It seemed like this restaurant was going to be a hit. Although the prices of these dishes were relatively cheap, for him, it was basically a break-even deal. Even if he sold them cheap, he would still make a profit. Eating naturally involved drinking. Originally everyone planned to bring out the wine Su Chen had given them. But Xiaoqing disagreed, saying that he was the host. How could they bring their own drinks? He would definitely foot the bill. Everyone couldn't refuse and had to agree. The wine was quickly brought out, and soon everyone started toasting. Normally, they didn't have the opportunity to drink, so they inevitably drank a bit more. After 3 rounds of drinks, Wei Ping was the first to notice something was off. Hey guys, haven't you noticed? The wine in this restaurant seems to be the same as the one Su Lao gave us before. Wei Ping's words made everyone sober up a bit. Some even directly took out the wine Su Chen had given them from the spatial ring. It turned out that even the packaging was exactly the same. Oh, it's true, wasn't it Su Lao who bought us this wine here? Why waste it like this? Su Chen, how idle am I to come to my own store to buy wine? The wine in this restaurant is all provided by me, okay? And haven't you noticed? Many of the foods here are very similar to what Su Lao gave us. Xiaoqing also noticed this. Her gaze involuntarily fell on Su Chen. Su Chen smiled bitterly. He considered all these people present as friends and didn't want to deceive them. After all, everyone knew he was wealthy. I didn't expect everyone to find out. Don't misunderstand. These foods and drinks are not bought by me here. In fact, the ingredients of this restaurant are all mine. Everyone? So you mean you are the supplier for this restaurant? Su Chen. By the way, is there a possibility that this restaurant is mine? Su Chen's words left everyone present with their mouths wide open. Xiaoqing almost spat out blood. It was really absurd to end up eating at Su Chen's restaurant when she was the one treating. Su Lao, why did you decide to open a restaurant here? With these prices, are you really not losing money? It's not my idea, although I'm the boss. All of this was done by Xiao He and Xiao Bai. There are hundreds of similar stores in Fengdu City, and there may be more in the future, so don't be surprised. The scene fell silent for a moment. Those who had seen Versailles had never seen anything quite like this. How long have you been in the underworld to become so wealthy? I knew you had money, but I didn't expect you to be this wealthy. Why is the gap between people so huge? Shouldn't we hold on tight to such thick legs? Xiaoqing seemed to remember something at this moment. Brother, even though this is your shop, I'm treating this time. You can't let it go for free, or I'll be mad at you. Su Chen didn't expect Xiaoqing to be so direct, admitting that this shop was his. He had originally wanted to waive Xiaoqing's bill. Sister, you know my situation best. I'm really so poor that I only have money left. You should keep your money to buy cultivation resources. No, this meal is on me no matter what. Oh well, there's not much money anyway, Sister Chung. If you want a treat, go ahead. I thank you for taking care of my business here. Although you're paying, as the host, a discount is a given. How about this? In the future, any brothers from the Soul Arrest Division who come to my shop will get a 50% discount on all expenses. Brother, that's not necessary. Sister Qing, this isn't just a special favor for you, it applies to all members of the Soul Arrest Division. If you disagree, do you think others will feel comfortable coming to eat in the future? Xiaoqing looked at the expectant eyes of the others and realized that this was indeed the case. If they really got a 50% discount, they could afford to eat here often in the future. Alright, then I'll toast you on behalf of the Soul Arrest Division. Others also raised their glasses. This was all about relationships. Su Chen really didn't care about this small amount of money. He could even waive the bill for these people directly. In the future, they could eat however they wanted, but he was afraid that if he said he would waive the bill, these people would feel embarrassed to come and eat. So, it was better to compromise. Su Chen and the others had a drink, and then they all sat down. Next, they chatted about various topics. While everyone was chatting, Su Chen quietly approached Wei Ping and Liang Wen. Brothers, I wonder which one of you is in charge of the Wei City. Wei Ping and Liang Wen's faces were red from drinking, and they looked very satisfied with Su Chen. After being ghost catchers for so long, they had managed to recruit Su Chen, which could be said to be the best decision they had made in their lives. Since Su Chen arrived, their lives had improved a lot. When they heard Su Chen's question, Wei Ping spoke first. Actually, we both are in charge of Wei City. Wei City is a big city with a lot of people, divided into several small areas. Liang Wen is in charge of one small area. Why do you ask? I want to visit Wei City in my spare time. You know I have been living in Wei City for years and I want to visit an old friend. Let me remind you, now that you are a ghost catcher, even if there are things in the mortal world that you can't let go of, try to avoid contact with people you were associated with in your past life as much as possible, as it will bring karmic consequences. I understand what you mean. I'm just going to send a dream to a good friend, and I'll use dream-inducing pills, so I won't directly contact them, which doesn't violate the rules of the underworld. The two breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, this didn't violate the rules of the underworld, it was allowed. That's good. By the way, Liang-Wen is on the night shift today, so why don't you go with him to take a look? Brother Liang, you're on duty, and you dare to come here for a drink? Isn't it working hours now? Aren't you delaying things? No. I checked the book of the living and dead. My work today is not busy, and it's all in the second half of the night. It's not too late to go after eating and drinking. Su Chen. Wait, can the book of the living and dead be opened in the underworld? How did I not think of this before? My bad. Today I just wandered around for most of the day. But if I had seen the book of life and death in the underworld, I might not have been able to save Xiao Chang. Maybe this is fate. I see, then after we finish eating, let's go out with Brother Liang. Okay, it's on me. This meal took more than 2 hours, and everyone left feeling satisfied. The price of the meal was not high, even after the discount it was just over 1,000 yuan. Xiao Qing said she felt no pressure. When it came time to pay, Su Chen was worried that the staff at the restaurant wouldn't recognize him, but it turned out he was overthinking it. Xiao He and Xiao Bai had already shown his photo to everyone in the restaurant. He was recognized as soon as he walked in. But since Su Chen didn't reveal his identity, the staff didn't say anything. So when Su Chen did reveal his identity and asked for a 50% discount, there was no resistance. Su Chen also told them that in the future, if anyone from the detention department came to eat, as long as they showed their waist badge, they would get a 50% discount. After seeing everyone off, only Liang Wen and Su Chen were left at the scene. Although Liang Wen had been drinking, he was only slightly tipsy. After circulating the ghost energy in his body a bit, he completely sobered up. Brother, let's go out to the sun. Okay. Su Chen was a bit impatient, he really missed Akai. When it's time to dream, he must praise his old brother properly. He's been doing well these days. He was very satisfied with the money he spent. The two quickly arrived at the ghost gate, and without further ado, Liang Wen waved his hand and the teleportation door appeared. When they reappeared, they were already in the Wei City. Su Chen was quite familiar with Wei City. He immediately knew where he was. Liang Wen looked at Su Chen. Su, I still have a mission, you go ahead and act on your own. You won't need my help to go back when you're done. No problem, brother, you go ahead and do your thing. When a ghost comes out of the ghost gate, they can only reach the city where they were sent to work. This was why Su Chen needed Liang Wen's help. To freely enter and exit the mortal realm, one must have a certain level of cultivation, which Su Chen, as a ghost, did not possess. When it was time to go back, he wouldn't need help, all the ghosts could return to the ghost gate on their own. Liang Wen left, and Su Chen looked at the familiar city in front of him. Wei City was different from Huaxian, it was one of the top cities. Even though it was already 11 o'clock at night, the lights were still on. Su Chen didn't pay attention to all this, he wanted to find Akai. Akai didn't have many places to stay, either in his own villa or in his own home. At the age of 86, Kai should be sleeping by now. This would also make it easier for Su Chen to dream. After some thought, he felt that Akai was more likely to be resting at home, so he decided to go there first. Akai usually lived with him in his villa. But he also had his own family. His residence was also a villa, but not in the same villa area as Su Chen. It wasn't that Akai couldn't afford it, he just didn't want to neglect taking care of Su Chen because of his family. Even though Su Chen had mentioned it a few times, Akai had never agreed. Now that he was dead, Akai should have returned to his family. Su Chen knew where Akai's house was, after all, he had bought it for Akai. It didn't take Su Chen long to reach the villa area, and when he arrived, he found that Akai's villa was dark. Had they all gone to bed? When Su Chen entered the villa, he realized he was wrong. The whole villa was empty, not to mention Akai, even his family members were not there. Su Chen was speechless. Why was Akai so unreliable? Could they have all gone on a family trip? Couldn't they just stay at home and wait for him to dream for them? Running around like this, it's going to be troublesome to find yourself. Since you're not here, could it be at your own place? Forget it, let's go take a look. Leaving Akai's place, Su Chen headed towards his own residence. As he looked at the increasingly familiar surroundings, Su Chen also felt a bit emotional. He never expected to return here in this way. Just entering the villa area, Su Chen felt a wisp of smoke rising under his feet. This surprised Su Chen. What's going on? The smoke quickly condensed into a bridge, extending towards a nearby place. Following the direction of the smoke bridge, Su Chen was surprised to find that the direction the smoke was spreading was actually towards his own residence. And at this moment, the villa where he used to live was brightly lit. No way? Could it be that after his death, Akai moved into his villa? It shouldn't be. Akai is not that kind of person. What exactly is going on? Forget it, just go to the villa and see. Looking at the smoke bridge in front of him, Suchen tentatively stepped on it, unexpectedly finding that he could walk on the bridge. This really surprised him. Out of curiosity, he walked onto the smoke bridge. In no time, he reached the end of the smoke bridge, which was his former residence. In the villa's courtyard, there were some large and long incense sticks inserted. The smoke bridge was formed by the convergence of these incense sticks burning. And in the courtyard, he saw Akai, along with Akai's family. In front of them was an altar, with 3 animals and 12 bowls placed on it. In the center was his memorial tablet. Looking at the scene in front of him, Suchen was speechless. He felt that the scene was exceptionally absurd. At this moment, Akai was kneeling in front of the altar, holding a cigarette in his hand, which was already half burned, but he hadn't taken a puff. "Master, today is your 7th day, Akai misses you. I wonder how you are doing down there? If you can hear me, I hope we can meet. If not, even a dream visit will do." Hearing Akai's words, Suchen finally realized. Counting the days, it seemed that today was indeed his 7th day. Akai was thoughtful. He also understood why he suddenly received so much today. It seems that Akai also made an effort today. "Master, you never married in your life, had no children, and no relatives, so only I and my family can offer sacrifices to you on your 7th day. I never believed in ghosts and gods in my life, but now I hope there are really ghosts and gods in this world. When I die, I hope to still be your servant, Master." Suchen was very moved. Having a brother like Akai was also worthwhile. Seeing the scene in front of him, Suchen felt a bit helpless. If Akai doesn't sleep, how can he send him a dream? Akai kept talking in front of the altar, recounting some past experiences he had with Suchen. Suchen listened silently, and Akai's words also stirred up his memories. Akai's real name was Sukai. He was also an orphan, adopted by Suchen at the age of 10, and took on Suchen's surname. His son, Suxin, was also here, and at this moment, he came to Akai's side. "Dad, you're not young anymore, do you want to rest for a while? I can stay here and keep watch for you. Xin, if you're tired, go rest, I'll accompany Master a little longer, it's okay." Suxin also realized that his old man might not be so easy to rest. In that case, he would stay with him. This made Suchen on the side quite anxious. "Why is Akai so clueless? If you need to rest, just go rest. If you don't rest, how can I send you a dream? When he falls asleep, he will definitely give this guy a good lesson. He's already so old, yet he doesn't take care of his own body. Does he really want to go to the underworld to accompany himself?" Suchen, no matter how anxious he was, couldn't do anything to Akai right now. The separation between life and death, if he forcefully intervened, would only bring him karmic consequences. Karma is something that is hard to explain, and Suchen doesn't want to get involved. Now all Suchen could do was wait. Akai was still talking to the memorial in front of Suchen, complaining about him in the end. "Master, you've been gone for so many days, why haven't you sent me a dream? They say one thinks of something during the day and dreams of it at night. I've been thinking of you during the day, but I can't dream of you when I sleep. Are you too heartless?" Suchen listened silently on the side. He wanted to send Akai a dream, but how could he do that if Akai didn't sleep? It was really frustrating. Time passed by second by second. Soon it was past midnight, and a new day began. Suxin had been checking the time next to him. "Dad, it's a new day now, and the 7-day mourning period for Uncle Su is over. Shouldn't you rest? Rest? I want to accompany Master a little longer. Maybe he'll come back soon." "Dad, don't be stubborn. If Uncle Su comes, he will definitely want to see you. Your health is not that great now. If you continue like this, I'm afraid you'll meet Uncle Su soon." "What's wrong with meeting Uncle Su? I've lived long enough." Suxin couldn't help but roll his eyes. In his view, his father was being unreasonable. He had his own way to deal with such a father. "Dad, you said it yourself. I remember Uncle Su asked you to use half of his money to buy funeral supplies. Now, it seems like not even a drop in the bucket has been spent. If you go, it will be my responsibility. Aren't you afraid I'll embezzle it all? You dare. If you dare. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. If you're afraid, then live well and fulfill Uncle Su's wishes." Akai knew his son's character and knew that Suxin was looking out for him. He couldn't really do such a thing. He said that to push him to rest, but he really fell for it. And what his son said made sense. If he didn't take care of himself and entrusted this matter to someone else, he wouldn't feel at ease. Even for Master's sake, he had to live a little longer. "Oomph, you brat, stop thinking about it. I'll go rest now, but I still want to accompany Master a little longer." "Dad, go rest quickly. Maybe Uncle Su has already come and is waiting to send you a dream. If you don't sleep, how can Uncle Su send you a dream?" If you miss the time an Uncle Su goes back, it won't be good. Kai was also stunned. It seemed like a reasonable argument. Oh no, it's already past midnight. If Master comes and he hasn't rested, it would be a sin. You brat, why didn't you say so earlier? If I fall asleep and Master doesn't send me a dream, I'll skin you alive. Su Xin. Damn, how can this be my fault? Forget it, for the sake of his father's health, he endured it. At this age, being beaten by his father was also a blessing. Dad, if you want to hit me, you can do it anytime, no need for excuses. I can take it. I'm not leaving today, I'll rest here. I'll deal with you when I wake up, but I can't delay the time. I hope Master hasn't left yet. Su Chen almost couldn't resist giving Su Xin a big hug. Su Xin had grown up under his care, and this kid was sensible. If Su Xin could see him, he would think Su Xin had the same ability to see spirits as him. Fortunately, Kai was finally going to rest, and he could finally send dreams at ease. Kai had his own exclusive room in Su Chen's villa. This time, he naturally stayed in that room. I don't know if Kai was really too tired, or afraid of delaying Su Chen's dream. He didn't even wash up but went straight back to the room. Su Chen had been following behind, watching his old brother's unsteady steps, and he truly felt that his brother was getting old. After Kai returned to the room, he lay down on the bed directly. Master, if you are still here, please send Kai a dream. After saying that, Kai closed his eyes. Perhaps he was really tired, as light snoring soon followed. Su Chen sighed and took out the dream talisman from his pocket. He already knew how to use the dream talisman. The dream talisman was not meant to be eaten, it had a special usage. Su Chen gently crushed the dream talisman in his hand, and the talisman's dust automatically flowed towards the sleeping Kai. Kai opened his eyes, curiously taking in everything before him. If he guessed correctly, he should be dreaming right now. The 7th day after the master's death had just passed, and he had just rested, he remembered that clearly. If he had woken up, he should be in the villa's bed, but the scene before him was clearly not in the villa, so he could only be in a dream now. Knowing it was a dream, Kai had no intention of waking up. Could it be that the master sent him this dream? Master, is it you? Have you come to find Kai? As Kai's voice fell, Su Chen's figure slowly appeared. Kai looked at Su Chen in shock. Master, I didn't expect it to be you, but how did you become so young? If I hadn't seen you when you were young, I might not have recognized you. Su Chen also sighed as he looked at Kai. He never expected that they would meet again in this way. Kai, you really disappoint me. Su Chen's words made Kai gulp. He never expected that his master would come to question him as soon as they met. Master, did Kai do something wrong? If there's anything I did wrong, please tell me directly, and I will correct it. Yes. Do you know where you went wrong? Kai was confused. He really didn't know where he had gone wrong. Since Su Chen's death, he believed he had diligently completed the tasks Su Chen had entrusted to him, and the funeral supplies were still burning at the power plant. Especially on the 7th day, they burned much more than before. Was the master still not satisfied with this? Master, is it because I burned too little paper money? Starting tomorrow, I will try to burn more for them. Kai, it seems you still haven't realized your mistake. Kai was puzzled. Wasn't it because of burning paper money? Then what did he do wrong? If Kai has done something wrong, please let the master clarify. Your mistake is not taking care of your body. Do you think you are still 18? By not taking care of yourself, do you want to come see me sooner? Touched by Su Chen's concern, Kai said, Master, rest assured, I will take good care of my body from now on. I will work hard to complete the tasks you assigned, but I'm afraid I won't live to see that day. You gave me too much money, I can't spend it all. It's impossible to spend it all. Su Chen was puzzled. Today, Kai burned 100 billion hell banknotes for him. According to the exchange rate, that was equivalent to 10 billion in cash. At this rate, it would be spent in just 800 days. Although Kai was not young anymore, he was still healthy, without any illness or disaster. He should be able to live for another 10 years without any problems, right? Kai, what's wrong? Did you find out you have terminal cancer? At this rate, won't the money I gave you be spent in less than 3 years? Master, my health is still very good, you can rest assured. I feel like I can live for another 8 to 10 years without any problems. Today's situation is special. I had to spend a lot of money to come here today, I had to go all out. Normally, I wouldn't spend this much. Burning 3 billion in a day is almost the limit. Su Chen understood this. But even if you burn 3 billion in a day, it's almost 7 to 8 years. How can you not spend it all? Didn't Asai say he could live for another 8 to 10 years? Seeing Su Chen's puzzled look, Asai also smiled bitterly. Master, have you forgotten that you are the richest man? Although most of your assets were donated to the country before, some things were left behind. Plus the 800 billion you left behind, money still comes in every day. They say money makes money, and that's absolutely true. When you calculate the money earned and the money spent on you each day, it basically evens out, and there may even be some left over. Hearing Asai's words, Suchen was also stunned. If you calculate it like this, Asai really won't live to see that day. Ah, it's distressing. Being too rich is also distressing. Asai, how about this? I will definitely continue to spend money on my end, but I can't just spend money on myself. The extra money can also be used for charity. Suchen was not just talking casually, he had his plans. Using the extra money for charity would benefit him without any harm. In the underworld, besides money, merit points are also very important. It's obvious that doing charity work in the human world earns merit points, and his merit points have been increasing all along, influenced by the good deeds he did in his lifetime. Even though he's dead now, letting Asai use his money for charity would still earn him merit points. Alright, Master, I'll do as you say. I leave the matters of the human world to you. You must complete them well. Of course, the most important thing is to take care of your health. Master, rest assured, if I don't complete the tasks you've assigned, I wouldn't have the face to meet you down there. Master, do you have any other instructions for me? Of course, I came to see you this time mainly for this matter. I have prepared a list, take a look. After Suchen finished speaking, he took out the list he had prepared long ago. These were items that his upcoming shops could use. Asai took the list and began to carefully read it, unconsciously murmuring to himself. Fine wine, delicious food, that's simple. Beautiful clothes, preferably for women? When did Master develop this hobby? Silk stockings? More styles? More varieties? His. Women's underwear? TSK. Master, although I don't know what you need these items for, I promise that I will have those factories produce them in large quantities by tomorrow. Once they are produced here, they will be sent to you. Suchen looked at Asai's lecherous expression, feeling helpless. This guy must have misunderstood. Is Master really that kind of person? Asai, put away your lecherous thoughts. Don't you understand my character? I need these items because I have opened many shops in the underworld, and these items are for sale. Master, you don't need to explain. I understand. Suchen was also too lazy to explain. Explaining further would only complicate things. 100 years later, Asai would understand that what he said was true. After looking at the list, Asai suddenly raised his head, looking at Suchen with a shocked expression. Master, are you saying that there really is an underworld in this world? Suchen? Did this guy just realize it now? Is his reaction a bit slow? Suchen gave Asai an impatient glare. What do you think? Smiled apologetically, that's true. If it weren't for the underworld, sir, we wouldn't have met in my dreams. Sir, do you only need the items on the list? You handle it. Prioritize burning these items, and if there are other things, you can burn them for me too. Suchen didn't make it a strict order, as he had other thoughts. Who knows what kind of bizarre funeral items these strange people in the mortal world might create? What if there's something useful? Alright, sir, I understand. I'll arrange it tomorrow. Is there anything else you need to instruct? No, this time I contacted you, these are all secondary matters. The main thing is to catch up with you. I knew you couldn't rest assured about me. By the way, sir, tell me about the underworld. I'm quite curious about it now. Suchen thought for a moment and decided not to tell Akai about it. If this guy ends up liking the underworld and comes looking for him in a hurry, it would be troublesome. Akai, don't inquire too much about the underworld. Just remember, do more good deeds in the future. You can rest assured, sir. Under your influence, I consider myself half a great person now. There's nothing else. Time is limited, let's have a good chat. The time for dream transmission only lasts for an hour. Suchen didn't want to waste time meeting his old friend. In the following time, they didn't discuss work matters anymore, but chatted about personal matters, and time flew by. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Suchen reappeared from the dream. Looking at Akai still sleeping, a smile appeared on his face. Akai seemed much better after the dream transmission. Before the dream transmission, Akai had a worried look on his face, but now it was replaced by a smile. Akai, rest well. I'll come to see you again when I have the chance. After saying that, Suchen went straight back to the underworld, taking the opportunity to rest well as he still had to go to the mortal world tomorrow. Early the next morning, Akai opened his eyes, tears still lingering in the corners. The dream from last night was vivid in his mind, confirming that Suchen had indeed returned. No! He couldn't continue to be despondent, he had to complete the tasks assigned by the Sir. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw Su Xian standing at the door. "Dad, you're awake. Did you sleep well last night?" "Pretty good." "Hey, why are you standing at my door so early in the morning?" "Dad, I'm here to apologize and accept punishment. Please hit me." Kai was puzzled but quickly understood. "You're talking about the dream transmission. Don't worry, the sir transmitted a dream to me yesterday." Su Xian widened his eyes. Could this also happen? It seemed like he was lucky. His old man dreamed of Uncle Su yesterday. But why wasn't he hit, and instead, he felt a bit itchy? Was he really a worthless person? Su Xian was indeed feeling a bit itchy, having a strange feeling of not being hit and feeling uncomfortable. "Dad, are you really not considering it? I can really handle it." Kai was skeptical if he had a foolish son. "Let's not talk about this. I have some tasks for you to do, and you must do them well." Su Xian immediately became interested. If he guessed correctly, his dad should have told him about the dream transmission from Uncle Su. He quickly took out a notebook and pen from his pocket, a habit he had developed over the years, always listening to his dad's teachings and eagerly looking at Kai. At this moment, he was really curious about what Su Chun had instructed his dad in the dream transmission. The words were on the tip of Kai's tongue, but he didn't know how to start. Thinking about the items Su Chen wanted to burn, he felt it was difficult to bring up. But knowing it was Su Chen's instruction, even if it was embarrassing, he had to pass it on. "Xianer, the things I'm about to tell you next may have a certain impact on you, but you don't need to doubt, just prepare as I say." Su Xian was a bit confused, not sure if his old man was confused. It wasn't until Asai told Su Xian everything Su Chen had instructed. Asai entrusted Su Xian with the task of purchasing funeral supplies. At his age, he couldn't do everything himself, so he trusted Su Xian the most. Su Xian now had a puzzled look on his face. Did his old man really ask him to buy various lingerie, stockings, and other funeral supplies to burn for his uncle? Is this serious? Were these items among the things burned before? His uncle, who never married in his lifetime because of his long-lost aunt, had always been admirable to him. Now that he had passed away, Su Xian was being asked to burn so many intimate items. It just didn't seem like his uncle's style. Could it be that his old man's mind was dirty and brought this idea into his dreams? Seeing Su Xian's skeptical look, Asai was also speechless. But this was personally instructed by the master, so this matter must be completed properly. "Xianer, I don't care what you think, this matter must be completed properly. Your uncle told me this in a dream last night. If you don't do it well, I won't recognize you as my son." Asai had said this much. What else could Su Xian say? Anyway, his uncle left a lot of money, so he might as well burn a little more. What if it really was his uncle's dream? And recently, he had become acquainted with the leading funeral supplies company in the country. Asking them to prepare more of these items was just a matter of words. Also, his old man had just said to let those guys come up with some novel items. Maybe it could help his uncle. "Dad, don't worry, I'll make sure to complete the task." Asai nodded in satisfaction. "Then what are you still standing there for? Go prepare now." Su Xian sighed and quickly excused himself to get busy. Sometimes, he really wondered if he was picked up by his old man. On the other side, after delivering the dream, Su Chen returned to the underworld. After returning to the mansion, he went straight to rest. The next morning, Su Chen, who had only rested for 2 hours, got up. Fortunately, he was in the underworld, and now he was a ghost general. Having rested for only 2 hours, he didn't feel tired at all. Knowing that he could open the book of life and death in the underworld, he immediately did so. There were 5 people who needed their souls to be reaped today, not too many or too few. It was going to be a busy day. The earliest soul to be reaped was at 10 in the morning, so he had plenty of time and didn't need to rush to the sun. During this time, it was better to focus on cultivation. After breaking through to the mid-stage of the Ghost General, his cultivation speed did not slow down. At this rate, he felt that he would reach the late stage of the Ghost General in a while. Even if it was a great Ghost General, it wouldn't take him long. When his cultivation reached the level of a great Ghost General, he wouldn't have to keep going out to the sun. He also wanted to go to the front lines to take a good look and harvest some evolution points. Realizing that he hadn't checked his attributes for a long time, he immediately opened the system's attribute panel. Name, Suchin Realm, Mid-Stage Ghost General Techniques, 9 Nether Yellow Springs, Ghostly Scriptures Merit Points, 884515 Incense Value, 1200, 414, 5221 Evolution Points. 50 Suchen was quite satisfied with his attributes. Watching his merit points and incense value steadily increase, his future was becoming brighter. Just as Su Chun was about to close the system interface, he suddenly noticed a new prompt below the system. Soul Devouring Technique, Upgradable. Upgrading the technique requires 50 evolution points and 1000 merit points. Upon seeing this, Su Chen furrowed his brow. The soul-devouring scripture was obtained from the ghost messengers in the 9 halls. He had not cultivated before, so he was surprised that he could still level up. System: what are the benefits of upgrading this soul-devouring scripture? Upgrading the soul-devouring scripture can perfectly resolve its drawbacks. When killing the ghost messengers of other halls, you can obtain their merits without any side effects. Su Chen's eyes lit up at this information. If that was the case, he could upgrade the soul-devouring scripture himself. With a decision made, Su Chen no longer hesitated and directly chose to upgrade the soul-devouring scripture. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade successful. With the system's announcement, a book emitting a golden light appeared in Su Chen's hand. It was the official upgraded version of the soul-devouring scripture. Looking at the 50 evolution points he had worked hard to obtain over the week being spent in one go, Su Chen felt a bit regretful. However, he believed it was worth it. System: can this soul-devouring scripture continue to be upgraded? No, the soul-devouring scripture is a special technique and can only be upgraded once. Alright, then let it be. Su Chen silently chose to cultivate while looking at the soul-devouring scripture in his hand. Previously, he could obtain evolution points by killing the ghost messengers of other halls. Now, he could even acquire their merits. The system seemed determined not to let him peacefully become the richest in the underworld. After cultivating the advanced version of the soul-devouring scripture, Su Chen did not feel any discomfort. He immediately thought about whether he should give this advanced version to Qin Xianer. If he did, it would definitely be a great contribution. However, after much consideration, he decided to abandon this idea. With the flawed soul-devouring scripture, chaos would ensue in the entire underworld. Moreover, most of those cultivating the soul-devouring scripture now were not good people. If the side-effect-free soul-devouring scripture circulated, anyone could practice it. Who knew if someone would exploit this and kill other ghost messengers to gain merits? Su Chen did not want to see such a result. It was better to keep it to himself and quietly make a fortune. At most, he would pass on this technique to someone he completely trusted. In any case, this technique was not suitable for widespread dissemination, as it would only escalate the conflicts among the various halls of the underworld. After practicing for a while, Su Chen came out of the room. It was not urgent to go to the Yang Hall, but there were some things he needed to discuss with Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Just as he came out of his room, he saw Xiao He and Xiao Bai waiting outside the door. Su Chen immediately sensed that something was amiss. At that moment, Xiao Bai was looking at him with a resentful expression, and Xiao He's face was also serious. "What's wrong with you two? Why the long faces so early in the morning?" Xiao Bai suppressed the urge to beat Su Chen and spoke softly. "Young master, did you go to the Yang Hall again last night?" Xiao Bai was responsible for protecting Su Chen yesterday. She thought Su Chen was going out to dinner with friends and wouldn't leave again, so she stopped protecting him. Due to issues at the shop, they were busy until late. When they returned, they found that Su Chen had not come back. At first, they didn't think much of it, but after waiting for a long time without seeing Su Chen, they felt that something was wrong. They went to look for Xiao Chang and found out that Su Chen had secretly gone to the Yang Hall without them knowing. This worried them because if something happened to Su Chen, Qin Xianer would definitely blame them. If they knew where exactly Su Chen was, they would have almost rushed into the Yang Hall to find him. "Yes, what's the problem? What's the problem?" "It's a big problem. Young master, I went to find Xiao He to discuss shop matters because you returned to the underworld. How could you go to the Yang Hall alone? If something happens to you, how can we explain to Miss?" Su Chen finally understood that the two of them were being questioned because of this. "Well, I forgot about it yesterday, and I went to dream, not to the sun. I didn't feel in danger, so I didn't call you." "I don't care. Anyway, young master, you must promise that in the future, whenever you go to the mortal realm, one of us sisters must accompany you. There's no room for negotiation." Seeing the serious expressions of the two women, although Su Chen felt a bit exaggerated, he knew they were looking out for him, so he agreed. "Okay, next time if I need to go to the mortal realm, I will make sure you accompany me." Seeing Su Chen's apologetic attitude, the two women's faces softened slightly. Su Chen quickly changed the subject. "How are the preparations for the shop going?" "We were just about to discuss this with the young master. Most of the shops have already started trial operations, business is very good, and the opening day has been chosen, July 16th, the 8th day of the 6th month of the lunar calendar." Su Chen calculated the date. Today was the 8th day of July, just over a week until the opening. "I understand, I'll leave the opening to you, I trust you to handle it." "Young master, are you really not going to the opening? This is your shop after all." Su Chen waved his hand. "What's the point of him going? I won't go, isn't there Sister A to support us? I have to go to the sun. You can let a colleague from the office cover for a day. No, no, no. Running the shop is just a side job, the main job cannot be abandoned. Little Black and Little White were speechless, their young master was truly invincible. Running a main job that earns $3,000 a month, but treating those shops that make a fortune as a side job, there's really no one like him. Well, we won't force you, young master. The main reason we came to see you this time is because of the supply issue. Although we are only in trial operation now, business is already booming. I'm afraid that if we really open, we won't be able to supply enough products. Have you solved the supply issue, young master? Going to the mortal realm is to solve the supply issue, right? Don't worry, we'll have enough stock, and there should be many new styles. Little Black and Little White's eyes lit up, not only because Su-Chin said there would be sufficient supply, but also because he mentioned many new styles. They naturally wanted to be the first to benefit. Wearing these clothes these past few days, they had already become addicted. The clothes they used to wear, although functional, the kind of precious clothes they could hide, didn't affect them wearing beautiful clothes. Which girl doesn't want to wear something pretty? That's good, young master. When your goods arrive, I want to see if the supply is really sufficient. If it is, can we open branches in other cities in the 10 palaces? Open branches? Su-Chen was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Little Black and Little White to have already thought of this step, showing some business acumen. You can handle it, but for now, the most important thing is to get the shops in Fengdu City up and running. Don't try to do everything at once. We understand, isn't this just being prepared? Su-Chen nodded, his vision was even longer than Little Black and Little White's. Even though he did nothing and just waited for Akai to burn money for him, he was already the richest in the underworld, but he didn't mind having more money. You take care of it, whether it's money or supplies, just come to me directly. Little Black was very happy and grabbed Su-Chen's arm. I knew the young master was the best. Let's not talk about this, young master, it's getting late, we should go to work. Today it was Little Black's turn to protect Su-Chen, and she was eager to go to the mortal realm. Because of the issues with the shop, Xiao He and Xiao Bai were extremely busy. Going to the Yang realm with Su-Chen, they said it was to protect Su-Chen, but in reality, it was also a way for them to rest indirectly. Su-Chen's face turned slightly red as he felt Xiao Hei's cool and soft hand, causing ripples in his heart. Although he had lived for a long time, it had been a while since he had held hands with the opposite sex. Xiao Hei noticed Su-Chen's awkwardness and found it somewhat amusing. Young master, it's just holding hands, why are you blushing? Are you a young boy? If you can't speak, then shut up. Seeing Su-Chen's frustrated expression, Xiao Hei became even more certain of her thoughts. In this era, such a shy ghost was not commonly seen. In the following days, besides going to the Yang realm, Su-Chen was crazily accepting items from there. Kai proved to be a trusted aide, completing the tasks assigned to him very well. The items sent over increased in both quantity and novelty. Many female items made Su-Chen blush just by looking at them. How could these items be sold? Initially, Su-Chen had not planned to sell these items, but Xiao He and Xiao Bai were extremely excited when they saw them. These were all good items that could completely capture the hearts of the women in Fengdu City. In addition to female items, there were also many men's clothes. All kinds of suits were available, and Su-Chen had recently started wearing suits. It had to be said that Su-Chen looked even more handsome in a suit. Even Xiao He and Xiao Bai, who had seen a lot, couldn't help but be impressed by Su-Chen. With these items, Xiao He and Xiao Bai were no longer worried about the source of goods. Everything was ready, just waiting for the opening. The auspicious date for the opening was the 8th of the 6th month in the lunar calendar. Today was the day when those shops in Fengdu City opened, but Su-Chen was not interested in it at all. Opening was just opening, not a big deal. Going to the Yang realm to seduce souls was more important. Early in the morning, after finishing his cultivation, Su-Chen prepared to go to the Yang realm. As he was about to leave, he looked at the Book of Life and Death in his hand. There was nothing important today, just two humans that needed their souls seduced, and both in the afternoon. He was leaving now to avoid Xiao He and Xiao Bai knowing and dragging him to the opening ceremony. With hundreds of shops, just the ribbon cutting could be exhausting, so he left such matters to his sister, the Queen of Hell. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Xiao He and Xiao Bai waiting at the door. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, why are you not busy on such a big day today? What are you doing here? Young master, are you going to the Yang realm to seduce souls? Su-Chen nodded, afraid that the two would drag him away. Yes, and the time is tight and the task is heavy, so I have to leave now. Young master, if you don't want to attend the opening ceremony, we understand, but today is too busy for us, we can't get away, so I was thinking of finding someone to protect you. We are not at ease with you going to the Yang realm alone. Su-Chen breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was about this matter. I don't think it's necessary. My current cultivation has already reached the late stage of a ghost general. This is the ceiling of cultivation for going to the yang realm, and you know my combat power. Even if it's a ghost general at the level of a great ghost general, I can handle it, and even if I can't win, I can escape without a problem. Hearing Su Chen say this, Xiao He and Xiao Bai were speechless. They had seen rapid cultivation progress before, but they had never seen someone like Su Chen progress so quickly. Starting directly as a ghost general was one thing, but reaching the late stage of a ghost general from the early stage in less than a month was simply terrifying. Su Chen was telling the truth. He was not afraid of the ghost generals in other halls at all, but the two still felt somewhat uneasy. Young master, it's not okay. Let's find someone to follow you. It's really nothing. I checked the book of life and death today, and the souls I'm in charge of today are neither virtuous nor wicked. Such souls won't attract the attention of other temple officials. Hearing Su Chen say this, Xiao He and Xiao Bai didn't insist further. Young master, you must be careful. Your safety is the priority. Don't worry, no one values their life more than I do. Su Chen actually wanted to encounter officials from other temples. Ever since he saved Shao Qing last time, he hadn't encountered officials from other temples, which made him feel bored. Especially after practicing the improved soul-devouring scripture, he wanted to spar with officials from other temples even more. Unfortunately, he hadn't encountered officials from other temples for so long. Since that's the case, we won't disturb the young master anymore. The shop is still busy, and we should go invite the miss. Alright, you go ahead and get busy. I need to go to the mortal realm. Su Chen bid farewell to the two women and prepared to go to the mortal realm. He felt a sense of urgency now, seeing his cultivation level getting higher and not knowing when he would break through to become a great ghost general. But there was still no news of Shen Siye. This made him inexplicably restless. Before his breakthrough, he hoped to find clues about Shen Siye. Fengdu City. In the elegant room of the Wangxian building, a dozen people were sitting there, discussing something. They were members of the Fengdu Chamber of Commerce and owners of some major shops in Fengdu City. This gathering was convened by the Chamber of Commerce president, Zhao Ziheng. Seeing that everyone was present, Zhao Ziheng shook the folding fan in his hand and spoke first. Everyone, have you heard? Today is the opening day for those shops. They sell a wide range of goods, which I believe have had a certain impact on all of your businesses, right? Who wouldn't agree? They were just in the trial operation phase, but they've already taken away most of our business. If this continues, we might not last much longer. That's why I invited you all here this time. We can't let them open so smoothly, or else we might be in trouble in the future. Do you have any good ideas? What else can we do? Find a few powerful cultivators to cause trouble. If that doesn't work, we'll just smash their shops. It's not as simple as you say. The two leaders on their side are both at the level of great ghost kings, not easy to deal with. Do you know the identities of those two women? I found out that they used to be the personal maids of Lord Yanwang. These shops might be the handiwork of Lord Yanwang. If that's the case, we might as well give up. Seeing that the crowd was hesitating, Zhao Ziheng couldn't let them back down. I also found out about this, but rest assured, I have reliable information. These shops were not opened by Lord Yanwang. Those two maids were rewarded to a newcomer who recently entered the underworld, and it's said that this newcomer has been in the underworld for less than a month. The owners of these shops should be this newcomer. Is that true? I was involved in this matter as well. Can I joke about my own life? I don't want to offend Lord Yanwang. In that case, let's do it. A newcomer dares to ride on our heads and defecate. Today, let them know that our Fengdu Chamber of Commerce is not easy to bully. Good. Let's do it this way. I've already arranged the manpower, just waiting for the right moment to strike. I won't let them off the hook. A sly smile appeared on Zhao Ziheng's lips. These people didn't know their place in Fengdu City. They didn't even respect the Fengdu Chamber of Commerce. It was time to make them taste some bitterness. And so, a conspiracy against Xiao He and Xiao Bai was decided. But the people of these chambers of commerce did not know that Qin Xianer would appear when the ribbon-cutting ceremony took place. Otherwise, even with their courage, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Xiao He and Xiao Bai had already arrived at the Yanwang Palace at this time. Qin Xianer's recent mood was good. The issues that had been troubling him before had been mostly resolved. Everything was now on the right track. Therefore, she had a lot of free time, and she left some trivial matters to the officials like Cui Huai. When she had nothing to do, she would play with the various clothes and jewelry that Su Chen had sent. When she was bored, she would curse her unscrupulous father. When she saw Xiao He and Xiao Bai coming, she was very excited. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, I haven't seen you for a few days. What have you been busy with lately? I've missed you. Miss, we've missed you too. That's why we're here to see you. Young master told us that when our shops open, we should invite you to cut the ribbon. You promised, and today is the day for the ribbon cutting, so we came. Humph. I knew you two little girls didn't really miss me. You never come without a reason. Are you planning to drag me to work? But since I promised my little brother, I won't break my word. In that case, miss, let's go quickly. Qin Xianer? What time is it? Is it necessary to be this early? Miss, you don't know. Today, it's not just one shop opening, but 178. It's a tight schedule with a heavy task. Qin Xianer was stunned. She really didn't know that Su Chen had quietly set up so many shops. This was going to exhaust her. Xiao Bai, how many did you say just now? 178, any problem? Any problem? Am I, the lord of the 10 halls of the Yan Wang, supposed to go and cut ribbons for so many shops? Am I not concerned about my dignity? Xiao He and Xiao Bai glanced at each other, knowing that Qin Xianer would say that, and they had already prepared a countermeasure. But miss, young master told us that as long as you go to cut the ribbons, you can freely consume anything in these shops, without spending any money. Humph, am I short of money? Oh, I see. For this opening, in order to attract more people, we have prepared many novel things, many of which are very suitable for you. Originally, we planned to give them to you during the ribbon cutting, but now it seems we have to cancel that plan. Qin Xianer was somewhat moved. At her level of cultivation, her pursuits were different from others. She liked novel things, and she really liked the things Su Chen had sent her. As soon as she heard that there were other styles in those shops, she was intrigued. Ahem, then I'll go with you to take a look. But don't get me wrong, I'm not interested in freely consuming, let alone those things. I'm just doing it for the sake of my little brother. Yes, miss, you're right. It's getting late, let's set off. Wait for me, I'll change into a beautiful outfit. Xiao He and Xiao Bai had already planned the route. The 178 shops were scattered from the city center to the surrounding areas. They needed to cut the ribbons at these shops with Qin Xianer in the shortest time possible. The first shop was a clothing store within the first ring called Yujian Clothing Store. To make things easier, Xiao He and Xiao Bai named all the shops as Yujian. The clothing store was called Yujian Clothing Store, and the restaurant was called Yujian Restaurant. They would add a number under the same type of sign. After Qin Xianer was ready, Xiao He and Xiao Bai directly took her to the nearby Yujian Clothing Store. It had to be said that Xiao He and Xiao Bai had good taste. This shop can be considered the golden shop of Fengdu City. When I took over this shop, I spent a lot of money. Fortunately, Su Chen lacks nothing except money. At this moment, the shop is decorated with lights and banners covered with red cloth, waiting to open. The surroundings are crowded with people. This clothing shop has been in trial operation for some time, and the clothes here are very popular among the women of Fengdu City. Nowadays in Fengdu City, if you don't have clothes from this shop, you will be laughed at by friends. This shop has long spread the news that today's opening will offer a 50% discount on all items until sold out. Therefore, these women have been waiting here for a long time, just waiting for the shop to open so they can spend lavishly. Among the crowd are many members of the Fengdu Chamber of Commerce, waiting for the shop to open so they can start causing trouble directly. At this moment, Zhao Zihang is sitting with several other members of the Chamber of Commerce in a shop directly opposite the clothing shop, watching the situation here through the window. Zhao Zihang's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning, and the folding fan in his hand stopped moving. Humph. Opening a shop in Fengdu City and not caring about the Chamber of Commerce is unacceptable. Opening so many shops and not even giving oneself a greeting. This is simply not taking oneself seriously. This newcomer must have invested a lot in opening so many shops. Today, let you spend money to learn a lesson. In Fengdu City, when it comes to business matters, he calls the shots. It was at this moment that Zhao Zihang noticed Little Black and Little White approaching from not far away. There was no way around it. The clothes of the two were too eye-catching, one black and one white, truly captivating. Because the distance was a bit far, Zhao Zihang could only see another person beside the two, but it wasn't very clear who it was. Zhao Zihang didn't think much of it, just assuming it was a shop assistant. He didn't think it could be Qin Xianer, joking, would the lord of the underworld dress so childishly? Little Black and Little White had already brought Qin Xianer to the front of the shop, looking at the surging crowd around them, their faces full of smiles. Previously following Qin Xianer, life was good, but it still felt like something was missing. Now following Su Chen, they realized they hadn't found something they liked before. Therefore, they were particularly attentive to the shop matters. Little Black was about to say something to let Qin Xianer cut the ribbon early. After all, there were over 100 shops waiting. But Qin Xianer raised her hand to stop Little Black. Miss, what's wrong? Something seems off. Have you offended someone? In the crowd, there are 3 big demon kings, and I sense hostility from them. Miss, you might be overthinking it. In the first ring, it's not uncommon to have strong people like big demon kings. No, my feeling is not wrong. These people must have malicious intentions. Little Black and Little White immediately became alert, but thinking about it, they couldn't remember offending anyone. And this is Fengdu City, no one should dare to cause trouble. Following Qin Xianer's gaze, the two women quickly identified the three big demon kings in the crowd. Seeing their sneaky appearance, it seemed like they were up to no good. Miss, what should we do now? Qin Xianer smiled slightly and glanced faintly in the direction of Zhao Ziheng and the others. What's there to fear? With me here, who else can cause trouble? Let's start the ribbon cutting. Little Black and Little White also smiled at each other. Indeed, the Miss is the Lord of the Underworld, the biggest in Fengdu City, who else could defy her? Little White raised her hand to quiet the crowd. Everyone, today is the opening day of our shop. Welcome, everyone, to come in and make purchases. Now, I announce that our shop is officially open from now on. Next, please. Little White's words were not finished when a voice from the crowd interrupted her. Humph, do you think you can just open a shop in Fengdu City? Have you asked us first? Today we will smash your store. As this voice fell, three figures soared into the air. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were about to confront them, but Qin Xianer took the lead and with a wave of her hand, the three were suspended in midair. Hee, I didn't expect that in Fengdu City, there are still powerful ghost kings who don't know me. Although Qin Xianer had only recently become one of the 10 Yama kings, most of the stronger beings above the ghost lord level knew what she looked like. Coincidentally, the three powerful ghost kings in front of them were all protectors of the Fengdu Chamber of Commerce. They usually stayed within the chamber and rarely appeared in public, so they had never seen Qin Xianer before. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to act. Zhao Ziheng, who was ready to watch the show, spat out his tea as soon as he took a sip. The three protectors didn't recognize Qin Xianer, but how could he not recognize her? Why has the Yama King come? With a wave of her hand, Qin Xianer forced the three ghost kings to retreat hundreds of meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood kept flowing from their mouths, and if Qin Xianer hadn't shown mercy, they might have choked on it. I never expected that troublemakers would come to my brother's newly opened store. Do you think I, as one of the 10 Yama kings, am just for show? I won't hold it against you this time, but if there's a next time, you won't need to stay in the 10 Yamas anymore. The people around immediately understood Qin Xianer's identity. They never expected that Qin Xianer, as one of the 10 Yama kings, would personally show up for the opening of this store. Even a fool could tell that this store had a remarkable background. The Yama King just said that this was his brother's store. But who knew the old Yama King had a son? Was he the old Yama King's illegitimate child? That's not important. What's important is that the Yama King is now sending a message. This shop is under the Yama King's protection. Qin Xianer's arrival spread the reputation of the Yajian clothing store completely. This was one of the reasons why Su Chen insisted on having Qin Xianer come for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Xiao Bai was very satisfied with the effect he saw in front of him. Miss, shall we continue? Wait a moment, I'll be right back. Qin Xianer disappeared from the spot as soon as she finished speaking, and when she reappeared, she was next to Zhao Ziheng and the others. I say, have you all been watching this play for so long? Are you satisfied? Qin Xianer's appearance frightened Zhao Ziheng and the others from the Fengdu Chamber of Commerce. They quickly bowed to Qin Xianer. We pay our respects to the Yama King. Humph. I wasn't joking when I said that just now. The stores opening today are all owned by my brother. If you dare to have any ideas again, don't blame me for being ruthless. With Qin Xianer's words, everyone present felt a chill down their spines. We dare not. If we had known these stores were related to the Yama King, we would never have acted. Hee. Are you saying that if these stores weren't related to me, you would have acted? Am I the Yama King or are you the Yama King? Since when has Fengdu City allowed you to cause such chaos? Qin Xianer's words made Zhao Ziheng and the others kneel down in fear. Yama King, we absolutely did not mean that. Qin Xianer sneered. She had long been displeased with these people from the Fengdu Chamber of Commerce. Before Su Chen came to the underworld, she was busy with money matters, and the first people she thought of were these guys from the Fengdu Chamber of Commerce. These people from the Fengdu Chamber of Commerce were all extremely wealthy, but when it came to her requests, they all found various excuses to refuse. Even though she promised to repay them once she had the funds, these guys still went back on their word, only managing to raise a few million in the end. Did they think she was a beggar asking for alms? If it weren't for Su Chen's arrival to solve her problem, she would have wanted to raid these guys' homes directly. This time, she caught them by the tail and definitely wouldn't let them off so easily. With a wave of her hand, over $1 million in cash appeared on the scene. This is the money your guild collected for me before. Now I'm returning it to you with interest. Qin Xianer's words left everyone from the guild present dumbfounded. What did Lord Yanwang mean by this? Wasn't he here to demand justice? Why suddenly offer money? Would they dare to accept this money? Of course not. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to take this money. When Qin Xianer asked them for money, they all knew about it. When they gave this money to Qin Xianer, they had no intention of getting it back. As the president of the guild, Zhao Ziheng, seeing everyone looking at him, knew he had to speak up at this moment. Lord Yanwang, please take back this money. This is what our guild should do, and we cannot possibly accept this money. Qin Xianer's face darkened. I told you to take it, so take it. What? Do you look down on me? Am I the kind of person who doesn't repay debts? Do you think I'm like my dead old man, that not taking it means disrespecting me? Zhao Ziheng felt like crying. This money was indeed a hot potato. Since Qin Xianer had said so, it seemed they had to take the money. So, Lord Yanwang, shall we accept this money? What nonsense! I told you to take it, so take it. Alright, Lord Yanwang, then we will accept it. That's good. I've repaid the money. Now, let's talk about the issue of you hiring people to vandalize shops. Zhao Ziheng sighed inwardly, knowing things were not as simple as they seemed, and they were waiting for them here. Lord Yanwang, what if we just let this matter go? After all, we didn't cause any damage to the shops, and a few of our top demons were seriously injured. Let it go? If I hadn't been here today, your actions would have ruined the business of these shops. Do you know what consequences that would have led to? Who would dare to do business in our 10 halls in the future? Am I not giving you face? It seems I am too kind. As Qin Xianer spoke, she exuded the unique pressure of the Yanwang realm. The elders of the guild present all had considerable cultivation levels, with Zhao Ziheng, the leader, already at the early stage of the Ghost Emperor realm. The others were also at the level of Ghost Kings or higher. This was what annoyed Qin Xianer the most. A great Ghost King earned a monthly salary of 100,000, while a Ghost Emperor earned as much as 500,000, not to mention the money these guys made from their businesses. When she asked them for some money, they managed to gather $1 million just for her. She was quite angry at the time because of this. Zhao Ziheng and the others immediately knelt down. Lord Yanwang, please calm down. We were wrong, and we are willing to make any compensation necessary. Qin Xianer's lips curled slightly, waiting for them to admit their mistake. Don't blame me for bullying you. Today, my brother's shop is opening, with over 100 branches in total. I don't know how much money my brother invested in them, but I know it's definitely not a small amount. If I hadn't been here, you would have definitely destroyed them all today. You will have to compensate accordingly. How much do you think is appropriate? Zhao Ziheng and the others cursed in their hearts, feeling that Lord Yanwang was extorting them. Although they did plan to prevent Su Chen's shop from opening at all, but to compensate as requested would be bleeding them dry. Most of the people present didn't have enough money to open so many shops in Fengdu City at once. Lord Yanwang, please understand. We just wanted to make a statement, not to make these shops all go bankrupt. We really can't come up with that much money. Do you think I'm negotiating with you? Zhao Ziheng frowned, knowing that it wouldn't be easy to get that 1 million from Qin Xianer, as it would be returned tenfold or 100-fold. He also knew that if he didn't make some sacrifices today, it would be impossible to get through. Lord Yen, is this acceptable? Let's gather 10 billion and have someone deliver it to the Yen Palace. Qin Xianer suppressed a smile and easily obtained the 10 billion. Looking at Zhao Ziheng's expression, it was clear that the 10 billion didn't faze them at all. These unscrupulous businessmen could easily produce 10 billion but only offered 1 million to themselves. Ridiculous. Did they think she was the old Qin Xianer? Her brother spent 100 billion on a cultivation method, and she had seen plenty of money as the Yen King. Begging for money? 10 billion? I might as well just raid your homes directly. You almost delayed the opening of my brother's shop. Besides the losses, you don't need to compensate for mental anguish. I'll give you 2 choices now, either produce 100 billion, and I'll pretend nothing happened, or I'll detain you and raid your homes directly. Zhao Ziheng was truly at a loss. The people present could easily produce 100 billion, as the wealthiest individuals in Fengdu City were all members of the Fengdu Chamber of Commerce. Their net worth was over 10 billion, but producing 100 billion at once would be a severe blow. This was blatant extortion by Qin Xianer, but what could they do? Producing the money would be a severe blow, but not producing it might endanger their lives. We accept the money, but please give us time, Lord Yen. Fine. You have 3 days, don't even think about escaping. I'll have someone watch over you. If you can't produce the money in 3 days, be prepared for a raid on your homes. Qin Xianer sneered. These people were all dripping with wealth. They were heartless, so this was a form of punishment for them. Qin Xianer left, leaving Zhao Ziheng and the others in shock. They regretted getting involved in this situation, as they dared not target these shops.
Since Zhao Ziheng had taken the lead, the members of the Chamber of Commerce couldn't help but resent him.
President Zhao, we only got involved because you assured us that these shops had nothing to do with Lord Yen. You bear the primary responsibility for this, and since you are the wealthiest among us, you should contribute at least 50 billion of the 100 billion.
That's right, we agree.
Zhao Ziheng was seething with anger, but it wasn't the right time to act. He could produce 50 billion, but it still hurt. He had to admit that his intelligence had been faulty, leading to heavy losses.
If he didn't pay up, he might lose his position as the Chamber of Commerce president, which he couldn't afford. With this in mind, Zhao Ziheng came up with a plan.
Everyone, it was indeed my mistake this time. Let's do this. You don't need to contribute this time. I'll cover all the compensation myself. Zhao Ziheng's words brought smiles to everyone's faces.
We'll leave it to President Zhao. Everyone was relieved not to have to pay. Zhao Ziheng was wealthy, so let him take the lead.
Seeing their expressions, Zhao Ziheng smirked inwardly. Just wait, one day he would deal with them properly.
For now, it wasn't the right time.
Although producing 100 billion was painful, it would secure his position, making it worth it. Others didn't know who the true owners of these shops were, but Zhao Ziheng had already found out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to target these shops. One thing Zhao Ziheng was sure of, Su Chen was definitely not Lord Yan's brother. But why did Lord Yan say that? It seemed he needed to investigate further. Qin Xianer had already teleported back to Xiao He and Xiao Bai. She was in a great mood, having extorted 100 billion in one go, which made her happier than receiving 100 billion from Su Chen.
This is something I did openly and honestly. There is nothing more joyful than this.
When Xiao He and Xiao Bai saw Qin Xianer coming back, with a face full of joy, it was obvious that something good had happened.
Miss, is there something good happening? You look so happy.
Nothing special, just happy for my little brother's shop opening.
Let's continue with the ribbon cutting. Oh, with this delay, time is even tighter, we need to speed up.
The rest of the story was simple. Xiao He and Xiao Bai led Qin Xianer to cut ribbons at each shop one by one. For a moment, the city of Fengdu was filled with the sound of firecrackers.
Because of winning 1 billion, Qin Xianer was overjoyed.
During the ribbon cutting, they would directly reveal their identities, so no one would dare to have any ideas about these shops again.
It could be considered as repaying Su Chen's favor.
Ah! If only I had known that these guys from the Fengdu Chamber of Commerce were so rich, I should have used some means against them at that time, directly taking their money. That way, I wouldn't have to worry about money for so long. I really am too kind. The King of Hell personally cut the ribbon, giving full advertising effect to the series of shops. Combined with the quality and affordability of the shop's products, they were crowded with people in no time. On the other side, the true owner of these shops, Su Chen.
He was wandering aimlessly in Huaxian County.
The matter of the shop opening had long been forgotten by him.
He wandered aimlessly in Huaxian County, thinking that he had covered almost the entire county. Basically, every piece of land bore his mark. He still had no news about Shen Siye. It was highly probable that Shen Siye was no longer in Huaxian County. Just think about it, Shen Siye is already in her 70s in this life. Now I only know that she is still alive, but nothing else. What am I really hoping for?
Perhaps Shen Siye has already married and moved to another place. She would never appear in Huaxian County in this life. At this age, she might already be someone else's grandmother.
Just to see her once? Su Chen shook his head, feeling a bit delusional.
Forget it, that's it. I will continue to search until I break through in my cultivation, but whether I can find her or not depends on luck. Looking at the time, it was almost time for soul summoning. It was time to go to work. Today, he only needed to summon 2 souls. The first one went very smoothly. But when he saw the second one, Su Chen was indeed a bit surprised, not because he encountered any trouble, but because the person he needed to summon was in a very remote location. As someone who considered himself to know Huaxian County like the back of his hand, he was surprised that there was still such a place in Huaxian County.
Following the GPS navigation, he slowly arrived at the location where the soul needed to be summoned.
After arriving at the place, Su Chen finally understood why he had never been here before. This place was not very suitable for living, surrounded by small hills. They were more like mounds, at most 40 to 50 meters high. The trees on the hills were lush, indicating that no one would live in that place. And the person who needed to be summoned was living at the foot of the mountain. It was a brick antile house, not too shabby. Su Chen knew that the person he needed to summon was inside. Without much thought, he entered the house directly. There was only one man in the house who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, with a somewhat pale complexion, lying weakly on the bed. The man's name was Wang Fuchong. Su Chen didn't pay much attention to this person, just an ordinary white soul, nothing worth his special attention.
When the time came, the soul summoning was done.
Wang Fuchong clearly had not realized that his death was imminent. He was typing something on his laptop. Su Chen curiously approached to take a look and found that it was not a movie, a little disappointed. But when he saw what Wang Fuchong was typing, his face changed.
Only by eliminating farmers can the country truly become strong.
What kind of ridiculous remarks are these?
Isn't this guy afraid of being beaten to death?
He somewhat understands why this guy lives in such a remote place. Living in a populated area might get him killed.
After Wang Fuchong made derogatory remarks about farmers, he casually looked at his other posts.
Su Chen also took a few glances, becoming more speechless as he read.
Who doesn't have 500,000 at home?
The people of Huaxia are not that poor. The average assets of the people of Huaxia are now 3 million.
If you can't afford a house now, then buy a few more.
Regarding the situation of graduates not finding jobs, I suggest that college students pay to work. This way college students have jobs, gain experience, and companies have money to get through the difficult times.
Su Chen? Is this guy afraid that others will forget about his ancestors, always trying to make others remember him?
Ding ding ding, the notebook made a sound. Someone replied to Wang Fuchong's post.
And the comments kept coming. Su Chen leaned in to take a closer look. Most of them were pleasant greetings.
The most liked comment was one that said, "Unfortunately, I met you in this way, Mr. Expert. Wish you a good journey." This comment received the most likes. The public's eyes are sharp, not swayed by Wang Fuchong. Think about it, people with a bit of brains wouldn't say such things.
Su Chen smiled slightly. These netizens are quite something. They all know they've come to criticize Wang Fuchong.
It's about time to get to work. Such an expert, it's time to take him away. Without sending him to the hell of tongue pulling for further education, it wouldn't do justice to his ridiculous remarks.
Mr. Expert Wang, hello. Unfortunately, I met you in this way.
Wang Fuchong looked at the comments below, not feeling much. After being scolded for so many years, he had long been immune. Just as he was about to get up and move around, he felt a sharp pain in his heart.
Oh no, could it be a heart attack?
Thinking of getting medicine, he found that the intense pain made it impossible for him to move. He could only hold his heart, continuously groaning, his gaze gradually becoming unfocused. At this moment, he regretted living in such a place, where no one could hear his cries for help. Su Chen was waiting for this moment. Seeing that the time had come, he directly pulled out his soul. Wang Fuchong felt that his heart was no longer in pain, thinking his luck had saved him. But to his surprise, he saw someone lying on a nearby bed who looked exactly like him.
What are you thinking? Your time has come. It's time to go to the underworld with me.
Only then did Wang Fuchong notice a man in a suit beside him.
Brother, don't joke around. I'm living well. Why go to the underworld?
Su Chen couldn't be bothered with such a person, directly using the soul hook in his hand on Wang Fuchong. The intense pain made Wang Fuchong unable to help but groan.
Is there still justice?
How dare you hurt me? I'll call the police to arrest you. Su Chen looked at Wang Fuchong as if he were a fool. Even at this point, he hadn't realized his situation. This person is truly beyond help. He threw off the soul hook, entwining Wang Fuchong's soul,
ready to take him back to the underworld.
Looking at the chains wrapped around him, Wang Fuchong finally realized that he might actually be dead.
How could he be dead? He's the renowned Mr. Expert Wang. How could he silently die here?
I refuse to accept this. I still have unfinished business. I can't die here.
Su Chen glanced indifferently at this guy, completely uninterested in talking to him. This so-called expert is just a parasite,
completely unaware of the actual situation, just spouting nonsense all day.
Today's task ends here. Su Chen is considering whether to go back directly.
According to the time, my own shops should all be open now. I wonder if I go back, will I be forced to work as a laborer? But if I don't go back, it seems like there's nothing else to do.
Forget it, let's go back.
With that in mind, Su Chen waved his hand to open the passage to the underworld, ready to take two souls back. Suddenly, he heard a few bell sounds.
Ding, ding, ding.
Su Chen looked somewhat surprised at the nearby small mountain. He could be 100% sure that the bell sound was coming from the mountain.
Are there people living on this mountain too?
Out of curiosity, he casually closed the passage back to the underworld.
This small mountain is also within Huaxian's territory, considered his domain.
If there are people, would Xinxie be in the mountains? With this thought in mind, it wouldn't go away. He didn't directly enter the mountain to search, hoping that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He didn't want to be disappointed again. Looking at Wang Fuchong, this guy seemed to have been living here for a while. Maybe he had some understanding of the situation in the mountains. Wang Fuchong, you've been living here for a while. Do you know if there are people living on this mountain? Wang Fuchong ignored Su Chen's words, clearly not accepting the reality of his own death. The more Su Chen looked at this guy, the angrier he became. Unable to resist, he slapped him twice.
I'm asking you a question, didn't you hear me?
Wang Fuchong took 2 big slaps before slowly coming back to his senses.
How dare you hit me?
I don't believe the underworld allows you to beat us. Believe it or not, I will go to the underworld and report you.
Su Chen couldn't help it, he slapped this guy again.
Are these so-called experts all fools?
Can't they see the situation yet?
Go ahead and report. To tell you the truth, even if I directly kill you now, I won't have any consequences. As for you, although you are not a heinous person, based on the comments you made online, you will definitely end up in the hell of tongue-pulling.
Impossible. You must be lying to me.
Su Chen couldn't help it, he started punching and kicking this guy directly. Even the other soul on the side couldn't bear to watch.
With Su Chen's consent, he joined in and started attacking Wang Fuchong.
Wang Fuchong was scared. He realized that even if he was killed here, no one would care.
A hero doesn't suffer losses. It's better to be scared when you should be.
Stop, I surrender. I can tell you everything. What do you want to know? I will tell you.
What did you ask just now? I wasn't paying attention. Su Chen reluctantly stopped.
The other soul kicked twice before stopping. After stopping, feeling a bit embarrassed, he looked at Su Chen.
Lord Yama, I'm sorry, I couldn't help it for a moment. This guy really needs a lesson.
Su Chen waved his hand indifferently. It was what he had tacitly approved.
All right, Wang Fuchong, are there any other people on this mountain?
Oh, you're asking about that. You must have heard the bell sound. Actually, this bell sound is not a secret in Huasien. Many people have heard it. I have also explored the mountain, but I can assure you, there are no people on the mountain. That sound is most likely not a bell sound, but the sound of the wind.
Su Chen was somewhat surprised. There was still such a thing?
But it really sounded like a bell.
Are you sure?
Wang Fuchong touched his almost swollen face. Now he didn't dare to lie. If you don't believe me, you can check it out. This is something that everyone in Huasien knows. I wouldn't lie about it. The other soul standing by also spoke up at this point.
Adult, I also remembered it.
Indeed, as this guy said, this mountain does seem to occasionally ring like a bell. Originally, the county wanted to turn this place into a tourist attraction, but for some reason, it never materialized.
There really is no one in the mountain. Su Chen sighed, realizing he was too nervous. Maybe it's really some unique natural phenomenon.
When he has some free time, he will definitely explore it thoroughly.
It's getting late today, so it's time to return to the underworld.
He reopened the passage to the underworld and took the 2 souls back directly. The ghost attendants responsible for guarding the underworld were familiar with Su Chen, mainly because he was generous and liked to give them cigarettes when he had nothing to do.
Who wouldn't like such ghost attendants?
Seeing Su Chen return, 2 ghost attendants immediately welcomed him and took the 2 souls.
Su Xiong, only 2 today?
Su Chen threw 2 packs of cigarettes over.
Yes, only 2 today.
By the way, although today's souls are all white, we'll investigate that Wang Fuchong later.
This guy is not a good person. Got it. We'll definitely dig up his background. Wang Fuchong, I'm really scared.
After parting ways with the ghost attendants, Su Chen returned to the mansion. On the way back, he passed by several of his own shops. It can only be described as bustling, indicating that Xiao He and Xiao Bai were doing a great job. He didn't enter the shops, as he entrusted everything to Xiao He and Xiao Bai, so he must maintain absolute trust in them. Upon returning to the mansion, he found only Haitang there. Everyone else had been taken out to help by Xiao He and Xiao Bai.
Haitang bowed when she saw Su Chen return. After Su Chen entered the living room, she immediately brought in tea.
It was a top-quality Biluakan tea, brought from the mortal world as tea cultivation was not suitable in the underworld. Su Chen liked tea, so he kept some for himself, but most of it was offered to others in a tea shop he opened. Tea leaves were considered rare in the underworld, with a relatively high price, but there was no shortage of wealthy people willing to buy them. Su Chen told Haitang she didn't need to serve him, and he sat in the living room, taking out a novel to read. The novel was also brought from the mortal world, and it was quite interesting to read when bored. Unknowingly, he got engrossed in it and lost track of time until Xiao He and Xiao Bai entered the room, bringing him back to reality. Seeing the excited expressions of the 2 women, Su Chen knew that today's business must have been good.
However, he didn't inquire about the exact revenue for the day as he wasn't interested.
He already had over 3 billion in funds, which were constantly growing. The less he asked, the more Xiao He and Xiao Bai wanted to show off. Xiao He directly took Su Chen's cup, poured a glass of water, and drank it in one gulp. Su Chen wanted to say that it was his cup, but considering Xiao He's carefree nature, he just shook his head.
Young master, aren't you going to ask how much our revenue was today?
Seeing the expectant gazes of the 2 women, Su Chen realized it would be impolite not to ask. Oh, judging by your looks, it seems like we had a lot of revenue today. So, how much was it exactly? The two women couldn't help but roll their eyes. They could tell Su Chen was being dismissive, but right now, they just wanted someone to talk to, so they had to let it out. Young master, you don't know. Our shop was booming today. After deducting various expenses and taxes, our net profit reached 1 billion. Su Chen was also surprised. He knew these shops would make money, but he didn't expect this much. A net profit of 1 billion in a day, with over 100 shops, meant each shop's profit averaged around 5 to 6 million. A bit exaggerated. Making so much money? Young master, it's just the grand opening today. All our stores are offering a 50% discount. Even for high-demand items like cigarettes, we are offering a 50% discount. Naturally, more people are buying, after all, selling those things for a profit. Starting tomorrow, prices will return to normal, so there won't be as much profit. Su Chen understood. No wonder, if they were making 1 billion in profit every day, that would be exaggerated. The speed at which they were making money was almost catching up to Akai's speed of burning money. On second thought, this was just Fengdu City. If he could expand his business to the entire underworld, he might be making more money than Akai burns every day. No problem, we have sufficient supply of these items. Even with a 50% discount, we are still making a profit. Of course, in fact, when we arrived, there were still many people waiting in line. If we hadn't boasted before, we wouldn't have closed today. I would have closed the store long ago. Everything is 50% off, that's all money. Business is based on integrity. Since it's been said, it must be done. We understand this, it's just a bit painful. Nothing unexpected happened today, right? At the beginning, some people tried to cause trouble, but fortunately, we hired some ladies. Otherwise, the problem might have been bigger. Su Chen frowned. It seemed that someone was keeping an eye on them. According to the two women, the other party had quite a background. But since Qin Xianer had taken action, the matter should be resolved. By the way, young master, I almost forgot, the lady wants to see you. She asked you to find her after you come back. I know, I'll go over now. You two go to Wang Xian building and order some good dishes. I'll celebrate properly when I come back. Alright, and young master, the money we made today, I'll transfer it to you now. No need, money is just a string of numbers to me. Keep it as working capital. If there are any other stores you like in the future, just buy them directly. Young master is mighty. The biggest advantage of being neighbors with Qin Xianer is that it's very convenient to find her. Upon entering the Yanwang Palace, Su Chen saw Qin Xianer and Cui Hui drinking tea together. The tea was naturally contributed by Su Chen. It would be a waste not to hold onto such a thick thigh tightly. Seeing Su Chen, Qin Xianer immediately smiled. Brother, why did you come so late? Little Black and Little White just came back. I only found out that sister was looking for me. What's the matter this time? It's nothing major. Did Little Black and Little White tell you? There was a disturbance during the opening today. I heard, but wasn't it resolved by sister? I called you because of this. The troublemakers were from the Fengdu Chamber of Commerce. I extorted 1 billion from them, so they won't dare to mess with me. I'm worried they might hold a grudge against you. Su Chen. According to Qin Xianer, he might be in trouble? Sister, really? Even after you took action, they dare to retaliate? They definitely won't openly, but I'm afraid they might use other means. I'm not very familiar with those business tactics, but I feel they won't let it go easily. Su Chen also felt some trouble. The business world is like a battlefield, with many tactics. He wasn't afraid, but he was worried that Little Black and Little White might not be able to handle it. But it didn't matter, he would face it head-on. He hoped the Fengdu Chamber of Commerce wouldn't underestimate him, or he wouldn't mind taking them down directly. Sister, it's okay, I know what to do. Alright, I just wanted to remind you. Do you want to have a meal together? I've ordered food from your restaurant, it tastes really good. No, I had Little Black and Little White order from Wang Xin building, I'll go back and eat there later. Qin Xianer, *, damn, why does it feel like his younger brother is living a better life than him as the king of hell? Can money buy anything you want? Little brother, do you mind if I come over for a meal? I don't mind. If you like it, I'll help you reserve a table at Wang Xin building every day in the future. Qin Xianer looked speechless at the sky. She retracted what she had just thought. Yes, money really can buy anything you want. Qin Xianer glanced at Cui Hui. Uncle Cui, the meal is ordered. If you don't eat, it's a waste. You can have it yourself. I'm going to my brother's place for a meal. Cui Hui, don't you want to take me with you? I haven't had a meal at Wang Xin building for a long time. I also want to go for a meal. Huaxian County. Su Chen slowly opened the small book of life and death in his hand. Today, there is only one human who needs their soul to be taken, but it is this person who needs their soul taken that has piqued Su Chen's deep interest. This person is named Su Yinfeng. What made Su Chen curious was that this person was someone with great merit. Su Yinfeng's name emitted a dazzling golden light. The brightest golden light Su Chen had encountered before was from Zhou Tai, but the golden light from Su Yinfeng was even more intense. This was just one aspect. What surprised Su Chen the most was another line on the small book of life and death. Live to be 218 years old. Can someone really live to be over 200 years old? Su Chen suddenly remembered that Qin Xianer had mentioned before that there were still practitioners in the mortal realm. Could Su Yinfeng be one of these practitioners? Looking at Su Yinfeng's time of death, it was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was still morning, and there was still some time before Su Yinfeng's death. After some thought, Su Chen decided to go and take a look now. People with great merit like this are likely to emit a light of merit before their death, which could easily attract the covetousness of other underworld officials. It's better to scout ahead. Su Chen wasn't too worried. The shop had already opened, and although the business was busy, it didn't require Xiao He and Xiao Bai to watch over it personally. Today, Xiao He was responsible for protecting him, although Su Chen wasn't sure where Xiao He was at the moment. But he would definitely follow him, and if they encountered underworld officials that he couldn't handle, Xiao He would intervene. Setting the navigation to the west, Su Chen slowly made his way towards his destination following the navigation's guidance. After walking for a while, Su Chen suddenly exclaimed, "How come this road feels so familiar? It seemed like the road he took when he went to Gong Wangfu yesterday." Indeed, after a while, he arrived at the brick house where he had taken a soul yesterday. However, this wasn't his destination for today. The navigation pointed towards the low mountain in front of him. Looking at the mountain now, it was quite different from yesterday. The mountain was still covered with lush trees, but from Su Chen's perspective, these trees were all tinged with a faint golden light. This golden light wasn't a reflection from the sunlight, it was the light of merit. Su Chen squinted his eyes, and now he was certain that the person who needed their soul taken today was in this mountain. When he heard the bell ringing yesterday, he had thought of coming here to investigate when he had time. He didn't expect to come here again today. From the current situation, it was evident that someone lived on this low mountain. Su Chen didn't directly enter the mountain but circled around the base, not noticing any other underworld officials. It was unclear whether these officials hadn't noticed anything unusual here yet or if it was still early, and they hadn't appeared. Since he hadn't spotted any other underworld officials, Su Chen decided not to pay attention to them for now. Sighing, he wondered why he felt a bit regretful. This was a good thing. Shaking his head, he decided to enter the mountain immediately. He also wanted to see who this person with such great merit was. Due to the light of merit, Su Chen no longer needed to follow the navigation. He just needed to head towards the place where the golden light was the strongest. Just entered the mountain not long ago, Su Chen felt that there was something unusual here. Ordinary people entering this low mountain might only feel that the air seems a bit fresher. The trees here are so lush that ordinary people naturally wouldn't think much of it. But Su Chen immediately felt different, not because of the high oxygen content in the mountains, but because of the spiritual energy. Although spiritual energy and ghostly energy are named differently, they are essentially from the same source. The closer to the golden light, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy. Where Su Chen is now, the concentration of spiritual energy can already reach the level of the Fengdu City Cemetery dormitory. This truly astonished Su Chen. You see, although the concentration of spiritual energy here is not as high as in his mansion, this is still the human realm. Having been in Huasian for so long, this is the first time he has felt the presence of spiritual energy. Although the ghostly energy concentration in the cemetery dormitory is not too strong, it is still Fengdu City after all. A small hill in the human realm, and the concentration of spiritual energy can actually rival that of Fengdu City? This is truly unbelievable to him. Continuing towards the direction of the golden light, Su Chen soon felt himself blocked by an invisible barrier. Su Chen knocked on the barrier with his hand and was surprised to hear a thud sound. Now that he is a ghost messenger, he can pass through things like houses in the mortal realm, but he couldn't directly enter the barrier in front of him. This completely exceeded his understanding. First, the rich spiritual energy in this place, combined with the barrier in front of him, Su Chen was already 100% sure. The person he was supposed to guide today is definitely a practitioner. Su Chen felt the strength of the barrier, and with his cultivation level, he could break through it with force. Just as Su Chen was considering whether to break through with force, a gap suddenly appeared in the barrier in front of him. Without much thought, Su Chen walked straight in. It seems that Su Yinfeng should have sensed his presence. Su Chen didn't think much about it. Su Yinfeng has great merit, is also a practitioner, and probably knows that his time is up. Letting him in now should be without ill intentions. After entering the barrier, Su Chen felt the scenery in front of him change. In his sight, there was a somewhat dilapidated Taoist temple. Although it looked a bit run down, it was very clean. The plaque of the Taoist temple with the 3 characters Qingyun Temple was still faintly visible. At the entrance of the Taoist temple, there was a large bell, and the sound he heard earlier should be the sound of this bell being struck. Just as Su Chen was considering whether to enter the Taoist temple directly, a clear voice came from inside the temple. "Master, didn't you say today is your time? Stop hiding and give me all your treasures. I remember you still have a few pieces of spirit stones hidden. Are you planning to take them to the underworld? You little brat, how can you talk to your master like that? You know my time is up, and you're still thinking about my little possessions? Even though I'm about to die, at least show a little sadness as my disciple. Master, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Although you are about to die, you're not really dead. You're just going to the underworld. With your merit, you will be treated well in the underworld. At worst, you can be a ghost messenger. If you miss me, just come back and see me directly." Su Chen touched his head. What does it mean to be a ghost messenger at worst? He felt offended. "Disciple, although what you said is true, it's too direct. Master, you're being too sensitive, let's not talk about this. Quickly hand over all your possessions. Are you really planning to take them to the underworld? I am your most beloved disciple after all. Alright, I know you, this greedy little brat. I have prepared everything for you, it's all in the room. Once I'm gone, it's all yours." "Humph, that's more like it." Su Chen listened to the voices coming from inside the hall and had a rough idea of the situation here. There should be a master and disciple living here, and the owner of that old voice should be Su Yinfeng, the target of this soul calling. And the young girl should be Su Yinfeng's disciple. Since it wasn't time for the soul calling yet, Su Chen wasn't sure if he should enter the hall directly. In the past, when dealing with ordinary people during soul callings, it didn't matter if he went in. After all, ordinary people couldn't see him. But now the situation was different. Since Su Yinfeng could create a gap in the barrier for himself, he should be aware of Su Chen's presence. This also meant that the other party probably could see him. While Su Chen was still pondering, the somewhat old voice came from inside the hall. "It's a pleasure to have a friend coming from afar. Since you're here, why not come in for a chat, fellow Taoist?" Su Chen wryly smiled. Indeed, they had discovered his presence. In that case, he might as well enter the hall directly. The Taoist hall was just an ordinary one, with no magical presence. When he subconsciously tried to push open the hall door, he found his hand passing through it directly. He forgot he was a ghost. Su Chen entered the hall and immediately saw the master and disciple. Su Yinfeng had white hair, wore a white robe, tied up his hair in a Taoist bun, held a dust whisk, carried a treasured sword on his back, and although his end was near, he showed no signs of decay, his complexion still rosy, completely resembling a venerable immortal in the eyes of the world. No one could tell that he was an old monster who had lived for over 200 years. Su Chen only glanced at him and then focused on the woman. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, although she was Su Yinfeng's disciple, she wasn't wearing a Taoist robe. She wore a plain long dress, looking fresh and elegant. The woman's face was extremely beautiful, not the kind that would stun at first sight, but rather one that would irresistibly captivate, making it impossible to break free. The reason Su Chen's gaze was fixed on the woman was not because he was attracted by her beauty, but because her appearance was so similar to that of his childhood sweetheart. A familiar feeling washed over him, and he knew that the woman in front of him was the one he had been looking for all along. He never expected that in this life, Shenxia not only retained her name but even her appearance was astonishingly similar to the past life. Perhaps due to her cultivation, despite being over 70 years old, she still looked like a young girl. It seemed that Shenxia had been living in seclusion all this time, and he just hadn't found her. Seeing Shenxia, Su Chen felt like he had 1,000 words to say, but when he opened his mouth, nothing came out. The current Shenxia was a reincarnated person, devoid of memories from her past life, so what could he possibly say? Shenxia also felt Su Chen's intense gaze. Her cheeks blushed involuntarily, wanting to scold him but unable to speak. She felt a strange sense of familiarity towards Su Chen. "Hey, have we met somewhere before, fellow Taoist?" Shenxia's words brought Su Chen back to his senses. He bowed to the two of them. "I apologize for the sudden intrusion due to work requirements. Please forgive me." Seeing Su Chen ignore her, a hint of displeasure flashed across Shenxia's face. "Hey, you haven't answered my question yet." Su Yinfeng looked indulgently at Shenxia. "Xia, don't be rude. This should be the ghost envoy responsible for soul calling. He's here out of necessity for work." "Ghost envoy, although my disciple is not young, she still has a childlike nature. If there's any offense, please forgive her." Shinsiye was also taken aback when she heard that Su Chen was a ghost envoy. She had thought he was also a cultivator. Well, he did seem to have just passed through the door earlier. Although the Dao method can also achieve it, it cannot be done so naturally in the end. Moreover, this guy doesn't have obvious Yin energy, unlike a ghost messenger. And which ghost messenger would wear a suit? It's really eye-opening. When I was in the world with Su Yinfeng before, I would occasionally encounter ghost messengers, and those ghost messengers were very different from Su Chen. Oh, right, this guy also has a soul hook in his hand, indeed a ghost messenger without a doubt. TSK, upon closer inspection, this ghost messenger is quite handsome. Su Chen quickly waved his hand. It's okay, I came early anyway. Su Yinfeng glanced at Shinsiye, who still wanted to say something on the side, and smiled helplessly again. Siye, I left something for you in the main hall, go take a look. Upon hearing that Su Yinfeng had left something for herself, Shinsiye suppressed her curiosity about Su Chen, and swiftly entered the main hall. Su Yinfeng gestured for Su Chen to sit down. This was an invitation for Su Chen to have a conversation. There were cushions on the floor, and Su Chen didn't hesitate, he went straight to sit down. Whether he sat on the cushion or on the floor, only Su Chen knew. Su Yinfeng didn't rush to speak, but poured a cup of tea for Su Chen. There was a faint white mist floating on the tea, not because the water was hot, but because of the strong spiritual energy. Su Chen swallowed his saliva, reached out to grab the teacup, but found that his hand went straight through the teacup, creating an awkward atmosphere. Su Yinfeng smiled slightly. Ghost messenger, you must have recently become a ghost messenger, right? Su Chen chuckled, could she really tell? You're right, I became a ghost messenger less than a month ago. No wonder, you just need to activate the spiritual energy in your body to be able to hold the teacup. Su Chen was stunned, was there such a technique? He really didn't know before. By circulating the ghost energy in his body, condensing the ghost energy in his hands, and then grabbing the teacup, he found that he could pick it up. After drinking all the water in the teacup, he instantly felt refreshed. The ghost energy in his body directly absorbed the tea, and his cultivation level also increased slightly. Good tea. Su Yinfeng refilled Su Chen's cup again, with a faint smile on her face. Su Chen admired Su Yinfeng a bit, although it wasn't a real death, being able to be so open-minded. Su Yinfeng was also a remarkable person. Brother Su is kind-hearted. Ghost messenger, you flatter me. 500 years ago, when the immortal gate closed and animals no longer became spirits, our path of cultivation was almost cut off. Death is actually for a better cultivation, isn't it a kind of liberation? Brother Su, I'm Su Chen, don't be so polite. In terms of real age, you may be older than me. Su Yinfeng was Shinsiye's master after all, he couldn't elevate his own status too high. Who knows if he and Shinsiye will have some wonderful stories in the future. At the same time, Su Chen also sensed something unusual in Su Yinfeng's words. It turned out that the immortal gate had been closed for 500 years. Su Yinfeng was quite open-minded, and as he said, it was indeed better in the underworld than cultivating in the mortal realm. Su Chen couldn't see through Su Yinfeng's cultivation level, but his cultivation level was at least above his. Fortunately, Su Yinfeng could face his own death calmly. Otherwise, it would take some effort to hook Su Yinfeng's soul. Then I'll call you Brother Su. Brother Su, I'm very curious about the cultivation world in the mortal realm, can you tell me about it? Coincidentally, although I'm about to go to the underworld, I also know very little about the underworld. Let's discuss it thoroughly. Whatever you want to know, just ask, I will tell you everything I know. Then let's start with the matter of the immortal gate closing 500 years ago. Su Yinfeng looked at Su Chen somewhat unexpectedly. What's the matter? Are you unclear about this matter in the underworld? There should be someone in the underworld who knows about this, but no one has told me. After all, I have only been in the underworld for a short time. I actually don't know much either. I only know some things from my senior martial brothers in my sect. I will tell you what I know. 500 years ago, the spiritual energy in this world was still abundant, but overnight, it seemed to suddenly become thin. People who had reached a certain level of cultivation seemed to disappear suddenly, leaving only those with weak magical powers behind. And as time passed, the number of people who could cultivate also decreased. Now, there are even fewer. Su Chen listened with great interest. Su Yinfeng had said so much, but he hadn't mentioned what happened 500 years ago. Brother Su, what exactly happened 500 years ago? Do you know? I'm not sure about that either. Even my master and grandmaster don't know. In my life, I have been constantly searching for this truth. By chance, I obtained some ancient scriptures that contained some clues, but the records were vague and seemed to indicate that they encountered some formidable enemy, and all those capable of fighting went to that so-called battlefield. Su Chen's face showed a pensive expression.
What kind of enemy would cause the immortal sex to close off? If there is such an enemy, why did beings from the immortal realm and human realm participate, but it seems like the underworld was excluded? Su Chen's question left Su Yinfeng silent as well. After a while, he slowly spoke. I think the underworld may not have been excluded, but only a part of it participated. The underworld manages the cycle of reincarnation in the human realm. If the underworld also participated, the world might descend into chaos. Su Chen nodded. Su Yinfeng's words seemed to make some sense. The three realms can exist without the heavenly realm, but not without the underworld. Brother Su, what level of cultivation are you at now? I can't see through your cultivation level, so you must be above me. I am currently at the late stage of the human immortal realm. This cultivation level is considered the limit in the human realm. In my life, I have met many fellow cultivators, but I have not encountered anyone above my level. Of course, I cannot rule out the existence of some terrifying beings that I am unaware of in this world. Human immortal? Su Chen heard this level for the first time and was unsure how to categorize it. Su Yinfeng noticed Su Chen's confusion. It seems that the levels in the underworld are somewhat different from those in the human realm. This level was passed down by my sect and seems to be similar to the immortal realm, divided into 9 levels: postnatal, prenatal, human immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, and heavenly emperor. Su Chen began to understand. These 9 levels corresponded exactly to the 9 levels in the underworld. So Su Yinfeng's cultivation level should be at the late stage of the Great Ghost General. Brother Su, you are truly exceptional among humans. To be able to cultivate into a human immortal in such a spiritually barren world is remarkable. I consider myself fortunate. In fact, reaching the late stage of the prenatal realm and the human realm was already quite good. In the past, if one could break through to become a human immortal, they could enter the immortal realm. However, since the immortal sects were not visible, I remained in the human realm. The reason I was able to break through to become a human immortal was also due to a chance encounter where I found the Qingyun sect. Otherwise, I might have remained at the prenatal realm for the rest of my life. Thank you for enlightening me, Brother Su. Su Chen didn't receive much information from Su Yinfeng, so it seemed that he would have to start from the underworld to find out about the events 500 years ago. He actually didn't have much interest in why the immortal sects were closed off 500 years ago. In his previous life, he had no contact with cultivation, so he was only slightly interested in the matter of the immortal sects being closed off. That's all I know. Next, please help me understand, and tell me about the matters of the underworld. Su Chen did not keep any secrets and told Su Yinfeng everything he knew about the situation in the underworld. What he said was only his observations in the 10 halls. Nevertheless, even with Su Chen's limited knowledge of only the 10 halls, Su Yinfeng was still fascinated by the underworld. If it weren't for his approaching end of life and his concern for his disciple, he might have gone to the underworld long ago. In the underworld, there were no restrictions like in the mortal realm. There, he could continue his cultivation, and being a human immortal would not be the end of his cultivation. Having lived for so long, there were not many things in the mortal world that he cared about. Besides his disciple, the only thing that mattered was advancing his own cultivation. Thinking of his young disciple, Su Yinfeng suddenly felt a headache. Xin Siye was an orphan, and when he first met her, she was too young to remember anything. He could see that Xin Siye had extraordinary aptitude, which made him develop a fatherly love for her. After so many years together, although they always maintained a master-disciple relationship, he had long regarded Xin Siye as his own daughter. Now, over 70 years had passed, and although they occasionally interacted with the world, most of their time was spent on the nameless small mountain in front of them. Xin Siye's temperament was more like that of a child. It was precisely because of her pure heart that her cultivation progressed rapidly. She was now a high-level expert in the innate realm. If he didn't die, that would be a good thing, but if he went to the underworld, he wouldn't be able to take care of Xin Siye, and he felt uneasy about it. He was afraid that Xin Siye would be deceived by others. Su Xiong, I have a question for you. If I go to the underworld, how will things be arranged? Su Chen thought for a moment. Since Su Yinfeng was a cultivator, death for him meant abandoning his current body, but his cultivation would remain. This meant that once he entered the underworld, he would become a great ghost. With your level of cultivation, you will have a lot of freedom in the underworld. There are 2 choices. You can either go to the front lines for experience or take on relatively easy tasks. It depends on what you prefer. Can't I go out to the mortal realm like you? Su Chen was momentarily stunned, but quickly understood Su Yinfeng's concern. He was worried about Xin Siye. Su Xiong, I know what you're worried about, but this is not something I can decide. I am powerless in this matter. Su Yinfeng sighed. He had been thinking that if he could go to the mortal realm occasionally, he could visit Xin Siye.
but now it seemed he was expecting too much.
Don't think too much. Xie is not a child anymore, she needs to grow up. You can't protect her forever. Hearing Su Chen's words, Su Yinfeng narrowed his eyes.
He had felt that Su Chen's gaze toward Shen Xie was somewhat unusual, as if there was something more than just a master-disciple relationship. He called her Xie so intimately, claiming not to know her was unbelievable.
Su Xiong, are you in charge of this whole area?
Yes, I am responsible for the entire Huaxian County.
Is your work usually busy?
Not really, I have a lot of free time. Why do you suddenly care about my work, Su Xiong? In that case, I have an awkward request, I hope you can agree.
Feel free to ask, Su Xiong.
I want to entrust Xie to you. You don't need to do anything special, just hope that when you have free time, you can spend more time with her.
This girl is afraid of being alone. Su Chen, why do I feel like I'm being entrusted with a child? But being able to spend time with Shen Xie, why not?
Isn't it inappropriate?
What's inappropriate about it?
Your gaze towards Xie just now was a bit strange, and Xie also feels familiar with you.
I always feel like you two know each other. I wonder if my feeling is correct. Was I that obvious?
Even Su Xiong noticed it.
Tell me about your story together? This girl has been following me all along. I really don't remember ever meeting you. How did you two intersect?
Su Chen did not immediately answer Su Yinfeng's question, but picked up the teacup, took another sip of tea.
Stabilizing his emotions, he slowly said, actually, what Brother Su said is not wrong.
In this life, Xie and I have no connection.
We met in the previous life. Su Chen briefly explained his relationship with Shen Xie to Su Yinfeng. He also mentioned what he found out about Shen Xie from the judge.
Su Yinfeng is a senior and a person of great virtue, so there is no need to hide these things from him.
Knowing that Shen Xie and Su Chen were preparing to get married, but Shen Xie passed away due to an accident.
The two clearly loved each other, but were separated by life and death, which was heartbreaking.
Now meeting again, one in the mortal world and one in the underworld.
Fortunately, they are both practitioners, so the separation of life and death is no longer a problem.
According to Su Chen, Shen Xie's name and appearance are the same as in the previous life, which could be a sign. I see. So, how do you plan to interact with my disciple after I go to the underworld?
Su Chen fell silent, realizing he hadn't thought about this question carefully. At first, when he was looking for Shen Xie, he just wanted to see her again, to resolve a matter in his heart. After all, in this life, Shen Xie was already in her 70s, and he thought she must have been married and had children. Now knowing that Shen Xie was still single and a practitioner, it was impossible for him to have no thoughts. His feelings for Shen Xie were undeniable, otherwise he wouldn't have remained unmarried for her entire life. The key issue now is that he doesn't know how Shen Xie feels about him. When he reincarnated and drank the soup of the forgetful river, all memories of him were erased. Shen Xie's familiar feeling upon seeing him earlier had surprised him. Moreover, he was a ghost messenger now, while Shen Xie was human.
Is a human ghost love considered taboo? I don't know what to do. Su Yinfeng sensed Su Chen's concerns.
Regarding your identities, you don't need to worry.
You are now a ghost cultivator, and Xie is a human cultivator. There is no problem with love between you.
I have read some anecdotes in ancient texts, and human ghost love, immortal human love, and immortal ghost love are all accepted.
Su Chen's eyes lit up. If that's the case, things would be much simpler. Before he could express his thoughts, Su Yinfeng continued, moreover, the spiritual energy in the mortal world is limited. Even if Xie is cultivating, she will eventually go to the underworld. When you have free time, you can talk about love first. If your feelings are strong and it's not possible, let Xie commit suicide, then you can reunite with her in the underworld, right? Su Chen equals, Su brother, are you a devil?
You're actually suggesting that your disciple commits suicide. I strongly suspect that you can't bear to part with your disciple and want your disciple to accompany you down there. And this Su Yinfeng doesn't seem like a cultivator at all, always encouraging people to fall in love.
Well, it's not just up to me to decide. It depends on Xie's feelings. That's true, but I think you're quite likable. I believe you can win Xie over. Su Chen was not one to be overly sentimental. Since Su Yinfeng said so, being too hesitant would be petty.
Thank you for your kind words, but when it comes to feelings, we should take it slow.
Please don't tell Xie about what you just said.
I don't want the influences from our past lives to affect her. I want her to truly fall in love with me.
Su Yinfeng looked at Su Chen with even more admiration in his eyes. This kid suits his taste. At that moment, Shen Xie walked over with a pout, holding a bag. Master, is this all your belongings? Are you too poor? If you leave with only these, how can I live? Shen Xie said as she took things out of the bag. The first things she took out were some ancient books, treasures that Su Yinfeng had collected over the years and naturally wanted to leave to Shenxia. Shenxia clearly showed no interest in these ancient books and then pulled out 5 deep blue stones. Su Chen's gaze immediately fell on the stones, feeling a strong spiritual energy emanating from them. Are these spirit stones? They are quite amazing. The concentration of spiritual energy on Blue Star is no longer enough to condense spirit stones. These spirit stones are passed down from the sect. Each one can quickly enhance spiritual power, making them precious treasures. Hey, you two, don't ignore me. Master, you're right, spirit stones are valuable, but they can't be eaten or sold. When you leave, I still need to live. What's the point of only giving me $250 at your age? Shenxia said as she took out some wrinkled coins from the bag, totaling exactly $250. Su Yinfeng touched his nose, knowing that those who cultivate do not value money. With his abilities, if he wanted to make money, it would be easy. Shenxia had a love for money, a trait Su Yinfeng had always known. But he also knew that Shenxia wasn't truly complaining about the lack of money, she just wanted to lighten the mood before his departure. He didn't point it out and instead continued the conversation as she wished. He didn't want to discuss the topic of parting. Xia, the vegetable garden next to the Taoist temple is enough for your daily life. Money is external, you should change your love for money. Hearing the conversation between master and disciple, Su Chen's eyes lit up. He was already planning to pursue Shenxia, so he naturally wanted to cater to her preferences. Loving money was easy to handle, as he had plenty of it. It might be troublesome in the mortal world, but as long as he could contact Akai, he could provide enough for Shenxia for generations. It would be even easier in the underworld. He suddenly felt motivated to make money. Master, while that's true, if you leave, I'll be left here alone. I can't stay here forever, I'll definitely have to enter society. How can I do that without money? I overlooked this point. It's impossible to enter society without money. Once I leave, I won't be able to help you. You have to grow up and figure it out on your own. Shenxia didn't dwell on this issue, as it was meant to ease the emotions. But now it seemed to have the opposite effect, unintentionally bringing up the topic of separation again. Just as they were unsure how to change the subject, Su Yinfeng's brow furrowed. It seems like there are quite a few guests today. Su Chen also furrowed his brow. If Su Yinfeng sensed guests, they were likely not ordinary humans who had accidentally wandered into the mountains but rather cultivators. Human cultivators were unlikely. The most probable scenario was that the ghost messengers from the other hall had come to compete for business. It had been a while since encountering the ghost messengers from the other hall, and he was itching for a fight. Su Chen could already confirm that the so-called guests were probably the ghost messengers from the other hall, but he wondered about their cultivation levels. He hoped they weren't too low, or it wouldn't be satisfying to fight them. What reassured Su Chen the most was that Little Black was lurking nearby. They wouldn't send a high-ranking ghost king just to compete for business, right? Su Chen didn't immediately go to confront the ghost messengers. He was also curious about the barrier outside. Brother Su, what's the deal with the barrier outside? Did you set it up? Brother Su, you overestimate me. This barrier was already in place when I arrived at Qingyun Temple. I'm not sure how it was formed, but I found the control hub within Qingyun Temple, which allows me to control the barrier perfectly. Su Chen suddenly realized that it was left behind by the previous master of Qingyun Temple. Brother Su, can you sense how many people are on the other side? I'm not sure, but judging from the recent fluctuations, there seem to be quite a few people. However, it's strange that although these people clearly have the power to break the barrier, they haven't chosen to do so or enter it. It's as if they are waiting for us outside. I'm curious about who these people are. Su Chen smiled bitterly, realizing that Su Yinfeng hadn't fully understood the current situation. I have a rough idea of who might be coming. They are probably messengers from other halls. Su Chen had mentioned earlier that the underworld is divided into 10 halls, and there are conflicts between them. He had forgotten to mention that messengers from other halls occasionally compete for business. Messengers from other halls? What are they doing here? There are 2 possibilities. One is that messengers from other halls have taken an interest in you and want you to join their hall as a messenger. The other is that a messenger has set their sights on your merits and wants to kill you to take them. Take my merits? That would be detrimental. Su Chen explained briefly to Su Yinfeng about the rampant incidents of the soul-devouring scripture. Su Yinfeng was also taken aback, realizing that the underworld was not as peaceful as he had imagined. It seems that there may be a fierce battle ahead. Not necessarily. According to the rules of the underworld, the messengers dispatched by the Yang Hall have the highest cultivation level, which is at the level of a ghost general like me. Your current cultivation level is at the level of a greater ghost general, one rank higher than them. Together, we should be able to handle them. That's good to hear. But why aren't these people coming in directly? Su Chen glanced at his watch. Isn't it not your time to die yet? In other words, you are still a human now and not under the jurisdiction of the underworld. If they try to seize you now, it could lead to unfavorable consequences. Su Chen had always been aware of this point. Although he didn't know the specific consequences, he didn't dare to try it lightly. I see. It seems that the moment of my death will be the outbreak of this great battle. Both of them were not too worried. Su Chen's trump card was Xiaohe, while Su Yinfeng relied on his own cultivation. Shen Siya was excitedly listening on the side. Master, when the fight starts, let me join too. My cultivation level won't hold you back. Su Yinfeng's expression changed. Nonsense. Siya, stay out of this. We don't know how many high-level ghost generals are out there. You going out would be like sending yourself to your death. Su Chen also nodded quickly. Shen Siya was also a person from the mortal realm, and in his book of life and death, there was no record of Shen Siya's death today. But that didn't mean Shen Siya was absolutely safe. There were unjustly dead souls in this world. If Shen Siya rashly intervened and became an unjustly dead soul, things would get complicated. Brother Su is right. After Brother Su's physical death, no matter how we fight, it will be a matter for the underworld. If you intervene, it will be considered interfering with the underworld. Even if they take you in, it will just be your bad luck. But I can't just stand by and watch. I can't do it. Su Yinfeng sighed, knowing that even if he tried to persuade her, she might sneak out. When his time came, he would have to resort to some extreme measures. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. Let's take it one step at a time. Outside the barrier of Qingyun Temple, a dozen or so messengers from different halls were divided into two groups, glaring at each other. As messengers of the 8th hall, we ask the others to leave. Ha, the 8th hall thinks highly of itself? We from the 9th hall are not pushovers either. The two groups continued to exchange harsh words but refrained from making a move. The leader of the 8th hall is named Li Qing, with a cultivation level of a late-stage ghost general. The area he is responsible for managing is actually quite far from here. The reason he found this place is because during his time cultivating in the mortal world, he witnessed the methods of Su Yinfeng. As a ghost underling of the underworld, he could sense a faint death aura from Su Yinfeng. Knowing that Su Yinfeng's time was running out, he followed Su Yinfeng to this place. He sent a subordinate to keep an eye on this place, waiting for Su Yinfeng's time to come, so they could directly take him back to the 8th hall. Today, after receiving a report from his subordinate, he knew that Su Yinfeng's time had come, so he immediately brought a few subordinates over. Originally, he thought they could quietly take Su Yinfeng away without much trouble, at most dealing with a ghost underling from the 10th hall. However, unexpected complications arose, as they encountered ghost underlings from the 9th hall also trying to seize the opportunity. Normally, he would not fear the ghost underlings from the 9th hall. But this time was different, as there were more ghost underlings from the 9th hall, and among them, he felt that at least two had a cultivation level similar to his. Among the people from the 9th hall, there was a young man holding a folding fan. The young man's expression was somewhat sinister, and even the others from the 9th hall deliberately kept their distance from him. A middle-aged man from the 9th hall approached the young man with some trepidation. Your Highness, the ghost underling from the 10th hall has already entered, and his protectors should be around. When should we make our move? And what about these people from the 8th hall? The young man lightly waved the folding fan in his hand. The people from the 8th hall, kill them on sight, they are quite annoying. I know what to do. The middle-aged man's name was Su Wen, with a cultivation level of a late-stage great ghost general, while the young man, named Xu Chuan, was the 7th prince of the 9th hall, with a cultivation level of a mid-stage great ghost king. Although Xu Chuan was the 7th prince of the 9th hall, he was actually the most unruly among all the children of the 9th hall's king of hell. Not only was he unruly, but he also liked to associate with unsavory characters. Previously, he valued Huang Yi the most. Although Huang Yi's cultivation level was only at the mid-stage of a great ghost general, he knew how to cater to Xu Chuan's preferences and had sent him several beautiful women, which earned Huang Yi Xu Chuan's appreciation. However, not long ago, Su Wen informed him that Huang Yi had died in the mortal world. During the last soul retrieval, Su Wen encountered Huang Yi, and it was ultimately resolved by Xiao Bai. Su Wen had witnessed everything from a distance, fearing Xiao Bai's cultivation level, so he did not dare to intervene. But that didn't stop him from embellishing the story and telling Xu Chuan about it. A subordinate at the mid-stage of a great ghost general dying was not a big deal. Xu Chuan wouldn't care too much until Su Wen exaggerated Xiao Bai's appearance. This completely aroused Xu Chuan's desire. Who told him that he had a weakness for that? The reason Xu Chuan hadn't acted earlier was because he had some trivial matters to attend to. Now that those were taken care of, and he had grown tired of the women in the mansion, he remembered the woman Su Wen had mentioned. So he brought a few subordinates to the mortal world. Relying on his cultivation level, he didn't bring subordinates of too high a rank, only ghost generals and great ghost generals. Looking at it now, this was enough. He probably wouldn't even have a chance to make a move. After arriving in the mortal world, he immediately instructed his subordinates to search for traces of Su Chen. Once Su Chen was found, they regrouped. This led them to the low mountain, where they unexpectedly encountered a person of great merit. It wouldn't hurt to recruit them as well. With Xu Chuan's approval, Su Wen didn't bother being polite with the people from the 8th hall. With a wave of his hand, the people from the 9th hall launched an attack on the ghost underlings from the 8th hall. Li Qing did not expect the people from the 9th hall to attack so suddenly. In the underworld, the strength of their 8th hall was above that of the 9th hall. Even when they encountered ghost underlings from the 9th hall before, they were always courteous. He didn't expect to run into a tough opponent this time. Since the people from the 9th hall had made their move, they naturally couldn't just sit back and wait to be defeated, so they had to fight back. After truly encountering the enemy, Li Qingkai realized how wrong he was. Among the 9 halls, there were 2 individuals with similar cultivation levels to his, while the rest were powerful ghost generals. This was ridiculous. The 9 halls actually allowed so many powerful ghost generals to come to the mortal realm, completely disregarding the laws of the underworld. But what use was there for any resentment in his heart? Faced with an absolute difference in strength, the people from the 8th hall were quickly all killed. Several individuals in the 9th hall who practiced the soul-devouring technique directly claimed the merits of those from the 8th hall for themselves. As the 7th prince of the 9th hall, Xu Chuan turned a blind eye to this. It was obvious that he had long been aware of the matter regarding his subordinates practicing the soul-devouring technique. Fortunately, the people of the 9th hall did not dare to act too recklessly. When looting the spoils of war, they even burned the life and death records that belonged to the 8th hall. Your Highness, everything is settled. What should we do next? Should we charge in directly? Xu Chuan shook his head. Why rush when they're not dead yet? Even with my cultivation level, I dare not directly capture living beings. You seem to be impatiently alive. Wait until the ghost messengers collect the departing souls, then we can make our move. They might even sprout wings and fly away. Your Highness is wise. Just be cautious. From the outside barrier, it seems that this departing soul is also a cultivator, but I wonder what level of cultivation they have. Even if their cultivation level is higher, they are no match for your Highness. Of course, stop flattering me. Just wait patiently. Xu Chuan's gaze looked ahead, appearing calm on the surface but restless inside. That white-clad woman Su Wen mentioned last time should also be here. He liked conquering women of that ethereal type, it gave him a special thrill. To prevent Su Chen from escaping back to the underworld, he waved his hand to set up a barrier. As long as their cultivation did not surpass his, they would not be able to return to the underworld. Xu Chuan chose not to attack directly, and Su Chen and Su Yinfeng naturally did not make the first move either. The two even chatted about some strange anecdotes. It was Shen Siya who felt a bit uneasy. Master, the enemy is at our doorstep. Do you two need to be so calm? Disciple, your heart is too restless. Try to calm yourself down. Otherwise, with your temperament, you'll suffer sooner or later. Shen Siya rolled her eyes, not taking Su Yinfeng's words seriously at all. While the three were chatting casually, Xiao He suddenly appeared next to Su Chen. Xiao He's sudden appearance startled Su Yinfeng and Shen Siya, especially Su Yinfeng. There was a barrier outside, so how did Xiao He get in without him noticing? This indicated that Xiao He's cultivation level was far above his. Not knowing if Xiao He was a friend or foe, he prepared to make a move. Although he knew he was no match, he couldn't just sit and wait for death. Brother Su, don't be nervous. He's one of us. Hearing Su Chen say he was on their side, Su Yinfeng breathed a sigh of relief. He had been scared out of his wits just now. Su Chen also found it somewhat amusing to see Su Yinfeng like this. He almost got fooled by Su Yinfeng's previous calm demeanor. Su Chen looked at Xiao He with some surprise. He couldn't understand why Xiao He had appeared. Picking up his tea, he took a leisurely sip. Xiao He, what's the situation? Young master, things are a bit tricky. The newcomers outside are quite powerful. Su Chen almost spat out his tea. You can't handle them? Su Chen also felt that things were getting out of hand. Xiao He was a great ghost king in terms of cultivation level, and even she found it tricky, indicating that the opponent's cultivation level was likely not lower than hers. I can't handle them. The leader among them should also be a great ghost king. I feel his cultivation level is above mine, so I can only hold him off. Are you sure you can hold him off? I can, but the rest will have to be dealt with by young master. What about the other ghost messengers outside? If there are ghost lords among them, I might as well commit suicide. There were originally 17 people, 5 in the 8th hall and 12 in the 9th hall. Now the 8th hall has been dealt with by the 9th hall, leaving 12 remaining. Apart from the big ghost king, there are 2 ghost generals in the later stage, and 9 big ghost generals. Su Chen swallowed his saliva again, feeling honored by Xiao Hei's trust in him. Even with Su Yinfeng, it would be quite a challenge. What's going on? Wasn't it said that the highest cultivation level among the ghost messengers of the young difference is in the later stage of the ghost general? I'm not sure either. It's not normal for this situation to occur, but it's not impossible to understand. After all, the 9th hall has already done many outrageous things. Young master, I feel like we might not be able to win. Should we run? Looking at the enemy's formation, do you think we can escape? How about we go back to the 10th hall ghost gate after we finish our soul retrieval? Young master, do you think you can come up with something that the other side won't anticipate? I just tried it earlier, and the other side has temporarily cut off our connection with the ghost gate, which means we can't go back now. Su Chen tried and indeed found that he had temporarily lost contact with the ghost gate. The people from the 9th hall are going too far. Damn it, even if we fight them, we can still win. Let's kill them. Xiao Hei also had no choice, so this was the only way now. Young master, I can only hold off the enemy's big ghost king. The rest is up to you guys. Alright, don't worry, I'm not done living yet. Su Yinfeng also smiled, count me in. Shen Siye didn't want to be left behind. What about me? What about me? You go wherever you feel comfortable. Shen Siye, oh, carrot, oh master, are you being polite? Shen Siye looked at Su Yinfeng and Su Chen, gritted her teeth, and handed over all 5 spirit stones. The reluctance on her face was evident. Take these spirit stones, maybe we can use them in the fight later. Su Yinfeng didn't refuse, took the spirit stones, and handed 2 to Su Chen. Brother Su, take these, they might come in handy. Siye is rarely this generous. Shen Siye looked up at the sky in silence. She had given away the spirit stones before they even warmed up. This was practically asking for trouble. Su Chen smiled slightly, don't worry, I'll repay you tenfold later. Shen Siye immediately smiled when she heard Su Chen's words, revealing 2 cute dimples. You're lying like a puppy. Okay. Next, Su Chen took Xiao Hei aside to discuss strategies. Although it was said to be discussing strategies, it was actually to give Su Yinfeng and Shen Siye some time alone. Even though he had finally found Shen Siye and really wanted to get to know her better, there would be plenty of time in the future. For now, he decided to give the time to Su Yinfeng. Su Chen looked at the spirit stones in his hand, didn't think much, and handed one directly to Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei, even though your cultivation level is high, the spirit stone may not be of much use to you, but take one just in case. It might come in handy during the battle and could turn the tide. Xiao Hei didn't take it. Young master, you should keep it for yourself. I don't need it, I already have some spirit stones. Su Chen? Perhaps afraid that Su Chen wouldn't believe him, Xiao Hei took out a few spirit stones from the incense space. So the underworld also has spirit stones. Of course, spirit stones are originally resources for cultivation. At our level, we all carry some with us. Spirit stones are also considered one of the currencies in the underworld, but they are quite expensive, costing around 100,000 each. I can only buy one with my monthly salary. Su Chen rubbed his forehead, realizing his shallowness. Although he hadn't used spirit stones before, he knew the spiritual power contained within them was valuable. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had, I would have bought more spirit stones in the underworld. Master, spirit stones are valuable cultivation resources, and they are in short supply even in the underworld. Money alone cannot buy them. Su Chen pursed his lips, how could it be impossible to buy them? If he couldn't buy them, then it must be that his price wasn't high enough. Just 100,000 each, not too cheap. Xiao Hei, do you think we can get spirit stones for 20,000 each when we get to the underworld? If that's the price, then it should be possible to buy some. But I don't think the quantity will be too much. Then make it 30,000. If 30,000 is not enough, then 50,000. Stop. 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 Master, I know you have money, but you can't be so extravagant. If you really spend that much money, you will offend most of the strong in the underworld. Su Chen immediately understood Xiao Hei's meaning. Indeed, 100,000 was nothing to him, but this was the monthly salary of a great ghost king. Many lower-ranking ghost attendants might have to save for a long time to buy a spirit stone. If he caused the price of spirit stones to rise due to his malicious competition, it could really make people hold a grudge. You make a good point, but if we can safely pass this test today, we still need to collect spirit stones when we go back. We don't need to spend a lot, just use a price of 50,000 to collect 100 or so, do you think that's okay? In that case, it shouldn't be a problem. Although the price is high, the quantity is low, so it won't have a big impact on the market. Then let's do it this way. Su-Chen still remembered the reluctant look on Shensea's face when she took out the spirit stones. He had promised to return 10 times the amount to her. He took 2 spirit stones, but he was prepared to return 50 to Shense. He needed Shense to see his financial strength, which would definitely help him build a good relationship with the little money lover. Of course, all of this was on the condition that he could safely pass today's challenge. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was almost 2 o'clock. Su-Chen knew it was almost time, so he and Xiao He went back together. Su Yinfeng and Shense had been chatting about something. Shense's eyes were a little red at this point, which made Su-Chen feel sorry for her. Brother Su, it's almost time, do you have anything else to explain? Su Yinfeng replied calmly, no, I've explained almost everything that needs to be explained, and I'm ready. There's 1 minute left, Brother Su, get ready. When Shense heard that there was 1 minute left, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. She had already decided that even if her master didn't allow her to participate in the battle, she couldn't just stand by and watch. Once the battle started, she would slip away quietly. Su-Chen had long seen through Shense's little thoughts and immediately signaled to Su Yinfeng. How could Su Yinfeng not understand Su-Chen's meaning? Quietly approaching Shense, he delivered a chop to her neck. Shense didn't have time to react and passed out directly. Su-Chen felt sorry once again. Su Yinfeng was too heavy-handed. What if he hurt Xie? Seeing Su-Chen's somewhat reproachful look, Su Yinfeng felt a little amused and also relieved. At least Su-Chen cared for his precious disciple, so entrusting Shense to Su-Chen would be more reassuring. Don't worry, I have a sense of measure when I act, I won't hurt Xie, at most she'll sleep for half a day. I understand, Brother Su, relax, don't resist, time's up. Su Yinfeng nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground. Su-Chen didn't waste any time and used the soul hook to approach Su Yinfeng, successfully extracting his soul. Congratulations, host, successful soul extraction, gaining 5 evolution points. Congratulations, host, for the first time surpassing the soul extraction level, gaining 10 evolution points. Trigger hidden mission, successfully passed today's crisis, you can get 50 evolution points and 10,000 merits. Su-Chen was overjoyed. This was the first time he had obtained so many evolution points through soul hooking, and this hidden mission came at a very timely moment. Regardless of whether this mission existed or not, he had to get through this challenge. This hidden mission was like a hidden benefit. Su Yinfeng looked at his own shedding skin with some emotion. From now on, he was also a ghost cultivator. After a brief adjustment, Su Yinfeng's gaze fell on Su-Chen. Su Xiong, let's get ready to set off. It's been a long time since we had a good fight. Let's indulge ourselves this time. Alright, let's fight side by side this time. Chu Chuan watched as the golden light on the small mountain slowly dissipated, knowing that Su Yinfeng's time was up. Since that was the case, there was no need to wait any longer. Just as he was about to lead the ghost messengers of the 9 halls to charge in, Su-Chen and the other 2 appeared in front of them. His gaze first fell on Xiao He, and he couldn't look away. Xiao He was still dressed very avant-garde today, her black short skirt perfectly accentuating her figure. Chu Chuan was somewhat surprised because Suwan had told him that there was a pure-looking white-clad woman by Su-Chen's side, like a white moonlight type, but the black-clad woman in front of him was nothing like that type. She was completely like a little enchantress, but it didn't matter, she was his type. And he had already noticed that this woman's cultivation was the same as his, also at the level of a great ghost king. Things seemed to be getting more interesting. A mischievous smile appeared on Chu Chuan's face. I'll give you a chance, little girl. If you follow me, I might consider letting you go. As soon as Chu Chuan spoke, Xiao Hei's face turned ugly. Humph, who do you think you are? Look at your own behavior before you speak. Even if I were to follow a pig, I wouldn't follow trash like you. Chu Chuan didn't expect Xiao Hei to be so fierce. After a moment of surprise, a smile appeared on his face again. TSK, woman, you have successfully caught my attention. I've changed my mind. I was just going to treat you as a plaything, but now I'm ready to make you my concubine. It's more satisfying to conquer a fiery horse. Su Chen immediately used the heavenly eye on Chu Chuan. Name, Chu Chuan Realm, mid-level Great Ghost King Martial Arts, Dark King Secret Merits, 56,842 incense value, 4,581,415. After seeing Chu Chuan's attributes, Su Chen frowned. As Xiao Hei had said, this was a bit tricky. This guy's cultivation was indeed that of a great ghost king, and he was at the mid-level, one level higher than Xiao Hei.
Another thing that caught Su Chen's attention was that this guy had just said he wanted Xiao He to be his concubine, indicating that he was likely a high-ranking member of the 9 halls. After obtaining this information, Su Chen calmly approached Xiao He. His name is Chu Chuan, a mid-level great ghost king. Can you handle him? Xiao He, upon hearing Su Chen's introduction, looked at him in surprise. She didn't know how Su Chen had obtained Chu Chuan's information, but now was not the time to ask about it. Young master, are you sure this guy is Chu Chuan? I'm sure. I wonder who's so bored to come to the mortal realm and cause trouble. Turns out it's this playboy. You know him? He's the 7th prince of the 9 halls, famous for being a dandy. If it were another mid-level great ghost king, I might have some trouble fighting, but I'm confident I can hold him off. That's good. What about you guys? Although I won't be defeated, it's difficult to deal with Chu Chuan. I'm afraid I can't help you. No problem, as long as you can hold off Chu Chuan, leave the rest to us. Chu Chuan was infuriated at being ignored, especially when he saw Xu Chen getting close to Xiaohe, feeling like his beloved toy was being snatched away. Trash, stay away from her, or I won't mind ending you right now. Xu Chen rolled his eyes, finding Chu Chuan to be a dandy. He couldn't be bothered with this guy. His opponent was Xiaohe. Chu Chuan stayed silent, but Xiaohe couldn't indulge this guy. Who do you think you are? Just because you're a prince of the 9th hall, you think you're superior? Our young master's status is far above yours. Xiaohe wasn't lying. Xu Chen was now Qin Xian'er's brother. In terms of status, he was indeed superior to Chu Chuan, the disregarded prince. Chu Chuan was taken aback when Xiaohe called Xu Chen young master. How could a powerful figure like a great ghost king recognize a mere ghost general as a young master? What was this guy's true identity? Above his own status? Was he the illegitimate son of the 10th hall's old Yanwan? Xiaohe didn't give Chu Chuan time to ponder, beckoning him with a finger. Trash, dare to find a place to have a proper fight. Both Xiaohe and Chu Chuan were great ghost kings. Even the aftermath of their battle here might be too much for Xu Chen to bear. Xiaohe wanted to lead Chu Chuan to another place to fight. Chu Chuan's expression darkened even more. He felt scorned. But he soon smiled. A fight? I wonder how the little lady plans to fight. Strip naked and fight? Bah! Libertine, I'll make you unable to be a man in a moment. After speaking, Xiaohe flew off in a certain direction. Chu Chuan immediately followed. He didn't want to let this opportunity slip away. But before leaving, he said to Su Wen and the others, quickly deal with these two. I don't want any survivors. Your Highness, rest assured. We will follow your orders. Chu Chuan chased after Xiaohe, leaving only Xu Chen, Su Yinfeng, and the ghost attendants of the 9th hall on the scene. Su Wen looked at Xu Chen and Su Yinfeng, a contemptuous smile on his face. He had already figured out that these two, one was a late-stage ghost general, and the other a late-stage great ghost general. On their side, out of 11 people, only 2 were ghost generals, the rest were great ghost generals. If they lost, they might as well find a tofu to smash themselves to death. Kid, I don't care who you are, but today you will die here. I will avenge brother Huang Yi. Xu Chen was taken aback. These people even knew Huang Yi. Huang Yi seemed to be the grandfather of Huang Lei, who dared to interfere with his soul hooking and was killed by Xiao Bai. Wasn't that just desserts? You people of the 9th hall are increasingly disregarding the laws of the underworld. Aren't you afraid of future retribution? Upon hearing Xu Chen's words, the people of the 9th hall laughed. Laws of the underworld? My fist is harder. I am the law of the underworld. You are the one who was soul hooked by him, right? I'll give you a chance, join our 9th hall, and I'll spare your life. Su Wen was truly surprised that a newly deceased person's cultivation was directly at the late stage of a great ghost general. He could try to win him over, but it was just a delaying tactic. He was truly interested in Su Yinfeng's merits. They had all seen the light of his previous merits. To say they weren't tempted would be a lie. Su Yinfeng looked at the people of the 9th hall and could see their blatant greed in their eyes. Did they really think he was a 3-year-old child? He was sure that even if he submitted to the 9th hall, it wouldn't end well. Sorry, I might disappoint you. I have no interest in joining the 9th hall. If you won't accept a toast, you'll have to drink a forfeit. Brothers, since that's the case, don't be polite with them, just kill them. At Su Wen's command, the people of the 9th hall all rushed towards the two. Su Chen felt a headache. He was strong in combat and could fight above his level, but it also depended on the situation. Facing 9 powerful demon generals, he didn't think he could handle them. Just as he was about to remind Su Yinfeng not to confront them head-on, but to engage in guerrilla warfare, he saw Su Yinfeng beside him suddenly change his demeanor. His white hair stood on end, and veins popped out on his face. Brother Su, what's going on? It's been a long time since I've encountered an evenly matched opponent. I can't help but feel excited. Brother Su, hold off for a moment and let me enjoy this. Su Chen, *. Bro.
Big bro, haven't you realized the current situation? Is this a time for enjoyment?
Just as he was about to advise against it, he saw Su Yinfeng charging out, chanting incantations with his hands. As the sky clears and the earth brightens, the mystic law is formless. Yin and yang reverse, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, come forth. As Su Yinfeng spoke, dark clouds suddenly gathered over the heads of the 9 demon generals, followed by dark purple lightning striking down. The demon generals hurriedly dodged. Despite being practitioners, their bodies were heavy with yin energy. Thunder magic was inherently masculine and happened to restrain them. In a moment of chaos, Su Yinfeng alone managed to suppress the 11 demon generals. Su Chen was dumbfounded. After a while, he recovered and gave Su Yinfeng a thumbs up. Amazing, my bro. Just as Su Chen was shocked by Su Yinfeng's terrifying strength, Su Yinfeng quickly retreated, panting heavily. This move left Su Chen bewildered. Shouldn't he press the advantage now? Su Yinfeng took out a spiritual stone and began absorbing its energy directly, replenishing his own spiritual energy. Su Yinfeng became lively once again. Su Chen widened his eyes. Had Su Yinfeng exhausted his ghostly energy? He had just marveled at Su Yinfeng's power, only to see it wane so quickly. 3 seconds of true manliness, is that you? Seeing Su Chen's shocked expression, Su Yinfeng felt a bit embarrassed. Ha, exhilarating, just a bit draining. Su Chen was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure. It was normal for it to be draining. Su Yinfeng's cultivation was only at the late stage of a great demon general, yet he managed to suppress so many demon generals of the same level, which was already terrifying. Brother Su, I admire you. Your thunder magic is impressive. Wanna learn? I can teach you. Su Chen didn't expect Su Yinfeng to agree so easily to pass on this secret technique. Thunder magic was extremely rare in the underworld and not something anyone could learn. I do want to learn, but now is not the time. Let's deal with these guys first. Su Yinfeng nodded in agreement. His thunder magic, while powerful, was too scattered in its attacks. None of the 11 demon generals had died, they were just more or less injured. Su Yinfeng felt a bit regretful. Alas, it's a pity. Because I'm a ghost cultivator now, my original Yan Thunder has automatically transformed into Yin Thunder. Otherwise, I could have taken out a few more. Yang Thunder? Yin Thunder? Is there a difference? Of course, there is. While the power of Yang Thunder and Yin Thunder is similar, when dealing with ghost cultivators, the power of Yang Thunder is definitely stronger. Got it. Alright, enough of that. I've almost recovered. I'm going in. This time, I'll conserve my spiritual power. I should call it ghost energy now. After Su Yinfeng finished speaking, without waiting for Su Chen's reaction, he charged forward once again. The sky, which had cleared up due to Su Yinfeng's depletion of ghost energy, was once again covered in dark clouds. Su Wen and others gradually regained their senses and once again felt the oppressive atmosphere looming overhead. Seeing Su Yinfeng charging towards them again, the faces of these 9 palace ghost envoys turned somewhat ugly. You're still coming? Can't get enough, huh? This time, Su Yinfeng was much more cautious than before, not releasing a wide range of thunder spells. Only purple lightning bolts continuously struck those 9 palace ghost envoys. The ghost envoys of the 9 palaces were in great pain, especially the 2 late-stage ghost envoys, who were the first to be unable to withstand it and directly turned into nothingness under the 2 thunderbolts. Su Chen felt a pang of heartache. Those were all evolution points, you can weaken them, and let me finish them off. Thinking of this, Su Chen's heart also began to beat faster. No, he couldn't stand by and watch, he had to take action when necessary. Su Chen did not rashly join the battlefield, not to mention the cultivation of those 9 palace ghost envoys. Rushing in recklessly could also result in being accidentally struck by the myriad lightning bolts. He immediately used his heavenly eye technique to check the cultivation levels of the remaining 9 great ghost generals. 3 early-stage great ghost generals, 4 mid-stage great ghost generals, and 2 late-stage great ghost generals. The higher the cultivation level, the higher the combat power, and the more resistance to the lightning in the sky. Therefore, Su Chen's target was the 3 early-stage Great Ghost Envoys. Su Chen's current cultivation level was in the late stage of the Great Ghost General. With his techniques, even if he were to fight a strong opponent in the early stage of the Great Ghost General, he would not be at a disadvantage. However, now was not the time to talk about martial ethics with these Ghost Envoys. After all, this was already an unfair battle. Su Chen's gaze was like that of a venomous snake fixed on the 3 early-stage Great Ghost Envoys of the 9 Palace Ghost Envoys, waiting for them to reveal a flaw to strike at them first. Opportunities are for those who are prepared. Su Yinfeng's cultivation level was already in the late stage of the Great Ghost General, although he was attacking multiple targets at the same time. Each strike was at the level of a late-stage Great Ghost General.
The 3 early-stage Great Ghost Envoys were already finding it difficult to cope.
The only reason they could hold on was because Su Yinfeng's main target was not them. Even so, one of the early-stage Great Ghost Envoys, unable to dodge in time, had his arm struck by a purple lightning bolt. Although it didn't directly take his life, he felt his body paralyzed, temporarily unable to move. The Ghost Envoy was still relieved that he was not Su Yinfeng's main target, otherwise, if Su Yinfeng struck him with another lightning bolt, he would have been done for. While still feeling lucky, he unexpectedly saw a yellow spring appear before his eyes. The yellow spring directly covered his body, and then he knew nothing. It was Su Chen who found the opportunity to strike, successfully killing the early-stage Great Ghost Envoy. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Great Ghost General, gaining 10 evolution points. In addition to the evolution points, because Su Chen practiced the advanced version of the soul-devouring scripture, the merit of the Ghost Envoy was automatically absorbed by Su Chen. There was no time to check these things now. Quickly collecting all the items dropped by the Ghost Envoy, Su Chen once again withdrew from the battlefield. Almost everything that could be looted had been looted by him. This Ghost Envoy could be considered to have died deservedly. If you don't act, you won't be able to take the life of the enemy Ghost Envoy once you do. All of this was seen by Su Yinfeng, who was in the midst of battle. To be honest, the reason why Su Chen didn't take action in this battle was partly because he hadn't enjoyed fighting to his heart's content for a long time, and partly because Su Yinfeng didn't trust Su Chen. Su Chen's cultivation level was only in the late stage of the Great Ghost General, while the remaining ones on the field were all Great Ghost Generals. He was afraid that if Su Chen took action, he would be directly annihilated by the opponent. Now it seemed that he had underestimated Su Chen. During Su Yinfeng's attack interval, he looked towards Su Chen's direction again and found that Su Chen's gaze was more focused on the 2 Ghost Envoys. He followed Su Chen's gaze and looked over. In an instant, Su Chen understood why he was staring at the 2 of them. These 2 guys had the lowest cultivation base and found it most difficult to resist his thunder techniques. Since that was the case, he decided to add fuel to the fire. Under Su Yinfeng's deliberate control, the lightning attacking the 2 ghost messengers was noticeably more intense than before. This made the 2 ghost messengers, who were already somewhat at their wits' end, even more flustered. Being flustered made it easy to reveal weaknesses, and Su Chen and the others were waiting for these 2 to show their weaknesses. 2 more strikes and the opponents were killed again. Successfully obtained 20 evolution points, as well as some merits and items. With the perfect coordination of the 2, even in a situation where the ghost messengers of the 9th hall had an absolute advantage, they managed to kill 5 people. This made Su Wen feel extremely embarrassed. Brothers, gather around me. If we don't deal with these 2 today, we'll be too ashamed to show our faces. The other ghost messengers also had unpleasant expressions. They never expected that the fish on the chopping block would be so difficult to deal with. Under Su Wen's command, the people of the 9th hall began to gather. Su Yinfeng quickly flew back to Su Chen's side and took out another spirit stone to absorb. This time, the attack was not as direct as before, but with so many lightning strikes, Su Yinfeng's ghost energy was once again depleted. Su Yinfeng looked at the spirit stone in his hand turning into powder again, a hint of heartache flashing in his eyes. For so many years, he had never been willing to use the 5 spirit stones, and now, in just a moment, he had used up 2 directly. How could he not feel heartache? Su Chen directly handed the 2 spirit stones in his hand to Su Yinfeng. Brother Su, don't feel bad. After this battle, I will collect some spirit stones, and by then we will have even more. Su brother, you should keep them. You also need to restore your ghost energy. No, Brother Su, you are the real main force in this battle. I am only responsible for sneak attacks and won't consume much ghost energy. This time, Su Yinfeng did not refuse again. Just as Su Chen said, he was indeed the real main force in this battle. The key was that now the opponents were gathered together, and it wouldn't be as simple to pick them off one by one as before. Su Wen also looked at the 2 of them with a serious expression. He never expected that even with an absolute numerical advantage on his side, he would still be suppressed by the opponents. This was something he could not accept no matter what. If they couldn't deal with these 2 this time, he might not be able to pass the test of Chu Chuan. All he could do now was to make amends for his mistakes and deal with these 2 as soon as possible. He had also witnessed the previous battle, and not to mention the waste of the 2 ghost generals later on. Su Chen, a ghost general of the 10th hall, had actually killed 3 big ghost generals. This was absolutely unacceptable to him. Everyone, pull yourselves together. In the upcoming battle, listen to my command. Everyone gather around me, so even if that person releases thunder again, we can defend together and not be so passive. Ding Hui, Li Ping, you 2 go and kill that ghost general for me. Su Wen believed that his arrangement was flawless. Sending Ding Hui and Li Ping, two mid-level big ghost generals, to kill Su Chen was already showing respect to Su Chen. He had witnessed the battle between Su Chen and Huang Yi before. If it hadn't been for Little White being there at the time, Su Chen might have been killed already. This time, arranging for two mid-level big ghost generals was absolutely foolproof. The battle began again, and Su Yinfeng was still the undisputed main force. The thunder continued to strike at Su Wen and the others, but this time the effect was not as good as before. Su Wen and the others' turtle shell tactics were clearly effective. With the combined efforts of several people, even though thunder techniques had a restraining effect on the ghost messengers, they could not break through the collective defense of these people. This is it. After discovering that Su Yinfeng couldn't break through the defense, several ghost messengers from the 9 halls took action and began to attack Su Yinfeng. For the time being, Su Yinfeng could only fight and escape, unable to focus on Xu Chen anymore. Ding Hui, Li Ping, and others seized this opportunity and immediately left the team to rush towards Xu Chen. Seeing two big ghosts charging towards Xu Chen, Su Yinfeng felt powerless. He could only strengthen his attack to prevent the enemy from sending more people to attack Xu Chen. Brother Su, I'm struggling here. You may need to deal with these two yourself. Can you handle it? If not, I'll have to fight to the death. Xu Chen didn't know what other cards Su Yinfeng had, but it wasn't the time for Su Yinfeng to fight to the death yet. How could the mid-level ghost messengers, who had never fought him, know that they were not his opponents? Brother Su, rest assured, I can handle it. If I can't, you can fight to the death later. Alright, I'll leave these two to you. Su Yinfeng had no other choice but to trust Xu Chen. Ding Hui and Li Ping overheard their conversation. The two of them had already arrived in front of Xu Chen. Hee, I don't know where you, a mere ghost general, get your confidence from, thinking you're worthy of being our opponent. Are all the people from the 10th hall so arrogant now? Xu Chen remained silent. In this battle, he had to confront these two head-on. He was not as powerful as them, and their speed was definitely superior to his. His advantage lay in his techniques, hoping that the 9 nether yellow spring art would not disappoint him. With this in mind, Xu Chen decided not to hold back anymore and exuded an unstoppable momentum. Before him, the yellow spring emerged. Ding Hui and Li Ping were surprised by Xu Chen's boldness. Ding Hui's face revealed a cruel smile, determined to crush Xu Chen's last bit of dignity. Li Ping, make your move. Today, let this kid know that in the face of absolute strength, everything else is just a passing cloud. Ding Hui and Li Ping both attacked, two ghost faces roaring as they charged towards Xu Chen. Xu Chen took a deep breath and unleashed the yellow spring that had already gathered. The ghost faces quickly met the yellow spring, and upon contact, they emitted painful cries and dissipated black energy. By the time the yellow spring dissipated, the two ghost faces had become somewhat ethereal, their attacking power negligible. Xu Chen casually dispersed the two ghost faces with a slap. His expression turned serious as he realized his true strength. He could definitely contend with a mid-level strong ghost general, but the problem now was that he was facing two mid-level strong ghost generals. This situation was tricky. Ding Hui and Li Ping were even more shocked. Although Xu Chen had previously killed 3 of their companions by ambush, they had not taken him seriously. They thought Xu Chen's true strength was nothing special. This time, however, they felt that something was amiss. Their joint attack just now was full force, yet Xu Chen managed to intercept it. It was unbelievable. If they had attacked individually, they might have been killed in return. Thinking of this, cold sweat ran down their backs, causing them to momentarily forget to continue their assault. Xu Chen disdainfully looked at the two of them. Mid-level strong ghost generals? Is that all? Xu Chen said lightly, but he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This battle was going to be a tough one. Even if he could win in a normal fight, it would be a hard-won victory. He had to find another way and hope to provoke the enemy. As long as the enemy's mind was disturbed, he wouldn't be completely without a chance. As for the final outcome, we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. Ding Hui and Li Ping exchanged a glance and quickly made a decision. If the two of them combined couldn't resolve Su Chen, it would be a disgrace. They had to solve Su Chen no matter what. With this in mind, they seemed to be on the same page and launched an attack on Su Chen simultaneously. Su Chen could only passively defend himself with a wry smile. The two sides quickly engaged in a fierce battle, with a fierce atmosphere prevailing. Su Chen could hold on for a short time, but if he couldn't find a breakthrough, failure was only a matter of time. In the short term, he could persevere, but in the long run, he would be at a disadvantage. His cultivation level was 1 grade lower than the two of them, making him inferior in terms of endurance and recovery. While Su Chen could hold on, Su Yinfeng on the other side was also struggling. With Su Wen and others teaming up, they could not only defend but also free up their hands to deal with Su Yinfeng. Su Yinfeng's attacks were powerful, but his defense was not outstanding. He dared not directly face the attacks of the 9 palace ghost envoys, so both sides entered into a stalemate. The only fortunate thing was that Su Chen had given him 2 spirit stones, so his spiritual energy wouldn't deplete in the short term. He could barely hold on, and now it was a matter of who could last until the end. Su Chen once again deflected the attacks of Ding Hui and Li Ping, while also creating distance between them. He took deep breaths to steady himself as much as possible. Su Chen believed he had done his best. He had tried to fight back desperately, hoping to intimidate the other side, but they seemed to see through his tactics. When he fought desperately, they immediately avoided his attacks. And when he was exhausted, they counterattacked. They also maintained a distance for continuous strikes, not giving him a chance to break through. Just as Su Chen caught his breath, Ding Hui and Li Ping attacked again. Su Chen could only muster his strength and deflect their attacks once more. He regretted giving both spirit stones to Su Yinfeng, thinking that if he had kept one for himself, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Soon, the 3 of them exchanged dozens of moves, and Su Chen was already feeling overwhelmed. His spiritual energy couldn't keep up. Although the other 2 were also struggling, they were clearly in better shape than him. Continuing like this, Su Chen's defeat was inevitable. Ding Hui and Li Ping launched another attack, and Su Chen's yellow springs could only resist Ding Hui's ghost face before disappearing. Li Ping's ghost face continued to attack him. Su Chen tried to dodge but was too weak, and the ghost face hit him directly in the chest. Su Chen felt a surge in his body and spat out blood. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen distanced himself from the 2, preventing them from pursuing him. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he felt like he was at the end of his rope. He had no idea how to face the crisis in front of him, feeling completely uncertain. Host's life is threatened. Do you want to use 50 evolution points and exchange 10,000 merit points for a big ghost general cultivation experience card? Su Chen had never found the system's voice so delightful. Since entering the underworld, his system had awakened, but he hadn't found it particularly useful. The main reason was that he was accumulating evolution points too slowly. Checking his evolution points, with the recent gains, he had just over 50 points. The system was trying to take advantage of him again. Although he was displeased, Su Chen had no other choice at the moment. He had to accept it. Exchange. Exchange successful. Do you want to use it now? Yes. Successful usage. Congratulations, the host's cultivation has been successfully upgraded to the initial stage of the Big Ghost General, with a half-hour experience time. Although his rank has only been upgraded from the Late Ghost General to the Early Great Ghost General, this level up has been tremendously helpful for him. Not only that, perhaps the system felt a bit unfair and directly replenished Su Chen's ghost energy to full. If Su Chen's total ghost energy before was 1, then his current total ghost energy is at least 10. Su Chen squeezed his fist, making a crisp sound. He then looked at Ding Hui and Li Ping with malicious intent. Hee, did you 2 enjoy yourselves just now? Now it's my turn, right? Ding Hui and Li Ping looked at Su Chen in surprise. They couldn't understand why Su Chen, who seemed to be at his weakest just now, suddenly became lively and energetic. Moreover, they felt a dangerous aura emanating from him. How could this be possible? Ding Hui suddenly thought of something and quickly said to Li Ping beside him, "Don't be intimidated by this guy, he's definitely faking it, trying to take the opportunity to recover more ghost energy, prolonging the fight. We can't give him that chance, let's finish this quickly." Li Ping's eyes lit up as well. Yes, this guy must be faking it, otherwise it doesn't make sense at all. This is the only reasonable explanation now. The 2 of them no longer hesitated and launched an attack on Su Chen simultaneously. They were truly exhausted. 2 great ghost generals fighting against 1 ghost general, and they almost couldn't overpower him, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Seeing the 2 of them attacking, Su Chen smiled. At this moment, his cultivation level was at the Great Ghost General stage, and even when he was at the Late Ghost General stage, he could match his opponents evenly. Dealing with them now was like taking candy from a baby. He couldn't be bothered to waste words with them and struck out with his palm again. The yellow springs emerged, larger than before, and the water inside no longer stagnant but rippling. The yellow springs directly engulfed Ding Hui and Li Ping's attacks, then swiftly moved towards them. The battle with Su Chen had also drained the 2 of them significantly, and now facing the attack of the yellow springs, they could only barely dodge. However, Su Chen's yellow springs had automatic tracking function. This completely caught the 2 off guard, and it was too late to evade. They could only watch helplessly as the yellow springs covered them, feeling their spiritual awareness dissipating bit by bit. Until their deaths, they couldn't understand why Su Chen, who seemed to be on his last legs, suddenly unleashed such terrifying power. If Su Chen had this kind of power from the beginning, they would have been done for long ago. We refuse to accept this. Report someone for cheating. Su Chen felt an unprecedented sense of ease after killing the two great ghost generals, gaining another 20 evolution points, along with merit points and dropped items. This wave directly restored his health. It seems like the system misunderstood. Should I take risks more often in the future? After all, danger and opportunity coexist. Let's see where the system's limit lies. I'm not human, you're really something. After dealing with the two, Su Chen didn't waste any time and immediately turned his gaze towards Su Yinfeng. His Great Ghost General Cultivation experience card only had half an hour left, and several minutes had already passed. He must make the most of the card's effect within the limited time. Su Yinfeng was also not doing well at this moment. His lightning attacks had become intermittent. The power of thunder magic was unquestionable, but it also had its drawbacks, such as the significant consumption of ghost energy. Su Yinfeng had already used 4 spirit stones by now, and his ghost energy was running low, about to use the 5th spirit stone soon. He had been trying to conserve energy while attacking and defending at the same time. His ability to hold on until now was a miracle, considering he was currently facing 4 opponents alone. Su Chen saw that Su Yinfeng was struggling a bit, so he quickly came to Su Yinfeng's side, waving his hand to intercept the attacks from Su Wen and others. Su Yinfeng had been busy dealing with the situation and hadn't had time to pay attention to Su Chen. When he saw Su Chen blocking the attacks for him, he was momentarily stunned. "Brother Su, why are you here?" Su Yinfeng subconsciously ignored the fact that Su Chen had intercepted the attacks from Su Wen and others. He was more concerned about why Su Chen had appeared here. Su Chen smirked, feeling handsome as he entered, only to be met with Su Yinfeng's questioning. "For what other reason? I solved my opponent and naturally came to help you. How is that possible? Those are 2 big ghost generals. Your cultivation. Oh, you've broken through to a big ghost general?" Su Yinfeng immediately sensed the difference in Su Chen compared to before. The aura emanating from Su Chen now was definitely not something a ghost general could possess. "I didn't break through, I just used a secret technique. I only have half an hour, now only about 20 minutes left, so in the next 20 minutes, we need to quickly deal with the opponent, or else we'll be in danger." "A secret technique? Does it affect you?" "It's not a big issue." Su Chen spoke the truth. Aside from digesting 50 evolution points and some prestige, it had no effect on him. But Su Yinfeng's mind went astray. How could such a powerful secret technique have no side effects? Su Chen must be afraid of feeling guilty, so he didn't want to tell him. If Su Chen was like this, how could he continue to hide his clumsiness? It seemed like he had to go all out. It was time to hit the opponent hard. Su Wen and the others were also anxious now. Although they had gathered together to deal with Su Yinfeng a bit more easily, they were still constantly being struck by lightning attacks. They managed to defend against the lightning damage, but their hair was standing on end from the electricity. What infuriated them the most was that every time Su Yinfeng's ghost energy was depleted, he would take out spirit stones to restore his spiritual power. Most of them didn't have treasures like spirit stones. Only Su Wen had bought one by chance and had been treasuring it. Now seeing Su Yinfeng using the spirit stones one by one, how could he not feel heartache? Those should be his spirit stones. Finally, when Su Yinfeng's attacks began to weaken again, they were thinking of taking the opportunity to see if they could deal with Su Yinfeng. Even if they couldn't defeat him, they had to keep up the pressure and not give him a chance to absorb more spirit stones. Unexpectedly, Su Chen intercepted their attacks midway. Upon seeing Su Chen, Su Wen immediately looked around, trying to find Ding Hui and Li Ping. They're both useless. But after searching around, he didn't see the two of them. He already had a bad feeling. It seemed that the two of them were in trouble. But how could this be possible? A late-stage ghost general like him, how could he possibly defeat 2 mid-stage ghost generals? This is not logical. Wait, it seems like this guy's cultivation level is also a big ghost general now. But even so, just breaking through to a big ghost general and being able to withstand their attacks, I'm exaggerating a bit. And he seems to have broken through in the midst of battle. What kind of monster is he? I don't know if Su Chen's appearance was too shocking. For a moment, both sides stopped their attacks. Su Yinfeng took the opportunity to absorb the last spirit stone. At this point, he couldn't afford to feel heartache anymore. Even the best things need to be enjoyed while they last. Seeing that the opponent temporarily stopped attacking, Su Yinfeng felt relieved and began discussing with Su Chen. "Brother Su, I've absorbed the last spirit stone. Even if your cultivation has temporarily reached the level of a big ghost general, if we can't quickly deal with the opponent, we might still lose." Su Chen agreed with this assessment. Although there are only 4 people left on the other side now, 3 of them are powerful late-stage demons. Even if his cultivation temporarily improves, it would be very difficult to quickly deal with the opponent. "I know, should we run?" "Run for what?
If we run, I'm afraid they will harm Xie. Su Chen also felt a headache. Normally, demons would not attack humans. But now, the demons from the 9th hall, where are the rules? They seem capable of doing anything. What should we do? I have a plan. I am currently filled with demonic energy and can unleash a trump card, but it consumes a lot of energy and requires some preparation time. I have been hesitant to use it before, fearing interruption by the opponent. Now we have to go all out, but you need to help me hold off the opponent for a minute. Can you do it? Even if I can't, I will do it. You prepare with confidence, I can handle it. Seeing Su Chen say this, Su Yinfeng, although somewhat worried, began to prepare on the spot. As time passed, the surroundings immediately became dim. The atmosphere on the scene became oppressive, and Su Wen and the others' eyes were focused on Su Yinfeng. From the rapidly gathering dark clouds in the sky, they sensed a dangerous aura. It was a threat to their lives. Not good. He's about to unleash a big move, quickly stop him. Su Yinfeng was preparing his skills calmly and did not launch a lightning attack on the 4 people. The 4 people did not need to divert their attention to defense, and all of them launched an attack towards Su Yinfeng. Su Chen smiled bitterly, they really thought highly of him. But no matter what, he had to hold his ground. This might be his and Su Yinfeng's last chance. Su Chen pushed the 9 Hades yellow spring technique to its limit, struggling to withstand the attacks of the 4 people. The reason he could withstand these attacks was also thanks to Su Yinfeng in their previous battle, which had depleted a significant amount of demonic energy from the 4 people. Despite this, Su Chen was still shaken and his blood was boiling. He couldn't even withstand a single blow, and he wondered how Su Xiong managed to endure it. Su Wen was astonished to see Su Chen block the attacks of the 4 people. But now was not the time to discuss this, as the sense of danger became even stronger. As if they had planned it, the 4 people simultaneously struck out with full force. Su Chen felt his scalp tingle, but at this moment, he absolutely could not retreat. With all his strength, he struck back. With a loud bang, Su Chen was sent flying by a strike. If he were not a soul body, many trees would have suffered. Flying back dozens of meters, Su Chen lay on the ground, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Ouch! It hurts! Although he cried out in pain, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. The 1-minute time limit had passed, and the rest was up to Su Yinfeng. At this moment, Su Yinfeng also opened his eyes, with lightning flashing in them. Looking at Su Wen and the others, a cold smile appeared on his lips. The game was over. Break through the darkness with thunder. Take my thunderous force. The sky above the low mountain was covered in dark clouds. Su Wen and the others also felt a sense of gloom. They did not expect that their combined attack would be blocked by someone who was previously just a powerful late-stage demon. By now, Su Yinfeng's ultimate move was ready, and the few of them could only maximize their defenses, creating a huge energy shield to protect themselves. They had already witnessed Su Yinfeng's powerful attack before, and this was clearly a charged ultimate move, with a power that the previous attacks could not compare to. As Su Yinfeng's voice fell, bolts of lightning as thick as water buckets directly struck Su Wen and the others. Just the first bolt of lightning made the energy shield of the 4 people dim. As the second bolt of lightning struck, it was noticeably thicker than before, and the energy shield of the 4 people nearly disappeared. The third lightning strike directly made the shield disappear, with undiminished power, hitting a strong late-stage figure directly. Although not directly dead, they were seriously injured. Seeing the energy shield disappear, the 4 people did not hesitate and once again struggled to support the energy shield. Just then, the 4th lightning strike came down. The energy shield that the 4 had just managed to hold up disappeared. The faces of the 4 people became extremely ugly, and at this moment they also realized, although they were all lightning strikes, the power of the lightning was different. From the current situation, it seemed that the power of each lightning strike was increasing. Now it was only the 4th strike, who knew how many more were waiting for them. Because the shield disappeared too quickly, they wanted to support it again, but it would take time. The 5th lightning strike had already fallen, and this time they could only endure it. Boom! A huge lightning strike hit beside the 4 people, and they could only defend themselves as best as they could. The first to give in was the only strong mid-stage figure, who only held on for a moment before the lightning broke through his defense and he was directly obliterated. The previously injured strong figure was even more injured at this point. The only ones still holding on were Su Wen and another strong late-stage figure. After the 5th lightning strike fell, the sky began to clear up. Su Wen and the other 2 breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the lightning was not endless, they just needed to hold on a little longer. The 6th lightning strike still came down. The lightning was a whole circle thicker than before. This time, the injured strong late-stage figure directly perished. Su Wen and the other ghost envoy were also in a bad state. The power of the 6th lightning strike exceeded their limits.
If they were hit, even if they didn't die, they would probably not have the strength to fight again. Su Wen's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. At this moment, saving his own life was the most important thing. Save yourself even if your friends die. He grabbed the only remaining ghost envoy besides himself and threw him directly towards the lightning strike. The ghost envoy, who had been defending with all his might, was thrown off by Su Wen's move, and his whole being was thrown into disarray. He never expected that he would be betrayed by Su Wen. If he had defended with all his might against the sixth lightning strike, although he couldn't guarantee survival, there would still have been a glimmer of hope. Now, there was no need to think about it, it was definitely a certain death. Thinking of this, the strong figure who had been used as a shield suddenly saw the light. Su Wen, even if I die, you won't live. He saw through it all and completely gave up his defense. The lightning strike directly reduced him to dust, and its power did not diminish much. Su Wen's face was very ugly. He never expected that his attempt to have his companion help defend would backfire. Now he could only maximize his own defense. The lightning struck Su Wen without any surprises. Su Wen was shaking from the shock of the electricity, and smoke was rising from his body. The only thing he was grateful for was that he was still alive. After the sixth lightning strike fell, the sky had cleared up almost completely. Su Wen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha, I finally made it through. Just as Su Wen finished speaking, another lightning shadow condensed in the air. Su Wen almost couldn't resist slapping himself. The situation wasn't over yet. Why was he being so cocky? Fortunately, the seventh lightning strike ultimately failed to condense successfully and dissipated directly in the air. And Su Yinfeng, who had been like possessed by a thunder god, fell to the ground like a pile of mud. Unfortunately, despite the thunderous strikes, only 6 were unleashed, and he had run out of spiritual stones, otherwise he could have definitely wiped out the enemy. Alas, there was still one person left on the other side, and unexpectedly they fell short in the end. This time, Su Wen didn't dare to speak harshly. It was only when he saw that there really was no lightning striking down from the sky that he confirmed he had truly survived. Looking at Su Yinfeng lying there, he completely let go of his heart. I didn't expect that in such a disparate situation, we would suffer such heavy losses. Your cultivation level is the same as mine. I admit I'm not as good as you, but it seems like I might be luckier than you. Today, let me take care of you, Su Wen said as he staggered towards Su Yinfeng. He was also seriously injured now, but still able to move. If he didn't take this opportunity to deal with Su Yinfeng, once Su Yinfeng recovered some ghostly energy, he might be the one to meet his end here. So today, no matter what, Su Yinfeng had to die. Just the thought of being able to kill such a genius soon made a somewhat sickly smile appear on Su Wen's face. Ha, feeling humiliated, right? Clearly, your combat power is stronger than mine, yet you still have to die by my hands. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if the previous embarrassment was not his own. At this moment, Su Yinfeng's consciousness was very clear. He saw Su Wen getting closer and closer, but he had no way out. Actually, Su Wen was overthinking. After using the thunderous might, it wasn't so simple for him to recover. At least for a day, he had no strength to fight again. But there was no panic on his face. Instead, he looked somewhat mocking at Su Wen. Seeing Su Yinfeng's gaze, Su Wen was a bit puzzled. Did this guy feel satisfied enough with himself? Why was he still able to smile? Or did he forget something? No. Did he really forget something? Right, didn't the other side have 2 people? Where is the 10th Hall's ghost messenger? When did he disappear? Thinking of this, Su Wen began to look around, and as he turned around, he saw a large hand appearing in front of him. The large hand directly held his head, emanating a somewhat majestic ghostly energy. If Su Wen wasn't injured, even if he took this blow head-on, he might only suffer minor injuries. But now was different, his body was already riddled with wounds, and Su Chen's palm was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Despite any lingering regrets, Su Wen could only swallow his pride. After Su Wen's death, Su Chen sat on the ground. His injuries were not light, and he could only hold on until now with sheer willpower. Su Chen and Su Yinfeng looked at each other and burst into laughter. This battle was tough, but the outcome was good. Both of them felt a sense of mutual respect as heroes. The battle ended with Su Chen and Su Yinfeng emerging victorious. Although they won, the cost was not small. Su Chen was seriously injured, and Su Yinfeng fell into a weakened state after using his trump card. Now, both of them could only stare at each other, finding it very difficult to stand up. Su Chen wasn't too worried about this. There were no enemies around now, and with some rest, they would eventually recover. What really worried Su Chen was Xiao He. Xiao He had diverted Chu Chuan to fight, keeping him away from them. How were the 2 of them faring now? No one knew. All Su Chen could do was pray for Xiao He. Although Xiao He claimed to be able to hold on, Chu Chuan's cultivation level was higher. Therefore, Su Qin couldn't be sure if Xiao He was deliberately saying so to avoid worrying him. Su Yinfeng was lying comfortably on the ground, looking at the blue sky and white clouds above. Worried about your friend? Su Qin was also lying down, gazing at the sky. A little worried. Why think so much? Just wait for the outcome. If your friend wins, we both live. If they lose, the one who comes back will be their person, and we both die. Su Chen was a bit speechless. Although Su Yinfeng's words made sense, talking about living or dying together made it sound like they had an affair. I hope it's Xiao He who comes back. As time passed by, the two of them chatted on and off. After half an hour, both fell silent. Half an hour had passed, and neither Xiao He nor Chu Chuan had returned. Su Yinfeng is still like a puddle of mud, but Su Qin is a bit better. He can still climb up from the ground with some effort. But he was too lazy to get up, and it seemed fine to just lie there. While Su Yinfeng was resting with his eyes closed, Su Qin quietly opened his own attribute panel. Name, Su Qin Realm, Ghost General Late Stage Techniques, 9 Nether Yellow Spring Secret, Ghostly Scripture, Advanced Soul Devouring Scripture Merit, 894328 Incense Value, 40 billion Evolution Points, 33. Looking at his own attributes, Su Qin felt somewhat disappointed. His attributes basically didn't change much. By killing the ghost minions of the 9 halls, he relied on the advanced version of the Soul Devouring Scripture to absorb a certain amount of merit. But it seemed that the ghost minions of the 9 halls didn't have high merit values, as killing so many only increased it by about 10,000. If others knew Su Chen's thoughts, they would probably want to strangle him. For most ghost minions, obtaining 10,000 merit points was very difficult. If it weren't for a few of the ghost minions present also cultivating the Soul Devouring Scripture, Su Chen probably wouldn't have gained so much merit this time. Killing 3 big ghost generals added 30 evolution points, which made him feel much better. This was equivalent to him using a cultivation experience card that only consumed 20 evolution points. In this case, he could accept it. Also, while looting the spoils, he found a spirit stone among the items dropped by Su Wen. Wasn't he taking advantage of himself? This guy was really a miser. Even though the battle was so thrilling just now, he didn't even want to use the spirit stone. But it was fortunate in a way, or else he would have taken advantage of him. While Su Chen was lost in thought, he suddenly smelled a somewhat familiar fragrance. It was the unique body scent of Xiao He. Su Chen smiled when he saw Xiao He. She didn't disappoint him. Xiao He, you're back? Xiao He, from a distance, saw Su Chen and Su Yinfeng lying motionless on the ground and her heart skipped a beat. She thought something had happened to the two of them. When she heard Su Chen speak, she finally relaxed. Xiao He went straight to Su Chen's side, staring at him angrily. Young master, since you two are fine, why pretend to be dead here? You scared me. Su Chen looked at Xiao He and confirmed that she wasn't injured, then he completely relaxed. Xiao He, it's not that we wanted to scare you, but we both don't have the strength to get up. I'm injured, and Brother Su is exhausted. As soon as Xiao He heard that Su Chen was injured, she hurriedly took out some things. Without waiting for Su Chen to think, she stuffed a bunch of medicine into his mouth. Young master, these are all top-grade healing pills, quickly take them. Su Chen struggled to swallow the medicine in his mouth. It wasn't that the taste was bad, but Xiao He had stuffed too much at once. Surprisingly, the effect was quite good, and he immediately felt the pain in his body ease a bit. Su Yinfeng on the side was speechless. What about me? Although I'm not injured, I'm just a bit exhausted, but at least you could show some concern for me. Su Chen sat up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then looked at Xiao He. Xiao He also looked a bit disheveled, her clothes torn from the fight. As Xiao He moved, there were occasional glimpses of her figure. Su Chen quickly covered his nose and took out a coat from the incense space to hand to Xiao He. Xiao He noticed the issue with her clothes and, although she usually acted carefree, she was actually quite conservative. She quickly took the coat to cover herself. To prevent Xiao He from feeling embarrassed, Su Chen quickly changed the subject. Xiao He, what about Chu Chuan? Xiao He touched her slightly raised nose and a confident smile appeared on her face. What else could happen? Since I'm here, he must be dead. Su Chen looked at Xiao He in surprise. Chu Chuan's cultivation was higher than Xiao He's, but he had been killed by her. He originally thought that Chu Chuan had left. This was a bit beyond his expectations. I didn't expect that guy to be so useless. Although it took some effort to deal with him, overall it was quite easy. Actually, I didn't plan to kill him, I just didn't expect him to be so resistant. Xu Chen also reacted suddenly. Although Chu Chuan was a playboy, his identity was extraordinary. Trash or not, he was the prince of the 9th hall. This matter might not be so easily resolved. It's a big deal. It's a bit troublesome. Young master, I know I caused trouble, I didn't intend to kill him, just wanted to teach him a lesson. I really didn't expect him to be so resistant. Shuchen waved his hand. Now was not the time to discuss this. The other party was clearly after their lives, and if they ended up here, it was because of their own incompetence. It's okay, if he's dead, just a piece of trash. But when we return to the underworld, I'll have to inform Sister Qin. Xiaohei had no objections to this, as this was not a trivial matter and it was natural to inform Qin Xianer. Young master, what should we do next? Go back to the underworld? Yes, but before that, let's wake up Xie first. We can't just leave quietly like this. I'm afraid that girl will worry. Xiaohei looked at Shuchen teasingly. She thought Shuchen was a blockhead, turns out she wasn't his type. Alright, let's go now. Su Yinfeng, oh, Carrot, oh hey. Are you too polite? Are you really not going to pay attention to me? Shuchen and Xiaohei certainly didn't forget about Su Yinfeng. Su Yinfeng's situation was more difficult. He wasn't injured at all, just weakened due to using a secret technique. This kind of weakness couldn't be solved with medicine. The only thing that could help was using spirit stones. When Shuchen was cleaning up the spoils of war earlier, he found a spirit stone, but he had no intention of using it on Su Yinfeng. Joking, as long as Su Yinfeng was given some time, he could fully recover on his own. Why should he use a strategic resource like a spirit stone for him? That would be a blatant waste. Even if he gave it to Su Yinfeng probably wouldn't use it. In the battle just now, although they ultimately emerged victorious, without those 5 spirit stones, they wouldn't have lasted till the end. Su Yinfeng was now completely exhausted, unable to exert any strength. Shuchen could only support him and slowly walk towards Qingyun Pavilion. This battle didn't actually take much time. From start to finish, it was less than an hour. Shenxie, who had been knocked unconscious, showed no signs of waking up. To prevent Shenxie from suddenly waking up and doing something foolish, Su Yinfeng had shown no mercy at the time, a blow that could make Shenxie sleep for half a day at least. But now a problem arose: how to wake up Shenxie? When Shenxie was knocked unconscious earlier, Su Yinfeng was not dead yet, but now he was a ghost. And now Su Yinfeng couldn't even stand steadily, so it was completely impossible for him to wake up Shenxie. Xiaohei and Shuchen, being underworld beings, shouldn't have had contact with living beings on Earth in the first place. And they didn't know how to wake up Shenxie. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene became somewhat awkward. In the end, Shuchen couldn't help but speak first. So, how do we wake her up? Su Yinfeng, don't look at me, I can't do it. Xiaohei pretended to be in deep thought. How about pinching her philtrum? Don't be silly. Humans and ghosts have different paths, you can't pinch her. The scene fell silent again. Shuchen blared at Su Yinfeng irritably. It's all your fault, why did you hit her so hard? Su Yinfeng was speechless and choked up. He was doing it for the sake of his beloved disciple after all. What's the use of saying these things now? What should we do now? Shuchen sighed. Well, there's only one way for the current situation. Xiaohei and Su Yinfeng's eyes lit up when they heard Su Chen say there was a way. In unison, they asked, what way? One word, wait. Tisk. Anyway, we're just idle now. Didn't Brother Su just want to teach me thunder magic? Take this opportunity to teach me. Xiaohei's eyes also sparkled at the mention of thunder magic. Thunder magic? I want to learn too, can you teach me as well? Sure, then let me teach you thunder magic at this opportunity. But whether you can learn it or not depends on your luck. Su Yinfeng did not feel that his thunder magic was a secret, and he began to explain it in detail to the two of them. The 9th Yama King's Hall. The 9th Yama King, Chu Jiang, furrowed his brows as he looked at the report in his hand. This was a report from the front line. Their 9th Hall's strength was originally stronger than the 10th Hall, especially since he intended for the soul-devouring scripture to spread within the army. This motivated the soldiers of the 9th Hall on the front line. He had hoped for a great victory, but instead, news of defeat kept coming from the front line. Chu Jiang couldn't understand why the 9th Hall was losing battles. Did the soldiers of the 10th Hall suddenly become more courageous? What made them so fierce? Just as Chu Jiang was pondering over this, a voice came from outside. Report! Your Majesty, Lord Zhao requests an audience. Chu Jiang frowned slightly. The so-called Lord Zhao was named Zhao Xiaoming. Although he held the position of Lord, he was not involved in other matters. His only task was to watch over the soul lamps of important figures in the 9th Hall. If someone's soul lamp went out, he had to report it immediately. What's going on? Has there been another unexpected event on the front line? Which great general has bravely sacrificed themselves? Let him in. Soon, a somewhat thin middle-aged man entered the hall. Upon seeing Chu Jiang, he immediately knelt down. I, Zhao Xiaoming, pay my respects to your Majesty. Enough with the formalities, just tell me directly, what's happened, whose soul lamp has gone out? Your Majesty, it's the 7th Prince. Chu Jiang suddenly stood up from his seat.
Who did you say died? Your Majesty, you heard correctly, the soul lamp of the seventh prince has gone out. How is that possible? Wasn't Chuan always in the royal city? Who dared to harm him in the royal city? Your Majesty, the seventh prince was not in the royal city. I have already inquired. The seventh prince went to the mortal realm, and it seems he encountered a formidable opponent there. The mortal realm? Are there humans there who can threaten Chuan? I do not know. I know. Do you know where in the mortal realm Chuan went? I found out. It's a place called Huasian County, which is under the jurisdiction of the 10th Hall. It seems that the seventh prince went there to take charge of the ghost messengers in Huasian County. Could it be the work of those ghost messengers? Xu Jiang furrowed his brow. It's impossible. Those people from the 10th Hall wouldn't do anything against the laws of the underworld. The ghost messengers who make mistakes are not more powerful than the great ghost generals. If Chuan died at the hands of such a person, then it's his own fault. It must be some other unexpected situation. Then, Your Majesty, what do you plan to do? Although this may not have been done by the 10th Hall, since Chuan died on their territory, the 10th Hall must give me an explanation. Didn't the 10th Hall just get a new Yama King? This is a good opportunity to investigate. In fact, Xu Jiang didn't feel much about Xu Chuan's death. He was just a useless son. Despite the best techniques and resources he had provided, he was still only at the level of a great ghost king. Among so many sons, this one caused him the most trouble. But his death did give him an opportunity. Taking advantage of this opportunity to explore the truth of the 10 palaces, Zhao Xiaoming looked at Xu Jiang in surprise. Your Majesty, is it too dangerous for you to go to the 10 palaces? Do you need to call some experts to accompany you? What's there to worry about in just the 10 palaces? I know what I'm doing. You go down first. After Zhao Xiaoming left, Xu Jiang also disappeared. He was prepared to go to the 10 palaces to take a look. Even though it was just an unimportant son who had died, if he could uncover the secrets of the 10 palaces, then his son's death would be worthwhile. The distance from the 9th palace to the 10th palace was not close. Even Xu Jiang couldn't reach it instantly. Xu Jiang had already decided that if the new king of the 10th palace was easy to deal with, then the 10 palaces of the underworld would be changed to 9 palaces. The 9th palace should also change its name. At least it should become the 5th palace. Xingyun Temple. Su Yinfeng had regained some strength by now. No longer looking weak and helpless, he could at least sit up. Su Yinfeng had also regained his dignified appearance. Su Yinfeng couldn't directly transfer his skills, he could only teach the two of them the thunder techniques he knew bit by bit. Fortunately, Xiuchen and Xiuhei were not dull. They understood with just a little explanation. Su Yinfeng didn't waste much breath on them. After taking a sip of the freshly poured tea, Su Yinfeng looked at the two of them with interest. I've explained the theory to you almost enough, now it's time for practice. Which one of you wants to go first? Since you're beginners, don't think about releasing powerful thunder, just start with the simplest palm thunder. Xiuhei was eager to try, and when he heard Su Yinfeng ask them to practice, he raised his hand like an elementary school student. I'll go. Su Yinfeng nodded in satisfaction. Xiuhei's cultivation level was that of a great ghost king. Could he be considered as having taken on a great disciple? In that case, even his ancestors could rest in peace. Wait, his master, grandmaster, and great-grandmaster were probably in the underworld, but he wasn't sure if they were in the 10th palace. Xiuhei rubbed his hands excitedly. Palm thunder was the simplest thunder technique to operate, so it wasn't difficult to use. Xiuhei made a few simple gestures on his hand, then clenched his fist and thrust it forward. Palm thunder! Su Yinfeng and Xiuchen watched curiously from the side, but in the end, they found it disappointing. There was no sign of thunder in Xiuhei's palm. Xiuhei awkwardly touched his nose. This shouldn't be happening. He followed Su Yinfeng's instructions. Xiuhei was about to try again, but Su Yinfeng quickly stopped him. Don't try again. It seems like you're not suitable for practicing thunder techniques. Su Yinfeng's discouragement didn't dampen Xiuhei's enthusiasm for thunder techniques. Ignoring Su Yinfeng's words, Xiuhei continued to use palm thunder. Palm thunder! Palm thunder! After dozens of repetitions, a small purple electric arc finally appeared in Xiuhei's hand. Haha, I did it! Su Yinfeng looked at Xiuhei in surprise. This was unexpected. Practicing thunder techniques depended on talent. If you had talent, you should succeed on the first try, so why did it take so long? And it was just such a small electric arc? Such a small electric arc could at most make someone's hair stand on end. It was useless in combat. But he didn't want to discourage Xiuhei. After all, this could be considered a success, right? Not bad, at least you managed to use it. Xiuhei rolled his eyes, looking disdainful. Not bad? Do you think I don't know my own level? Do you know how much ghost energy I consume to condense this palm thunder? Let me put it this way, I could easily kill you, but what can this electric arc do? Help you with electrotherapy? Suinfeng, was I trying to comfort you? Or was it my fault?
At the same time, he also understood why Xiao Hei, who clearly had no talent, could still form such a small electric arc. This was built up with cultivation.
Can it still be played like this?
Hearing Xiao Hei retort at him, he didn't dare to say anything, who made the other person's cultivation level high.
Su Chen no longer had as many concerns as Suinfeng.
Xiao Hei, since consumption and power are not proportional, why do you still use it like this?
Xiao Hei looked self-assured, because it's cool.
Su Chen never expected that Xiao Hei would give him such a reason. But it seemed like there was no fault to be found, indeed it was cool.
Young master, you should try it too.
Su Chen also wanted to know if he had any talent for thunder magic. He was still looking forward to it. Although Suinfeng ended up a bit embarrassed, the heroic posture of using thunder magic was stunning to him. He immediately began to try, following the exact same steps as Xiao Hei. Just as Su Chen started to try, he felt a warmth in the palm of his hand, and the ghostly aura in his body also decreased slightly.
Success? Palm thunder!
A dazzling golden sphere appeared in Su Chen's hand, and he couldn't help but directly strike it towards the stone table in front of Suinfeng. The power of palm thunder was not bad. The stone table shattered directly into several pieces, and the tea on top was splashed, hitting Suinfeng in the face. Under normal circumstances, Suinfeng would have easily avoided it, but the key was that he was currently in a weakened state. However, he had no reaction to the tea splashed on him, but instead looked at Su Chen in shock. He muttered to himself, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" Having experienced Xiao Hei's previous failure, Su Chen never expected that he would succeed in one go. Breaking the stone table and accidentally injuring Suinfeng made him feel a bit embarrassed.
"Brother Su, are you okay?"
Suinfeng seemed to not hear Su Chen's words, still muttering to himself in disbelief. It wasn't until Su Chen touched him that he came back to his senses.
"How did you do it in the end?" Su Chen was speechless. Didn't he just learn thunder magic? Wasn't Suinfeng confident that they wouldn't be able to learn it at all? Doesn't this just mean that I have a talent for thunder magic? Su Chen's words suddenly made Suinfeng become agitated. "Nonsense!
You know nothing. I'm not surprised that you have a talent for thunder magic. I'm not surprised that you can use palm thunder. What surprises me is why you are using young thunder.
You are a ghost messenger. I don't understand." Su Chen, who was encountering thunder magic for the first time, was also full of question marks. What is young thunder? Is there also in thunder?
Suinfeng then realized that Su Chen might not understand this.
"You saw my previous battles. What color were the lightning bolts I emitted?"
Su Chen thought for a moment and immediately had an answer. Purple, or rather purplish-black. Right, Xiao Hei's electric arc was also this color.
"Then what color is your palm thunder?"
"Golden. Is there a problem with that?"
"There is a big problem. I used young thunder when I was alive, just died, and young thunder directly transformed into yin thunder."
Yang thunder is a strong and positive element. It has a certain restraining effect on the underworld personnel.
If I had used young thunder before, why would I have been in such a sorry state? You are also a ghost messenger. Why are you using yang thunder? I can't understand.
Su Chen was even more confused, but it sounded like he had gained something. Suinfeng scratched his head on the side. He didn't know why this situation had occurred.
This is not scientific.
After a long time, Suinfeng suddenly thought of something. His face suddenly became somewhat strange.
"Brother Su, I have a question for you. You just entered the underworld not long ago?"
"Yes,
not even a month." "How long did you live in your previous life?"
"Exactly 100 years.
That's considered a long life, and the timing is just right. You didn't break through in your previous life, right?"
Su Chen's face immediately turned red. Suinfeng was really something. Why did he suddenly ask this? Although Suinfeng did not get an answer from Su Chen, he could tell from Su Chen's face that he had found the answer.
That makes sense.
Suinfeng figured it out and no longer envied Su Chen, but instead felt some sympathy for him. 100 years, this guy can really endure.
Su Chen finally understood why he could use Yang Lei.
It was related to his maintaining his virginity for so many years. This was not a bad thing for him.
Although the power of Yang Lei and Yin Lei was similar, now that he was encountering people from the underworld, having attribute suppression would definitely be better. "Brother Su, are you laughing at me? Aren't you also a cultivator? How come you've already broken through?"
"Hee, I am a cultivator, not a monk.
I also have a partner." Su Chen was speechless. What's wrong with being a virgin? Am I being arrogant? Shen Siye was still unconscious, not knowing when she would wake up.
Xiao Hei yawned. Now that she realized she didn't have the talent for practicing thunder magic, she lost interest and couldn't help but feel a bit bored. She gathered a purple electric arc again. Playing around boredly,
she looked at Shinseya, who was still asleep, and suddenly had an idea. She directly threw the electric arc in her hand towards Shinseya. By the time Su Chen and Su Yinfeng noticed, it was too late to stop it. But considering Shinseya's cultivation level, there was no need to worry about her safety. The electric arc hit Shinseya's body, and she visibly shuddered. Then she slowly opened her eyes. Su Chen and Su Yinfeng exchanged a glance, both sensing helplessness from each other. Xiao He had figured out how to play with the palm thunder. If only they had known earlier, why wait so long? Shinseya jumped up suddenly at the moment of awakening. She first looked at Su Yinfeng's shed skin, then saw the three of them, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Master, you have no sense of sportsmanship. Can't handle it, still resorting to sneak attacks at this age. Su Yinfeng was also a bit embarrassed. If he hadn't been worried that Shinseya wouldn't see him and was concerned, he really wouldn't have come back. Disciple, you must know, Master is doing this for your own good. Shinseya couldn't possibly not know this, and now that she saw the three of them unharmed, half of her heart had already let go. She was just angry that Su Yinfeng didn't let her participate in this matter. If something really happened to Su Yinfeng, she would never forgive herself. Thinking of this, tears welled up in Shinseya's eyes. Not to mention Su Yinfeng, even Su Chen felt a pang of heartache. Wanting to comfort her, but not knowing in what capacity to do so, after all, this was the first time they had met in their lives. Su Yinfeng didn't think so much. He stood up directly and stroked Shinseya's head. Siya, what happened just now won't change because of you. If something happens to you, I will be to blame, and besides, I'm fine, right? The reason Su Yinfeng could touch Shinseya was because his hands were filled with ghostly energy. He was already weak, and gathering that ghostly energy was not easy. In just a moment, it was all depleted by him. His hand passed directly through Shinseya. Fortunately, Shinseya was also a cultivator and wouldn't be injured by this. Although Shinseya had seemed a bit indifferent before, at this moment, she felt nothing but deep reluctance towards Su Yinfeng. Thinking of this, sadness overwhelmed her, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Master, disciple can't bear to leave you. Su Yinfeng opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Although this disciple of his seemed a bit indifferent, she was still very filial to him. Su Chen couldn't bear to watch any longer. Ahem, don't act like we won't see each other in the future. This Huaxian County is also my territory. Although I can't have Brother Su come over every day, occasional visits are still possible. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Su Yinfeng and Shinseya's eyes lit up. If that's the case, then there's no problem. Alright, good disciple, since Brother Su said so, I will definitely come to see you in the future. Let's leave it at that for now. We've already wasted a lot of time today. I have to go to the underworld with Brother Su. Knowing that she would see Su Yinfeng again in the future, Shinseya's mood calmed down a bit. She did not stop the three from leaving. After this incident, she, who had been somewhat indifferent, decided to work hard. Su Yinfeng had always told her that her talent was much stronger than his, but she was not very focused on cultivation, yet she had already reached the innate late stage. This speed was already very astonishing. It was time to work hard, and she vowed not to be a burden next time. Su Chen looked at Shinseya and couldn't help but smile at the thought of being able to accompany Shinseya alone tomorrow. Well, by accepting Su Yinfeng, he would have one less third wheel in the future. Today, they really couldn't delay any longer. During the time waiting for Shinseya to wake up, it was already past the shift time, and the matter of Chuchuan had to be reported to Qin Xianer as soon as possible. Opening the passage back to the underworld, Su Chen waved to Shinseya, and the three of them returned directly to the 10 halls of the underworld. As soon as Su Yinfeng arrived in the underworld, the light of merit on his body once again appeared, and his appearance became younger. The surrounding ghost attendants all looked over. As soon as they saw Su Chen, some ghost attendants immediately came over. Brother Su, you're back late today, but you're really lucky, you've hooked another person with great merit. Oh, stop it, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I won't catch up with everyone today. Let's have a drink another day. The ghost attendants all expressed their understanding and voluntarily made way. Su Yinfeng curiously looked around. He was also a cultivator, but it was his first time in the underworld, so everything around him felt fresh. And the ghostly aura here was really abundant, although it was a bit inferior to the short mountain, but this was the edge of the underworld. Su Chen did not delay and did not have time for Su Yinfeng to slowly appreciate. He directly took Su Chen and quickly flew towards Fengdu City. Brother Su, you can definitely become a ghost attendant. With your cultivation level, have you figured out what to do next? Are you going to the battlefield for training, or something else? Su Yinfeng thought for a moment before replying, actually, I want to go to the front line for training. But before that, I want to enjoy the scenery of the underworld. That's easy. For ghost attendants with the cultivation level of a great ghost general,
as long as you don't join the army, the management is quite lenient.
How about you follow me for now? Follow you? Su Yinfeng looked puzzled. Wasn't this guy new to the underworld? Where did he get the confidence to have a great ghost general like himself follow him? Wait, there seemed to be a big ghost king named Shohei by his side. What qualifications did this kid have? By this time, the three had already arrived at Fengdu City, and Su Yinfeng felt the ghostly aura becoming stronger. Su Chen did not stop and happened to pass by one of his shops. Have you seen this rouge shop? It's mine. As long as it starts with Jian, it's my shop in the city. You won't be treated unfairly if you follow me. Su Yinfeng was a bit confused. In the time it took to speak, he had already seen several shops in the Jian series. Was Su Chen so rich? It seemed like following him wouldn't be a bad idea. I'll think about it. Su Chen did not force it, and after a short time with Su Yinfeng and Shohei, they arrived at the Yanwang Palace. Su Yinfeng greedily breathed in the thick ghostly aura here. If he could cultivate here, he believed he would soon break through. He had been stuck at the late stage of the Great Ghost General for many years. Su Chen skillfully entered, and soon saw Qin Xian'er dozing off. Qin Xian'er felt someone approaching and immediately woke up. Wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth, she smiled when she saw Su Chen. Little brother, it's been a while since you last visited me. I've missed you. Su Chen rolled his eyes, wondering if she missed him or his money, a thought that only Qin Xian'er understood. Of course, he couldn't say that directly. Sister, haven't I come here? Su Yinfeng felt somewhat restrained after entering the Yanwang Palace. He didn't expect to be eligible to see the King of Hell right after arriving in the underworld, which was quite lucky. What intrigued him more was that Su Chen entered the Yanwang Palace without any hindrance. He noticed the two guards at the door whose cultivation levels were unfathomable. It turned out that Su Chen knew someone inside the palace. This so-called sister of Su Chen was probably a maid of the King of Hell. Nowadays, even the maids were so careless, daring to sleep on duty. Weren't they afraid of being caught by the King of Hell? Qin Xian'er also noticed Su Yinfeng, a new face. Oh, who is this? Seems to have quite a bit of merit. I recruited him today, so I thought I'd let sister take a look. Not bad, with such cultivation right after arriving in the underworld. It seems like he was cultivating in the mortal realm. You take care of him, I trust anyone you bring. Su Chen knew that Qin Xian'er misunderstood. She thought he was introducing Su Yinfeng. Sister, my visit today is not about this. There was an issue during the soul retrieval today, and I think it's necessary to inform sister. Qin Xian'er was surprised. In her view, soul retrieval was a trivial matter. Why did she need to be informed? What happened? Xiao He spoke up first. Miss, I killed someone I shouldn't have. Qin Xian'er was taken aback. You killed someone in the mortal realm? Not someone from the mortal realm, but someone from the ninth hall. Oh, if you killed someone, you killed them. It's not a big deal. You don't need to report such things to me in the future. Miss, but I killed the seventh prince of the ninth hall. Qin Xian'er equals, Xiao He was really relentless in his words. Su Chen immediately took over and briefly recounted what happened today. After listening to Su Chen's account, Qin Xian'er fell silent. Seeing Qin Xian'er's silence, Xiao He thought she was blaming her. Miss, did I do something wrong? Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for my actions. If the ninth hall comes looking for trouble, I'll handle it myself. Qin Xian'er smiled, realizing Xiao He misunderstood her. For scum like that, if you killed him, you killed him. I'm not blaming you for this. I'm just thinking about how to resolve this matter. Hearing Qin Xian'er's words, Xiao He also smiled brightly. She knew the miss wouldn't blame her. If she did, she wouldn't be the miss she knew. Miss, do you have any ideas? Qin Xian'er scratched her head. This matter seemed a bit troublesome. Did you leave anyone alive? Su Chen and Xiao He shook their heads simultaneously. Are you sure? Definitely not. Anyone present was killed this time. Qin Xian'er nodded in satisfaction. Su Chen had previously briefed her on the general situation of the battle. To be honest, she was somewhat incredulous, especially shocked by the strength of Su Chen and Su Yinfeng. They directly killed 9 powerful enemies at the level of great ghost generals on the other side, which was truly exhilarating to think about. Since there are no survivors, the matter is simple. Simple? Miss, have you figured out a solution? Actually, you're overthinking it. Just deny it, but I suspect that old man Chu Jian probably already knows about his son's death. Knowing that old man, he'll probably come looking for trouble with me. Hearing Qin Xian'er's words, Xiao He immediately became anxious. Miss, didn't you say it's not a big problem? The King of Hell from the ninth hall is coming to kill, and you say it's not a big deal. If it doesn't work out, just hand me over. Nonsense, we'll block the soldiers and cover the water and earth. In my 10th hall territory, are we afraid of that old man? Although my cultivation is not as good as his, it's not so simple for him to take advantage of me. When Qin Xianer spoke, she exuded absolute confidence.
This strong visual conflict, contrary to her Lolita temperament, gave Qin Xianer a unique charm. Of course, I believe in Miss, but the problem was caused by me.
Nonsense, what trouble did you cause?
From now on, you haven't been to the mortal realm today, nor have you seen Chu Chuan that trash.
Everything has nothing to do with you, both of you. Su Chen understood that Qin Xianer was determined to deny everything to the end.
But this was also a good thing. The only thing he was a little worried about now was whether the King of Hell from the 9th Hall knew that Chu Chuan died in Huaxian.
If he knew, he might also get into some trouble. Just as Su Chen was thinking about what to say to Qin Xianer, a strong pressure suddenly appeared above the entire Fengdu city.
A majestic voice came from the sky.
Qin Xianer, come out and talk. I believe you don't believe I can enter Fengdu city.
Qin Xianer's face changed. She thought that Chu Jiang might come, but she didn't expect him to come so quickly. It seemed that Chu Jiang didn't take her, the 10th Hall King, seriously at all.
The 10th Hall doesn't provoke trouble actively, but it's definitely not afraid of it.
Since Chu Jiang came, she would meet this guy well and not let him look down on the 10th Hall. She hadn't been the 10th Hall King for long, and many people in Fengdu City hadn't even seen her. Although she didn't value this position of the King of Hell, it was forced upon her by her father. But now that she was the 10th Hall King, she couldn't let Chu Jiang bully her. Taking advantage of this opportunity to show her face, she wanted the people of Fengdu City to know that their King of Hell was not to be trifled with. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Qin Xianer's face again, but this smile made people feel a bit chilly.
Su Chen looked at Qin Xianer with admiration. Damn! Dark Lolita style. Love it!
How many more surprises does Qin Xianer have in store for him? Qin Xianer looked at the three of them. Don't get involved in this matter, leave it to me. Chu Jiang came so quickly, he must have received some news. Little brother, get ready, his son died in Huaxian after all, you may need to show up later, are you afraid?
Sister, you're underestimating me.
Truly a person from my 10th Hall.
I'll say this first, don't come out, or you'll be confessing. Guests have come from afar, we can't keep them waiting too long, let me go meet him.
Fengdu City. With Chu Jiang's appearance, the entire Fengdu City was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere.
There were many experts in Fengdu City, including many Ghost Emperor-level experts.
At this moment, looking at the figure in the sky, many felt anxious. Many people had already recognized that the visitor was Chu Jiang, the King of Hell from the 9th Hall.
Many elders in Fengdu City were somewhat emotional. Had the 10th Hall fallen to such a state?
Although the 10th Hall was at the bottom before, as long as the old King of Hell was there, Chu Jiang wouldn't dare to come to Fengdu City so brazenly.
This was a blatant provocation.
Fengdu City also had many dignified strong individuals. Although they knew they might not be Chu Jiang's match, they had to fight for the dignity of the 10th Hall. After all, the atmosphere of the 10th Hall was really good. Within a moment, dozens of figures flew out from various places in Fengdu City, all heading towards the Chu River. Chu Jiang also noticed these figures, with a slight smile on his lips. It's like ants trying to shake a tree. The highest cultivation level among these people is only Ghost Emperor, not yet Yanwan, ultimately just ants. He didn't mind taking them out easily, as it would weaken the strength of the 10 palaces. Just as the experts in the city were about to confront Chu Jiang, a somewhat slender figure appeared out of thin air in front of them. Everyone, go back, this is not your battlefield. The person who appeared was Qin Xianer, who had changed into a dragon robe at some point. A dragon robe that only Yan Wang could wear. This dragon robe immediately revealed her identity. The somewhat oppressive atmosphere in the city immediately became a bit brighter.
Yan Wang of the 10 palaces may not be able to defeat the opponent, but they cannot show weakness.
At least Qin Xianer was competent in this regard. Su Chen and Xiao He were not surprised, but Su Yinfeng beside them was startled.
She is the Lord Yan Wang of the 10 palaces? Su Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Wasn't our performance clear enough before?
Su Yinfeng smiled bitterly, always thinking that Qin Xianer was Yan Wang's maid, but who knew that the seemingly harmless little girl was actually the Lord Yan Wang of the 10 palaces?
Speaking of which, Yan Wang of the 10 palaces is Su Chen's sister, although she is a stepsister. Is this even logical?
Qin Xianer's appearance excited the strong individuals who had flown out from Fengdu City.
Lord Yan Wang, the 9th palace is provoking us, should we still endure it?
I didn't say endure it, but this is not your battlefield. You are all the backbone of my 10 palaces. I don't want any mishaps this time.
If you trust me, please go back first. I can handle it here.
Just then, Cui Huai also appeared beside Qin Xianer.
Everyone, please trust Lord Yan Wang and go back.
The strong individuals of the 10 palaces looked at Qin Xianer and ultimately chose to believe in her. However, these people did not return to the city but just stopped in place. These strong individuals in the city had all seen Qin Xianer before. In fact, everyone was quite satisfied with Qin Xianer. Recently, Qin Xianer's performance had been really good, not only solving the financial crisis of the 10 palaces but also bringing back frequent victories from the front lines. However, the newcomer was the Yan Wang of the 9th palace, with a higher cultivation level than Qin Xianer, so they were afraid she might suffer. At this moment, an elderly man with white hair walked out from the crowd. His name was Sun Huaizhen, an old member of the 10 palaces, with a cultivation level in the later stage of Ghost Emperor. He used to be a capable general under Qin Xianer's father, but for some reason, he was not on duty now and had been retired in Fengdu City. Among these people, he was also highly respected, and when he spoke, no one objected. Sun Huaizhen often met with Qin Xianer and was quite satisfied with her, but even he had never seen Qin Xianer take action. "Your Majesty, we are here to support you. Wishing you victory." How could Qin Xianer not know that Sun Huaizhen was worried about her? "Uncle Sun, don't be so polite with me. Rest assured, I won't let the 10 palaces lose face. Wait for my victory." After saying this, Qin Xianer's figure disappeared directly and reappeared in front of Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang saw that the experts of the 10 palaces had stopped, feeling somewhat regretful. This was a great opportunity to reduce the strength of the 10 palaces. However, it was also good this way. If he could subdue the 10 palaces, they would all be his subordinates, and he couldn't let them suffer too much. Seeing Qin Xianer appear beside him, he curiously appraised the little girl in front of him. He had heard of the new Yan Wang of the 10 palaces, but it was his first time meeting the real person. His first impression of Qin Xianer was stunning, followed by a hint of lewdness in his eyes. It is true that if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Being able to produce a son like Chu Chuan, he, as the father, is not a good person either. It is known that in the underworld, one can also marry and have children, but the higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to have offspring. Chu Zhang's son is a bunch, indicating how many people are in his harem. As soon as he saw Qin Xianer, he had the idea of taking her into his harem. "You are Qin Xianer?" Qin Xianer looked at Chu Jiang with some disgust, seeing all the lewdness in his eyes. Hee, let's skip the pleasantries. I wonder why the king of the 9th hall personally came to my 10th hall. Qin Xianer was asking knowingly. Since Chu Jiang came, there would definitely be a showdown, but the reasons had to be made clear to give an explanation to the people of Fengdu City. Chu Jiang, looking at Qin Xianer's calm demeanor, had a better impression of her. This Qin Xianer is suitable to be the queen of the 10th hall. I came to the 10th hall with my reasons, but after seeing you, I suddenly had a bold idea. I wonder if the 10th hall has any thoughts of cooperating with our 9th hall. If our 2 halls cooperate, it will definitely greatly enhance our strength, no longer being the weakest among the 10 halls of the underworld. Qin Xianer was somewhat surprised. Why was Chu Jiang not playing by the rules? Cooperate? Why should I cooperate with your 9th hall? The reputation of your 9th hall is not good. What benefits do we have from cooperating with you? I refuse. Chu Jiang did not expect Qin Xianer to reject so decisively, feeling a bit embarrassed, but he quickly calmed down. "Xianer, don't reject so quickly. As long as we cooperate, I am the king of hell, and you are the queen. Together, we can govern without harm and benefit." Qin Xianer was angry. Chu Jiang was disrespectful to the elderly, thinking he was ugly but dreaming of beauty, taking advantage of everything. Qin Xianer couldn't be bothered to talk to this guy. The strong from the 10th hall in the distance also heard Chu Jiang's words. They were indignant, thinking the king of the 9th hall was despicable. How dare he think he could marry the lord of the 10th hall? Qin Xianer's gaze fell on these people. "Someone with a full bladder, wake this guy up for me. If you have diabetes, stay away. Don't let this guy have a taste of sweetness, or how can he dream such a big dream?" The strong from the 10th hall laughed. This was the demeanor their lord of the 10th hall should have. "Lord Yen, I have a full bladder, shall I do it? Old fan, are you competing with me? I can pee 3 yards against the wind, can you? Who do you think you are? With your downwind peeing skills, are you still qualified to show off? Don't embarrass yourself outside." For a while, the strong from the 10th hall started teasing each other. They were ready to fight with a determination to die. They were not afraid of death, so why would they be afraid to tease Chu Jiang? Chu Jiang's face turned extremely ugly, wanting to erupt on the spot, but he held back in the end. Although he came looking for trouble this time, he still had to do it with a reputation. Otherwise, if it spread in the underworld, the king of the 9th hall would become a joke. Qin Xianer was surprised to see Chu Jiang holding back. Her intention was to provoke him, make him act directly, which would save a lot of trouble. "I won't argue with you. Didn't you ask why I came to the 10th hall? I'll tell you the truth. Gu is here to demand justice. Hand over the murderer."
Are you out of your mind? What murderer? The two palaces are already at war. If you want to say that, please hand over all the murderers who killed our frontline soldiers. Don't pretend to be confused. The battle between the two palaces is within the rules, but it's not within the rules in the mortal realm, right? Oh, you're quite sharp-tongued. Have you finally realized it? When did your ninth palace start talking about rules? You've been doing business in the mortal realm. Want me to list the death toll for you? Chu Jiang looked at Qin Xianer, feeling a stronger desire to conquer for some reason. Whether it was because his harem was too docile, encountering such a wildcat made him feel differently. With this thought in mind, even if Qin Xianer rebuked him, he had no intention of getting angry, but rather a different kind of pleasure. I won't argue with you, I'll tell you the truth. It was Gu's incompetent seventh son who was killed in the mortal realm, and it was on your 10th palace's territory. No matter what, you owe Gu an explanation. Explanation? What explanation do I owe? I also want to ask you, why did your son go to my 10th palace's territory? His purpose is not important. What's important is that you owe Gu an explanation. Chu Jiang was now using his power to pressure others, and if this matter were to be discussed, their 9th palace might indeed be in the wrong. I really admire your bandit logic. If that's what you're saying, then if my men die of illness on your 9th palace's territory, is that your responsibility? Chu Jiang also felt a headache coming on. This Qin Xianer was so good at arguing, but he had to admit that what she said made sense. No matter how you try to sweet talk, if Gu's son dies on your territory, you need to explain it to Gu. Qin Xianer couldn't help but laugh at being angered. It was really impossible to reason with such a person. But she had already thought of this, so let him investigate. Since there were no witnesses, just deny it. You want an explanation, right? I'll give you an explanation. You said your son died on our 10th palace's territory. Do you know where he died? And when? In Huaxian, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Xianer couldn't be bothered to waste words with Chu Jiang. She looked directly towards the direction of Fengdu City. Who is in charge of Huaxian? Come out and speak. Qin Xianer's voice was enveloped in ghostly aura, and the whole Fengdu City could hear it. She knew that Huaxian was under Su Chen's jurisdiction, and she couldn't show it at this time. Today she would definitely save face for Chu Jiang. Su Chen had been waiting for this moment. Opportunities like this at the front line were rare. He flew up directly, looking far away. It took him a full 5 minutes to arrive at the scene. Without looking at Chu Jiang, Su Chen bowed to Qin Xianer. King Yama, this humble one is in charge of Huaxian. May I ask what brings King Yama here? Were you on duty in Huaxian during the day? Indeed, this humble one was. Is there a problem? Whether there is a problem, you should ask this person. Chu Jiang looked at Su Chen, feeling speechless. He could see Su Chen's cultivation level at a glance. How could Chu Chuan possibly die at his hands? If Chu Chuan really died at Su Chen's hands, then that kid deserved it. Su Chen also looked calmly at Chu Jiang. Who? What do you want from me? Chu Jiang's face suddenly turned ugly. Although Qin Xianer was also challenging him, she was the woman he had his eye on. How dare this insignificant ghost officer speak like this? How dare you? Who gave you the right to speak to me like this? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. I am the ghost catcher of the 10th hall, only responsible to the 10th hall. Who are you to me? Alright, you're good. Kid, I remember you. Since you are responsible for the transformation of the county, have you seen my son at 3 o'clock today? Your son? How would I know which one is your son? Can you describe any special features of your son, like being especially ugly? Chu Jiang's gaze towards Su Chen seemed capable of killing. Are all the ghost catchers of the 10th hall so arrogant? Although that son is not promising, he still has the cultivation of the great ghost king. You should have an impression if you saw him. Su Chen subconsciously touched his chin, pretending to be in deep thought. This gave Chu Jiang some hope, although he was sure this guy didn't do it. But who knows if he witnessed that battle? I didn't see him. Are you kidding me? Su Chen's gaze towards Chu Jiang was like looking at a fool. What are you expecting? What kind of character are you 9 hall ghost catchers? Do you think I have the qualifications to witness a battle at the level of your son, who was a ghost king? Chu Jiang was momentarily speechless, but he had to admit that Su Chen was right. Qin Xianer almost couldn't help but laugh. It's no wonder he recognized his brother, not inferior at all when it comes to arguing with people. How come she didn't notice Su Chen had this talent before? Alright, you can go now. You have nothing to do here. Qin Xianer was actually worried that Chu Jiang might suddenly make a move, but now that Su Chen's task was completed, she quickly asked him to leave. She didn't want any accidents to happen to her brother. Chu Jiang had thought about making a move several times, but the thought of his own identity made it beneath him to attack a ghost general. Are you satisfied now? Your son's death has nothing to do with our 10th hall. You can investigate the cause of death yourself. Chu Jiang's expression was not very good. Things didn't go as he had expected. But Chu Chuan was just the fuse. He wanted to use this opportunity to confront the 9 halls completely. Since that's the case, just tear off the facade. Thinking of this, Chu Jiang no longer concealed his strong aura, letting it emanate once again. Qin Xianer couldn't help but smile. Why pretend? It's been a long time since she had a good workout. I have already given face to your 10th hall, but you are so unreasonable. It seems I can only use some special means. Qin Xianer couldn't help but chuckle. This guy was about to lose his temper. If you want to add crimes, there's no shortage of excuses. Chu Jiang, if you dare to make a move directly above Fengdu City and cause casualties to the citizens of Fengdu City, I guarantee that from today onwards, I will destroy one city in your 9 halls every day. Chu Jiang's eyes flashed with regret. A showdown between the strong and the Yanwang realm is not something anyone can witness. Even though there is still some distance from Fengdu City, as long as he controls it deliberately, the aftermath could cause significant damage to Fengdu City. He didn't expect Qin Xianer to have already thought of this. His cultivation was above Qin Xianer's, but both of them were in the Yanwang realm after all. Once in the Yanwang realm, trying to kill Qin Xianer is not that simple. If Qin Xianer just wanted to escape, he had no assurance that he could keep her. As long as Qin Xianer didn't die today, she could really destroy one city in the 9 halls every day. In that case, it's not what he hoped to see. He doesn't care much about the life and death of the people in the 9th hall, but if he wants to dominate the underworld, he can't just be a figurehead, right? Therefore, at this moment, he dare not push Qin Xianer too hard. Alright, in that case, let's find a place where no one is around, and today I'll show you the difference between us. Qin Xianer couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Chu Jiang, and directly flew off in a certain direction. Chu Jiang immediately followed. This disappointed the people of Fengdu City. Are they going to miss out on the spectacular battle between the 2 great Yama kings like this? At this moment, Sun Huaizhen stood up again. Brothers, I'll go check the situation. Don't join in the fun, I'll provide live coverage for everyone. Sun Lao, be careful, we're counting on you this time. With Sun Lao's mirror flower water moon, we can have first-hand battle reports and be well prepared for any sudden situations. The people of the 10th hall did not object, as they had absolute confidence in Sun Huaizhen. As long as he didn't get involved in the battle between the 2 great Yama kings, Sun Huaizhen had more than enough to protect himself. Before leaving, Sun Huaizhen clapped towards the sky above Fengdu City. This puzzled many residents of Fengdu City who had been watching, until they noticed a huge canopy appearing above Fengdu City. The scene in the canopy was exactly what Sun Huaizhen was seeing. I see, this is Sun Lao's secret technique, mirror flower water moon. Sun Lao is preparing to provide us with live coverage. Sun Lao is mighty. Sun Lao is amazing. Give Sun Lao 10,086 likes. On the side, Xiao He explains Sun Huaizhen's mirror flower water moon to Su Chen. This was Sun Huaizhen's secret technique, which could project his first-person view and create the effect of live coverage. Su Chen was amazed. Isn't this just a human camera with a projector? Sun Huaizhen had already flown towards the direction of the battle. The projection seen above Fengdu City was also changing rapidly. After a while, the image finally stabilized. The residents of Fengdu City finally saw Qin Xianer and Chu Jiang. The two had already started fighting. There were no flashy skills, just simple punches and strikes. But these simple attacks turned everything around them into dust. Chu Jiang and Qin Xianer had been fighting for some time, and from the current situation, Qin Xianer was not at a disadvantage. This was far beyond Chu Jiang's expectations. In Chu Jiang's view, since Qin Xianer could become the new Yama King, a master of the Yama King realm, he was not surprised. This made him envious, as he had many children, but none of them had become strong in the Yama King realm. The highest cultivation level among them was only at the mid-stage of the Ghost Emperor realm, which was far below Qin Xianer. If one of his children could reach the Yama King realm, their 9th hall would not have been at the bottom all this time. If it weren't for the temporary absence of the old Yama King in the 10th hall, and with Qin Xianer being 2 Yama King realm experts, they might have become the 9th hall long ago, and at that time, they would have directly become the 10th hall. This was something he absolutely could not accept. His goal was to reach the stars and the sea, not to become the lowest existence in the 10th hall. This was something his pride could not accept no matter what. Only when he truly fought against Qin Xianer did he realize how wrong his previous thoughts were. Although Qin Xianer was only in the early stage of the Yama King realm, one level lower than his cultivation level, when they really fought, he found that he had underestimated Qin Xianer. Qin Xianer was like a violent loli, fighting without any rules and without regard for his own life. Given their cultivation levels, if this fight continued, it would take several days and nights before a winner could be determined. And he also thought of a very serious problem.
the old Yama king of the 10th hall, Qin Ming, who was Qin Xianer's father. Although he had stepped down from the position of Yama king, if he were to fight Qin Xianer for several days and nights, who knew if that guy would suddenly appear? If Qin Ming suddenly appears, the situation will become serious. Qin Xianer can't handle it alone, and with Qin Ming added, it might be the end for him. In that case, not to mention conquering the 10 halls, it's likely that the 9 halls will be swallowed by the 10th hall. Although the result is the same, the master has changed. This is something he absolutely cannot accept. At this moment, Xu Jiang is finding it difficult to make a decision. The 10 halls are proving to be more challenging to conquer than he imagined. He is already considering retreating, but if he leaves directly, he feels like he would lose face. Qin Xianer doesn't care about all that, she is completely fighting desperately. Xu Jiang is starting to have thoughts of retreat, and his attacks are becoming somewhat careless. The situation is directly reversed, and Xu Jiang unexpectedly starts to fall behind. The scene is directly presented to all the residents of Fengdu City through Sun Huaizhen's illusions. In a moment, the entire Fengdu City becomes a sea of joy. The 10 halls were already united, but since Qin Xianer took over, many people have been worried that her strength might not be enough to support the 10 halls. Witnessing the battle between Qin Xianer and Xu Jiang, Qin Xianer's prestige in Fengdu City has reached an astonishing level. Although she cannot be compared to Qin Ming yet, it is enough to reassure people. Xu Jiang is unaware of all this. Although he has noticed Sun Huaizhen's presence, he doesn't know about her illusions. If he knew that his appearance had completely changed the 10 halls, he would regret it. This is a true case of failing to steal the chicken and losing the rice. After fighting for a while, Xu Jiang is becoming more and more anxious. He has a constant feeling that if he doesn't leave now, Qin Ming could appear at any moment. The more he thinks about it, the more anxious he becomes, and his thoughts of retreat grow stronger. Finding an opportunity, he directly withdraws from the battlefield. Let's end it here today. I will definitely investigate the cause of my son's death. If I find out that my son's death is really related to the 10 halls, you will definitely pay the price. Qin Xianer sneered. This old dog is retreating. Does he really think the 10 halls are a place where you can come and go as you please? Humph, did I let you leave? I haven't had enough fun yet. Qin Xianer said and charged towards Xu Jiang again. Xu Jiang cursed inwardly at the crazy woman and couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He flew directly towards the direction of the 9th hall. How could Qin Xianer let Xu Jiang leave? She immediately chased after him. Sun Huaizhen originally wanted to say not to chase after a defeated enemy, but before he could speak, the two figures had already disappeared. Sun Huaizhen smiled bitterly and had no intention of continuing to pursue them. It's a chase now, after all, he is not at the level of Yan Wang. Dreaming of catching up with the two is foolish. It's better to return to Fengdu City peacefully. But the current Yan Wang situation suits him well. Should he consider making a comeback? The 10 halls have been dormant for so long, it's time to improve their ranking a bit. The battle scene is interrupted again, but it doesn't affect the residents of Fengdu City who are still celebrating. The 10 halls were already united and being bullied. If they didn't fight back, it would be a huge blow to morale. But now not only have they fought back, they have done so beautifully. This has turned the somewhat suppressed Fengdu City into a sea of celebration. Su Chen also sincerely rejoices for the 10 halls. After staying in the underworld for so many days, he has already developed a sense of belonging to the 10 halls. He glanced at Little Black beside him and gave a few low instructions. Little Black's eyes lit up and he flew directly into the air. Everyone, I believe many of you know me. Our boss asked me to tell you that today our Lord Yan Wang has shown great power, repelling a strong enemy. It's a day to be happy. We have a series of shops, all the taverns are free today, and all other shop items are on sale at half price. Little Black's words were powerful and resonated far and wide, causing cheers from the surrounding people. The series of shops in Fengdu City have already made a name for themselves. In addition, these shops are all under the protection of Qin Xianer. Many people were originally planning to indulge in wild spending today because they were happy, but they didn't expect that before they could even set off, the series of shops had already taken the lead, offering free food and drinks, while other shops were selling at a discount. How confident must they be to do this? Many people have already set off. You should know that the series of shops are currently very popular. If you don't go now, you might not be able to secure a spot. After Xiao He made the announcement, he returned to Su Chen's side. Young master, will we lose money by doing this? Losing money is certain, but I can afford it. Don't worry, this will benefit us in many ways. Bring out all the inventory and try not to let the store run out of stock. Benefit us? I don't understand how this is beneficial to us. Xiao He, you still have a lot to learn. What is missing when our shop has just opened? It's reputation.
Although this operation won't immediately establish our reputation, it will definitely earn us a lot of good reputation, that's one. Secondly, for example, many people have not been to the restaurant yet. Although our prices are discounted and even an ordinary ghost can afford it, many people don't know about it. By offering free food and drinks, more people will get to know about it, right? Word of mouth will spread, free advertising. Thirdly, we need the goodwill of the residents of Fengdu City. Although this may seem intangible, it can be very helpful in critical moments. I won't list all the other benefits for you, think about it slowly. Xiao He didn't expect that Su Chen's seemingly casual operation had so many tricks to it. Indeed, she and Xiaobai still had a lot to learn. Young master, I have learned a lot, but there is one thing I don't understand. Since there are so many benefits, why don't other competitors in Fengdu City follow suit? Su Chen smiled confidently. Because I have money. I can afford to lose, but they can't. Xiao He looked at Su Chen in shock, not knowing how to refute this reasoning. It makes sense. In fact, this is the case. Several big shots from the Fengdu Chamber of Commerce were gathered together at this time. With such a big event happening in Fengdu City, they couldn't just sit idly by. Zhao Ziheng's face was extremely gloomy at this moment. Originally, he was quite happy because the festivities in Fengdu City would naturally stimulate consumption, presenting a great opportunity to make a profit. He had already instructed the shops below to prepare for a large number of customers. But no matter how much he calculated, he didn't anticipate that the series of shops would play such a big game, offering free food and drinks, while all other shops were selling at a discount. Does he know how many residents Fengdu City has? Does he know how much they would lose in a day by doing this? He could certainly imagine the benefits of doing this, but would he dare to follow suit? He didn't dare, because he really couldn't afford it. Offering free food and drinks is one thing, but selling all products at a discount? Where would the real profits come from? And even if the shops also offered discounts, they wouldn't be able to sustain it for long. President, what should we do? Should we follow suit? Humph. If you want to follow suit, go ahead. Have you calculated the costs? If we do the same, although it won't lead to bankruptcy directly, it will definitely hurt us. If you don't agree, you can go ahead with this idea. Then what should we do? We can't let them have all the glory, can we? What else can we do? They have seized the opportunity so well that we can't do anything about it. Should we send some people to cause trouble? Zhao Zihang looked at the person who spoke as if he were looking at a fool. If you want to go ahead. Don't blame me for not warning you. They have the backing of the King of Hell, and you've seen the King of Hell's power. Moreover, on a day like today, if you dare to cause trouble, you might be beaten to death by those customers. Are we really not going to do anything? Humph. They are being generous, right? Let's go eat, order the most expensive dishes, make them pay more. Members of the business association. It seems like that's the only option now. Zhao Ziheng actually had a plan in mind. He ordered his men to buy goods from Su Chen's store at a discount, so he could resell them at a higher price. He definitely wouldn't tell these fools about this method. Unfortunately, Zhao Ziheng overestimated things. Su Chen had already anticipated this. Even though it was a discounted sale, it was limited in quantity. Even if someone wanted to buy in bulk, they couldn't buy much. In this wave, Zhao Ziheng was on the ground, while Su Chen was in the stratosphere. The residents of Fengdu City had dispersed by now, each busy with their own affairs. Su Chen and Xiao He had returned to the Yanwang Palace. He was still worried about Qin Xianer. Only when she returned could he truly relax. In the Yanwang Palace, there was now an additional figure. It was Xiaobai, who was glaring angrily at Su Chen. Su Chen was puzzled because Xiaobai was usually very composed and rarely showed emotions. What was going on today? Did he offend her? Young master, next time you make a decision, can you inform us first? You know, the decision you made for Xiao He has made all the employees in the store very busy. Su Chen rubbed his nose in frustration. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. How could he have time to inform Xiaobai? He knew Xiaobai was still upset, so it was best not to provoke her. I understand, next time for sure. The employees in the store worked hard today. All the staff on duty today will receive triple pay. Is that acceptable? Xiaobai realized that her young master was indeed naive and wealthy. Young master, that's not what I meant. I think double pay is enough, triple is too much. Let's go with that. It's just a small amount of money. Xiaobai sighed and looked up at the sky. The employees in the store were already paid higher wages compared to others in the same industry, and now it had tripled. Even though it was tiring, the staff in the store had no complaints. Oh well, it's tiring. As long as the young master is happy. Xiaobai had resigned herself to the situation, while Su Yinfeng still found it unbelievable. This underworld messenger, responsible for guiding souls, was definitely not ordinary. Before making a decision on her own journey, following Su Chen seemed like a good idea. Su Yinfeng had made up her mind, anyway, no matter what, she would follow Su Chen. Following such a wealthy master, she would never have to worry about food and drink. Su Chen looked towards the sky, thinking about his elder sister. Since the other party had backed down, why bother chasing after them? Just then, the system's voice rang out. Task completed. Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 evolution points and 10,000 reputation points. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Chen was stunned. Today's events seemed too surreal for him. He had forgotten about the task he had received from the system. Suddenly, Su Chen remembered something and couldn't help but roll his eyes. This darn system was really something. He had thought that killing Chu Chuan and those messengers would complete the task, but now it seemed that things were far from simple. Even the crisis in Chujiang was included in the task. This was simply hellish difficulty. For such a task, he was only given 50 evolution points and 10,000 reputation points. This darn system was really pushing it. System, do you not appreciate the effort you put in? If you can kill Chu Chuan or repel Chu Jiang, I'll give you 1 billion evolution points. But do you have the ability for that? Too lazy to deal with this idiot. After hearing the system's voice, Su Chen felt relieved. Since the system indicated that the task was completed, it indirectly conveyed a message to him. Qin Xianer's safety was no longer a concern. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be back soon. Su Chen was thinking about it when the sound of breaking through the air came from above. Then Qin Xianer appeared directly in the Yanhuang Palace. Qin Xianer's face was rosy, with an excited look on her face. "Ha, it's been a long time since I had so much fun. But this Chu Jiang is really a coward. He ran away after just a short fight." Su Chen and the others were speechless, never expecting that Qin Xianer was such a warrior. At this moment, Qin Xianer also noticed Su Chen and the others in the hall, and was surprised. "Why are you guys still here? What are you doing hanging around me?" "Miss, we were just worried about your safety." "What's there to worry about? I chased Chu Jiang all the way to the border of the two palaces, and had a short fight with him in between. If he hadn't run away so fast, I would have shown him how powerful I am." "Sister, you're the best, thumbs up to you. Now that we see you've returned safely, we won't disturb you anymore, we'll go back." "Wait." Su Chen was about to leave, but was stopped by Qin Xianer. "Sister, what's your command?" "Brother, this whole thing started because of you. Although it concerns the reputation of my 10th palace, if it weren't for you, it might not have been so troublesome. So you must make amends, right?" Ignoring Qin Xianer's frantic eye gestures, Xiaohei couldn't help but speak up. "Miss, this is actually my fault. It has nothing to do with the young master." "How is it not related to him? You are now considered my brother's people. Even if you caused it, it was to protect him, so the main responsibility lies with him." Su Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. He knew that Qin Xianer wasn't really blaming him, she was probably just thinking about her money again. "Sister, stop talking, name your price. You don't have to beat around the bush for money in the future, my money is your money, right?" With Su Chen's words, Qin Xianer felt a bit embarrassed. She did want to get some money from Su Chen. "Brother, I really didn't want to, but because of the recent good news from the front lines, I couldn't help but increase the rewards. Those soldiers are like they've been injected with chicken blood, so brave in battle. The 100 billion you gave me before was spent like water, now there's only 10 billion left, it won't last long, I have no choice." "I understand your situation, is another 100 billion enough?" "That's enough, thank you for understanding. I don't know why, but recently the incense money from the mortal realm has been decreasing. It's not enough to cover the expenses of the underworld, it's really hard for me." Su Chen wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. The decrease in incense money in the underworld was because it was all being burned for himself, right? Awkwardly laughing a few times, he handed over 100 billion to Qin Xianer. "Sister, take it and spend it, if it's not enough, you can ask me anytime." "Okay, you're truly my half-brother, having you around is great." Su Chen couldn't handle it and quickly left with Xiaohei, Xiaobai, and Su Yinfeng. Su Yinfeng still looked puzzled, as he was new to the underworld and didn't have a concept of underworld money, but from Su Chen's actions today, he knew Su Chen was more than just wealthy. How did he do it? Wasn't it less than a month since he arrived before me? He didn't understand. Su Chen didn't know that because he had taken care of most of the funeral supplies, it wasn't just the 10th palace that was affected. The other 9 palaces were facing the same problem. In recent days, the incense money from the mortal realm had been pitifully low, severely affecting the development of all the palaces. Su Yinfeng currently had no official position in the underworld, and Qin Xianer had told him to follow Su Chen for now. Plus, there was no place for him to stay in the underworld, so he had to rely on Su Chen for now. Su Chen naturally had no objections to this. This was the master of his future wife, and also considered his elder. Naturally, he had to take good care of him. Su Yinfeng originally thought that Su Chen was going to take him back to his residence, but when he learned that Su Chen's mansion was right next to the Yanwang Palace, he was once again shocked by Su Chen's wealth and power. He found himself a bit numb, but couldn't help but sigh. It's good to be rich. The ghostly aura here could be said to be the most concentrated in Fengdu City, so it wasn't a bad thing to cultivate here. Su Chen didn't go directly back to his mansion, but took Su Yinfeng and Xiao Xiaobai to the Wangxian building. Under the pretext of welcoming Su Yinfeng and cleaning up, the once bustling Wangxian building was now somewhat deserted. Most of the guests had gone to another restaurant to eat and drink for free, saving Su Chen from waiting in line. They found a private room and ordered the most expensive food and drinks in the restaurant. With his cultivation at the level of a great ghost general, Su Chen could basically fast, occasionally eating to satisfy his taste buds. Su Yinfeng didn't have high demands for food, but after tasting a bite, he couldn't stop himself due to the strong ghostly aura in it. He could only marvel at how good it was to be rich while devouring the food on the table. After a satisfying meal, they returned to Su Chen's mansion. There were still many empty rooms in the mansion, so it wasn't difficult to arrange a room for Su Yinfeng. As soon as Su Yinfeng entered the mansion, he attracted some attention. The maids in the mansion immediately focused their gaze on Su Yinfeng. Since coming to the underworld, Su Yinfeng had regained a youthful appearance, quite handsome, just a little less than Su Chen. This was the first time Su Chen had brought a new person to the mansion, and a man at that. How could they not be surprised? When they first arrived at the Su mansion, the maids were a bit reserved, but after spending some time together, they learned about Su Chen's easygoing nature. Su Chen was very easy to get along with, even if they were a bit unruly at times, Su Chen wouldn't punish them. This made them bolder, although they still treated Su Chen as their master, they were no longer as restrained as when they first arrived. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were not brought to the mansion by just anyone. These maids may not all be stunning beauties, but each had their own unique charm, all of them rare beauties. With so many eyes on Su Yinfeng at this moment, even though Su Yinfeng had cultivated himself for so many years, he still couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. Su Chen also found it amusing to watch. Hai Tang, this is Su Yinfeng, who will be staying in the mansion from now on. Take him to his room and take good care of him. Yes, master. Hai Tang and the others immediately surrounded Su Yinfeng, with someone leading the way and others preparing to tidy up the room, filling the Su mansion with laughter and chatter. Su Chen completely ignored Su Yinfeng's pleading eyes. Su Xiong, please make yourself at home. Treat this place as your own home. After experiencing so much today, I'm a bit tired. I have to go out early tomorrow, so I'll go rest now. After Su Chen finished speaking, he went straight to his own room. As for Su Yinfeng, he had to fend for himself. The maids in the mansion wouldn't do anything out of line, but seeing Su Yinfeng in a difficult situation seemed quite interesting to them. The next day, Su Chen got up early. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Xiao Bai waiting for him. Young master, little He has already told me about yesterday's events. In the next few days, we need to be careful to prevent retaliation from the Nine Hells while working in the mortal realm. Su Chen agreed with this, as he didn't want to carelessly lose his life in the mortal realm. Alright, with you and little He here, my safety shouldn't be a problem. After saying that, Su Chen opened his own book of life and death and was surprised to find that he didn't have a soul-reaping task for the day. In other words, I don't actually need to go to the mortal realm today. In the past, Su Chen might have felt a bit uncomfortable because without a soul-fetching task, he wouldn't earn any evolution points. But things are different now. He just found Shenxia yesterday, so he has a day off today. Isn't this a chance created by fate for them to be alone together? I wonder if today counts as their first date. Ahem. Xiao Bai, where is brother Su? Hasn't he woken up yet? Xiao Bai looked towards the guest room and said with some emotion, Young master, you've brought back a treasure. Maybe it's because of the battle yesterday, coupled with all the nourishing food we had at the Wishing Immortal Tower. After Su Yinfeng came back yesterday, he felt a breakthrough in his bottleneck. He is now working hard to break through to the Ghost Lord realm. Su Chen was not surprised by this, as he had talked to Su Yinfeng before. He knew that Su Yinfeng had already reached the peak of the great ghost general's cultivation, but had been limited by the sparse spiritual power in the mortal realm. Now in the underworld with sufficient ghost energy, it was only a matter of time before he broke through. But it would be best if he could break through now, so he could have a chance to be alone with Shenxia. No third wheel around, nice. In that case, Xiao Bai, let's go to the mortal realm. This time, you just follow me from a distance. I have some things to take care of. Understood. After arriving at the ghost gate, the two quickly passed through and entered Huaxian. Since Su Chen didn't have a soul-fetching task, he headed straight towards the low mountain. The closer he got to the mountain, the faster his heart beat. He didn't know how to interact with Shinsiye. What should he say to her when they met? Would Shinsiye ignore him because they were not familiar with each other? The more Su Chen thought about it, the more uncertain he became, and his steps slowed down involuntarily. He couldn't go empty-handed. He had forgotten to prepare a gift in advance. Oh right, there's Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, come here for a moment. As soon as Su Chen spoke, Xiao Bai appeared by his side. He was looking at Su Chen with a puzzled expression. Young master, do you have any orders? Xiao Bai, do you have any spirit stones on you? Spirit stones? I do have some. Little Black told me yesterday that we have started to collect them, but it will take some time. I understand. How many do you have? Give me a few for now. Xiao Bai checked his spiritual space and took out 10 spirit stones. Young master, I only have 10 now. Is that enough? That's enough. Consider it a loan from me. I'll return double when we receive the spirit stones. Xiao Bai didn't stand on ceremony with Su Chen, knowing that the young master was wealthy and wouldn't mind these trifles. Alright, you can go now. Xiao Bai's figure disappeared again, and a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. This way, he wouldn't appear out of place when he went. With a nervous heart, he finally arrived at the guardian formation. After hesitating for a moment, he lightly tapped the barrier 3 times. This was agreed upon by Su Chen and Shinsiye. As long as he tapped the barrier 3 times, it meant he had arrived. Sure enough, Shinsiye on the other side immediately opened a gap in the barrier upon sensing someone tapping it. Su Chen stepped in right away, and as for Xiao Bai, there was no need to worry at all. Since Little Black could enter without a sound, Xiao Bai could naturally do the same. Shinsiye had been waiting in front of the formation. When she saw Su Chen, a smile immediately appeared on her face. However, there was a hint of disappointment, as Su Yinfeng had not come with Su Chen. Su Chen could tell Shinsiye's thoughts at once, as her face couldn't hide anything. Brother Su encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation today and is currently working hard to break through. That's why he couldn't come to see you today. He is now a resident of the underworld, and even though I am in charge of Huaxian, I can't bring him over every day. Shinsiye naturally understands this principle. I know, it's just that after so many years, it's the first time I've been alone at Qingyun Pavilion. I feel a bit lonely, so I'm already happy that you're here. Looking at Shinsiye's sensible appearance, Su Chen felt a pang of heartache. Although the current Shinsiye has almost no opponents in the mortal realm, according to her temperament, she might be sold and still have to pay others. When there's an opportunity, it's still necessary to give her a little reminder. He took out the spirit stones he received from Xiao Bai and handed them over. Here, these are the spirit stones I promised to return to you yesterday. I don't have that many for now, only 10, the remaining 40 will be returned to you later. Shinsiye's eyes immediately lit up upon seeing those 10 spirit stones, but she didn't take them immediately. No need, I'll just take 5. New things are luxury items. Even if you give me more, I might not be willing to use them until I die. When it's time to use them, you should use them. Take them, even though spirit stones are rare, they are not that precious to me. Su Chen said as he handed the 10 spirit stones to Shinsiye. Of course, his hand contained ghost energy, so there was no possibility of making the low-level mistake of passing through her body. When handing over the spirit stones, their hands inevitably touched. Shinsiye's hand was very soft, but Su Chen didn't have time to feel this tenderness. He felt as if he had been shocked and quickly withdrew his hand. Surprisingly, Shinsiye seemed to have the same feeling. Her cheeks quickly turned red. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward and ambiguous. After a while, as if they had silently agreed, they both spoke at the same time. You go first. You go first. They glanced at each other, then quickly averted their gaze, falling silent once again. Su Chen knew they couldn't continue like this, or they might end up with a 3-room apartment. I don't have any tasks today, so I thought of coming to bring you the spirit stones, chat with you, and ask if there's anything you really want to do. I can accompany you. Su Chen clearly felt that after he finished speaking, Shinsiye's gaze became eager. Really? That's great. I haven't been down the mountain for a long time. Can you accompany me for a walk down the mountain? I've never been out on my own, so I'm a bit scared. Of course, we can also buy some things, like new clothes for you. It's time to change them. Su Chen wasn't just saying it casually. Although Shinsiye's clothes looked clean, you could clearly see the patches on them, indicating they had been worn for a long time. Maybe she and Su Yinfeng didn't care about these things, but since he noticed, he couldn't let Shinsiye continue like this. Shinsiye's eyes showed a glimmer of hope, but it quickly dimmed. Forget it, those are just material possessions. Su Chen was taken aback, quickly understanding what Shinsiye was worried about. She had very little money on her now. If he remembered correctly, she only had 250 yuan. This money couldn't buy much. Even though the spirit stones on her could fetch a high price in the mortal realm, exchanging them for money would be wasteful. That was a problem. Su-Chen had money, but it was underworld currency. Using that money in the mortal realm would likely get him killed. He quickly came up with an idea, realizing that he needed Akai's help at this moment. He couldn't directly contact Akai, but Shinsuye could. "Miss Shin, you don't need to worry about money, I can help solve that." "Really? Forget it, I really don't need it." "Don't worry, you're not getting it for free. I can deduct it from your master's salary. Su Xiong is now working for me." "Really? If that's the case, that would be great. It's only natural for a disciple to use the master's money, and the master has always treated money as dirt." Su Chen's lips curled slightly, and he naturally couldn't be stingy with Su Yingfeng's money, saying this just to reassure Shinsuye. "By the way, my master is now a member of the underworld. Can money be used in the mortal realm?" "Don't worry about that, I can exchange it. How much money can I withdraw?" "As much as you need, it will definitely be enough for you." "That's great, bring it on." Shinsuye reached out to Su Chen, leaving Su Chen puzzled. It's not available right now. I need to contact someone. Do you have a cell phone?" "If you do, I need to make a call, and someone will come to deliver the money." "A cell phone?" "I do have one, but I haven't used it in a while. Let me go get it, wait here." After saying this, Shinsuye entered the Taoist temple and soon came out with an old-fashioned knockoff cell phone. Seeing this brick-like phone, Su Chen fell into contemplation. In this era of smartphones, who still uses such an antique phone? How long has it been since you last used this phone? Not too long. I used it recently and even topped up 50 yuan for it. It pained me, but I've been using this phone for many years, almost 20 plus years. Su Chen, Sigma, for all, completely speechless. Shinsuye knew how to use the phone, but after fiddling with it for a while, she couldn't get it to turn on. Shinsuye slapped her forehead. "It's been a while since I used it, probably out of battery." Just as Su Chen was thinking about how to charge this antique phone, Shinsuye snapped her fingers. A spark of electricity flashed, and the antique phone finally turned on successfully. Su Chen took a closer look, and the battery level was at 100%. It was an eye-opener that lightning magic could be used in this way. One couldn't help but marvel that even after 20 plus years, this knockoff phone could still function normally. Knockoff phones are amazing. Alright, the phone is still active. Who do you want to call? "One of my friends in the mortal realm. I'll give you the number, and once connected, just follow my instructions." Su Chen then provided the number for Asai. Shinsuye entered the number and immediately made the call. The call was quickly connected, which surprised Su Chen. This remote mountain actually had a signal. It was unclear whether the current network coverage was extensive or if this knockoff phone was truly impressive. Additionally, the barrier of Qingyun Temple seemed not to block the signal. "Hello? Who is this?" Asai on the other end of the phone was also surprised. Not many people knew this number, and when Su Chen left, he had given Asai this number to contact him. Since Su Chen's passing, this number hadn't been dialed for a long time. When the phone rang today, although it was likely a scam call, he still answered it. "Hello, who is this?" Seeing the call connected, Shinsuye looked at Su Chen. Su Chen's face showed a hint of reminiscence as he softly said, "I say a sentence, you repeat it." Due to being a ghost messenger, Su Chen couldn't communicate directly with Asai. He could communicate with Shinsuye because she was a practitioner. 70 years ago, in Li family village, a steamed bun. Shinsuye didn't understand the cryptic message Su Chen was conveying, but she repeated it as instructed. Upon hearing this, Asai immediately became excited. This was a secret only known to him and Su Chen. Back in Li family village, Su Chen had saved him with a steamed bun. After that incident, no one mentioned it again, but Asai had been following Su Chen ever since, for 70 years. However, the voice on the other end of the phone was female, which left him uncertain. "Who are you, and how do you know about this?" "You don't need to know who I am, since I know this, I think you already have a guess in your heart." After experiencing the dream guiding event, Asai now completely believes in ghosts and gods. Since the other party can make a phone call, it must be related to Su Chen. "I don't know what you called me for. I need money. How much?" "I'll send it to you right now." Shinsuye widened her eyes in shock. Just by repeating a few simple sentences, she could actually ask for money. This is even more deceptive than telecom fraud. Su Chen was about to ask Asai to transfer the money, but when he saw the knockoff phone, he fell into contemplation. Even if he wanted to transfer money, he needed a smartphone. Seeing no response on the other end of the phone, Asai became a little anxious. "Is there any difficulty? If you want cash, I can bring it to you directly." Su Chen nodded in satisfaction.
He truly was an old brother who had followed him for many years, immediately sensing that Su Chen was in trouble.
Zhukanghua County. I got it. I'm not far from there right now. It will take a little over an hour to get there. Wait for me. When I arrive, I'll contact you.
After Asai finished speaking, he couldn't wait to hang up the phone. Before hanging up, he could still hear Asai shout,
Suxian, where did you run off to, you little brat? Prepare a helicopter for me immediately. Su Chen wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, feeling a bit speechless. Wasn't it just about getting some money? Did it require such a big fuss?
Now that things were settled, if Asai wanted to stir things up, let him. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen and Shenxia fell into silence once again. They didn't know how to start the conversation for a while.
Asai will take an hour to get here. Why don't you think ahead about how you want to spend the money when we get it? As soon as money was mentioned, Shenxia's interest was piqued.
If I had money, I would definitely spend it well, buy lots of beautiful clothes, buy lots of delicious food, and go to various places to spend.
Su Chen looked at Shenxia, unable to hide his smile. Xia had truly suffered when she was with Su Yinfeng before.
Today, he would take her out for a wild spending spree. An hour may seem long or short, but Su Chen and Shenxia didn't speak much, mostly because Shenxia was fantasizing about how to spend the money once they had it.
Su Chen quietly listened, feeling incredibly satisfied even in this moment.
Fold 1,000 paper cranes and tie a red ribbon. May kind-hearted people have good luck every day. The phone rang, indeed an antique phone, even the ringtone was so fitting. It seemed that Asai had arrived.
Shenxia answered the phone and turned on the speaker.
Who? As soon as the call connected, the sound of a helicopter could be heard.
Then came Asai's hoarse voice. Hello? We're in Huaxian, where are you guys? Shenxia immediately looked at Su Chen. Su Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why are you looking at me? Just tell him the location directly. But I don't know where this is. Su Chen. It seemed like he had overestimated this silly girl before.
Tell him, at an unnamed low hill southwest of Huaxian, find a flat place to land the helicopter.
After getting the location, Asai hung up the phone again. Su Chen looked at Shenxia.
Let's go, we need to go out and find them. Asai is just a mortal, if we don't go out, they won't be able to find this place.
Shenxia nodded quickly, now she agreed with everything Su Chen said.
As the two of them left Qingyun Temple, they heard the sound of the helicopter after just a few steps. Asai on the helicopter immediately saw Shenxia through the telescope and directed the helicopter to find a suitable landing spot. A few minutes later, Asai, with a somewhat weak body, panting heavily, arrived next to Shenxia with the support of Su Xian.
Asai was stunned when he saw Shenxia. Madam, is it you? No, the age doesn't match. What's your name, miss? I know it's a bit impolite, but it's really important to me.
Shenxia was visibly startled, but she calmed down when she thought about her cultivation and with Su Chen by her side. Thinking that the other party was here to deliver money, she reluctantly forgave his rudeness.
My name is Shenxia, why do you ask? Surname Shen? Shouldn't it be the surname of the mother? You should be surnamed Su, right? Su Xian on the side was confused. Could this woman be his half-sister? No wonder Dad was so anxious. Looking for an illegitimate daughter, isn't it embarrassing at all? Still making such a big fuss? Wait, you said your name is Shenxia? How is that possible? Isn't Madam's name Shenxia? Su Xian, asterisk, it's confirmed. He even called her Madam. Dad, are you being fair to Mom?
Su Xian looked at Asai's somewhat bewildered look and felt conflicted for a moment. The woman in front of him might be his sister, and to be honest, he quite liked her. Having such a sister didn't seem like a bad thing, but he also felt sorry for his own mother.
Dad, I know you love your daughter dearly, but think about Mom.
She has been with you through thick and thin all her life. How could you do such a thing?
Asai, Omega, what nonsense is this brat talking about? How did I betray my wife? You brat, I don't have time for you now, don't delay my business. Su Xian's temper flared up. Even if you are my father, I won't back down when it's time to confront. Dad, what is your business? Does Mom know about your affair with a mistress? Mom is so old, if she finds out you've betrayed her, have you thought about the consequences? Asai couldn't hold back and slapped Su Xian directly. Nonsense, where did I get a mistress? Where did I betray your mom? Su Xian, who was slapped, felt very wronged. Dad, you've been calling her madam, and now you want to deny it? Asai quickly realized that Su Xian had misunderstood him, but he didn't let Su Xian off the hook and kicked him again. Shut up if you don't know the situation. This madam is not the madam you think she is, this girl should be related to the master. Su Xian immediately shut up. If she really had something to do with Su Chen, he deserved to be beaten.
The master's surname is Su, and his own father follows the master's surname.
Saying this girl's surname is Su means it's related to the master. Madam means the master's wife.
It's all Dad's fault for not explaining clearly, making him misunderstand.
Su Chen saw everything. In fact, he was quite envious of this father-son relationship.
Unfortunately, Asai and the others couldn't see him now, otherwise they could have a good chat.
Asai no longer paid attention to his son, but looked at Shinsiye again. He had never seen Shinsiye from the previous life. Su Chen met Asai after Shinsiye died in the previous life.
When Su Chen was alive, he would drink alone when he was upset, staring at a black and white photo. Asai had seen that photo, with a man and a woman. The man was Su Chen, and the other was a woman who looked at least 80 to 90% similar to Shinsiye.
Miss Shin, I was offensive just now, I was just too excited. Can you tell me how you know about me and the master?
Shinsiye naturally didn't know what had happened between Su Chen and Asai, she was just responsible for repeating what she knew. Upon hearing Asai's words, her gaze immediately turned to Su Chen on the side.
Su Chen did not dare to directly mention his own existence.
Dreaming was part of the formal process, and it would definitely not work if Akai knew about his existence through Shinsiye.
Not only would he be punished, but even Akai would be negatively affected. This was not what he hoped to see. Just say that it was a friend who told you, and the phone number was given by him.
He said that if you encounter a situation where you need help, you can call this number.
Shinsiye immediately relayed. Akai looked thoughtfully in the direction where Su Chen was. Although he couldn't see Su Chen, he noticed that Shinsiye kept unconsciously glancing in that direction.
It was clearly just a mass of air there. He already had a rough idea in his mind. Su Chen also noticed Akai's gaze and couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. This Akai seemed much smarter than before. But the main culprit of this matter was still Shinsiye, always looking in his direction. Except when Su Xian's attention was not here, others could probably sense that something was amiss. Oh well, as long as it wasn't said by himself, it didn't matter.
His own speculation shouldn't affect Akai. I understand. May I ask if the girl's friend's surname is Su?
As soon as Akai asked this question, Su Chen knew that Shinsiye would fall into the trap.
Sure enough, before he could say anything, Shinsiye quickly nodded, looking at Akai with admiration. Wow, how did you know?
Su Chen rubbed his forehead. This girl was really hopeless. From various signs before, it was clear that it was him who had Akai contacted.
Oh well, in the future, it would be better not to let this girl go out when he wasn't around. After receiving a positive response, Akai already had an answer. He waved behind him. Su Xian immediately brought over a box and opened it in front of Shinsiye.
Inside was a box of cash, along with a pitch-black bank card.
Here is 1 million, plus a black card.
When the cash runs out, you can swipe the card freely.
The password is 6/8. Shinsiye had never seen so much money before. She didn't even have time to think. Her figure appeared next to Su Xian and snatched the box away.
Then she moved away again, squatting on the ground to count the money.
1, 2, 3. Su Xian was startled.
He was not young, but he had also received professional training.
Under normal circumstances, 7 or 8 people couldn't get close to him. But he couldn't react to how Shinsiye had come to his side and snatched his money box. He knew what this meant.
If Shinsiye wanted to attack him, he wouldn't have any chance at all.
Akai also narrowed his eyes. He felt the money disappear into Shinsiye's hands in a flash.
It seemed that this woman, who had no apparent relationship with the old master, was not a simple person.
Akai saw Shinsiye engrossed in counting money and ignored him.
He wasn't angry, just stood quietly beside her. Shinsiye was completely immersed in the joy of counting money at this moment. Unable to finish counting, she simply couldn't count at all. She was so focused on counting money that she completely ignored the black card. In her mind, how could a black card contain so much cash?
Su Chen looked at Shinsiye with some amusement, seeing her naive appearance.
Even if you want to count money, you should wait until Akai and the others leave.
See ya, don't count bill by bill.
Each stack is 100 bills, it won't be wrong, and Akai said it's 1 million, so it must be 1 million, absolutely no mistake.
Shinsiye finally came back to her senses from the joy of counting money.
She was about to speak, fortunately not too foolish, thinking that there were ordinary people present. If she had responded directly, they might have noticed something unusual.
I'm really a little clever devil.
Now that she had money, she naturally couldn't linger here. She wanted to go shopping, crazy shopping. After looking at Asai and his son still there, she furrowed her brows slightly.
Why haven't you left yet? Asai, Sigma, degree, well, do you have to burn bridges so quickly? Isn't love just a heartless transport machine?
But Asai also knew that his mission was complete, and it was time to go back.
Since the goods have been delivered, we will go back now. Please pass a message to Mr. Su for me. I will definitely complete the task he assigned. Shenxie waved her hand. I understand, I will convey the message. Hearing Shenxie's words, Asai had never felt so happy before. The old master was indeed living in another form. Su Chen sighed again. Compared to Shenxie and Asai, he was indeed too inexperienced. Asai left with Su Xian in a helicopter. As they left, he shouted into the air. Master, I will definitely complete the task you assigned, and after 100 years, I hope to still be your steward. Su Chen was also moved. Asai truly lived up to being his capable assistant. When there's nothing urgent, he must go to Chui Pan to check Asai's lifespan. Even if he no longer exists in the mortal realm by then, when Asai dies, he must personally guide him. Seeing the helicopter slowly disappear from sight, Su Chen's gaze returned to Shenxie. Now that we have money, we can go to Huaxian for a stroll and buy things you need. Shenxie nodded eagerly, but then shook her head. No, it's too conspicuous to carry such a big box. Besides, we don't need that much money for shopping. I'll put back the extra money in the guan first. Su Ji, please wait for me a moment. Shenxie said and ran towards Qingyun Pass with the money box. Su Chen did not stop her, he just shouted at Shenxie. Take the bank card with you. Okay. After a while, Shenxie returned to Su Chen's side with a flushed face. Su Chen took a quick look and saw that Shenxie didn't bring much cash, but fortunately, she still had the black card with her. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about not having enough money for expenses later. Let's go, I haven't been down the mountain for many years. I don't know how the outside world has developed now. Well, sometimes traveling 1,000 miles is better than reading 10,000 books. Your current cultivation seems to be detached from the real world, which is not good. Su Chen's words were not aimless. In his opinion, Shenxie was a bit too naive. Perhaps this was what Su Yinfeng meant by having a childlike heart, which also accelerated Shenxie's cultivation speed. Su Chen didn't quite agree with this. High cultivation level didn't mean everything. Although Shenxie was in the late stage of innate realm, she might still struggle against beings with lower cultivation levels. Fortunately, he found Shenxie, and there was still time to correct this. But that was a matter for later. The current priority was to accompany Shenxie for a good shopping trip. There were not many people near the low mountain, so the two didn't need to hide their cultivation levels and headed straight towards Huaxian at full speed. In less than half an hour, they arrived at Huaxian. As soon as Shenxie arrived in Huaxian, she was like a country bumpkin entering a grand garden, full of curiosity about everything around her. This couldn't be blamed on her. After all, she hadn't been down the mountain for so many years and had become somewhat out of touch with the real world. Nowadays, the real world changes every year, so it was normal for her to be so curious about her surroundings. See, don't show everything on your face, otherwise, you'll easily be deceived. I understand, Su Ji, I just haven't been down the mountain for a long time. Watching Shenxie answer with her mouth but showing an indifferent expression on her face, Su Chen suddenly didn't know what to say. Isn't this typical? I know I'm wrong, but I won't change? Forget it, this is not something that can be corrected all at once. There will be opportunities in the future. Shiyu, we have plenty of time today. What do you want to buy first? As soon as Su Chen said this, Shenxie's expression immediately became somewhat conflicted. When did she ever have so much money? Suddenly having so much money, she really didn't know how to spend it for a moment. I don't know either. How about you give me some ideas, big brother Su? Su Chen looked at Shenxie's patched clothes and quickly came up with an idea. Alright, in that case, let's go buy clothes first. It's time to get new clothes for you. As soon as she heard about buying clothes, Shenxie nodded eagerly. What girl doesn't like pretty clothes? One thing Shenxie did very right was choosing to go shopping with Su Chen. If it were Su Yinfeng accompanying her, even with so much money, Su Yinfeng probably wouldn't know where to spend it. Su Chen was different, whether it was going out for a walk or looking for Shenxie before. He had basically explored the entire Huaxian county. Now, familiar with the route, he led Shenxie towards one of the few luxury clothing stores in Huaxian County. Su Chen didn't choose those messy foreign brands but opted for a clothing store named CF Fong. CF Fong was a brand created by Su Chen in his lifetime, dedicated to commemorating Shenxie. With his financial prowess, CF Fong quickly became an internationally renowned brand. Both in terms of quality and price, it was unmatched by those foreign big brands. Shenxie was also taken aback when she saw the sign. What a coincidence, this store has the same name as mine. It's interesting, let's buy here. Su Chen smiled slightly, that was his intention. Not only the name, but this store was opened in your honor. And it wasn't just this one store, there were CF Fong stores across the country and even worldwide. The reason for choosing this place was not only the top-notch quality of the clothes but also to let Shenxie see his past efforts. Upon entering CF Fong, staff immediately greeted them. Welcome to CF Fong, we are delighted to serve you. The staff at CF Fong did not show any negligence towards Shinsiye's attire.
The wages and commissions at CF Fong were high, and the first rule of training for employees was to never underestimate any customer who walked into the store. Even if the customer was just browsing or trying on clothes, there should be no dissatisfaction.
This was one of the reasons why CF Fong succeeded.
Well, I'll take a look first, I'll call you when I need help. Shinsiye didn't want the salesperson to follow her, as it would make it difficult for her to talk to Su Chen.
The salesperson didn't insist, although they couldn't neglect the customer, but looking at Shinsiye, she didn't seem like she could afford the clothes here. Not letting them follow was Shinsiye's request, and she wouldn't be punished for it. Alright, wish you a pleasant shopping experience. Call me if you need anything. Su Chen was also very satisfied with the salesperson's attitude. Once the salesperson left, Shinsiye's gaze fell on the clothes. Wow, this one is so pretty, and this one too. If you like them, just buy them all. Can I?
Of course.
That's great,
Shinsiye said as she picked up a piece of clothing and quickly saw the price tag.
9,998. This is too expensive, forget it, I can't afford it. Su Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Didn't I just give you $1 million? The price is already very reasonable. Look at the fabric of this clothing, it's the best silk.
If you were to buy it at another store, it would cost at least twice as much.
But I only brought 1,000 yuan with me.
Wait, I also have the 250 yuan that master left me, but even with that, I can't afford it.
Su Chen looked up at the sky in silence, not knowing what to say.
He could only console himself that a woman like her would definitely make a good wife.
You are really generous.
You have $1 million in cash, but you only brought 1,000.
How are you going to survive?
I didn't know clothes are so expensive now.
Last time I went out with master, the clothes we bought were only a few yuan each. I thought 1,000 yuan would be enough. Su Chen fell silent. How long has Shinsiye not been out? According to her calculations, this 1,000 yuan would indeed be enough. Let's not talk about this. You can still buy it. Let's buy it here. The clothes here are really nice. But I didn't bring enough money.
It's okay, don't you have that bank card?
There's much more money in there than $1 million. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Shinsiye fell into deep thought instead of speaking. Su Chen thought she had finally come to her senses and was considering which clothes to buy, but Shinsiye suddenly said, Su big brother, speaking of this extra money, is my master's salary in the underworld really enough? Did he sell himself to you?
Su Chen was completely defeated by this girl's way of thinking.
No, brother Su is still a free man.
He is about to break through to become a ghost lord.
How could this little money buy his freedom? That makes sense.
Master always tells me that with our abilities, it's easy to make money, but money is just an external thing. Don't value it too much, or it will affect your cultivation.
Su Chen pursed his lips, actually agreeing with that statement. But one should still have some money. Just like before, with only 250 yuan, it's too shabby. Money can be less, but it must not be non-existent. Right. Your master is right. So, which outfit caught your eye? I like them all. Then it's simple, just buy them all. No, that would be too wasteful. Besides, I can't carry that much. Let's just buy a cheaper outfit. I feel it's too wasteful. Alright, but let's not go elsewhere. Let's just buy it here. Okay.
After Shinsiye took a long time to choose, she finally picked the 2 cheapest sets, which made Su Chen quite frustrated. Why is this girl so stubborn? Finally, with Su Chen's insistence, they bought 2 outfits that he thought were most suitable for Shinsiye. After selecting the clothes, Shinsiye naturally went to the fitting room to try them on. Su Chen was waiting outside, feeling impatient. After a struggle in his mind, he managed not to do anything inappropriate. He had to take it slow. If he left a bad impression on Shinsiye now, it wouldn't be good. When Shinsiye came out of the fitting room in her new clothes, Su Chen's eyes almost popped out. Shinsiye was wearing a long blue dress that perfectly outlined her figure, making her skin look fairer, like a fairy descending from the heavens.
Shinsiye was admiring herself in the mirror and couldn't help but admire Su Chen's taste. Later, Shinsiye changed into another outfit, which also fit her perfectly. When Shinsiye called the salesperson over to pay, the salesperson was stunned. Was this heavenly beauty the same person as the plain girl from before?
It's not exactly a ugly duckling turning into a swan, because Shinsiye was already beautiful, but the transformation was still quite significant.
Miss, are you sure you want these 2 outfits? Shinsiye is still a bit nervous, not knowing if the so-called bank card can be used for payment. Seeing Su Chen's encouraging look, she nodded. Alright, I'll wrap it up for you. How do you plan to pay?
I'll use the card, Shinsiye said,
taking out the black card. As soon as the salesperson saw the black card, she was stunned. She now greatly admired the founder of CFong, realizing that one should not underestimate anyone. Working at CFong requires keen insight, even in this small county town. The salesperson immediately recognized the rarity of the black card, even in Blue Star. Those who possess such a card are undoubtedly of high status. Besides being a bank card, the black card is also a membership card of the Su Group. CFong is one of the industries under the Su Group. Fortunately, she did not look down on the girl in front of her before. Otherwise, if the store manager found out, her job would be in jeopardy. Please swipe the card here. You are our esteemed black card member, and you can enjoy a 50% discount on your purchase here. The total for 2 items of clothing is 38,000 yuan. Please enter your password. Upon hearing about the discount, Shenxia's face lit up with a smile once again. Nothing makes her happier than this. Previously, when she saw that the 2 items of clothing cost over 70,000 yuan, it pained her. Now, with a sudden 50% discount, she felt much better. Saving money is earning money, and she can definitely keep track of this account. After entering the password, the 2 items of clothing became Shenxia's. Su Chen noticed that even though she had new clothes, Shenxia still took her old clothes with her. He had nothing to say and let her be. Clothes alone were not enough, there were many more things to buy. First, he took Shenxia to buy a smartphone. Although the antique phone still worked, it was time for an upgrade. With a smartphone, Shenxia would have something to do when bored. Next were shoes, socks, and even underwear, which Su Chen helped Shenxia buy a lot of. With Su Chen's help, Shenxia seemed like a different person. Shenxia was now dressed in top brands from head to toe, yet she did not appear tacky. Su Chen chose items that were fresh and elegant, making Shenxia look even more refined. While shopping, both men and women couldn't help but gaze at Shenxia. This made Su Chen both conflicted and amused. Hey, you there! Are you staring at my CS so intently? Aren't you afraid of making your girlfriend jealous? Be careful, or you'll be kneeling to wash clothes at home. When they had bought almost everything, Shenxia was laden with bags. Su Chen wanted to help but couldn't physically touch anything as a ghost. He could manipulate the items with ghostly energy, but it was too eerie, so he had to inconvenience Shenxia. Luckily, Shenxia was a practitioner, and the weight didn't bother her. Despite buying so much, Shenxia didn't feel particularly happy. Instead, she looked dejected. Su Chen could hear her muttering continuously. Whoa, I spent so much money, my heart aches. Shenxia, you need to cheer up. You're rich now, can't be so stingy. Can't hypnotize myself, still so heartbroken. Su Chen had given up on trying to help. It's not your money you're spending, why are you so upset? Sia, we've bought almost everything. Let's go eat something delicious next. Shenxia's mood changed instantly. Alright, I'm so hungry. Next, Su Chen took Shenxia to enjoy various local snacks. He didn't choose to take Shenxia to a 5-star hotel or a restaurant of that level. In his opinion, it was more romantic to take Shenxia to eat at a roadside stall. The key was that the price was reasonable. Spending this money, even Shenxia didn't feel too distressed. He remembered in his past life he often took Shenxia to eat at roadside stalls, which was also Shenxia's favorite place. I want to eat candied haws on a stick and stinky tofu. I want that too. Along the way, Shenxia played happily. While Su Chen couldn't eat these things, he just smiled and watched. He had long forgotten how long it had been since he felt so relaxed. Are you full? Shenxia burped, nodded. Yes, I'm full. It's been a long time since I've eaten so happily. We still have some time. Do you want to go watch a movie? Sure, I've never watched a movie before. It's a good opportunity to watch one now. The two found a nearby movie theater, and when buying tickets, Shenxia didn't hesitate and bought 2 tickets. By the time she realized it, the tickets were already printed. She could have chosen to return one, but after some thought, she decided to keep the tickets. Su Chen was puzzled when he saw this. Why did you buy 2 tickets? One of them is for you. They won't see me anyway, it's a waste to buy a ticket for me. Are you really not going to return it? It's still tens of dollars, even if ants are small, they are still meat. This time Shenxia's answer once again exceeded Su Chen's expectations. Forget it, I won't return it. You are the first person to watch a movie with me, you deserve your seat, and we shouldn't freeload. Okay, it's up to you. For some reason, when he heard Shenxia's answer, Su Chen felt touched inexplicably. Whether it was a coincidence or intentional on Shenxia's part, the movie she chose happened to be a romance film. In Su Chen's view, the plot of this movie was very cliché, lacking any new ideas. He lost interest after watching for a while and spent most of the time watching Shenxia instead. It was Shenxia who watched with great interest, even shedding tears several times. Su Chen also understood, after all, Shen Siye had very little exposure to such things, and this movie could only deceive someone like Shen Siye who was naive and sweet. Although the movie was trash, it was not short in duration at all. By the time the two came out of the theater, it was already getting dark. Shen Siye's face was filled with a smile. "Siye, it's getting late. I have to go back to the underworld. I'll come see you again tomorrow." A hint of disappointment flashed in Shen Siye's eyes, but she quickly cheered up. "Okay. Brother Su must come find me tomorrow. I will definitely come, but I need to finish my work first tomorrow. I'll come find you when I'm free or done with my tasks." "I understand. Work comes first. Let's go, I'll walk you back, and after you're home, I'll return to the underworld." "Okay." On the way back to the hill, both of them deliberately slowed their pace. Perhaps they both wanted time to pass more slowly. "Brother Su, I have a question I've been wanting to ask you for a long time. Did you know me before? Why do I feel a strange familiarity with you, but I can't remember where I've seen you before? And the person who came to deliver money today seems to know me. Can you tell me what's going on?" Su Chen opened his mouth but decided not to tell Shen Siye about their past lives. It was too deliberate to tell her now. If Shen Siye misunderstood, it would have the opposite effect. Today's interaction with Shen Siye made him feel very comfortable, and he believed Shen Siye felt the same. But for now, the two were still separated by life and death. It was better to maintain their current relationship until there was further development, to avoid awkwardness later on. "I can't tell you this right now. I will let you know when I feel the time is right." Shen Siye didn't think too much about it. Since Su Chen didn't want to say, then forget it. Anyway, she could feel Su Chen's kindness towards her. Why bother thinking so much? "Okay, I understand." Before long, the two returned to the low hill. The low hill was bathed in the red glow of the setting sun, exuding a unique beauty. Su Chen waved to Shen Siye. "You go back. When you're bored, you can play with your phone. There are some small games inside that can make you feel less empty when you're bored." "I got it, Brother Su. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Shen Siye carried her bags and happily bounced back to Qingyun Pavilion. Su Chen did not leave immediately, but stood quietly in place, silently watching Shen Siye's figure. At some point, Xiaobai appeared by Su Chen's side. "Young master, is this the young madam?" No, at least not now." "I knew it, young master, you must be interested in her. If you are interested, go after her." "I wish I could, but it's not something that can be rushed." "Xiaobai, how can people from the mortal realm and the underworld be together?" "It's simple, just wait for her to die and bring her back to the underworld." Su Chen, Sigma, degree, that makes sense, I can't argue with that. Think about it, in my past life, I waited for over 80 years, what's another 100 or two? Xiaobai chuckled, "Young master, it's not that complicated. In the past, humans and ghosts could fall in love, but there was a condition, one of them had to reach the level of Ghost King in cultivation. If you want to be with her soon, work on improving your cultivation." Is there really such a saying? Of course, like me and Xiao He, our current cultivation level is Great Ghost King. We have the means to manifest in the mortal realm and deal with mortals, but we choose not to. I see, so I just need to focus on improving my cultivation. Exactly. With this in mind, Su Chen felt enlightened but also conflicted. He didn't know when he could reach the level of Great Ghost General. Once he reached that level, it wouldn't be suitable to keep coming to the mortal realm, and he wouldn't be able to see Shen Siye every day like now. But if he didn't reach the level of Great Ghost General, how could he advance to Ghost King in the future? You can't have the best of both worlds. It seemed he had to give up something. For now, he should enjoy the rare time they had together. At least during this limited time, he wanted Shen Siye to adapt to the outside world. That way, even if he advanced to Great Ghost General, he could confidently let Shen Siye live here on her own. "Xiaobai, let's go back. Let's see if Su Xiong has made a breakthrough." "Okay, back to the underworld." Since there were no tasks today, Su Chen took Xiaobai back to the underworld and then returned home directly. He was still concerned about whether Su Yinfeng had made a breakthrough. When Su Chen returned home, he found Su Yinfeng leisurely drinking tea in the courtyard. Because Su Yinfeng's cultivation was higher than his, he couldn't tell Su Yinfeng's true level. But he could sense that Su Yinfeng had become more restrained. If everything went as expected, he should have succeeded in his breakthrough. Of course, the main reason was that if Su Yinfeng hadn't succeeded, he wouldn't be so leisurely drinking tea here. Congratulations, Brother Su, on successfully breaking through to Ghost King. Su Yinfeng was in a good mood and stood up when he saw Su Chen return. Now that he was living under someone else's roof, he needed to show respect to Su Chen, the owner of the house. "Thank you, Brother Su, are you done with your tasks?" Su Chen didn't dare to say that there was no soul-snatching task today. He went to the mortal realm just to accompany your disciple.
Although he would have to confess sooner or later, there still needs to be a transition period.
It's better for everyone this way. Yes, that's right. Now that you've broken through, what are your plans next, Brother Su? Su Chen did not intend to keep Su Yinfeng by his side.
Although Su Yinfeng's cultivation had reached the level of a ghost lord, Su Chen already had two great ghost kings, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, by his side, and there were also strong individuals among those he recruited who were ghost lords and great ghost lords. Of course, if Su Yinfeng wanted to stay by his side, he had no objections.
It mainly depended on Su Yinfeng.
Su Yinfeng was used to being carefree, so he probably wouldn't stay here for a long time.
Now that I've broken through, I want to take a stroll in our 10 palaces, experience the customs and people there. Once I have a good understanding of the 10 palaces, I think I might head to the front lines to train properly. There are too many in the underworld who are stronger than me. Su Chen understood this.
In the mortal realm, Su Yinfeng was practically invincible. Suddenly arriving in the underworld and finding strong individuals of his level everywhere would inevitably create some disparity in his heart.
I understand. So, when is Brother Su planning to set off?
Tomorrow. When Brother Su goes on his daytime duty tomorrow, please take me with you.
I want to see my disciple one last time. I don't know when we'll meet again after that. No problem, leave it to me. Let's talk about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Let's not discuss these things for now. Since Brother Su is planning to travel the 10 palaces, some preparations are needed. Su Yinfeng was taken aback. What preparations were needed? He was alone, so he just needed a few changes of clothes. There's nothing to prepare. I can set off alone. Su Chen gave Su Yinfeng a displeased look. Did this guy really think this place was like the mortal realm? In the mortal realm, even if you had no money, you could manage. You could pick wild fruits and vegetables when hungry, and find mountain spring water when thirsty. But this was the underworld, not as resource-rich as the mortal realm. Even though you could basically fast here now, if something happened, you would still need money. Brother Su, are you sure you don't need to prepare anything? Don't you need money for traveling? Why do I need money? Wealth is ephemeral, just like clouds. Su Chen understood why this master and disciple were so poor in the mortal realm. With Su Yinfeng's personality, it was strange if he had money. Brother Su, there's a saying that goes, money isn't everything, but without money, you can't do anything. Let me put it this way, when you travel, you'll surely meet like-minded friends. If you meet such friends, you'll have to treat them, right? Are you comfortable letting them treat you all the time? Su Chen's words left Su Yinfeng stunned. He had never thought about this issue. Su Yinfeng now understood where the money in the underworld came from. He knew the situation of his disciple. He only had a small amount of money left. Based on his understanding of Shenxie, she wouldn't buy paper money for him. Even if she did, that small amount of money wouldn't be enough. It seemed that he really needed money. Seeing Su Chen looking so content, he was waiting for him to offer money. He wasn't a vulgar person. Since Su Chen was willing to lend him money, he had no qualms about asking. I'll leave the matter of money to Brother Su. Su Chen laughed heartily. Su Yinfeng wasn't too stubborn after all. There was hope. I'll definitely give you the money, but before that, let me take you to buy some necessary things, like a cell phone. These are things you need to buy. This way, when you're free, you can let me know you're safe. Alright, I'll listen to everything you say, Brother Su. Su Chen then took Su Yinfeng on a shopping spree in Fengdu City. Su Chen thought of everything he could help Su Yinfeng with, and after buying all the things, he transferred 1 billion directly to Su Yinfeng. He also noticed the difference between Su Yinfeng and Shenxie. Su Yinfeng is truly not interested in money, whether it's when he spends it or transfers it, his expression remains unchanged when it comes to the money spent. He just told Su Chen that he remembered all of this and would definitely repay Su Chen well when he returned. Su Chen, of course, didn't take this to heart, but he didn't mind if Su Yinfeng owed him a favor. After all, he would have to chase his disciple in the future, so it's good to establish a good relationship in advance. Spending the day shopping with his disciple and then coming back to shop with his master, there was no one else. The next day, Su Chen opened the Book of Life and Death and found that today's tasks were very busy. There were a total of 10 souls to be collected, and the times were all staggered. He felt somewhat powerless to go find Shenxie. Fortunately, Su Yinfeng followed him out today, as he was going to chat with Shenxie. With Su Yinfeng as a third wheel, it didn't matter to him whether he went to see Shenxie today. By the time Su Chen finished his busy day, Su Yinfeng had almost finished what he needed to explain. After bidding farewell to Shenxie, he went straight back to the underworld. Su Yinfeng left to tour the 10 halls. In the following period, in his spare time, Su Chen would accompany Shenxie for no particular reason, and eventually even took Shenxie to collect souls. This left those souls in a daze.
Death was already a sad thing, but being fed dog food on top of that was unexpected. This Reaper was truly a dog. Suchin didn't care how those souls felt, as long as he and Shinsiye were happy. He was now carefree. During this time, their relationship didn't progress rapidly, but Suchen could feel that Shinsiye was becoming more dependent on him. Taking advantage of their time together, Suchen taught Shinsiye some worldly knowledge. Shinsiye was no longer as naive as before. Suchen didn't know how much Shinsiye absorbed, and teaching Shinsiye was sometimes good and sometimes bad. It was unavoidable because Suchen felt he had reached a bottleneck. He didn't know when he would break through. Suchen had been in the underworld for over a month. Normally, he should have switched shifts with another Reaper responsible for the county. Each person was supposed to work a month of day shift and a month of night shift. But Suchen didn't want to switch because if he worked the night shift, he would have less time to spend with Shinsiye. Although disrupting Shinsiye's routine wouldn't cause any problems due to his current cultivation level, the nightlife in the small county ended around 10 o'clock. Suchen didn't want Shinsiye to accompany him to collect souls every day. That would be too boring. Of course, this wasn't a big deal for Suchen. He just needed to adjust his shift. The other Reaper responsible for the county was quickly found, and after Suchen handed over 10,000 yuan and a piece of jade, that Reaper happily switched shifts with Suchen. Jokingly, what Suchen gave him was worth half a year's salary. He didn't lose anything, only a fool wouldn't switch. Suchen continued to live his carefree life. On this day, Suchen went out for his usual day shift. It was a good day because there were no tasks today. In other words, he could spend the whole day with Shinsiye, doing things he enjoyed. As mentioned before, when he had time, he would take Shinsiye to the amusement park, and today was a perfect opportunity, wasn't it? Just the thought of it made Suchen unable to contain his smile. He arrived at the low hill, approached the barrier, and lightly knocked 3 times. After a while, there was still no entrance to the barrier. Suchen was a little surprised because in the past, the entrance to the barrier would appear immediately after he knocked 3 times. Could it be that he overslept? Suchen, who was not superstitious, knocked 3 more times, but there was still no response. This made Suchen a little anxious. Could something have happened to Shinsiye? Suchen did not directly destroy the barrier. He had the ability to do so, but it would take some effort. The key was that if Suchen intervened and destroyed the barrier, Qingyun Temple might not be able to hide anymore. Xiaohei, come out! Xiaohei, who was responsible for protecting Suchen today, immediately appeared in front of Suchen upon hearing his call. She had seen everything Suchen had done in secret. Without further ado, she waved her hand, and a gap appeared in the barrier. Without hesitation, Suchen entered Qingyun Temple. Siye, Siye, are you there? No matter how Suchen called, Shinsiye did not respond. This made Suchen suddenly become anxious. He thought of many things in a moment. Could it be that the ghost messengers of the 9 halls discovered something, couldn't find him, and took it out on Shinsiye? Thinking of this, Suchen's face darkened. Chu Jiang, if you dare to lay a hand on Siye, one day, I will destroy the 9 halls. Xiaohei also looked at Suchen in surprise. She had been following Suchen for almost a month, but this was the first time she had seen this side of him. She immediately came to Suchen's side. Young master, calm down. It shouldn't be someone from the 9 halls. There are clear rules in the underworld that its inhabitants cannot harm those from the mortal realm unless provoked. Even Chu Jiang wouldn't dare to directly harm someone from the mortal realm. Hearing this, Suchen's expression improved slightly. But where did Siye go? Unless there are special circumstances, she wouldn't leave Qingyun Temple. Young master, you are overthinking. Although Miss Shin is inexperienced, her cultivation level is there. Given the current situation in the mortal realm, there is hardly anyone who can threaten her. Let's search the temple. Maybe there are clues left by Miss Shin. Suchen realized he had been impulsive. He was indeed too impatient. Shinsiye knew he came to see her every day now. If there was an urgent matter that required her to leave, she would definitely leave him a clue. Search for clues, Suchen said and began searching the Qingyun Temple, with Xiaobai helping. The temple was not large, and soon the two found a clue left by Shinsiye, a letter. The letter read, "To Brother Su." Seeing this letter, Suchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since Shinsiye could leave this letter, it at least proved that she was not in danger. At the same time, he became curious. Shinsiye had been living in seclusion here for years. What could have made her leave in such a hurry without even saying goodbye in person? He enveloped his hand in ghostly energy and opened the letter. Brother Su, by the time you read this letter, I should no longer be in Huasien. Don't worry, I just went to take care of some matters. Do you remember the person who gave us money last time? He called me saying he needed my help with something. I'm not sure about the specifics, but he seemed urgent. I vaguely heard him mention that someone practicing cultivation was causing trouble. He seems to have some connection with you, so I felt obliged to help. I left overnight. Don't worry, I should be back in a few days at most. Don't worry about me, I am strong. The letter ended there, but Su Chen frowned. It seems that Shen Siye has gone to the Wei City, and it was Asai who called Shen Siye over. It should be Shen Siye's unintentional performance last time that let Asai know that Shen Siye is also a practitioner. Now that there is a practitioner causing trouble, and Asai cannot contact himself, he had to reluctantly find Shen Siye. Su Chen couldn't understand why practitioners from the mortal realm would cause trouble for Asai. It seems that the Su group has not touched the field of practice. How could it attract practitioners? Young master, what should we do now? Su Chen thought for a moment. Since there is no soul-snatching task today, he decided to go to Wei City. Xiao Hei, let's go to Wei City. Your cultivation is high, lead the way. Wei City is not close to Huasien. If Su Chen were to travel alone, it would take a lot of time. With Xiao Hei leading him, they would definitely be faster, considering Xiao Hei's cultivation level. Alright, young master, shall we depart now? Yes. Xiao Hei also knew that Su Chen was anxious, so he directly embraced Su Chen. Young master, hold on tight. After Xiao Hei spoke, without waiting for Su Chen's reaction, he started rushing. Even though Su Chen is now a ghost, he still felt the wind hitting his face painfully. The surrounding scenery flashed by, indicating how fast Xiao Hei was. In just half an hour, the two arrived at Wei City. Looking at the city in front of him, Su Chen let out a sigh. He tidied up his messy hair. He wanted to see who was so bold to cause trouble for the Su group. Arriving at Wei City, Su Chen was still somewhat worried. How could he not worry if he didn't see Asai and Shen Siye? These people can be said to be his family. He would not allow any accidents to happen to them. Xiao Hei, I'll tell you the specific location, hurry and take me there. Su Chen didn't know Asai's exact location now, but he thought he should be at the Su group headquarters in Wei City. Guided by Su Chen, Xiao Hei quickly brought Su Chen to the Su group headquarters. Seeing the situation at the Su group, Su Chen knew he was in the right place. Although the current Su group seemed calm, upon closer inspection, there were signs of something unusual. Although Su Chen had passed away, under Asai's leadership, the Su group was still operating normally. The Su group's location in the center of Wei City used to have a large flow of people, but today, there were hardly any pedestrians at the entrance of the Su group. Upon careful observation, one could sense a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Su Chen knew why Asai chose this place. Since he contacted Shen Siye, it meant that the other party must be a practitioner. As long as they are practitioners, they would not dare to act in a bustling city. Although practitioners have extraordinary abilities, they dare not act in public, as the country would not let them off easily. From Suyin Feng, Su Chen already knew the general situation of the mortal realm's practice world. In today's world, most people stop at the pre-heaven stage, Ghost General, and becoming a human immortal, Great Ghost General, is even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. If Suyin Feng had not coincidentally found Qingyun Temple, he might have remained at the pre-heaven stage for his whole life. However, at the pre-heaven stage, one is still not immune to the bullets of the mundane world. This is one of the reasons why real-world practitioners dare not cause trouble. Su Chen originally wanted to enter the Su group directly, but unexpectedly sensed some auras around him. These auras were not from mortal realm practitioners, but from the ghost messengers of the underworld. This puzzled him. What's going on? Isn't it a dispute in the mortal realm? Why does it involve the underworld? These ghost messengers couldn't have come to deal with mortal matters. In such a small place, it's impossible to have so many ghost messengers. And the Acropolis is the territory of the 10 palaces. From these auras, he did not feel the presence of Wei Ping and Liang Wan. Xiao Hei, did you feel it? Xiao Hei gave Su Chen a disdainful look. Young master, you are underestimating people. With your cultivation, you can sense the existence of those ghost messengers, not to mention your own status as the Great Ghost King. Young master, how could I not feel it? There are a total of 8 ghost messengers around, with varying levels of cultivation. The highest is at the same level as you, a late-stage ghost general. Most of them are ghost soldiers. When we first arrived here, I sensed their presence and also had our own aura. These ghost messengers still don't know we're here. Well done, your salary will double this month. Xiao Hei's slight displeasure immediately disappeared. He likes the young master's habit of doubling his salary at the drop of a hat. Young master is mighty. Alright, enough of that. Let's go in quickly and find Akai and Shiyu. It's best not to let these ghost messengers find out. I have a feeling things are not simple. Okay, young master, rest assured. I have some tricks up my sleeve. After Xiao Hei finished speaking, he directly pulled Su Chen and disappeared on the spot. When Su Chen opened his eyes again, they were already inside the Su family group.
Young master, you go find madam next. I'll go out and see what these ghost messengers are up to. Su Chen nodded quickly, that's what he had in mind too. With his cultivation, it was basically impossible for him to investigate why these ghost messengers had come here without being noticed. Xiao He handled this matter most securely. Alright, Xiao He, I leave this matter to you, be careful. Don't worry, young master. If I can't handle these small fries, I might as well run into a wall myself. Don't be careless, I'm afraid there's a hidden hand behind this. Got it, I'll be cautious. After Xiao He finished speaking, he disappeared again to go gather information. Looking at the familiar building in front of him, Su Chen sighed again. He had spent a lot of time in this office, so he naturally knew where to find Akai and Shinsiye. It didn't take long for him to locate Akai and Shinsiye. Before entering the room, he heard voices discussing inside. Miss Shin, I'm sorry to have brought you here from so far away, but I had no choice. These people are really going too far. I understand the situation. Since I'm here, I can't let them act so recklessly. I'll trouble Miss Shin then. Su Chen entered the room directly, and Shinsiye saw him immediately. Just as she was about to say something, Su Chen quickly made a gesture for her to be silent. Although Akai might have already guessed his presence, it was better not to let him know for now. Shinsiye immediately understood and waved her hand at Akai. I'm a bit tired from rushing over here. I'd like to rest for a bit first. You can go down for now. If there's anything, come find me later. Akai didn't think much and nodded quickly. He already had a good understanding of Shinsiye's situation. She was a big shot that he must hold on to tightly. Then Miss Shin, you rest. If there's any situation, I'll have someone inform you. After Akai left, Shinsiye looked excitedly at Su Chen. Brother Su, you're here. How could I not come? But now is not the time for catching up. Tell me what's going on. I'll tell you briefly what I know. Actually, I'm a bit puzzled by this matter too. It seems that some cultivators found Akai and asked him to stop burning paper money. Akai refused, which led to the unpleasant situation. Su Chen was a bit confused. What did it have to do with him asking Akai to burn money, and why did it touch the interests of these cultivators? It's unlikely. Even if this practitioner's family runs a funeral supply shop, he should be eager to buy more himself. How could he stop Akai from continuing to make purchases? Things shouldn't be that simple, otherwise, what's the situation with those ghost messengers outside? He couldn't believe that this matter had nothing to do with the underworld. The only information he could get from Shinsiye was this, so he could only see if Xia He could find out anything. Just as he was thinking about Xia He appeared directly in the room. Seeing her excited expression, she must have heard some news. Young master, guess what I found out? Su Chen smiled bitterly, he actually guessed some of it. If I'm not mistaken, this time it should be my fault, right? Young master is truly insightful, you've guessed it all. Su Chen looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, a hint of melancholy on his face. Although he was already dead in the mortal realm, there were still legends about him. What a dilemma! Enough of these useless words, just tell me everything you found out. Alright, I was going to keep you guessing, but since young master asked sincerely, I'll tell you everything I know. Su Chen sighed. Xia He had been getting more and more mischievous lately. This matter is indeed because of you, young master. Due to your actions, the offerings to the various halls have plummeted, attracting the attention of the other halls in the underworld. Therefore, they send ghost messengers to the mortal realm to investigate. As you know, if they really want to investigate this matter, it's not difficult. Su Chen understood this, as Xia He said, the rampant purchase of funeral supplies couldn't be hidden, especially since it had become a hot topic and trended for a while. However, Su Chen was puzzled about one thing. He seemed to have offended the interests of the other halls. If that was the case, why didn't the halls take direct action and instead let practitioners from the mortal realm come and deal with Su Kai? Xia He, does this mean I have directly offended the other 9 halls? No. You can't say that. In fact, you have offended the entire underworld, but fortunately, you have been generous to our miss, not clinging to those riches. Otherwise, there would be no place for you in the underworld. Su Chen smiled bitterly, it seemed to be true. Then why didn't the people from the underworld take direct action and instead let practitioners from the mortal realm handle it? Young master, you're confused. It has been said many times that the underworld cannot intervene in mortal affairs, except for the cycle of life and death. Otherwise, the people of the underworld would have acted long ago. So what now? Should we stop Su Kai and the others from spending money? How is that possible? They will spend as they please. Even if the other halls are powerful, they cannot affect the normal operation of the mortal realm. As long as these troublemakers in the mortal realm are dealt with, it will be fine. Hearing this, Su Chen thought of another question. Right, you said the underworld cannot interfere with the operation of the mortal realm. What's the situation with these practitioners? Why are they coming to bother Sukai? That's another story. The underworld cannot directly interfere with the operation of the mortal realm, but they can use some means. But why would these practitioners in the mortal realm listen to them? Xiaohe looked at Su Chen and said slowly, these practitioners all have ancestors or masters. If their masters give them a dream, wouldn't these practitioners follow it obediently? Su Chen was stunned. It did seem to be the case. This was exploiting a loophole in the rules. He could ask Sukai to dream for him, to burn the things he needed. The other halls could also ask their disciples to dream and cause trouble for themselves. This was a reasonable use of the rules. There is one more thing, since the underworld cannot directly intervene, what is the situation with those ghost messengers outside? You don't need to worry about that, they are just informants. After all, ordinary people cannot see these ghost messengers. They are responsible for monitoring, which is the most appropriate. Su Chen thought about it and realized that it was true. Another thing, this time the troublemaker is still the 9th hall. I haven't found any involvement from the other 8 halls. Su Chen was relieved to hear this news. Dealing with only the 9th hall would be easier, as facing all 10 halls at once would be too difficult. Why is that? Didn't I offend the entire underworld? You are underestimating the other halls. You have only been in the underworld for a short time. Although the offerings to the other halls have decreased recently, you cannot underestimate the accumulation of the underworld over the years. The reason the 9th hall took action is probably aimed at our 10th hall. With Xiaohe's explanation, Su Chen understood. In short, it was the 9th hall causing trouble. I see. It looks like I need to speed up Akai's progress. Otherwise, if it takes too long, the other 8 halls might also cause trouble. It's good that young master understands. Now you have 2 choices, either increase Akai's investment and burn through the money you left before the other halls react, or reduce it, maintaining the spending while not affecting the offerings of other people in the mortal realm. I understand. I'll talk to Akai again when the time is right, but now is not the time for that. Let's think about how to get through the current crisis first. With a good understanding of the situation, the most important thing now was to solve the immediate troubles. How much do you know about the strength of the mortal realm cultivators? Su Chen asked this question while looking at Shenxie. Shenxie must have received some information from Akai. In this matter, the ghost messengers of the 9th hall would not intervene, and he also could not take action. This was the most troublesome part. Now he could only rely on Shenxie, but he was not entirely at ease with her. He was afraid that Shenxie might encounter an accident, in which case he would rather give up the money directly. I'm not very clear on the specifics, but I heard that there is more than one opponent, and their cultivation levels are unknown. However, one thing is certain, there will not be anyone above the late innate stage among them. Akai has arranged to negotiate with them tonight. This news relieved Su Chen a bit. As long as there were no cultivators stronger than Shenxie, the situation would not be too difficult to handle. Negotiating tonight seemed a bit rushed. Su Ji, are you too worried? I'm actually very strong. Looking at the confident Shenxie, Su Chen smiled bitterly. I'm most worried about you, little girl. If there are 2 or 3 strong cultivators at the late innate stage, do you have the confidence to deal with them? Su Chen's words made Shenxie silent. Well, if Master could delay his death for a few days, everything would be resolved with his help. Su Chen also felt that Su Yingfeng's death came at the wrong time. But if Su Yingfeng had not died, he would not have met the 2 of them, and things might have been even more troublesome. Shenxie's suggestion made Su Chen think of a solution. Xie, do you still know other cultivators? Since the other party is seeking help from cultivators, why can't we do the same? I do know some. My master used to take me to spar with cultivators. But the problem is, I'm not familiar with them, and you can't find their relatives or masters. It might be too late to send dream messages. Who said I wanted to send dream messages to them? I can just bribe them with money. Money? That might not be very appealing. I didn't express it accurately. If money is not attractive enough, then I'll use spirit stones. After all these days, Xiaohe and Xiaobai had acquired quite a few spirit stones. Although not many, there are also hundreds of them. With so many spirit stones, I don't believe those practitioners can resist such temptation. You know, spirit stones are sometimes as valuable as life.